Inside a dark cave, the air was thick with terror as screams echoed off the walls. Panic surged as a voice cried out for help, urging everyone to flee from the looming threat of a magical beast. Amidst the chaos, a young man fought desperately for his life, summoning every ounce of strength to survive the nightmare unfolding around him. His name is Ye Qing, a level 0 collector. He gazes at the formidable magical beast before him, realizing he couldn't even leave a scratch on the demon's head. Despite his relentless attacks, he has managed to inflict a grand total of 0 damage on the spirit wolf. Reflecting on his situation, he knows he survives by scavenging the remnants left behind by hunters. In a society that views level 0s as nothing more than burdens mere uselessness, he feels like discarded trash himself. A monster looms, poised to strike once more. Despite knowing his chances are virtually non-existent, he stands resolute, pouring every ounce of strength into a desperate aim at its head. But it's futile. His wooden shield splinters under the creature's might, and a devastating blow lands. As pain sears through him, he gazes up at the monster, a thought echoing in his mind. This isn't right. With a fierce scream, he declares that he will not die like garbage. He strikes again, and suddenly, a message flashes before him. You dealt a critical hit to the spirit wolf. 1 damage dealt. In City G, a rank C abyssal portal looms ominously. A man strides toward it, while another races in his direction. Just then, Yi bursts through the portal, clutching something tightly in his hand. A monstrous creature, hot on his heels. A hunter lunges at the monster, defending himself with a sharp retort, claiming the collector is too slow. Meanwhile, the protagonist, a seasoned collector, tirelessly spends his days sifting through the remnants left by hunters battling these beasts. The Abyss supervisors are vigilant, ensuring that these valuable resources don't end up in the hands of ordinary people. After all, those rank C crystals are worth over 50,000 yuan each. Suddenly, a figure appears, stepping onto a box and calling the protagonist a brat. The hunter declares that they will inspect the dungeon resources one by one, warning that if Ye tries to be clever and hide a crystal, he'll face a hefty fine and possibly even arrest. The protagonist, unfazed, urges him to calm down, assuring him that he's been in this game for a long time and knows all the rules. The collector's role is typically assigned to those at level 0. When the combat team struggles against the monsters, the lives of level 0 collectors are put at grave risk. It's no exaggeration to say that this job can cost a life. For returning from a dungeon, collectors earn 300 yuan. Each collector receives 1,000 of the value of the trash they collect, which amounts to around 600 yuan. However, after the agency takes its 30% cut, they're left with approximately 540 yuan. The protagonist lets out a weary sigh, lamenting that his debt has soared to over 670,000 yuan, which means he has to work even harder. Just then, one of the collectors calls Yi with an unexpected opportunity, a major job that offers a commission of 3 1,000s. Intrigued, Yi asks for confirmation, his surprise evident. Is it really 3,000s? That's quite generous. His partner chimes in. Well, you always seem to be in need of money. If he wants in, all he has to do is apply to the group. Without hesitation, Yi stands up, declaring that he'll join and apply immediately. On the bus, passengers are buzzing with conversation, wondering if the public mall in Shenfeng is indeed the Abyss Republic they've been hearing about in the news. They mention its rank A and speculate that's why the rewards are so substantial. Rumors swirl that several groups have already been wiped out in their attempts. No one emerged unscathed. One of the workers wonders aloud if this is yet another subcontract, and the consensus is that it likely is. Beyond the cleanup, there are other crucial tasks at hand, such as retrieving the gear of the fallen teams. Frustration simmers among the workers as they voice their irritation, remarking on the cunning nature of the businessmen involved. They can't help but question who permitted these capitalists to take charge of managing the abysses. The protagonist sits in silence, gazing out the window as memories flood back. It's hard to believe how much the world has changed in just 10 years. The abyssal portal descended from the void, unleashing the terrifying abyssal beasts upon humanity. Only those capable of leveling up acquired the special abilities needed to combat these creatures. As the demonic beasts fell, people unearthed treasures from the abyss energy products, like magic crystals, powerful weapons, and countless mysterious items. When a new world was discovered, humanity plunged into a frenzy, eager to explore the abyss. Traditional companies crumbled under the pressure, and public funds were swiftly redirected to support this burgeoning market. You searched tirelessly for work, but he was repeatedly met with the same discouraging news. No one would hire a level 0. Desperate, he visited the hospital, hoping for help, but the doctor's voice rang out sharp and unforgiving. This isn't a charity. If you can't pay soon, you and your mother need to leave. In his despair, he pleaded with the doctor for forgiveness, asking for just a few more days to gather the money for his mother's treatment. Meanwhile, the relentless pounding on his door echoed through the house as the landlord shouted for him to open up, demanding payment for 2 months of overdue rent. No matter where he turned, the weight of his troubles followed him like a shadow. They told him to disappear, that he was unwanted, that he was nothing but trash who should vanish from their lives. This drove him into a deep despair as he desperately needed money for housing and, more importantly, for his mother's treatment. The job market was unforgiving for level 0 players who couldn't level up. In the eyes of society, they were already deemed useless. Amidst the overwhelming despair, a stranger appears, extending a loan card and inquiring if he needs money. With no alternatives left, the protagonist glances at the figure and accepts the card. The stranger warns him that to repay the debt, he may need to pawn his most valuable possessions, his own organs. In the present, the protagonist lets out a heavy sigh. One of the workers nearby observes him and remarks that he heard he borrowed $1 million from a loan shark, only to lose it all in the stock market. If he doesn't repay his debts, he risks losing a kidney. To make matters worse, he has a little sister who relies on him. The hospital bills are astronomical, and whispers circulate that the kid might as well give up. There's no way he can clear that debt. Even if he manages to survive, he'll be condemned to a life of misery, seen as nothing more than worthless trash. At last, the bus pulls up to the designated location, where the combat group is already assembled. One of the fighters grumbles that the collectors are taking too long as they step off the bus, offering half-hearted apologies. Another fighter snaps back, urging them to hurry, adding with a hint of sarcasm that it won't be his fault if anyone meets their end today. With a sense of urgency, everyone begins to climb and make their way toward the portal. Ye steps off the bus, gazing at the portal with determination. This time, he vows to work hard, earn money, and emerge alive. Taking a deep breath, he steps through the portal and enters the underground city known as the Dungeon Republic in Shenfeng, a rank B abyss. As he surveys his surroundings, he realizes it's his first encounter with a rank B abyss. Suddenly, the hunters are startled by a noise, and magical beasts materialize ahead of them. A shield bearer calls out to his partner, urgency in his voice, as he warns that monsters have appeared the moment they entered. A magic user steps forward, a confident smirk on his face. This is too easy, he declares, eyeing the low-level spirit wolves that surround them. With a flick of his wrist, flames begin to swirl around him as the wolves launch their attack. He unleashes a fireball, and with a thunderous explosion, the blast sends the remaining wolves flying back, leaving a trail of scorched earth in its wake. The shield bearer warns the team to remain vigilant, reminding them that demonic beasts could strike from any shadowy corner. One of the team members inquires about their destination. With a determined gesture, the shield bearer points upward, declaring that they are headed to the 5th floor. A hooded figure interjects, suggesting it might all be an illusion. Yet, the 1st floor of this dungeon looms before them, appearing 5 times larger and 3 times taller than they had anticipated. The man with glasses explains that what they're witnessing is a bisification replica of the real world, but with its internal structure utterly mutated. He questions the whereabouts of the bodies from the previous groups, noting the eerie absence of any trace, urging the collectors to search for the bodies instead of aimlessly following behind. He emphasizes that no matter where Level 0 ventures, they are nothing more than discarded remnants. As the protagonist strolls through the area, lost in thought, he fails to notice the magic user crouched right in front of him, tying his shoes. In an instant, Ye trips over him, tumbling face first to the ground. The magic user, clearly irritated, shouts for him to watch where he's going. Startled, Ye quickly scrambles to his feet and stammers an apology. The magic user seizes him by the shirt and slams him against the wall, his voice dripping with disdain as he declares that hitting trash disgusts him. He adds that it frightened him as he thought a monster was attacking. The shield bearer intervenes, urging Lao Chen to leave the collector alone. They have a mission to complete. Lao Chen glares at the protagonist, his anger palpable, before throwing him to the ground. "If you know you're trash," he sneers, "you should stay out of my way." Lao Chen remains on the ground, grumbling about a certain individual he believes is nothing more than a condescending jerk. He turns to the collectors, questioning whether this is what they consider a professional team. As they begin to walk, the protagonist reflects on their situation, viewing them as burdens to society, mere useless trash. These are the labels society assigns to those deemed level 0s. Unbeknownst to them, the protagonist's experience is at a staggering 99 out of 100, and he's on the brink of leveling up. As he ventures deeper into the dungeon, he suddenly encounters another collector. Panic ensues when the collector spots a demonic beast, screaming in terror and urging everyone to flee. Yi's heart races as he realizes that the hunters have allowed a spirit wolf to escape, a thought that sends a shiver down his spine. Before him lies a critically injured spirit wolf, its fierce eyes filled with pain. The protagonist glances back and spots a level 1 wooden shield and a level 1 stick nearby. Just as he focuses on the weapons, the wolf lunges at him. Despite its weakened state, Yi knows it still poses a threat, especially since his group has already fled. Determined, he dashes toward the shield, but the wolf lands a direct hit, knocking him off balance. Gritting his teeth, he refuses to back down. This is the opportunity he's been waiting for. He lands on his feet, gripping the shield and stick tightly. Without a moment's hesitation, he charges at the lone wolf monster. With a swift strike, he aims for its head, declaring that it should just die. But to his dismay, the damage dealt is 0. The demonic beast only grows angrier, prompting the other collectors, watching from a distance, to murmur that Yi is being incredibly foolish. They remind the protagonist that he didn't just stumble into this field yesterday. He should be well aware that only hunters can inflict damage on those demonic creatures. As he battles the wolf, he reflects on this truth. His stats reveal a disheartening reality. Level 0, Strength 1, Agility 1, Intelligence 1, Willpower 1, Constitution 1, and Luck 1. Overwhelmed, he drops his bag and attempts to flee from the wolf, convinced that with such pitiful attributes, he can't even hope to scratch a weak monster. Frustration etched on his face, he turns around, fully aware that he knows this situation better than anyone. It's precisely that understanding that drives him to push himself even harder. He deftly dodges an incoming attack and charges forward once more. Meanwhile, Lao Chen bursts into laughter, remarking that when level 0s encounter a nearly defeated beast, they tremble and wet themselves in fear. The shield-bearer boasts that they could easily line their pockets by taking down a few monsters, but he scoffs at the thought of those worthless creatures posing any threat to a demonic beast. It's no surprise, he remarks, that they're even less than garbage. He instructs his team to keep the more valuable items for themselves and leave the rest for the collectors, telling them to tidy up what's left behind. Just then, another hooded member warns the boss that it appears another beast has escaped nearby. Suddenly, screams echo through the air, warning that a demonic beast has appeared and urging everyone to flee. The hunters burst into laughter, remarking that it's precisely what the boss had predicted. Lao Chen, still irritated, asserts that the item has already been claimed by him and warns everyone to keep their distance. Meanwhile, deeper within the dungeon, unsettling noises resonate from all directions. Yi is under siege by the demonic wolf, his body battered and bloodied. Panic begins to set in, but he steels himself, summoning every ounce of strength he has left. With a fierce shout, he declares that he will not go down like trash. In a desperate move, he lunges forward and stabs the beast with his makeshift weapon, landing a critical hit that deals a mere point of damage. Miraculously, the wolf collapses at his feet, defeated. On his knees, despite the excruciating pain, he begins to laugh, shouting in celebration that he managed to take down at least one foe. Suddenly, he hears footsteps approaching. Lao Chen appears, mocking him for defeating a mere low-level wolf. Grabbing Yi by the shirt once more, he bellows, "Are you playing the hero? Do you really think you're immortal?" Lao Chen continues to shout, insisting that they didn't spend their money just to haul around the corpse of a worthless fool like him. Yet, despite the harsh words, the protagonist smiles. A hunter's journey isn't confined to a single path. Once you reach level 1, even a level 0 can switch classes and unlock a hidden class more easily. But to do that, you must seek out ways to gain experience and level up. For a level 0 who can't inflict damage on demonic beasts, this challenge felt like climbing a slippery mountain barefoot. Nevertheless, Yi dedicated years to risking his life in pursuit of a critical hit, gradually accumulating experience bit by bit. He persevered relentlessly, inching closer to his goal until he finally reached 99%. Then, a message appeared. With each strike, you dealt a mere 1 damage to the spirit wolf, but it was enough to earn you a single experience point. At last, you reached the coveted 100%. Though battered and bruised, a sense of satisfaction washed over you as you realized this is the only way to truly gain experience. The conditions have been met. The system displays a notification. His experience points have surged from 99 to 100, fulfilling the requirements for leveling up. Lao Chen gasps in disbelief, exclaiming that someone like him actually managed to change classes. The system congratulates him, announcing that he has finally reached level 1. An aura begins to envelop his body, and in that moment he transforms into an abyss collector with a maximum level of 1. Lao Chen bursts into laughter at the sight before him. "What kind of joke is this?" he exclaims. A garbage collector is still a garbage collector, and the max level is just 1. He playfully taps Ye on the shoulder, still chuckling. This is a once-in-a-lifetime chance, and somehow, the protagonist ends up with a class that literally means trash. He continues to laugh, declaring that it's perfect for him. But then, Lao Chen abruptly stops, his expression shifting to seriousness as he locks eyes with Ye. "All the other collectors are gone," he states flatly, "which means you'll be finishing the cleanup alone." With a mocking chuckle, he turns and strides away, taunting the other fighters about what just transpired. The protagonist glances down at his injured hand, pondering aloud, are collectors really that weak? He believes that if the maximum level is set to 1, he won't be able to use attributes to level up. Gazing at the wolf's lifeless body, he ponders the nature of a collector's ability. Suddenly, his eyes begin to glow, and the wolf's corpse radiates an unusual energy. The system chimes in, announcing, "Recyclable trash found, low-level spirit wolf corpse." Yi is taken aback by the sudden appearance of the system screen, but he quickly decides to accept it. In an instant, his eyes glow a vivid purple and multiple hands materialize around him. A surge of powerful energy fills the air, creating an overwhelming pressure. He glances back, questioning if this is the work of a collector's ability. The hands then reach toward the wolf's body, beginning to draw it in. A message flashes on the screen, announcing that the trash is being disintegrated until the process is complete. Yi raises an eyebrow, wondering if it's all over already. Just then, a hand materializes, informing him that he has gained a spiritual boost, along with 3 attribute points. Intrigued, the protagonist asks if he can also acquire skills and attribute points from corpses. With curiosity piqued, he opens his attribute panel to explore further. The hand reveals that he needs just 3 agility points to activate the ability, catching him off guard. After all, it's only 3 points. He approaches the panel, determined, and declares that if that's all it takes, he'll invest everything into agility, boosting it to 3. The system confirms that he now meets the requirements to use the Spirit Wolf's ability, and asks if he wishes to activate it. Without a moment's hesitation, he replies with a resolute yes. Suddenly, a peculiar sensation washes over him. When he opens his eyes, confusion sets in. He feels no immediate change. A voice cuts through the haze, demanding that he clean up the mess. He snaps back, insisting he's on his way. Fear of reprimand propels him into a sprint. Yet, as his feet hit the ground, he realizes something is off. His speed was far greater than he anticipated. Unaccustomed to it, he stumbled over a root and tumbled to the ground, wondering if that was the result of his newfound ability. Just then, the system screen reappeared, notifying him that the spiritual boost was on cooldown. He picked himself up, took a deep breath, and gazed ahead. What he saw left him utterly astonished. Several wolf corpses lie scattered around him. With his newfound vision and collector ability, he realizes that all these bodies are recyclable. A thought crosses his mind. Could he extract attributes and recycle abilities from these beasts? After all, that's the essence of being an abyss collector. He activates his ability once more, contemplating that while it may be his only skill, its potential is undeniably immense. As his skill consumed the corpses around him, a series of messages flashed before his eyes. You have gained 4 attribute points, followed by 3 more attribute points, and so on. The protagonist recalled that when he first touched the spirit wolf's corpse, he had acquired the spiritual boost ability. Suddenly, one of the hands reached out to him, delivering an energy orb and announcing, "You have received 1 attribute point." He's taken aback, questioning whether that truly is an attribute point. He notes that consuming corpses of the same type doesn't seem to yield additional abilities. Moreover, the rewards for recycling bodies of the same species diminish over time. Turning to the multitude of hands, he asks if he needs to recycle new corpses to acquire new abilities. They respond affirmatively. A smile spreads across his face as he realizes that this class has exceeded his expectations. He opens the attribute panel once more, his eyes widening in disbelief as he discovers he has accumulated 111 unassigned points. Staring at the panel, he contemplates how best to allocate them now that points are no longer a concern. A smile spreads across his face as he decides that the wisest choice is to distribute the points evenly. With determination, he begins to raise all his attributes equally. In the end, his attribute panel reflects his careful choices. Yiqing, Level 1, Max, Class, Abyss Collector, Strength, 20, Agility, 20, Intelligence, 20, Willpower, 20, Constitution, 20, Luck, 20. Meanwhile, the group of hunters pressed on, declaring that only 2 monsters remained. With determination, they fought valiantly, and upon defeating the last of the foes, the shield transformed, evolving into the Collector class. He wonders if that hidden class was missing from the list he always checks. Another member shrugs it off, saying it's not a big deal since every year brings a new class, but the truly valuable ones tend to stay the same. These so-called hidden classes are often just a punchline. Lao Chen chimes in, noting that with the protagonist's level barely reaching 1, he's effectively F rank only slightly stronger than a level 0. In other words, there's hardly any difference at all. The group leader suggests they move on, urging everyone to stay focused and alert. As they continue their ascent, they finally reach a higher vantage point. But the moment they gaze ahead, shock washes over them. A massive, shadowy monster looms before them. The leader grimly announces that they've found their mission target, the remains of the captain and the falcon hunting team. The girl with them looks bewildered, pointing out that there's a pile of bodies and none of them belong in this shopping mall, especially not on the 5th floor. The man with glasses steps closer to one of the corpses, noting that the process of abyssification hasn't even reached 48 hours, yet the bodies are already completely dehydrated. He speculates that their essence may have been drained by some form of magic. The woman remarks that until now, they had only faced low-level spirit wolves. If the falcon hunting team was B rank or higher, their defeat and demise here is truly puzzling. Suddenly, a strange noise pierces the air, causing the leader to turn sharply. His eyes widen in shock as several monsters materialize out of thin air. He shouts that it's not just wolves lurking in the shadows. Meanwhile, on the television, a news report delivers a critical alert. An abyssification has taken place at Shenfeng Public Mall. Initially classified as a grade B mutation, the number of missing persons has now surged to 217. Back inside, the leader, panic-stricken, commands everyone to retreat at once, insisting that they are walking into an ambush. Lao Chen ignites his flames, shouting that he found it highly suspicious that the bodies of the previous hunting team were missing. As he speaks, they discover the grim truth. The bodies are all piled up in a mountain of corpses. The leader explains that the weaker demonic beasts encountered along the way were merely bait, luring them deeper into the dungeon. As they brace for the first wave of attacks, a much larger threat begins to stir in the shadows. The leader gazes upward, declaring that the true voice of the dungeon has emerged, a carnivorous plant from the abyss, classified as rank A. Lao Chen urgently shouts for everyone to look up, as the fallen hunters have risen again, launching their attacks. Amidst this chaos, the protagonist remains focused, diligently recycling the corpses of the low-level spirit wolves. After processing several bodies, a system notification appears before him, announcing that he has achieved the novice collector milestone by recycling 50 corpses. He bursts into laughter, exclaiming that he has finally unlocked an achievement. The system chimes in, detailing the rewards he will receive, and a wave of joy washes over him. He hadn't anticipated any rewards at all. Among them are a low-grade heart collector and a rather ordinary dagger. He felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. While the dagger might be functional, the rewards were far from what he had hoped for. As he examined his meager spoils, a series of loud noises pierced the air, causing him to look up in alarm. The screams grew louder, echoing ominously in his direction. Suddenly, a zombie came barreling toward him, its grotesque form sending a jolt of terror through his veins. He deftly dodges the first strike and retreats, the system chiming in to announce that he triggered an agility check, highlighting his impressive evasion. "That monster scared me so much I thought I was a goner," he exclaims, his heart racing. As he takes a moment to assess his own body, he realizes he feels significantly more agile. Could it be the attribute points he had distributed? The thought lingers in his mind, a mix of excitement and curiosity. He clenches his fist and smiles, convinced he has finally grown stronger. But before he can savor the moment, the monster lunges at him once more, leaving him no time to react. Just as the creature is about to strike, his instincts kick in, and he narrowly dodges the attack. Pulling back slightly, he realizes it's not just his agility that has improved, his strength has surged as well. With newfound confidence, he activates his spiritual boost ability and charges forward, declaring that it's his turn to attack. As he rushes in, a thrilling thought crosses his mind. He has finally transformed from the prey into the hunter. He lands a powerful punch on the monster, sending it flying, and boasts that this time he won't merely be tickling his opponents. Just then, the system reappears, announcing that he has triggered a new strength check. Noticing that he has breached the target's defenses, Yi feels a surge of confidence as his physical damage doubles. The monster groans in agony, its body trembling in response. A smile spreads across Ye's face as he declares, "This is my new version, and it's far superior to the old one." Just then, the system screen reappears, revealing that thanks to his 20 points in intelligence, Yi's perception has been greatly enhanced, enabling him to spot hidden traps and weaknesses in his foes. The monster begins to stir once more, and with his newfound analytical ability, Yi discerns that its essence level is parasitic, revealing its vulnerabilities to fire in its neck. With a deafening roar, the creature charges at full speed. Yet this time, instead of dodging, Yi takes a bold step forward, ready to confront the beast head-on. The monster unleashes its full fury, but the protagonist deftly dodges, slipping beneath it to target its vulnerable back. Summoning his dagger, he believes the creature's weak point lies in its neck. With a swift, precise strike, he lands a blow at the nape. Suddenly, the system chimes in, notifying him that he has triggered yet another luck check. The common dagger's effect activated, inflicting a bleeding wound on the target. Yo took a step back, realizing he had sliced directly through the root on the monster's neck. The system chimed in, announcing that he had killed the parasitized human. As the purple liquid on his hand began to evaporate, the system informed him that he had triggered a constitution check and successfully resisted the poisoning effect. The liquid begins to vanish from his body. He gazes at his dagger, a satisfied smile spreading across his face as he realizes that his first solo kill has been a resounding success. His collector ability activates, identifying the parasitized human nearby and suggesting that this one can be recycled as well. Without hesitation, he agrees, and his skill starts to consume the corpse. Moments later, the system announces that the parasitized human has been successfully recycled, granting the protagonist a new passive ability, Toxic Evolution. This skill reverses the effects of poisoning, transforming them into random beneficial effects for the user, though it requires a constitution of 15. Intrigued, he wonders aloud if that means he can now drink spoiled potions as if they were perfectly normal. He activates the skill card, and the system confirms that the passive ability, Toxic Evolution, has been successfully added. Along with this, he receives 5 additional unassigned attribute points and disintegrates the spoiled potion. The system cautions him that the potion is highly toxic and should not be consumed. However, as he gazes at his skill card, he can't help but think that with his new Toxic Evolution ability, the poison could transform into something incredibly beneficial. With that thought in mind, he takes a deep breath and drinks the highly toxic potion, eager to see what unfolds. To his surprise, the system announces that, thanks to Toxic Evolution, the potion's critical effect is transformed into a healing effect. Instantly, all the damage he had sustained up to that moment is healed. The system then notifies him that he has acquired the buff essence, doubling all his attributes for the next 10 minutes. Ye notes that the randomly acquired effects are so potent that he can feel his strength steadily rising. He opens his attribute panel once more, recalling that after boosting his intelligence to a certain level, he gained deeper insights into his targets. With this in mind, he decides to allocate his 5 attribute points to intelligence. His current base stats stand at Strength 20, Agility 20, Intelligence 25, Willpower 20, Constitution 20, and Luck 20. However, thanks to the buff he received, his attributes now stand at Strength 40, Agility 40, Intelligence 50, Willpower 40, Constitution 40, and Luck 40. As he analyzes his newfound power, a sound catches his attention. Is it more monsters? He turns around, only to be met not by a single foe, but by a small army advancing toward him. He freezes, memories flooding back of being labeled a burden, trash, and useless. That's how everyone had always treated him. But now, he can proudly declare his name, Yi Qing, an Abyss Collector. He activates his ability, gripping his dagger tightly, and challenges them to come at him. After all, he only has 2 opportunities to fight, once during the day and once at night. Meanwhile, on the 5th floor, the battle rages on. However, the situation is becoming dire as the entire Falcon team finds themselves overwhelmed, having been parasitized. The leader attempts to defend himself, but quickly understands the grim reality. These monsters, though merely corpses, possess greater strength than they did in life, and looming above them is the true threat, the carnivorous plant from the abyss. With urgency, he calls out to the group, insisting they retreat at once. As they sprint for safety, Lao Chen unleashes his fire magic, desperately trying to clear a path through the chaos. Suddenly, the woman is struck in the back, and the man with glasses has already fallen. The leader presses on, his voice strained as he shouts that the monsters are relentless, pursuing them no matter their efforts. Lao Chen, trembling with fear, believes the creatures are far too powerful for them to overcome. With that thought weighing heavily on him, he sprints forward without looking back. Meanwhile, the shield bearer desperately attempts to fend off an attack, buying them precious moments as Lao Chen continues his frantic escape. He believes he came here solely for money and gear, so dying in this place would be a waste. Suddenly, the team leader finds himself surrounded by a strange magic that immobilizes him. He turns to Lao Chen, bewildered, and asks what he's doing, reminding him that they're supposed to be a team. Lao Chen, with a hint of regret, apologizes to his boss, but insists that he must hold off the monsters for as long as possible. He abandons his leader to his fate and begins to run, casually remarking that when he returns, he'll make sure to spend a little more on the funeral. The shield bearer, lying helplessly on the ground, struggles to call for help, but his pleas fall on deaf ears as his companion vanishes into the distance. As Lao Chen sprinted away, he reassured himself that he had nothing to lose by fleeing now. At least he still had the equipment he managed to grab, and if things went south, he could always concoct an excuse for his entire team's demise. But just as he was about to make his escape, he collided with someone and tumbled to the ground. Startled, he quickly covered his mouth, but when he recognized the figure before him, his heart raced. It was Yi. Anxiety washed over him as he muttered, "Great, that trash kid is in my way again." The protagonist's anger flares as he demands to know if Lao Chen truly betrayed his teammates just to save himself. Meanwhile, Lao Chen, observing Ye's abilities in action, questions whether this is all Ye is capable of. A sudden realization hits him. He can't allow the protagonist to leave. If Ye reports him to the committee supervisors, he knows he'll face severe consequences. Desperation takes over as he shouts at Ye, challenging him to consider whether he truly wants to grow stronger and distinguish himself from the rest. In that moment, he declares, "This is it," and attempts to kick the protagonist, taunting him to become monster food. Yet the kick lands harmlessly against Yi. Suddenly, the system chimes in, announcing that the strength check has failed. The kick was invalid and will incur negative consequences. Lao Chen collapses to the ground, writhing in pain, screaming insults at the protagonist, and demanding to know what he's doing. Yu unleashes his aura, cursing Lao Chen. "You may be trash," he declares, "but anyone who abandons their friends is worse than trash." Without a moment's hesitation, he activates his ability. Lao Chen trembles in fear, his screams piercing the air. "What is this? Help, Mom!" he cries, but his pleas are drowned out as unseen hands drag him away into the darkness. The ability alerts him that the trash triangle is in progress, but unfortunately, this particular trash isn't recyclable. With a swift motion, the hands toss him back to the ground. The protagonist sighs, realizing that not all trash can be recycled. Just then, another notification pops up, announcing an upgrade to his recycling skill. Now, he can recycle useless abilities with the target's consent, of course. Yu receives yet another card, declaring him the Spellmaster and granting him a 3-minute experience card. Conveniently, if the target is unconscious, consent is automatically given. He activates the 3-minute experience card, gaining control over all flames. The Fireball skill requires 15 intelligence points, and with his total of 50, he easily meets the requirement. By activating the Dark effect, the Fireball transforms into a grand flame explosion. Several monsters begin to stir once more. Yi glances back, his heart racing as he realizes they are drawing nearer. Desperately, he tries to recall how to wield the Fireball skill, remembering how Lao Chen executed it flawlessly last time. With a surge of determination, he unleashes the skill, and an immense explosion erupts. The blinding flash engulfs the entire floor, obliterating all the monsters in front of him, leaving nothing but ash in its wake. Frustrated with himself, he mutters that he didn't have time to dispose of the bodies properly, pleading with them not to dissipate into smoke so easily. Just then, another monster emerges at the top of the stairs, stealthily creeping up behind him. Yet, Yi senses an unfamiliar presence and narrowly dodges at the last moment. He sidesteps his relentless opponent, who continues to press forward without pause. Yet, despite the onslaught, none of the blows find their mark. Gripping his dagger once more, Yi engages the beast on equal footing. A troubling thought crosses his mind. He still hasn't mastered any close combat skills. Glancing back, he spots the fallen shield bearer, and a spark of inspiration ignites within him. That might just work. He remarks that the shield bearer wouldn't want to be resurrected by that boss after death, suggesting instead that he should help him grow stronger. Harnessing his ability, he begins to absorb the entire body of the shield bearer, ultimately claiming the golden shield for himself. Without hesitation, he raises the shield just as his opponent charges forward. In the heat of the moment, he identifies a weakness and lunges in, delivering a powerful blow to the monster's head with the shield. The battle is won with surprising ease. Quickly, he turns to the former hunter, who had been parasitized, and offers a sincere apology. "I'm sorry," he says, "but I need to recycle that body as well." He offers a solemn farewell to the former warrior, wishing him to rest in peace. As he absorbs the body of the fallen hunter, he acquires the Dagger Demon card. With this newfound power, he can wield a dagger like an assassin, unleashing a rapid series of stab attacks. Eager to test his abilities, he quickly activates the card and discovers yet another skill. As he absorbs its essence, he marvels at how the dagger now feels more fluid and responsive in his grip. A tale begins to unfold. The fight was relentless. The committee tasked the protagonist with a crucial mission: locate the Falcon Group and bring them safely out of the dungeon. Without hesitation, the response was a resounding yes. However, the committee warned that if the bodies of the Falcon Group weren't recovered, the mission would be deemed a failure, and no payment would be issued. As the battle raged on, the protagonist discovered new abilities with each passing moment, growing stronger amidst the chaos. By recycling the bodies, he significantly enhanced his speed, strength, and agility, while also becoming immune to control skills. The storyteller acknowledges that he doesn't expect to gain anything from this. When the committee inquires if he has located the bodies of the Falcon Group, he responds affirmatively, but adds that they have all been recycled. The committee leans in, puzzled by his claims. The man insists that all the corpses and monsters were dragged into the abyss by that individual. Meanwhile, in the interrogation room of the Abyss Supervisory Committee building, Lao Chen sits before the evaluators, trembling with fear. They inform him that he is the sole survivor from that dungeon, implying that the person he speaks of cannot possibly exist. Moreover, something truly bizarre was discovered. When they found Lao Chen's body sprawled on the ground, his level had inexplicably dropped to one in occurrence never witnessed before. In a fit of madness, Lao Chen began to scream that it was just as he had claimed. His abilities had been recycled by that person. This, he insisted, was proof that he was the trash collector. Yet, despite his fervent claims, his words lacked any semblance of credibility. The committee reveals that the energy pollution from the abyss is so severe that it's possible he was recycled and then expelled, which could explain the hallucinations. This is the primary theory put forth by the assassination team. Meanwhile, Lao Chen vehemently protests, insisting that it's not true. He claims he's telling the truth and would never lie about what really happened. At the entrance to the Ranked B abyss, the trash collector took care of everything. Afterward, the protagonist sold the magic crystals on the black market, but he only received a mere 30% of their true value. Crystal trading is tightly controlled by large corporations, and private transactions are illegal, leaving him with little choice. The black market, notorious for its steep fees, took a hefty 70% handling charge. In the end, the magic crystals he managed to sell barely covered the debts he owed to the loan sharks from earlier. Since that incident, there have been no further occurrences. He glances at his hands, a flicker of fear crossing his mind. The thought of using his recycling ability in front of others sends a chill down his spine. What if they reported him to the supervisors? And with such an unusual class awakening, it wouldn't be out of the question for them to confine him for a year to conduct extensive experiments. The protagonist realizes he must earn as much money as possible. Among the gathered crowd, the group leader announces that the abyss has just emerged and everything remains unfamiliar and perilous. He stresses the importance of understanding the risks involved, which is why the rewards for this mission will be doubled. However, he makes it clear that only those with a class qualification and a rank higher than B are eligible to sign up. Yo approaches the leader, a hint of defiance in his voice. Do you really think someone like me would qualify? The leader raises an eyebrow, curious. And what rank are you? With a swift motion, the protagonist pulls back his hood, revealing his face. I'm a level 1 collector. Laughter erupts from the crowd, a mocking chorus that fills the air. The leader slaps his hand against the table, a smirk playing on his lips. Even a piece of trash like you dares to consider himself classified? You should join the rest of the garbage in line. However, that was precisely Yi's intention. He believed that if everyone perceived him as weak, they would lower their guard and likely position him at the back of the group, treating him as mere support. In that scenario, even if he discreetly gathered bodies and discarded items, no one would be the wiser. It was a risky strategy, but undeniably clever. Just then, another member of the group arrived, urging them to get moving. Whispers ripple through the crowd, noting that she hails from a prestigious family, the one that awakened a God-chosen class. The woman turns to the leader, asserting that if they recruit the protagonist, their ranks will be complete. Others chime in, praising her as the rising star of the hunting group, known far and wide as the chosen of God. Her name is Lu Xingran. Yet, the leader hesitates, eyeing the newcomer with uncertainty. But she's clearly just level 1, he murmurs, and a novice at that, without any proof or qualifications to back her her up. Zingren dismisses the importance of experience, stating that it wouldn't matter if everyone were a level 1. They are all merely numbers, indistinguishable from trash. The leader nods in agreement, emphasizing that their sole duty is to protect her, as this place is part of her family legacy. It's only fitting that she holds the final say. Yi lets out a sigh of relief, grateful that he narrowly avoided being kicked out again. Yet, this isn't the first time he's found himself acting like a fool. Suddenly, Jingran fixes her gaze on him, her silence making him uneasy. He begins to ponder where he might have seen her before, until a memory surfaces. It was 2 years ago, before he had awakened. She was in peril, her weapon shattered when he stepped in without a moment's hesitation. With a swift strike, he landed a critical hit on the monster, finishing it off and saving her life. Still reeling from the encounter, Zingran looked at him incredulously. If you're really just a trash collector, how did you manage to kill demonic beasts? Suddenly, Yi erupted in celebration, shouting with glee, "I did it! That was my first time!" He finally managed to earn a single experience point. Turning to her, he asks if she's okay. Zingran admits she had heard the rumors, but never believed anyone would actually try to level up this way. Curiosity piqued, she asks if it's true if he's really attempting to gain experience like that, and why. The protagonist replies, "The reason is obvious. I need money." He bends down to collect the magic crystals, while she stands up, disbelief etched on her face. "I can't believe someone is actually doing this," she exclaims. "That method could cost you your life." The only thing that truly captured his attention was the abundance of magic crystals the monster had dropped. He turned to her, a sharp edge to his voice, and asked what she really knew. After all, people with prestigious classes like hers often acted as if they were superior. How could she possibly understand the struggles of those deemed worthless like him? As he resumed his work, he added, "You're the one who abandoned the group and went off on your own." He questions her reckless pursuit of so many demonic beasts, wondering if she's truly intent on wasting her life by charging at them without a second thought. This prompts him to ask if she's trying to prove something. Irritated, she responds affirmatively, stating that she needs to grow stronger. Her goal is to be the first to conquer that place. Curious, Yi asks which place she means, but she swiftly shifts the topic, pressing him to reveal the real reason behind his desperate desire for a class. Without a moment's hesitation, the protagonist declares that his motivation stems from his family. He explains that he desires to grow stronger in order to protect them all. With a warm smile, she asks for his name, and he introduces himself as Yi Cheng, still beaming. She shares her own name and expresses her genuine hope to see him succeed one day. She emphasizes that once he secures his class, he should join her group so they can conquer that place together. She extends her hand to him, and for a moment, he hesitates, confusion flickering in his eyes. It's the first time someone has treated him like a person rather than discarded trash. But despite his uncertainty, he takes her hand, declaring it a deal. He adds, with a hint of determination, that she better not hold him back when the time comes. With a playful smile, she responds that she'd like to see him again after he changes classes, reminding him that she just single-handedly defeated 30 demonic beasts, while he managed to take down only 1. In truth, it was only half the battle, as he merely delivered the finishing blow. Suddenly, a group of people emerged, claiming they had been searching for her for ages. They questioned how she managed to sneak into the depths of the abyss. As the reality of the world settled back into place, the atmosphere shifted. The crowd began to curse the protagonist, warning him to stay away from her. They seized Shingren and started dragging her away, declaring that the president was furious and had nearly brought everything to an end. Despite her pleas for them to wait, they ignored her completely. In a split second, she tosses a crystal into the air, urging the protagonist to catch it. With a warm smile, she declares it his reward for defeating half a monster. He turns to leave, gratitude swelling within him. Yet, as he walks away, a nagging thought crosses his mind. He can't quite recall her name. Tentatively, he asks, "Is it Lu Shingren?" The leader smacks him on the head, exclaiming that, yes, she truly is Shingren. She demands to know where he's looking and orders him to get moving and enter the portal. He meets her gaze and replies that he'll do his best not to be a burden to anyone. She studies him in silence for a moment before finally saying it's fine. With a nod, she instructs everyone to grab their gear and prepare to enter. As everyone gathers their resolve, they set off toward the entrance of the abyss. The weight of their mission hangs heavy in the air. Make it back alive. He recalls his last battle against the abyss, a fierce struggle that led him to master the warrior's shield, embrace the ways of the assassin, and unlock the primal fury of berserker skills. What truly made it all worthwhile was that he finally acquired a boss-level skill, super regeneration of man-eating plants. Thanks to the way he allocates points on his radar chart, he has ensured that, regardless of the career path he chooses, he remains invulnerable. His strength, agility, intelligence, willpower, luck, and constitution are all perfectly balanced, leaving him with no weaknesses. His attribute points are evenly distributed across 6 stats, totaling around 100 points. This impressive score is largely thanks to his efforts in cleaning up all the recyclables in the last abyss. However, he can't help but wonder what level someone would need to reach to match that 100-point mark. Activating his skill, Observation Eyes, he focuses on attribute perception. As he scans the man before him, he notes that the strength attribute is a mere 12 points, while intelligence lags behind at just 1 point. He believes that if the strength of an average human is rated at 1, then a warrior boasting 12 points is roughly 12 times stronger than the average person. However, his own strength has already reached an astonishing 100, making him about 100 times stronger than a typical human. As he contemplates this, the group continues walking when suddenly, a movement catches their attention, followed by a loud noise. The entire group turns to look back, and the leader inquires, "What was that? Was it a small earthquake or something?" In truth, it was a trap. Yet, Yem summoned all his strength, holding back the collapsing wall with just one arm, preventing it from crushing anyone beneath it. He noted how unstable the structure of the underground space was. Just then, a voice rang out, announcing the discovery of a chest. The shout drew everyone's attention, allowing the protagonist to breathe a sigh of relief, grateful to have escaped notice in that tense moment. As they approach the chest, the leader scoffs. "This is total crap. We don't have any assassins on the team, and that chest looks like it's rank A." The protagonist raises his hand, confidently declaring, "I can open it." The group exchanges puzzled glances, bewildered by how a level 1 could possibly handle something so formidable. Undeterred, he strides forward and, with surprising ease, unlocks the chest. The stunned silence that follows speaks volumes, leaving everyone in awe of his unexpected skill. He believes that picking the lock is as simple as pie, but the rest of the group is astonished by how effortlessly he accomplished it. The leader remarks that such lock-picking skills are typically reserved for assassins of level 5 and above. Ye chimes in, explaining that even a level 1 collector can acquire a variety of useful skills, as they frequently encounter unopened chests while sifting through discarded items. The leader nods in understanding, agreeing to divide the items once the mission concludes. For now, they need to keep moving. The group agrees, but suddenly, a faint sound catches their attention. He turns to the woman beside him and asks her to hold still for a moment. It seems there's something ahead. He picks up a rock and throws it, and in an instant, the walls begin to shift ominously. In doing so, he triggers a trap and averts a potentially fatal incident. The woman glances at him, her unease evident, and questions whether he's truly a level 1. He reassures her, urging her not to overthink it. They simply stumbled upon something he excels at. After all, while scavenging for trash, he often encounters traps, which has led to his fair share of misfortunes. That's how he unlocked his trap perception skill. Nothing strange about that at all. Shingren stood quietly behind the two, listening intently to the entire explanation. Though she said nothing, her presence loomed large. Eventually, all 3 members of the group nodded in agreement, acknowledging their understanding. Just then, the system chimed in. "Deception check. Success. Target has become more persuadable." The protagonist couldn't help but ponder whether this was the true power of having 100 intelligence points. The leader begins to treat him with a bit more respect, presenting him with an item as a reward and encouraging him to use it proudly. It's a one-handed broken mace, a standard class weapon suitable for a level 1. Yet can't help but think that his standing in the eyes of others remains rather low. The leader then instructs the group to keep moving, and they eventually arrive at a vast room with something intriguing at its center. The group exchanges curious glances, pondering the mystery of the abyss. Could it be hiding a secret treasure at its depths? They chuckle, recalling how effortlessly they arrived, and speculate that perhaps this abyss features reward rooms, places filled with treasures but devoid of monsters. Just then, the system chimes in, clarifying that this is indeed a reward room, a unique sanctuary within the abyss where treasures await, free from any lurking threats. Shingren cautions the group against overconfidence, reminding them to remain vigilant for potential monster spawns. One member steps forward, gripping the stone plaque in his hand. "There's no way this is the only thing lurking in this abyss," he declares. He then turns, momentarily lowering his guard, and asks, "Now that we've found the last treasure, can we finally leave?" Suddenly, the chalice before him begins to behave erratically, releasing an overwhelming torrent of blood. The system chimes in, announcing that the blood trial has commenced. Shingren curses the member responsible, calling him an idiot, and emphasizes that this isn't an abyss. Reward, it's a trap. She warns that what lies before them is the blood nightmares. Without hesitation, Shingren opens her inventory, retrieves her sword, and shouts for everyone to prepare for battle. The blood monsters close in around them, menacing and relentless. The protagonist realizes that to keep his true abilities hidden, he must restrict himself to just 20% of his power. As he prepares for battle, he glances at the ring on his finger, the infamous trash weakness ring. Its effect is notorious. It reduces all of the wearer's stats to a predetermined percentage. When he first acquired this cursed item, he was furious, questioning what kind of ridiculous ring would only serve to diminish one's strength. Now he believes that even the most seemingly useless things can become invaluable one day. The battle commences. Yi activates his spiritual dash and charges at the monsters. Even while holding back to just 25% of his strength, he obliterates everything in his path with a single strike. This captures Shingren's attention. Realizing that he has caused all this destruction with just a single move, she becomes acutely aware of her surroundings. In that moment of distraction, one of the monsters lunges at her, but Shingren remains vigilant. With a swift motion, she dispatches the creature effortlessly. Meanwhile, the Horned Warrior continues to struggle against the chaos unfolding around him. He asks what's happening, watching in disbelief as the monster, despite taking a hit, begins to condense and transform into a human shape. The blood nightmare in its original form appears fragile, yet it grows stronger with each attack on humans, mirroring their appearance. Undeterred, the warrior presses on, delivering a decisive slash to the creature before him. The mage shouts in triumph, celebrating the successful attack, but the monster, despite its wounds, remains standing. It retaliates fiercely, severing one of the warrior's arms. He collapses, screaming in agony. In despair, the mage exclaims that decapitation is ineffective. How are we supposed to defeat these creatures? He wonders, frustration lacing his voice. The monster readies itself for the final strike, launching an all-out attack. But at the last moment, its sword halts just inches from the warrior. Shingren, having completely frozen the beast, quips if it could be just a little less useless. With a swift touch, she shatters the monster into countless fragments. Shingren scoffs, declaring this a bloody nightmare, and remarking that they're living up to expectations after all. A piece of trash remains trash in the end. The monsters continue their relentless assault. With the warrior down, the mage attempts to retaliate but quickly realizes there's no time to cast spells. The monsters are closing in too swiftly. Yi, ever pragmatic, suggests, if swords won't work on those beasts, then let's just barbecue them all. He unleashes a grand fire explosion, obliterating several monsters in an instant. The entire group stands in stunned silence. The mage, her voice rising in disbelief, exclaims that a grand fire explosion is an S-rank spell, and casting it so quickly is practically impossible. She questions if something is amiss. How could a level 1 player achieve such a feat? As more monsters emerge and advance, the tension in the air thickens. They unleashed a deafening roar, but Yi matched them with one of his own, stunning the monsters in their tracks. Berserker mode was a skill unique to his kind, enhancing his speed and strength by a staggering 100%, though it came at a cost. Damage taken would also double. With a single punch, he obliterated the blood nightmares. But as he surveyed the aftermath, he noticed blood fragments scattering all around him. As he turns to look back, the monster he just defeated begins to regenerate, but not in the way he expected. The mage, still trembling with fear, exclaims that the creature has duplicated itself. Before their eyes, it evolves into a terrifying blood nightmare king. Panic erupts among the group as they shout in disbelief, questioning how a king-level monster could possibly manifest in a B-rank abyss. Something is definitely amiss here. Ye explains that the monster can mimic its target's form and grow stronger by defeating more powerful foes. The blood nightmare has absorbed the protagonist's attributes and instantly evolved into a king-level monster. As the blood nightmare launches its assault, Yi skillfully dodges its attacks. Pulling back slightly, he contemplates whether this creature's attributes are truly a match for his own. If that's the case, overpowering it may not be an option for victory. Shingren steps forward, dismissing the protagonist as a useless little fish. She urges him to step aside, determined to take on the formidable opponent herself. As the monster turns its attention to her, it begins its assault, but Shingren's agility shines through. With swift movements, she dodges its attacks and starts to scale its massive body. With her freezing sword, she launches an attack, encasing parts of the monster in ice. Yi watches in astonishment as she demonstrates domain-level ice control, but even that proves insufficient. The demon retaliates, striking her with its other hand and sending her crashing to the ground. She rises to her feet, and despite not having sustained any major injuries, a nagging thought crosses her mind. This approach simply won't work. She's still too weak. Not long ago, she stood at the brink of an abyss, where her guards had cautioned her about the unstable energy swirling within. They had asked, with concern etched on their faces, if she truly intended to venture in alone. Shingren continued her preparations, fixated on her ultimate goal, to conquer the highest darkness level of the Tower of the End once and for all. Yet she couldn't shake the feeling that her growth paled in comparison to that of her brothers and sisters. Rising to her feet, she reflected on her status as a princess, realizing she was nowhere near their level. As the relentless blood nightmare pressed its attack, she began to gather energy around her, convinced that if she couldn't vanquish the abyss with ease, she was unworthy of her family's name. Lu Xingren opens her eyes with fierce determination, conjuring a barrier that successfully deflects the incoming attack. Beside her, a flag materializes, which she drives into the ground with conviction. This is the Frost Banner. Suddenly, the system chimes in, announcing, "Haste! All allies within a 30-meter radius gain a 50% speed boost." The ground before her begins to freeze, swiftly encasing the monster in a solid layer of ice. With her enhanced speed, she charges ahead, determined. She knows that the ice demon excels at restraining water-type creatures. While it may not be able to kill, a frozen foe is no longer a threat. Shingren unleashes Comet Strike, delivering a devastating blow that slashes through the monster with incredible force. The protagonist observes intently, murmuring to himself that this must be the legendary God-chosen class. Yet doubt lingers in his mind as he ponders who truly holds the upper hand, the king-level Blood Nightmare or the God-chosen Knight. As she completes her strike and momentarily withdraws, she glances at the monster, uncertainty creeping in as she questions whether her attack had any impact at all. The severed piece drops to the ground, yet the king-level Blood Nightmare remains unscathed, relentlessly attacking. Despite its ferocity, none of its blows find their mark. As she fights, doubt creeps in. Even as an S-rank, she knows her strength pales in comparison to that of her older siblings. She continues to evade its strikes, grappling with her insecurities. Though she bears the Lu name, a lingering feeling of inadequacy haunts her, making her feel as if she's always trailing in their shadows. She is undeniably the weakest member of the Lu family, constantly mocked and ridiculed, labeled the disgrace of the Lu family. She endures whispers questioning how such a fragile sister could exist among them. People suggest she should remain at home, as the abyss is far too perilous for someone like her. Burdened by this weight and her repressed emotions, she resolves to gather her strength, determined to become the strongest, starting with the beginner's abyss. As long as she continues to confront greater hardships, she knows she can one day surpass everyone. To achieve that, she must face every challenge on her own. With all her strength, she strikes the monster's head. But it's not enough. Yi's expression shifts to alarm as she senses something looming behind her. Suddenly, the monster delivers a crushing blow, slamming her into the ground with overwhelming force. The brutal attack leaves her coughing up blood. In a panic, the team's mage shouts that the monster has already defeated Xingren, an S-rank hunter, and insists that everyone must flee immediately. As the bloodthirsty nightmare readies to deliver the final blow, the protagonist steps in, refusing to let it happen. Channeling his firepower once more, he unleashes a fierce attack, obliterating one of the monster's arms. The severed arm hurtles toward the rest of the group, forcing them to scramble for cover. In the chaos, Xingren seizes the opportunity to rise to his feet. Meanwhile, Ye prepares to confront the monster directly. Activating his observation eye skill, he searches for the creature's weakness. He realizes that if this monster truly is at king level, it will likely possess resistance to abnormal conditions. If the level reaches a sufficient height, it may become entirely immune to freezing, stunning, paralysis, and slowing effects. As levels increase, even areas that were once vulnerable will no longer be. This realization fuels his determination. He sees no reason to hold back any longer and decides to activate all his attributes. He gathers an immense amount of fire in his hand and delivers a powerful punch, inflicting tremendous pain on the monster. Yet, it's still not enough to bring it down. The creature retaliates, but the protagonist skillfully evades its attack, staying just out of reach. Meanwhile, as Xstring Crayon takes a healing potion, the mage watches in awe, impressed by the protagonist's incredible speed. He dodges and strikes with such ease, it's as if he's dancing around danger. His movements are nothing short of extraordinary, reminiscent of a true assassin. As he unleashes even more power, he believes that if he can just uncover the weakness of this king-level monster, he will achieve his goal. He launches a series of fireballs, inflicting significant damage. Yet, a nagging thought lingers in his mind. No matter how much he destroys, the creature will always regenerate, and he has yet to pinpoint any vulnerability on its entire body. He soon realizes that the monster is being remotely controlled. When an object is removed, a trail of blood emerges, suggesting that the cube is linked to this blood-soaked nightmare. He urges the group to toss it to him. The warrior, eyeing the block before him, executes a precise three-fingered kick, sending it soaring through the air. A system screen materializes, announcing that the intelligence test was successful, and now he can decipher the ancient writing etched on the block. The system starts decoding the ancient enchantment on the block, aiming to break the blood curse. Ye is taken aback, realizing that the solution was right under everyone's noses. If only he utilized the observation eye from the beginning, they could have avoided all this chaos. Suddenly, the monster snatches the plaque from midair, devouring it whole, and enters its invincible mode. The group watches in confusion, questioning why the monster has suddenly stopped moving. Frustration wells up in the protagonist as he realizes his carelessness has led them to this moment. As the monster enters its invincible mode, Shingren steps forward, curiosity etched on her face. "Have we met before?" she inquires, recalling how his voice had struck a chord with her before she entered the dungeon. Ye's eyes widen in surprise. "You really didn't recognize me?" he replies, a hint of nostalgia in his tone. He reveals that they crossed paths in the Abyss 2 years ago, where he was the trash collector who took her experience points, the very first he ever earned in his life. She recalls the 29.5 points she earned from that monster and realizes he's the brat who snatched away her precious 0.5 points. Shingren acknowledges her memory, but struggles to remember his name. As she tosses out a few guesses, he shifts uncomfortably until he finally reveals, "My name is Yi Qing." Her surprise is palpable, mingled with joy, as she never imagined he could achieve success solely through hard work. He confirms that she's correct and reveals he's now a level 1 collector. Shingren is astonished. He has always risked his life for experience, gradually accumulating points, and yet he has become incredibly strong. He questions her curious gaze. With a smile, she admits it's a bit embarrassing to say it aloud. Tapping her sword against the ground once more, she explains that the block will orbit around the blood nightmare's body, allowing her to freeze the ice demon for a brief moment. Shingren urges the protagonist to seize that fleeting moment to locate the block. Yi smiles, acknowledging he anticipated this, for everyone faces times when they can't tackle challenges alone. With a confident grin and determination in his heart, he reassures her that this is a reward for their partnership, emphasizing that together, they will conquer the monster. She beams and gives him a high five, teasing that he better not slow her down. The rest of the group calls out, urging them to wait a moment because they want to join the fight as well. Even if they might not be much help, they're determined to give it their all. Yi smiles and reassures them that it's fine. They'll face this challenge together. With a firm conviction, she emphasizes that they will all make it out alive. They prepare themselves for the impending battle. Meanwhile, the plate begins to stir within the monster. The protagonist takes note of this and announces that they have just 5 seconds left until invincible mode expires. After that, the monster will enter berserker mode, launching relentless attacks for 30 seconds. He turns to the group, urgency in his voice, and urges them to listen closely. "These are the last 30 seconds of opportunity we have," he declares. "We must return alive, no matter what." Despite their fear, the entire group rallies together, shouting their determination to return alive, no matter the cost. Suddenly, a system alert chimes in, announcing that the intelligence test has been activated and the spirit boost was successful. Shingren feels the effects of this buff as her fatigue value drops to 0, and her magic recovery rate surges by 15% for the next 30 seconds. Surprised by the unexpected effects, she turns around in disbelief, a smile spreading across her face. "I really can't underestimate the protagonist," she muses. Taking charge, she coordinates the first attack, instructing the warrior to keep the monster's rage in check. Without a moment's hesitation, the warrior charges forward at her command, positioning himself in front of the bloodthirsty nightmare. He begins hurling insults, determined to draw its attention away from the others. With the monster's fury now directed at the warrior, Shingren springs into action. She swiftly coordinates her team, urging the beloved to strike at the monster's newly formed tentacles and protect the collector. Without hesitation, she unleashes her magic, successfully restraining the beast for a brief moment. Yi assesses the situation and declares that the block with the Griffon is crucial to stopping the blood trail. If it's destroyed by the fireball, the trail will never end. Zingren, concerned, asks what they should do next. Despite his uncertainty, the protagonist suggests, "Maybe I can pull it out with my bare hands." Zingren is taken aback by the suggestion, exclaiming that there's no way he can accomplish that with just his bare hands. He questions whether Yi truly intends to dive into the blood nightmare's stomach. Yu, concentrating intently, clarifies that he doesn't plan to dive in. Instead, he intends to penetrate the monster's body. Still astonished and struggling to grasp the plan, Zingren ultimately agrees. She instructs the archer to strike the ceiling, causing the falling rocks to form a platform for the protagonist to leap from. The archer nods confidently, drawing back his bowstring before unleashing a powerful shot that detonates against the ceiling, sending debris raining down on the monster below. Meanwhile, Zingren brandishes her flag once more, declaring her intent to freeze the lower half of the blood nightmare. Yi readies himself, assuring them that they can count on him for the rest. With a synchronized effort, the two launch their attacks. The monster takes notice and begins to attack them as well. Yet, each strike is deftly avoided. The protagonist, undeterred, charges forward with unwavering confidence. His fearlessness stems from his remarkable super regeneration ability, which allows him to heal light wounds almost instantly. With this power, he can brush off the minor assaults from the blood nightmare without a second thought. Zingren drives her flag into the ground, freezing the monster in place and temporarily immobilizing it. Seizing the opportunity, Yi leaps forward, urging him to strike the chest area, the most vulnerable point. The protagonist hesitates, admitting he can't move that quickly. In a moment of determination, he activates his Berserker mode, boosting his speed by 20%. He activates his Toxic Rush skill, and to his surprise, the potion's effect reverses, granting him an additional 15% speed boost. Finally, those worthless potion cards he picked up at the Abyss entrance might prove useful. As a bonus, he gains the Hardened Skin effect, increasing his defense by 15%. With everything in place, he charges forward, shouting that this will be his final blow. Despite his increased speed, one of the tentacles manages to intercept him. Unable to dodge in midair, he takes the hit and is sent sprawling. Zingren watches in worry as the protagonist is flung away. As he falls, he declares that this is his moment to shine. After all, it was expected of someone like him, a piece of trash who should have kept a low profile. Determined not to be a burden to society again, he activates his recycling skill, declaring himself the target. As he begins to fall, the skill kicks in, attempting to recycle him. The monster watches in confusion, mirroring the bewilderment of the entire group. They exchange puzzled glances, questioning the nature of this strange power and where it had come from. Ye rises to his feet as the system chimes in, stating that recycling a living organism is impossible. The attempt fails, but instead of despair, the protagonist laughs. "If I can't be recycled," he declares to his skill, "then throw me away with all your might." A smile spreads across his face, excitement bubbling within him as he senses his plan is about to unfold. With renewed vigor, his skill launches him once more toward the monster, this time with an even greater speed, fueled by the astronomical force of his ability. In the blink of an eye, he drives his weapon through the monster's body, seizing the griffin. With the creature in hand, he declares triumphantly that he has succeeded. As he lands, the monster collapses beside him, beginning to melt away. The system chimes in, announcing that the blood trail has been completed. As the monster dissolves, the entire group stands in stunned silence, bewildered by the sudden turn of events. "What just happened?" they murmur, grappling with the shock of it all. Zingren, equally astonished, asks if they truly managed to win. As the reality sinks in, celebration erupts around them, and the system announces that everyone is leveling up. Strength, agility, intelligence, determination, constitution, and luck begin to rise for all. Zingren watches in disbelief as her own stats increase. Strength plus 33, agility plus 28. Intelligence, 38. Determination, 26. Constitution, 21. Luck, 34. Yet, despite these impressive stats, the system informs Yef that he has failed to level up. He's already reached the maximum level. A hint of embarrassment crosses his face as he mutters, "I expected as much." Just then, a treasure chest materializes in the center of the group, drawing their attention and sparking a wave of excitement. At last, he uncovers the real treasure. As he opens it, a flurry of powerful cards bursts forth. One card in particular flies directly into his hand, an incredibly potent weapon card boasting a staggering plus 88 attack. However, a wave of disappointment washes over him as he notices the level requirement, 10. With his current max level sitting at just 1, the system chimes in, reminding him that he doesn't meet the necessary criteria. Frustrated, he tosses the card to the ground, lamenting that all those shiny treasures he once desired are now utterly worthless to him. A wave of sadness washes over him, and he fights back tears. Meanwhile, Shingren gathers some cards and turns to Yef, declaring that Yef was the one who completed the blood trail and was undoubtedly their greatest contributor. Therefore, it's only fitting that he should be the one to distribute the items. A hint of shyness crosses his face as he smiles and assures her it was nothing. He approaches her, lowering his voice to share that he has something important to discuss. Meanwhile, just outside the portal, several agents stand ready. Their leader insists they must contact the 4th General and prepare a rescue team without delay. Suddenly, Shingren emerges at the portal's exit, declaring that a rescue is unnecessary. As she steps out with the entire group unharmed, the leader can't help but shed tears of joy at the sight of his lady's safety. Reporters swarm around them shouting that this was exactly what they expected from Miss Shingren, who had bravely cleared the abyss all on her own. The rest of the group exchanges heartfelt goodbyes, silently agreeing to keep their experiences a secret. With a wave to everyone, she boldly declares that she accomplished it all by herself, questioning their worries and teasingly asking if they really thought she couldn't handle it alone. She smiles and confidently declares that, after all, she's an S-rank. Just moments earlier, still within the depths of the abyss, she had asked the protagonist what was so urgent that he needed to speak with her. He remarks that her family must not have any financial troubles and proposes selling her some items. With a sly grin, he offers them at a discounted price of 500 magic crystals. Without hesitation, she agrees, saying it's no problem at all. However, he adds one final request. He asks her to pretend he was never there when they leave, and insists that she take full credit for the abyss, as if she had accomplished it all on her own. Confused yet again, she reluctantly agrees. He turns to her, preparing to say goodbye, explaining that they can go ahead while he slips away quietly afterward. Shingren agrees to everything, though a hint of unease lingers in her mind. She can't shake the feeling that the protagonist might be setting her up to owe him a favor. Once everyone departs from the abyss and silence envelops the surroundings, she takes a moment to sit alone on the ground, lost in her thoughts. He extends his hand, sensing a presence nearby. As a small fragment of the blood nightmare materializes, a smile spreads across his face. Leaning down, he addresses the little nightmare, saying, "Even something as weak as you doesn't have to accept being discarded or let others dictate your fate." With a glint of determination in his eyes, he offers the nightmare a chance to become a source of his strength. He successfully captures the blood nightmare, and suddenly a message flashes before him. Recycling successful. Blood nightmare skill acquired. The humanoid nightmare consumes life essence to summon a nightmare clone. This clone can mimic the host, whether by inflicting or absorbing damage. However, it will dissipate as soon as its effect is triggered. This skill can be upgraded. Cooldown time, 305. Upon reading the full description, the protagonist smiles, recognizing the potential. This is a fantastic skill, he thinks, excitement bubbling within him. I can't wait to see how it performs in future battles alongside the nightmare. Later, in a different setting, the protagonist sits at a table, sipping coffee as he meticulously analyzes his card system. He reflects on how he handed over all the higher-tier items to Shingren, but as he considers it further, he realizes that an unknown collector flaunting several shiny pieces of equipment would surely attract the attention of the supervisors. In contrast, the worn-out gear he's been using is so unremarkable that the supervisors wouldn't bat an eye, even if he were selling it in secret. He leans back in his chair and takes a deep breath, dismissing his worries with a thought. No one would buy that trash anyway. As he absent-mindedly cradles his cup, he accidentally presses the recycle button. To his surprise, the system flashes a notification. One piece of equipment has been recycled, and he's gained basic points. Staring at the screen in disbelief, he wonders if he truly recycled an item by accident. Feeling a twinge of doubt, he decides to read the tutorial. It explains that recycling involves processing selected trash. After a preliminary classification, BP, a universal substance, is extracted from useless equipment. This BP can be used for improvements, repairs, and even crafting new items. Ye is taken aback, realizing that those seemingly worthless pieces of junk can actually be recycled. The tutorial system presents him with a task: repair the common dagger. A bit perplexed, he questions whether he truly needs to complete this task. The tutorial clarifies that repairing the dagger will cost him 5 BP. He glances at the dagger's remaining durability, which stands at a mere 0.33, and recalls nearly discarding it after defeating the boss. He notes that if he counts the BP from that accidental recycling, he still needs 4 more. Determined, he starts recycling some discarded weapons, insisting he must recycle at least 4 more. Once he gathers the required amount, he sets to work, repairing his common dagger. To his surprise, the weapon isn't just fixed, its durability and attack power have increased slightly as well. The system indicates that the common dagger now boasts a durability of 34 out of 34, an increase from its previous maximum of 33. In simpler terms, it gained an additional point. The level requirement remains at 1, while its attack power has risen from 21 to 22. The repair rewards include an increase of 1 to both the weapon's maximum durability and its attack. Reflecting on this, he realizes that even the most mundane equipment can be enhanced through consistent use and repair, proving that even seemingly worthless items have the potential for improvement. He smiles and remarks that it seems even bad equipment can be reinforced for improvement. The system then congratulates him on completing the tutorial and presents him with a choice of rewards. The first option is a beginner's blueprint, a handy magic potion that instantly restores mana while alleviating significant fatigue. The second option offers a random attribute value increase of 2. He begins to reflect, realizing that attribute points are not currently a concern for him. However, his greatest worry about venturing into the abyss is its unpredictable depth. Many unprepared adventurers often find themselves running out of mana before they can reach the boss room, forcing them to backtrack for supplies. Mana flasks have become essential survival tools for any group, and their value is undeniable. After careful consideration, he selects the potion, and the system reappears with a notification. Tip: congratulations, you have learned item regeneration. However, the card he receives for the flask bears the title Convenient Magic Potion Blueprint. Confused, the protagonist ponders why it's labeled as a blueprint. The system reappears, stating that the regeneration requirements for the convenient magic potion are 6 BP plus a random container. Yi reflects that it's not surprising for an item's regeneration to require BP, but he's taken aback to discover that it also needs a random container. He raises his hand and calls for the attendant, inquiring if they could provide a small container. The attendant hands him 3 disposable cups. With everything in hand, he sets to work on his task. Before long, he successfully recycles all the trash, and now it's time for the next step, regeneration. To his surprise, he discovers a focus minigame within his system, designed to ensure he completes everything flawlessly. As he becomes engrossed in this unexpected challenge, he inadvertently draws the attendant's attention. The attendant watches, puzzled as he talks to himself at the table, lost in his own world. A few minutes later, all the cups are filled with potions. He picks one up and remarks, "Well, that's what you'd expect from a recycled item. It's a bit odd, but not entirely unusable." He takes a sip, and the system chimes in, announcing that he has gained 5 convenient magic potions. However, as the taste hits him, he suddenly feels queasy, shouting, "This tastes like some rancid juice." Suddenly, he feels a shift within his body. The system chimes in, announcing that his mana has increased and his fatigue has vanished. "This is incredible," he exclaims, sensing his mana fully restored and his weariness completely lifted. He carefully stores the potion cups in his inventory and exits the shop, confident that he's ready to tackle another abyss that very day. As soon as he steps out of the shop, 2 figures await him. A bald man approaches and asks if he is Yi Qing. Sensing something off, the protagonist chooses to remain silent. The bald man continues, noting that it's only been a few days, yet Yi Qing's aura has transformed entirely. With a grin, he places a hand on Yi Qing's shoulder and inquires if he has discovered any treasures while rummaging through the trash. He reveals that he has been searching for the protagonist for quite some time and nearly reported him missing just days ago. Yi responds that he has settled all his debts, with interest, using his debit card, and requests that the man leave him alone. The bald man then gestures for the others to step away, extinguishes his cigarette in the protagonist's drink, and pulls him into a tight embrace, asking if he truly believes this is the end of their dealings. He points out that, while Yi may have paid all the bills, his work contract is still in effect. He adds that the protagonist shouldn't forget that a trash collector should live like a trash collector. Anger begins to bubble within him as he questions Yi's behavior, demanding to know who he thinks he's trying to impress. With a swift slap, he sends the protagonist's drink crashing to the ground. "How blind can you be?" he bellows, his voice rising in fury. "You just spilled the bald guy's drink, the sacred brown sugar pearl!" Gasps ripple through the crowd as onlookers shout in disbelief, realizing that a level 0 has dared to knock over a drink belonging to a rank B awakened. They murmur among themselves, questioning whether he truly understands the gravity of his actions. Meanwhile, the henchmen prepare to move in, their disdain for the protagonist evident in their sneers. The protagonist glances at a nearby camera, recalling the supervisor's regulations for awakened individuals. Using their abilities outside the abyss is strictly forbidden. Only law enforcers, like the special police, are permitted to activate their powers in the outside world. With that in mind, he must locate a blind spot in the security cameras to unleash his recycling and regeneration abilities. The bald man leans in with a sly grin, proposing an outrageous idea, picking up the pearls scattered on the ground and eating them one by one. He adds with a mocking laugh that once that's done, they could even lick up the puddle of milk tea from the floor. What a unique job opportunity, he sneers, reveling in the absurdity of his trash collection offer. Already irritated by the situation, Yi firmly states that he refuses, prompting the bald man to charge at him, demanding to know who he thinks he is. Just then, a figure begins to approach, radiating such power that the bald man starts to tremble in fear. It's Rodrigo, known as Caesar, a member of the S-rank hunting group, Blood Oath. With a swift motion, Caesar grabs the bald man by the tie and asks coldly if he has gathered enough people. The bald man trembles as he insists he's almost finished. Just one person left to find. Caesar, growing impatient, demands to know where this last individual is. Suddenly, he turns and points to the protagonist, declaring him hired. The bald man scoffs, claiming that the kid is merely a trash collector. The protagonist watches the exchange, while the bald man continues to argue that Caesar needs someone capable of defending themselves, promising to locate the right person immediately. Caesar explains that when entering the abyss under the red moon, all monsters become incredibly fierce. What he truly needs is someone who can serve as bait. Their strength is irrelevant. As the protagonist hears about the red moon, a realization dawns on them. During this state, the monsters in the abyss descend into a frenzied rage. Rare monsters have begun to appear, offering doubled rewards and pure magic crystals. Recognizing this incredible opportunity, the protagonist takes a moment to consider before excitement washes over him. He wants to be part of it. Caesar, pleased with his response, praises the protagonist's determination. He then calls everyone to gather, but just as the atmosphere shifts, the protagonist suddenly hears a shout. Lao Chen suddenly appears behind him, calling out, "It's me." But before he can say anything more, Yi lunges at him, demanding he shut up. The tension escalates as they begin to fight in front of the crowd. The protagonist manages to pull Lao Chen into a corner where they can speak more calmly. Still trembling with fear, Lao Chen insists, "I'm not hallucinating. You really are that guy." Yi explains that if he hadn't borrowed everyone's strength back then, they would have perished in the abyss. It's because of him that Lao Chen is alive today. Just then, Caesar emerges from behind a wall, inquiring if the two are acquainted. The protagonist shakes his head, replying no. Caesar smirks, remarking that the answer makes sense after all. How could someone who betrayed their own teammates ever have true friends? It turns to Lao Chen, curiosity etched on his face. "How did you manage to get out?" Lao Chen erupts, his voice filled with frustration. "The committee wanted to sentence me to 15 years. I had to sacrifice everything, my assets, my dignity, and pay a 1.5 million fine just to be free." His anger boils over as he continues. "And it's all your fault. Now I'm broke, stripped of all my levels, forced to start over from scratch like some kind of trash." He continues to shout, threatening the protagonist that if he doesn't restore his levels, he'll report him to the World Committee. Yi begins to unleash his aura, locking eyes with Lao Chen. With a chilling intensity, he dares him to speak to anyone about it, warning that if he does, he will truly be reduced to nothing more than trash recycled and forgotten. Later, in the city's subway, the trio approached the portal. As they arrived, a level 3 bard named Zhou Tong greeted the protagonist, welcoming him to the disposable team. "So, what's your role?" he inquired. Yi replied confidently, "I'm a level 1 collector. My name is Yiqing." Lao Chen chimed in next, introducing himself with a nod. "I'm a level 1 mage." Zhou Tong approaches the protagonist and remarks, "It's only natural, they're all worthless here, so there's no need to mock one another. After all, we're all just trading our lives for money, and there's nothing nobler than that." He glances at the man beside him, realizing that this ragtag team will indeed be accompanying him. Zhou Tong continues, eager to introduce the other two disposable teammates. They emphasize the need to select a leader for their small, disposable team. As a level 3 bard, he confidently believes he's the most qualified for the role. Lao Ju, a level 2 healer, chimes in, telling Zhou Tong that since he's the highest level among them, he's perfectly fine with that choice. Another member, Lao Zhang, a level 3 warrior, nods in agreement, saying it's fine by him as well. Just then, Caesar clears his throat, preparing to make an important announcement. In addition to the 6 core members of Blood Oath, 5 temporary members will be joining them this time. One of the Blood Oath members leans in and warns Caesar to keep his voice down when discussing the disposables. Another member chimes in, teasingly remarking, "Once disposable, always disposable," casting a mocking glance at the rest of the awakened. The disposables are meant to serve as bait, a grim strategy to minimize the risks faced by the main members. Caesar elaborates that this abyss resembles a labyrinth filled with various traps lurking in each room. He stresses that the disposables must navigate their way to the boss room as swiftly as possible and return with vital information for the main team. With a chuckle, he opens the labyrinth, adding that he doesn't expect any of them to possess combat skills. "If you encounter a monster, just run," he advises. He adds that if they want a share of the rewards, at least one of them must survive. If only one makes it, that person will claim all the riches. The healer begins to cheer, prompting the warrior to ask if he's feeling all right. But Lao Tzu interrupts, insisting it doesn't matter. He can't afford to give up. He has 4 daughters waiting for him to bring dinner home. The warrior lets out a heavy sigh, revealing that his wife is gravely ill and in desperate need of money. He ponders what other reason he could possibly have for accepting such a perilous job. As the portal fully opens, Zhou Tong beckons his disposable team to step through. Lao Zhang glances at his companion and remarks that he seems like a rookie. The healer, unfazed, responds that there's always a newbie in the disposable field, isn't there? The warrior clarifies that he didn't mean to imply anything negative. Rather, he finds it remarkable how relaxed the newbie appears. It's the first time he's encountered someone so calm before venturing into such a perilous abyss. As they step inside, they begin to traverse the eerie landscape, and their leader pauses to question why, after walking for so long, no monsters have emerged. It's an unsettling thought that hangs in the air. Lao Chen shouts at his leader, urging him to stop jinxing them with his words. Lao Zhu glances around puzzled and questions why the air has suddenly turned colder. The warrior beside him nods in agreement, noting the sharp drop in temperature. Meanwhile, Zhou Tong trudges ahead, shivering against the chill. "I knew this could happen," he mutters to himself, lamenting that he should have dressed more appropriately for the journey. Distracted by the rising temperature, he inadvertently triggers a trap and a massive blade begins to descend toward him. In a split second, the protagonist flicks his forehead, yanking him back from the brink of danger. Wincing, he grumbles about the pain. Turning to his companion, he asks what just happened. Lao Chen, shaking his head, explains that he triggered a trap and calls him an idiot. Yu observes the scene, pondering how their leader has managed to survive this long. The leader strides forward, seemingly unfazed, claiming he's just extremely lucky despite nearly being killed by that trap. Yet, he can't help but think his luck is barely at level 1. Turning to the leader, he remarks, "You're not lucky, you're just careless." Undeterred, the leader brushes off the comment, insisting it's nothing to worry about. "Let's keep moving," he says, taking the lead once more. However, he accidentally triggers another trap, causing more objects to rain down on him. He swiftly retreats to the center of the group, narrowly avoiding yet another trap. The healer gazes at the fallen items, a look of concern crossing their face as they wonder aloud if those things might be alive. Just then, spikes erupt from the cocoons, transforming into elite level 5 demonized spiders. A demonic insect spews poison into the air. Zhou Tong screams in horror, declaring that the grotesque bugs are truly terrifying. In a rush, Lao Chen activates his ignite, ready to strike at the monstrous creatures. But to his dismay, nothing happens. The group collectively gasps, realizing they're facing elite creatures. As chaos erupts around them, the warrior confidently steps forward, declaring that he will handle the situation alone. Just then, one of the creatures slips past him and lunges at the protagonist, attempting to bite his leg. But the attack proves futile. With a swift kick, he obliterates the creature in an instant. Lao Chen turns to Yi, his expression a mix of disbelief and disdain. "Why are you being so arrogant?" he questions. "You're nothing more than a skill thief." The system indicates that the demonized spider is recyclable and has been located, prompting the question of whether he would like to proceed with the recycling. Without hesitation, the protagonist chooses to recycle it, earning an additional attribute point and unlocking a new skill. This skill is an arcana, an advanced type of ability that can be applied to items and equipment. After a single use, the arcana will vanish, leaving the target item or equipment infused with its enhancing effects until it is destroyed. While arcanas of the same type cannot be stacked, they do possess fusion traits that allow for unique combinations. Upon discovering this information, the protagonist realizes that he can acquire not only skill cards and job cards from recycling bodies, but also arcana cards. Moreover, this type of card appears to enhance equipment. As he contemplates this, the warrior calls out to him, urging him to hurry up and not hold everyone back. The protagonist replies that he's on his way, but then pulls out his dagger, declaring that he wants to test the annihilation poison on this ordinary blade. As Jotong applies the poison, the dagger begins to morph into a new form. Meanwhile, he finds himself sprinting from the relentless monsters pursuing him. Despite being the highest-level member of his team, a nagging fear grips him. He's terrified to share something important with them. Just then, a massive spider lunges at him, but he narrowly dodges its attack. In that moment, he reflects on his role, realizing that his job requires far less combat skill than he had anticipated. He can only enhance the abilities of others. Given the perilous situation, he realizes that his best option is to cast a life preservation buff on himself. He begins by declaring, "I am the elegant bard." Throughout the battle, he reminds himself to remain merciful, regardless of whether he faces monsters or ghosts. His resolve is clear. Everyone within his territory must be subdued without hesitation. He observes the scene, curious about the man's actions. The system indicates that the target's buff has taken effect. In an instant, their leader bolts in panic, exclaiming that he's made a grave mistake. He's accidentally empowered the monster instead of himself. The now enhanced insect, faster and more formidable, lunges at him with deadly intent. Jotong stands frozen, bracing himself for what seems to be his inevitable end. Suddenly, the protagonist steps forward and effortlessly shatters the monster before him. Yet, the victory is short-lived, as the other monsters grow even stronger. Concerned, the healer glances around, anxiety creeping in, while the warrior shouts for everyone to retreat at once. Lao Qin, unable to flee, desperately attempts to defend himself with his fire skill. But weakened and outmatched, his efforts prove futile. Without a moment's hesitation, Yi charges forward, effortlessly dismantling the monsters in his path. In mere seconds, he obliterates them, leaving nothing but silence in his wake. His team members stand in stunned disbelief, exchanging glances as they wonder aloud if their leader was truly responsible for such a display of power. The warrior nods in agreement, affirming that it could only have been Yi. He swiftly eliminates all the monsters, his speed far surpassing theirs. As the healer and the warrior stand beside their leader, singing his praises, Ye contemplates the demonized spiders. He realizes they possess poison resistance, which diminishes the effectiveness of his poison. Because of this, he remains unimpressed. After all, the annihilation poison is an arcana derived directly from the demonized spider itself. When used on itself, the effects may not be immediately apparent, but they only manifest through physical damage. Jotong, still bewildered by the situation, wonders aloud if he truly managed to defeat those spiders. He had only intended to activate a buff to slick the soles of his feet. As more monsters emerge in the distance, he gazes at them, contemplating the unsettling realization that the creatures lurking in that abyss possess a certain level of intelligence. If the monsters perceive an opponent they cannot defeat, their instinct is to flee. Sensing the protagonist's formidable aura, they tremble and quickly retreat. The protagonist remarks that this reaction was to be expected. Lao Chen, watching the scene unfold, notes that the monsters are indeed backing away. The healer, still shaken, adds that this is just the first room, and if it's already this terrifying, he can hardly imagine what lies ahead. Yi ponders for a moment, realizing he already possesses a surplus of recycled annihilation poison arcanas. He decides to keep one card as a reserve and converts the remaining 27 into basic BP points. With a simple command to his skill, he watches as 54 BP is added to his total. The leader, sensing the monsters have retreated, declares that it's time to move forward. He turns to Lao Chen and instructs him to light the torch. Jotong resumes walking, reminding the team that their mission is to explore and locate the boss room. He stresses the importance of caution from this point forward, urging everyone not to trigger any more traps. The protagonist glances at him and questions whether he's merely trying to convince himself. As they continue, Yi suddenly notices something out of the corner of his eye. Just then, the system chimes in, announcing that a secret berserker area has been discovered. He believes that the influence of the red moon is causing new areas to emerge. As he swims alongside it, curiosity stirs within him should he explore that hidden realm. Summoning the humanoid nightmare, he commands it to create a copy of himself. He instructs the duplicate to walk with the team for a while, promising to catch up later. The copy takes off, sprinting toward the group, prompting the leader to ask, "Where did you go?" He stresses the importance of staying close, warning that falling too far behind could lead to a death that no one would even notice. Meanwhile, deep within the Berserker Zone, he begins to explore when a piercing scream echoes through the air. He turns to investigate, only to find a colossal monster pinned against the wall like a grotesque trap. Before he can react, the creature lunges at him. With lightning-fast reflexes, he dodges the first attack and swiftly creates distance between himself and the creature. They face off, the monster relentless in its assault. He evades another strike and attempts a counterattack, but his blows seem to have no effect. He's taken aback. The creature's physical defense renders it nearly invulnerable. The giant spider lunges at him once more, and with no time to evade, the protagonist braces himself, attempting to block the attack with his arms. The force of the impact slams him against the wall. Gritting his teeth, he activates the Observer's Eye skill, and his vision reveals the creature to be a level 20 Blood Mother rare and of elite class. Instead of fear, a smile spreads across his face. A rare elite has appeared before him, and if he can defeat it, he might just salvage something of extraordinary value. The monster relentlessly assaults him, swinging wildly in an attempt to land a hit. Yet the protagonist remains agile, dodging and weaving with determination. Seizing an opportunity, he unleashes a powerful flame explosion, striking the creature head-on. But to his dismay, the attack proves to be less effective than he had hoped. The spider's fury intensifies as it lunges at the protagonist again and again, but each strike misses its mark. As he deftly dodges, a thought crosses his mind. The creature must be immune to fire damage, leaving him without that crucial advantage. Determined, he charges forward, declaring, "If that's the case, then perhaps I should just take it down directly." With a firm grip on his dagger, he launches into his assault. With a precise strike, he lands a critical hit on the spider's weak spot. The creature lets out a piercing scream of pain, momentarily losing its balance. Observing the aftermath, he notes that while level 5 demon spiders possess venomous bites, the level 20 matriarchs have shed this trait due to their heightened poison resistance, which has now become a vulnerability. He speculates that this shift likely stems from changes in their defenses and reproductive capabilities. No longer needing to hunt solo, they can simply command the lesser demon spiders to do their bidding. The monster quivers in agony, suffering from the effects of the poison coursing through its veins. The protagonist remarks on the irony. These spiders are most vulnerable to their own venom. Yet, the matriarch refuses to relent, gathering her strength for another attack. Yes observes this unexpected turn of events, surprised to see such a strategy still in play. This time, the attack lands, ensnaring him in multiple webs that slow his every movement. As the spider draws closer, still grinning menacingly, he activates his Berserker mode. With remarkable ease and raw physical strength, he shatters the threads that bind him and charges at the spider, fists ready. A powerful punch connects, and with a single blow, he obliterates the creature. As the dust settles, the system chimes in, announcing that the Berserker card is now ready to evolve. It presents him with two choices. The first route, Blood Carnage, promises to enhance the efficiency of his Berserker mode. His physical attacks can bypass a portion of the enemy's resistance, but at a cost. His life steadily diminishes until he either perishes or the time limit expires. The second route, Unshakable Fury, extends the duration of his Berserker mode and cuts the cooldown time in half. He muses that most would opt for Unshakable Fury, as it's the safer choice. Yet, he's been battling formidable foes with high resistance, like the matriarch spider he just vanquished. That's why, if he opts for Blood Carnage, he'll undoubtedly empower the Berserker within him. However, the cost of life is a heavy price to pay. He bursts into laughter, declaring that the choice is clear. Naturally, he'll choose Blood Carnage. With his existing regeneration abilities, he can easily offset the side effects. As soon as he makes his decision, the system announces that his skill has just leveled up. He declares that with Blood Carnage activated, he can inflict damage even on foes with high physical resistance. This is the essence of the skill. As he speaks, various items materialize before him, and he swiftly gathers them up. The protagonist notes that these are pieces of equipment he can retrieve from the Abyss as an official member, particularly one that boasts a selling price of 15,000. After gathering the items, he activates his skill to recycle the rest. The system announces that he has earned 20 tribute points, but what truly excites him is the prospect of discovering his new skill. To his delight, the system reveals that he has obtained the rare card, Matriarch. With this powerful card, he can summon up to 4 demon spawn to fight by his side, evolving as they gain combat experience. Ye is taken aback. He now possesses a summon that can choose its own evolution. Meanwhile, in another location, the disposable team stumbles upon a cavern brimming with crystals. Zhou Tong, visibly impressed, admits he never expected to find a mine in the abyss. Lao Zhu, however, notes that beyond the discovery, these magic crystals are highly concentrated S-rank. He speculates whether this is yet another consequence of the abyss during the Red Moon, as each of these crystals holds immense value. Without a moment's hesitation, the healer places the Eye of Argos among the crystals. This powerful item marks a 60-meter radius, alerting nearby adventurers on the map. Lao Chen's anger boils over as he seizes the healer by the collar, his voice a furious growl. Are you out of your mind? With these crystals, we could have been set for life. Why would you mark this spot for other fools to come and steal our fortune? The healer shouts back, insisting that they should forget about enjoying the riches. If anyone discovers what they're hiding, they'll be in grave danger. The warrior steps forward, explaining that the disposable team's role is merely to clear a path for the higher-ups. If they perish, it will simply be labeled an accident, and no one will bat an eye. Lao Chen, witnessing this harsh reality, is left speechless, the word trash echoing in his mind. He recalls his past behavior, kicking, hitting, and shoving aside disposables, dismissing them as mere garbage, believing it made no difference whether they lived or died. Yet a vivid memory surfaces the moment he was recycled. Frustration wells up inside him as he glances to the side, noticing the protagonist's clone, who seems utterly unfazed, lost in wonder at the shimmering crystals. Lao Chen believes that even without his level, a little money can change everything. Eyeing the crystals, he decides to take one, convinced that if he can acquire some decent equipment to compensate for his lost stats, he might just earn a spot in the main forces of the raider group. With this thought in mind, he sees no harm in sneaking away with a few. However, as soon as he picks up a crystal, a trap system springs to life. A glow at the top of the cave intensifies, and suddenly a laser blast shoots between them, striking Lao Zhu, who was standing behind. They exchange bewildered glances, unsure of what just happened. Meanwhile, deep within the secret chamber, the protagonist has summoned a demon spawn. He examines his first summon and mutters, "This level 1 spawn seems incredibly weak and lacks any real combat ability." The system announces that the spawn can evolve into a level 5 demon spider, requiring 5 battle points, BP, for the next upgrade. He realizes that if he wants these creatures to survive on the battlefield, he must at least elevate them to level 5. With that determination, he decides to invest his points accordingly. The spawn bursts with joy at the news, and as it begins to evolve, the system announces that it has transformed into a silk spider, now capable of weaving. Meanwhile, in the crystal cave, the rest of the group remains reeling from their loss. Lao Chen attempts to explain, insisting it was an accident. However, the warrior's fury simmers just beneath the surface, fueled by the grief of losing one of his closest companions. Lao Zheng seizes Lao Chen by the shirt, his voice rising in anger. "Because of your greed, we lost a comrade," he shouts, his eyes blazing. "Lao Zhou was the backbone of our family. He worked tirelessly to support us all, and now, thanks to your selfishness, it's all gone." Lao Chen fires back, his frustration boiling over. "Is it so wrong to want to make a little money?" he retorts. "If I hadn't dropped to level 1, I'd be living comfortably right now. And on top of that, I still have to deal with people like you. A bunch of idiots," Lao Zheng muttered, his patience wearing thin as he cursed Lao Chen, labeling him a traitor. But Lao Chen shot back, asserting that Lao Zheng was no better, for in that cursed world, power and money reigned supreme along with a hefty dose of luck. Just as their argument escalated, a figure approached, breaking the tension with applause. "Well said," he remarked, a sly grin on his face. "I admire that kind of worldview." Caesar arrives, casually asking Lao Chen if he'd like to join Blood Oath, noting they have an open spot. Both men are taken aback by his unexpected presence. Just then, another man steps forward, remarking that the body of their fallen comrade is still warm. Caesar shrugs it off, stating that death is a frequent visitor in their world. He echoes Lao Chen's earlier sentiment, "Without power, all that remains is to barter your life for money." He adds, "Wanting to make money isn't shameful, nor is dying." Caesar approaches Lao Chen and embraces him, exclaiming that the magic crystals that emerge during the Red Moon are worth entire cities. If he manages to acquire one, his future is secure. However, he conveniently omits a crucial detail: the steep price that comes with claiming one of those crystals. The price demands a sacrifice, a humble, seemingly useless life. Suddenly, another warrior steps forward, and the red-haired one clarifies that what his boss really meant is that they will be extracting the magic crystals from the walls and tossing them into a basket. He looks around, ensuring everyone understands the gravity of the situation. If anyone tries to run, he warns, they'll be killed on the spot. Lao Zheng protests, disbelief etched on his face. That's impossible. We'll be challenging death with every crystal. Are you saying this is a suicide mission? Caesar looks at the warrior and asks if his wife truly needs money for her treatment, or if he was merely joking when he said, "I'll risk my life to earn money for her." The warrior, feeling the weight of the question, falls silent, his gaze fixed and unyielding. Caesar leans in, his voice steady yet piercing, reminding him that it's not shameful to exchange a worthless life for the sake of money. Trembling with fear and feeling cornered, Lao Zheng turns toward the shimmering crystals. He extends a shaky hand, attempting to grasp one, but ultimately falters and pulls back. With a heavy sigh, he lowers himself, shouting in desperation that he simply can't go through with it. He confesses, his voice rising, that he's lost a fortune gambling and is only here to settle his debts because the thought of dying terrifies him. Caesar dismisses them as useless, just as Lao Zheng anticipated. Analyzing the situation, Lao Zheng recognizes Caesar's overwhelming strength. Even at his best, he knows he wouldn't stand a chance against him. With a newfound respect, he addresses Caesar as boss, and recalls that Caesar had mentioned earlier that Blood Oath was recruiting. Curious, he asks if Caesar might be interested. Lao Zheng admits that while he's merely a fire mage, he would still like to join the ranks. Caesar turns to his companion, incredulous. "Did you really say that?" The companion nods in affirmation. With a commanding tone, Caesar calls for the fire mage to approach. Lao Zheng kneels before him, ready to declare his willingness to sacrifice everything. But before he can finish his heartfelt statement, a sudden blow lands squarely on his face, cutting him off mid-sentence. Caesar bellows, questioning whether Lao Zheng truly believed he was someone of significance. He scoffs, declaring that he would never allow someone he considers trash into the elite group, insisting that Lao Zheng is nothing but a worthless traitor destined for death regardless. In his twisted logic, Caesar sees this as an opportunity to add some value to Lao Zheng's demise. With each kick he delivers, Caesar taunts him, reveling in the anger radiating from his opponent. "You can rage all you want," he sneers, "but you won't be leaving here alive." He continues, relishing the dark vision of turning them all into corpses, commanding necromancers to raise them and harvest their magic crystals. As the chaos unfolds, the protagonist arrives and swiftly extracts his clone from the fray. Caesar, still agitated, shouts that they've all faced death before. For some, however, it's merely a trivial matter. Zhou Tong, growing increasingly frustrated with the commotion, snaps at Caesar to be quiet. Just then, Yi appears, placing a calming hand on Zhou Tong's shoulder and urging him not to act rashly. He steps forward confidently, telling their leader to leave everything to him while they wait in the corner. Curiously, he asks how dangerous collecting those crystals could really be. As he speaks, the other two group members approach, questioning what kind of trouble might arise at a moment like this. But Yi brushes them off, moving toward the crystals and picking one up with determination. Panic spreads as everyone scrambles for cover, pleading with him to issue a warning before he takes action. If he continues this way, he could endanger them all. The mage wonders aloud if no deadly trap can truly affect that brat. The redhead speculates whether the trap might lose its effectiveness after being triggered once. Meanwhile, the protagonist reflects that even if it's a lethal trap, with enough luck to meet the requirements, he might survive, though he could end up with some injuries. Or perhaps it has no effect at all. With so many attribute points accumulated, his luck must have reached a threshold where nothing happens. He continues to gather the crystals, and miraculously, the trap remains inactive. Caesar watches in awe, noting that the trap is functioning as it should, yet the boy's luck seems to exceed 60 points. The mage raises an eyebrow, questioning whether it's even possible for a level 1 collector to possess such extraordinary luck. In most class changes, luck doesn't typically increase on its own. Caesar muses that if that's the case, there's only one conclusion to draw: the deadly trap has failed. The redhead approaches a crystal, recalling that this has already occurred twice before, and it clearly must be the reason. With a smirk, he reaches for one, confidently declaring that nothing will happen. In the blink of an eye, a laser blast strikes him down, leaving the mage in stunned silence. Caesar contemplates the situation, concluding that the boy named Ye Qing possesses an unusually high luck stat, perhaps a rare trait linked to his class. In the abyss, it's typical for power attributes to take precedence, yet he can't help but wonder if the protagonist truly invested all his growth potential in something as seemingly trivial as luck. Yu reflects inwardly, realizing he hadn't orchestrated any of that chaos. He had merely distributed the points evenly. Caesar, with a sinister grin, reveals that the initial plan was to transform them all into corpses for his use. However, he now sees an opportunity to adapt his strategy. He only needs one corpse with sufficient luck. The others, they can be discarded without a second thought. With a commanding tone, he calls the rest of the group, issuing orders that none of them are to escape. Lao Jiang trembles, his voice shaking as he declares that they're done for after all. Their opponents are qualified members of Blood Oath, and victory seems impossible. Meanwhile, Lao Chen, battered but determined, struggles to his feet and shouts that there is still time to flee. Grasping one of the crystals tightly, he makes a break for it. The protagonist turns, puzzled, and asks why he's running when the odds are in their favor. The warrior scolds the protagonist, calling him an idiot for thinking they were still missing someone. The protagonist confidently replies that they're not missing anyone at all. Just then, the mage turns to his companion, a puzzled expression on his face. "Did you hear that?" he asks, glancing upward. To their surprise, small spider-like creatures begin to descend toward them. At that moment, the system chimes in, announcing that the summon is complete. The group erupts in panic, shouting that monsters are lurking nearby. Zhou Tong's expression shifts to concern as he realizes the gravity of the situation. Now they must contend not only with their enemies but also with these creatures. Ye, trying to lighten the mood, casually mentions that he picked up some spiders along the way, implying they're on their side. The leader looks puzzled, questioning how he controls these spiders and when he acquired such a skill. In response, Ya focuses his energy, activating his ability to scan the enemies ahead. The first foe is a level 20 Necromancer, followed by a level 17 Berserker. Additionally, there are 2 level 18 Hunters and a level 19 Paladin. The protagonist reflects on the uncertainty of the power gap between the humans and the monsters he summoned, but he remains confident that it won't pose a significant problem. However, when he attempts to scan Caesar, his skill reveals that identification is impossible, stating it can't analyze nearby human enemies of comparable power. Caesar begins to speak, expressing his surprise at discovering that the protagonist can control abyssal monsters. He remarks that the protagonist must have picked up a few tricks along the way. Yu considers this, realizing that Caesar's stats are likely not much lower than his own, and may even surpass them. Caesar bellows that if the monsters aren't at least level 10, they aren't worth his time. He commands his team to deal with the monsters first, then wipe out everyone else, all while cautioning them not to damage the crystals. Meanwhile, the protagonist interjects, revealing that the plan has shifted slightly. He glances at his group and warns them that if they want to survive, they need to run immediately in the same direction as Lao Chen. The warrior is taken aback, realizing he always suspected the protagonist was a fool for sacrificing himself to halt the enemy group. Yet, he convinces himself that it's acceptable, as long as the protagonist faces the danger alone. Without a second thought, he turns and begins to flee. Zhou Tong glances back at Ye before departing, but Ye assures him that everyone has their own reasons for venturing into the abyss. "If you want to survive," he adds, "you'd better run." Zhou Tong vows never to forget this sacrifice and begins to run. However, his luck takes a turn for the worse as he accidentally triggers a trap, unleashing a cascade of rocks toward them. The warrior, bewildered, asks what just happened. In a panic, Zhou Tong shouts an apology, explaining that ever since he entered the abyss, misfortune has plagued him, and he can't understand why. Meanwhile, the battle between the two groups erupts as the paladin charges at one of the monstrous spiders, landing a solid hit. With determination, he declares that he will crush these pests one hammer strike at a time. But just as victory seems within reach, the spider retaliates, spitting a thick web directly into the paladin's face, momentarily blinding him and throwing him off balance. As he finally gazes ahead, the true demon draws near. He quickly defends himself, scoffing at the protagonist's foolishness for attempting to confront a level 19 enemy while still at level 1. Yet he soon recognizes that this strength is far from ordinary. With a swift shield strike, he sends the protagonist tumbling backward. In that fleeting moment, as the protagonist soars through the air, he reflects on his spiders, which are level 10 adequate for scattering forces, but woefully insufficient against a well-organized group like Blood Oath. In a swift motion, he pivots and slices through both of the paladin's calves, eliciting a scream of agony. Seizing the opportunity, he lunges forward to deliver a finishing blow, but two arrows suddenly whiz past him. With remarkable agility, he dodges them effortlessly, leaving the archers in awe. One of them exclaims, "How can a level 1 dodge an attack like that?" The other shrugs, suggesting he probably just got lucky. Adjust your aim and try again. The archer takes aim and releases the arrow, but the protagonist anticipates the attack, slicing the projectile cleanly in half. Impressed, the archer acknowledges the skillful block. Seizing the moment, the protagonist ducks and unleashes a powerful flame explosion on the ground. The blast erupts, shattering the floor beneath the two archers and sending them plummeting into a fiery pit below. The crowd erupts in cheers, declaring the protagonist truly extraordinary. Meanwhile, the enemy warrior prepares to deliver a finishing blow to one of the spiders. With a swift strike, he defeats it, leaving the rest of the group in awe. He then turns his gaze toward Zhou Tong and charges forward. Panic sets in for Zhou Tong as he exclaims, "I didn't do anything!" Without hesitation, Lao Zhang steps forward to shield him from the impending attack. Anger fuels his words as he blames their foolish leader for their predicament. "If you don't want to die," he urges, "get up and fight." The berserker winds up for another strike, while the warrior braces himself for impact, but the force is overwhelming. The blow shatters his shield and sends him crashing into a nearby rock, the impact echoing through the battlefield. As the warrior's sword clatters to the ground before Zhou Tong, the berserker advances, intent on delivering the final, devastating blow. Zhou Tong rises to his feet, trembling with pain, yet laughter escapes his lips. "I shouldn't have ventured into the abyss," he muses, a bitter acceptance in his tone. "Either way, I'm destined to die," he shouts defiantly, declaring that his debts will be settled with his last breath. "So what does it matter? Just get it over with already," he challenges the berserker. With a roar, the berserker charges forward, but suddenly, he freezes mid-stride, panic flooding his voice as he realizes he can't move. As he glances back, he realizes that Zhou Tong is the one behind it all. The leader exclaims that this time the buff has hit the mark, proudly declaring he used his immobilization technique. He shouts for Lao Zhang to make history, but Lao Zhang retorts, frustrated, that he's also immobilized and calls the leader an idiot. Ye can't help but think to himself that he's surrounded by fools. The necromancer begins to taunt, declaring that even if the protagonist possesses a formidable hidden skill, there are always limits to one's power. He points out that stamina is a crucial factor in prolonged battles. Yi reflects on this, realizing that casting continuous spells drains a significant amount of mana. When he summoned the clones earlier, he had already expended a third of his total mana. Summoning the spiders, too, would take its toll. He retrieves a cup from his inventory and takes a sip. The necromancer, curious, inquires about the drink. Yu brushes off the question, stating it's too late for him to restore his mana anyway. As he begins summoning the dead, the necromancer boasts about the might of his S-rank class. He declares that the creatures he commands are practically immortal, destined to remain until their master is defeated. Yu inquires if the necromancer is referring to body control. With his mana fully replenished, he activates his skill, declaring that the dead should simply rest in peace. In an instant, all the bodies begin to vanish, recycled by his power. The necromancer stares in disbelief, demanding to know if this is some sort of dark technique and where all the bodies have gone. In a flash, he launches an attack with remarkable speed, landing a direct blow on the necromancer that sends him crashing to Caesar's feet. Caesar turns to the protagonist, a smirk on his face, and remarks that Yi certainly has some intriguing tricks up his sleeve. It's no surprise he drew attention at the drink shop. Yi argues that if Caesar had chosen to share with everyone and allow them to go their separate ways, everything would have turned out fine. Instead, Caesar opts to trade human lives for crystals, which is already a grave offense, especially when he refers to them as mere cannon fodder. Caesar, unfazed, retorts, questioning the relevance of Yi's point. He challenges the notion that a protagonist can simply escape the role of cannon fodder just because he possesses potential. He chuckles, calling it a joke, insisting that those who are worthless will always remain subordinates. He questions how long Yi plans to keep up the facade of being a hero, emphasizing that he's only reminding them of a harsh truth. They inhabit a world that consumes the weak. Only the strong can endure. Suddenly, a scream pierces the air, a desperate cry from someone proclaiming, "I'm just a handyman." Glancing to the side, he notices his berserker on the verge of taking a hit. Caesar turns, assessing the situation. "Let's be honest," he says. "There's no way all of us, these cannon fodder, are getting out of this abyss while he's still here. Isn't that obvious?" Lao Zhang shouts back, urging his leader to disregard Caesar's words. "The moment we rebelled, our chances of survival vanished. We need to take them down if we want to escape." Zhou Tong claims he's merely a support, insisting that he can't defeat anyone on his own. Caesar turns his attention back to Yi, stressing that only one group will emerge alive from this place. And he inquires if Yi knows which group that will be. The protagonist crouches down, laughter bubbling up as he responds, "There's one thing I'm certain of. Everyone has the right to enter and leave the abyss alive." He unleashes his aura, readying himself for battle. Caesar mirrors his actions, remarking that, unfortunately, Yi is far too naive. With a swift motion, Caesar delivers a powerful punch, sending the protagonist soaring through the air. As he regains his footing, he reflects on Caesar's incredible strength, acknowledging that he is undoubtedly the strongest opponent he has faced thus far. Suddenly, Yi is jolted as Caesar charges at him like a wild beast. With a swift maneuver, he dodges the attack and creates some distance. Caesar, undeterred, sneers and declares that to him, everything in front of him is nothing but trash. Meanwhile, Lao Zhang shouts to his teammate, urging him to stop hesitating. In a fierce display of strength, the berserker breaks free and lands a punch squarely on Zhou Tong's face, taunting him for being too weak. The former team leader collapses to the ground, stunned and unable to react as he stares at his opponent. Just when it seems all hope is lost, a warrior leaps in, seizing the berserker by surprise. He shouts for his companion to take action. The berserker, however, swiftly turns and delivers a brutal blow to Lao Zhang, slicing into his chest. As Lao Zhang crumples to the ground, he calls out once more for Zhou Tong to intervene. He raises his trembling hand and declares, "I'm powerful because I'm leader Zhou Tong." You recall that before entering the abyss, he told the protagonist they needed a leader for the cannon fodder team. As a level 3 bard, he believed he might be the perfect choice for that role. With a quivering voice, he confesses, "I thought I wouldn't have to kill monsters with my own hands if I was the leader." He kneels on the ground, contemplating that perhaps he wouldn't have to face these dangers or expose his complete failure. "I'm not truly powerful," he admits, his voice trembling. "I'm just a desperate novice." Bowing his head before his opponent, he pleads for his life. As he does, memories flood back echoes of criticism he endured throughout his life. People had always said he was the only one on the team who contributed nothing, yet still managed to gain experience by casting buffs. But then, another team member chimed in, criticizing him for not even buffing the right target and suggesting he should be ashamed and leave the team. One night, while sitting alone in the plaza, Zhou Tong was approached by Caesar, who asked about his class. Zhou explained that he was a level 3 bard. A smile spread across Caesar's face as he urged him to follow. Meanwhile, the protagonist's battle continued to rage on, and he found himself taking the brunt of the damage. With relentless determination, Caesar charges forward, declaring that his attack is a technique from the renowned martial artist Kang Longjin. This move inflicts continuous physical damage to the targeted organ, and, if he attempts to use magic afterward, the injury could worsen, potentially leading to death. Just then, he skillfully dodges the strike, and Caesar continues, emphasizing that the signature combat skill has the power to cripple even the most skilled magic users. The protagonist quickly realizes that his opponent is incredibly fast and decides he needs to create some distance. Caesar begins to chase him down, taunting, "Do you really think you can escape?" As he desperately tries to flee, he glances back, pondering whether there's a blood loss debuff associated with that skill. He's genuinely curious to find out. Lost in thought about debuffs, he turns to Zhou Tong, but before he can utter a word, he's struck hard. He is thrown before his leader, landing hard on the ground. From this vulnerable position, the protagonist declares that it's futile to shed past weaknesses and incompetence by relying on the charity of others. He confesses that he has long dreamed of wielding such power more than any other man alive, yet that same ambition has only deepened his disappointment in himself. With a heavy heart, he admits the painful truth. He truly feels useless. Yi takes a deep breath and declares that, despite everything, he has no intention of running away. He believes that being weak is not something to fear. Instead, what he truly should fear is allowing his heart to grow weak as well. Zhou Tong, moved by Yi's words, begins to reflect deeply on their meaning. The protagonist faced off against a formidable monster, but no matter how hard he struck, the damage he inflicted was always zero. Each time he attacked, he shouted defiantly, refusing to accept this fate. Then, at last, the system chimed in with a notification. He had landed a critical hit, 1 point of damage to the monster. The monster collapsed lifelessly to the ground, leaving him as the sole survivor. The protagonist reflects, acknowledging that true success began the moment he found the courage to take that first step. Rising to his feet, he wipes his mouth and realizes, with a newfound clarity, that he had been preparing his entire life to become a king, even if he had once considered himself nothing more than a worthless garbage collector. Zhou Tong, gripping his sword tightly, asks if he can become a king too. He reflects on the harsh truth. If he doesn't grow stronger right now, he might not survive. Once, he believed it was better to hide and avoid conflict than face ridicule, but now he yearns for strength, determined to become a formidable warrior. The berserker erupts in laughter, dismissing Zhou Tong's ambition as a joke. "How could a mere level 3 support ever hope to breach my level 17 armor?" He scoffs, the mockery echoing in the air. Confident in his strength and defenses, he boldly declares that he'll stand still and let Jotong attempt to strike him. To his surprise, Jotong tosses the sword aside, leaving his opponent bewildered. Instead, he grabs a microphone and begins to sing the poem Great Dispersion. Both the Berserker and Caesar are taken aback by this unexpected turn of events. Caesar, clearly puzzled, asks, "What on earth is happening here?" The protagonist beams with a smile, declaring that he has found the best support in the world. Suddenly, the system chimes in, notifying him that he has been struck by inspiration. A new status has been activated, granting him a 15% boost across the board. His defense, speed, and resistance all increase by 15%. With newfound strength surging through him, he summons his blood nightmare. The little monster lunges at the Berserker, and as he glances back, a vision of the protagonist flashes before his eyes. But the blood nightmare swiftly coils around him, tightening its grip. He struggles to maintain his balance, screaming for the creature to release him. Jotong watches in disbelief, astonished by the protagonist's overwhelming strength. He hears a noise and turns back, realizing that the dynamics of their fight have shifted. Yu is now deftly dodging all of Caesar's attacks. As he evades, he reflects on the abundance of magic around him, which is enhancing his body's regeneration speed. With determination, he activates his Berserker mode, Carnage. They clash with their first strike, but the protagonist's speed is overwhelming. He lands another blow before Caesar can even react. One of the attacks grazes Caesar, causing him to question the effectiveness of his armor, which has been pierced by a ragged dagger. Meanwhile, the protagonist is deep in thought. His Carnage skill, which bypasses defense, proved devastatingly effective. Yet, the blood loss debuff still lingers, weighing heavily on him. Determined to end the fight swiftly, he leaps into action once more, resolved to bring this battle to a close. Caesar gazes at him, laughter erupting as he declares that the situation is becoming increasingly intriguing. He deftly dodges the protagonist's first attack and blocks the second, taunting that after 20 years of training, how could he possibly lose to a kid like him in skill? With a swift punch to Yi's face, he challenges him, asking if he can feel the disparity in their strength. He explains that martial artists have the ability to advance along their upgrade paths, choosing to become a destruction king based on raw power or a street fighter based on skill. The protagonist drops his dagger and charges in with his fists. As they clash, a wave of immense pressure fills the abyss. Yu begins to feel a twinge of worry, while Caesar, undeterred, revels in the chaos. "I can't stand those weak techniques," he declares, his voice brimming with madness. "That's why I've invested everything into pure destructive power." He unleashes his skill, instant death, heaven-shattering punch, sending the protagonist hurtling through the air. The impact resonates as he crashes to the ground, but remarkably, he lands on his feet. Caesar shakes his head, incredulous. "You're incredibly foolish to confront instant death head-on," he taunts. "Do you really believe you can lose to someone like me in terms of strength?" The protagonist's anger boils over. He snatches his clothes and commands the system to allocate all his free points to strength. With a surge of determination, he stands and tears his shirt apart. The system chimes in, announcing that 176 free points have been added to his strength. Caesar, bewildered, questions his impulsive decision. Meanwhile, the protagonist feels a rush of power as he senses his strength stats soaring and his muscle mass transforming slightly. Caesar, brimming with overconfidence, charges in fearlessly. The protagonist readies to strike, aware that while he may not fully grasp the devastating potential of a martial artist's combat skills, pouring all 300 of his free points into a single blow should be more than enough for a decisive hit. As they clash once again, the outcome is starkly different this time. One side suffers a crushing defeat. Caesar's hand twists grotesquely as he is sent hurtling away, his scream echoing in disbelief. "How could a punch with no skill do this to me?" he cries out, confusion and pain etched on his face. Jotong watches the fight in stunned silence, unable to comprehend the unfolding chaos. The protagonist seizes the moment, leaping forward and driving his opponent deeper into the rocks. Gripping Caesar's face, he declares with unwavering intensity, "There won't be time for you to be shocked. This fight ends now." Caesar's heart began to race as he recalled someone mentioning that from this day forward, he could join Caesar's cannon fodder team. The memory transported him back 8 years when he was instructed to clean all the gear in preparation for deeper dungeons they would eventually return to. They stressed the importance of thorough cleaning, for the Lionheart hunters had a strict rule. The weak were relegated to polishing boots. He often heard that to become an official member, he needed to prove his worth. Yet, it felt as if he was destined to remain cannon fodder for the rest of his life. During a fierce battle against a colossal beast, he thought to himself that if he could demonstrate his competence, he might finally rise above the ranks of mere rookies. Determined to prove himself, he charges forward, delivering a devastating blow to the massive beast. As he looks at his hands, he wonders why it felt so easy. He manages to bring the creature down, but in a moment of carelessness, he lets his guard down. The monster retaliates, slamming him hard into the ground. Later, in the infirmary, a doctor grimly assesses his injuries. His jaw is crushed, 8 ribs are broken, his heart is pierced, and his liver, spleen, and kidneys are all damaged. He emphasizes that the entire setup within his body required a significant number of magic crystals, as abyssal technology can now extract valuable cells from abyssal creatures and transplant them into human bodies. The doctor mentions that by sheer coincidence, Caesar's DNA matched that of the monsters. The good news? He'll live. The bad news? He's about to become a hybrid. Sometime later, he receives the thrilling news that he has successfully proven himself worthy of joining the Lionhearts. As an official member, a shield is suddenly thrown to the ground before him. A strange being looms nearby, commanding him to wear it and become its extra arm essentially. Its dog. Caesar picks up the shield, a smile creeping across his face as he asks, "Where are my friends?" The being's response is chilling. "Those useless people? They're all dead." He believes this world devours those who cannot prove their worth, leaving them to be treated like mere shadows. Suddenly, he rises, entering an unshakable state. This skill enhances his defense, destructive power, and speed. In a swift motion, he grabs the protagonist's arm, catching him off guard. As he glances at Caesar's hand, he realizes it has also been restored. Fueled by rage, he delivers a powerful punch to Yi's face, sending him stumbling back. Caesar explains that the essence of magic crystals is a fusion of solidified energy and raw magical fury. During the blood moon, these crystals reach their peak potency. He reveals that among the monster organs transplanted within him, he has the ability to absorb the power of magic crystals. As he consumes the crystals, he declares that he can temporarily harness power that surpasses even that of an abyss boss. His body begins to mutate, and the system announces the detection of a boss. Rodrigo Caesar has appeared. Meanwhile, the system informs Yi that his berserker mode has ended, plunging him into a state of exhaustion for the next 30 seconds. As he brushes himself off, the protagonist acknowledges the undeniable truth his opponent has indeed been recognized as a boss by the system. He begins to ponder the fate of that man's body. Caesar, exuding an overwhelming power, declares that all it takes is for them to relinquish their human dignity. He glances at Zhou Tong, a spark of inspiration igniting within him. Meanwhile, Caesar launches an assault, hurling rocks in their direction, taunting them to abandon their humanity and embrace the monstrous freedom of moral restraint. The two begin to dodge the rocks being hurled at them, and Caesar charges at the protagonist, declaring he accepts the price of that power. As he sprints forward, he glances back, realizing Caesar is closing in rapidly. Even Zhou Tong, who stands a bit farther away, starts to tremble under the weight of the overwhelming aura. He stares at the monster before him, thinking with a sinking heart that, without a doubt, they, the so-called trash, lack the strength to contend with truly powerful players. Yi Qing, the one with hidden strength, is already far superior to his teammates. Yet, even he stands no chance against that creature, which could end his life with a single punch. Zhou Tong, despite feeling utterly drained, reflects on how he's still managed to tap into that unyielding power, his body reacting instinctively. Meanwhile, Caesar bursts into laughter, declaring that the weak always tremble before the strong. That's an unchanging truth. He continues to laugh, insisting that to be strong, one must embrace their ugly side. Suddenly he turns, a thought striking him. Zhou Tong quickly interjects, insisting he never saw anything that could be deemed ugly about him. But Caesar brushes it off, declaring it doesn't matter after all. He botched the crystal collection mission and is now the last unfortunate soul to witness this unfolding tragedy. Caesar erupts into a furious scream, declaring that he will grant Zhou Tong a heroic death. In a desperate plea, Zhou Tong begs for a moment, insisting that if he must face his end, he wishes to share one last thought. Caesar, gripping Zhou Tong's neck, retorts that he talks too much and demands to know what his final words are. Meanwhile, behind them, the body Caesar had vanquished begins to dissolve, unveiling the truth: it was the blood nightmare all along. Zhou Tong's final words echo with desperation as he expresses his desire to escape the abyss alive, hinting that he may not be the only one destined to become cannon fodder in this unfolding tragedy. Caesar, bewildered, turns to see blood bubbles rising ominously around them. Suddenly, the protagonist emerges from the chaos, revealing that, thanks to the bard, he has gained a precious reprieve. The drink he consumed has lifted his exhaustion, reigniting his resolve. Ye grips the blood nightmare tightly, realizing that relying solely on his observer's eye would never allow him to gauge his opponent's true form. Instead, he must depend on the blood nightmare's unique properties to extract hidden information by making contact with Caesar's body. Meanwhile, the Abyss boss, perplexed, begins to wonder if the entity he had attempted to destroy was merely a clone. He asks, "Since when has this been happening?" The protagonist replies that the cost of these superhuman powers may be greater than it appears. While the berserker combat skills have significantly boosted his strength in a short time, the toll of relying on that power beyond his physical limits is a mere 30 seconds of exhaustion. However, since Caesar possesses a body that blurs the lines between human and monster, and has greedily reached toward the very abyss, it's only natural that the abyss would demand its due. Caesar's anger flares as he snaps at the protagonist, insisting that this isn't a joke. If that power is truly yours, what does the abyss have to do with any of this? Suddenly, a strange sensation courses through his arm. Glancing down, he gasps in horror as it begins to morph into a grotesque shape, and a scream of agony escapes his lips. His arm continues to expand, becoming increasingly monstrous. In a moment of panic, Caesar turns to Yi, convinced that he is the one behind this horrifying transformation. He charges forward, but the protagonist is lightning fast, effortlessly dodging the attack. Caesar continues to strike, but Yi realizes that the change in his opponent's physique has slowed him down significantly. Now, dodging is a breeze. As he weaves around Caesar's attacks, Yi can't help but think that if he had a weapon, this battle would be over in an instant. Zhou Tong acts swiftly, darting behind the protagonist as he shouts. As Yi turns around, Zhou hurls a dagger toward him, urging him to catch it. The protagonist snatches it out of the air, gripping it tightly as he attempts to create some distance. Yet, Caesar charges forward relentlessly, showing no signs of slowing down. Seizing a small opening, the protagonist swiftly blocks Caesar's attack and maneuvers behind him, plunging the dagger into his back. Pain radiates through Caesar's body, and he gasps. Is every strike a critical hit? The protagonist simply watches him, a calm expression on his face. "Remember," he replies, "I'm just a guy who doesn't bother anyone. I just invested a few points in agility." Caesar's fury ignites as he charges forward, shouting that humiliating him will only amplify the protagonist's impending death, for he considers himself a superior being, yet deftly dodges his attack and retorts that Caesar is nothing extraordinary. With a fiery punch, he declares that in his eyes, Caesar is undeniably a monster. As Caesar ignites in flames, his screams of agony fuel an even deeper rage, causing him to lose all control and fully transform into a monstrous being. Witnessing this horrifying change, he solemnly declares that Caesar is lost. There's no saving him now. He has completely succumbed to the darkness. A strange aura begins to envelop them, and the protagonist wonders aloud if he is starting to hear the haunting call of the abyss. Caesar is overwhelmed by a sense of dread, yet he can't help but scream at the protagonist to just die already and stop dragging him down. Suddenly, he begins swinging wildly at the air, shouting that he has already proven his worth. "So why can't I leave?" he cries out, insisting he's not just cannon fodder and doesn't want to meet his end. His frantic yelling continues as he flails at nothing. Observing this, Zhou Tong shakes his head, muttering that Caesar has completely lost his mind. "Now's our chance," he realizes, seizing the opportunity amidst the chaos. Just moments before, Caesar was reveling in his apparent victory, laughter echoing in the air. But then, Yi emerged from the shadows, calling out to him, revealing that his body was being taken over by the blood nightmare. Zhou Tong let out a sigh of relief, admitting that for a brief moment, he feared Yi had met his end. Suddenly, the system chimed in, announcing that a challenge had been activated: win the battle without killing Caesar and reap the rewards. As he reads the message, doubt creeps in. How could this possibly work? Caesar wouldn't walk away from this alive, and his companions would never allow him to leave in such a state. Yet, the promise of rare rewards for completing the challenge ignites a flicker of determination within him. He resolves to give it a shot. As he transforms into the blood nightmare, he turns to his leader and urges, "Remember my words." Determined to find a way to bring that madman back to his senses, Yi believes that just 5 seconds could make all the difference. Returning to the present, he asserts that there's no need to eliminate the man. Zhou Tong, puzzled, questions what kind of madness Ye is referring to. Yi clarifies that monsters are creatures of the abyss and cannot escape its grasp. Those who forsake their humanity and descend into the abyss are embraced without hesitation. That's the law of the abyss. Caesar recalls hearing that monsters enter a berserker state during the blood moon. Unfortunately, this time it was a human who succumbed to madness. As he strides deeper into the abyss, Lao Chen's voice echoes behind him, lamenting the chaos around them. This is a disaster. If I make it out alive, it'll be a miracle. Despite the turmoil, he can't shake his optimism. But this time, it's finally my turn to strike it rich. He manages to pry open the chest and exclaims that it's brimming with treasure. Overjoyed, he declares that he is finally rich, now equipped with freedom, gear, and a new identity. Suddenly, Caesar materializes behind him, taking on a monstrous form. Amidst his laughter, he revels in the moment, defiantly telling fate to take a hike. Later, outside the abyss, Zhou Tong bows deeply, his forehead striking the table in a gesture of respect. He looks up at the protagonist and earnestly requests to call him boss, emphasizing his unwavering loyalty and commitment to follow him forever. Yi insists he can't accept something like that. Zhou Tong, however, emphasizes that he has dedicated his entire life to turning things around. Ever since he heard that phrase, he has been resolute in his determination. He chose to follow the protagonist wherever he went. Taking a deep breath, Yi admits that he was just trying to sound cool back then, and in hindsight, he realizes he was spouting nonsense. Zhou Tong scolds him, insisting that it was only through his encouragement that he discovered his own worth and the goals he aspires to achieve. Curious, Yi inquires about Zhou Tong's future plans. With a determined glint in his eye, Zhou Tong replies that the protagonist once called him the best support. Yi raises an eyebrow, questioning when that ever happened. Undeterred, Zhou Tong declares his ambition. He wants to become the king of supports. The protagonist can't help but admire a guy with agility 2 and luck 1 for still holding his ground on the battlefield. Yi realizes that if he continues to push this young man to fight on the front lines, he might end up getting him hurt. Meanwhile, Zhou Tong is brimming with enthusiasm. He urges the protagonist to envision a scene, Yi leading the charge in front, while he himself provides crucial support from behind. They would indeed make a formidable team. However, the protagonist advises against Zhou Tong continuing his descent into the abyss. Confused, Zhou Tong asks what his boss means by that. The protagonist reflects that if his only talent is empowering others, yet he himself is so weak that he requires protection, then he's hardly a qualified support. He realizes he simply doesn't want Zhou Tong to keep putting his life on the line. Ye extends his hand to Zhou Tong, transferring 1,000 magic crystals. "This is all I have for now," he says. "It should be enough to support you for a while." However, he adds a solemn request. Zhou Tong must promise never to venture into the abyss again. Zhou Tong's expression softens, and he lowers his gaze, feeling the weight of Ye's words. Yet, he nods in understanding. "I get it," he replies, his voice tinged with emotion. "This is what my boss told me for my own good." He lifts his head once more, declaring that he simply cannot accept that fate. Living in a world where he feels like trash is not an option for him. Even in death, he refuses to be looked down upon. A smile spreads across Yi's face as he contemplates this powerful declaration. It's a conviction that no one could possibly dismiss. He turns to Zhou Tong and poses a crucial question. How can he protect others if he can't even protect himself? He picks up a sword, a glint of recognition in his eyes. "I remember this well," he says. Zhou Tong, holding the microphone with one hand, suddenly realizes that it's Lao Zhang's sword. The protagonist climbs onto the table and drives the sword into its surface. "Based on what I know about bards," he continues, "this class is a blend of magic and physical prowess. That means you can wield magical weapons to cast both buff and debuff spells, which you're already skilled at, and you can also master various attack effects." Yi continues to speak passionately, insisting that if he couldn't wield a sword for Lao Zhang in the past, he must do everything in his power to make up for it now. This is a debt he feels he must repay. Zhou Tong grips the sword tightly and tells his boss that he doesn't need the magic crystals. The protagonist responds, suggesting that if that's the case, Zhou Tong should give all the crystals to Lao Zhang's family. After all, in the future, they will earn far more than those crystals could ever provide. Zhou Tong, brimming with excitement, claims the sword for himself, affirming his decision with a confident yes. Meanwhile, at the entrance of another abyss, 3 figures stand in anticipation. Suddenly, a woman emerges from the abyss, her expression serious as she recounts the aftermath of the Red Moon incident. She reveals that several Class S teams were dispatched to confront the abyss monsters. Deep within the abyss, they discovered 8 bodies, all identified as members of the Blood Oath. Caesar, their leader, had become a grotesque corruption, and his body was swiftly eliminated. Among the remains, they discovered other bodies, each marked with identifiers. The man seated nearby inquired about their identities. The woman handed him the report, revealing that one of the deceased had long been suspected of being a team killer during Abyss invasions. His name was Lao Chen. She pointed out that high-quality equipment was found near his body, suggesting he had likely encountered the mutated corpse of the former team leader and met his end in battle. She points out that while this is an unexpected variable, it still falls within their calculations. The man seated inquires if that's truly the only factor at play. She confirms it, stressing that it must solely be him. The seated man nods in understanding. Meanwhile, another man standing beside him questions whether this implies their plan has failed. The seated man responds, dismissively noting that Caesar was merely a small fry who couldn't demonstrate his worth, assuring them that there are always others like him to be found. The following day at the People's Hospital of Shenfeng, visitors stroll through the halls offering support to patients. Yet within a closed room, a man sits on the floor utterly shattered. Tears stream down his face as he pleads for forgiveness from his son, confessing that he had no choice and that he would have to make the same choice again. With the key in hand, he activates it, unleashing a torrent of strange energy. This force rapidly expands, surging out of the hospital and wreaking havoc on everything in its path. Panic ensues among the pedestrians nearby as they scramble to understand what's happening. Just then, a colossal portal begins to materialize, looming ominously in the chaos. They shout for someone to call the authorities immediately as chaos erupts around them. The city is under siege by monstrous creatures, wreaking havoc and destruction. Amid the turmoil, two figures stand together, hands tightly clasped. The older brother turns to his sister, his voice steady yet urgent. "Hang in there and don't look back," he urges, pulling her closer. "Joe, run as fast as you can." But just as they begin to flee, a monstrous creature lunges at them, sending the brother flying and tearing them apart. As she is consumed by the monster, her screams for her brother echo in the darkness. Startled, the protagonist jolts awake, glancing around his room in a frantic attempt to steady his racing heart. After a moment, he lies back down, resigned to the fact that this nightmare has haunted him many times before. He reaches for his phone, a sudden realization washing over him. "I almost forgot about today," he mutters to himself. Moments later, he arrives at a familiar place. A warm smile greets him, and she asks, "Are you going to visit your little sister?" He agrees, but adds that, unfortunately, they had an incident. Zhang smiles, remarking that his sister is incredibly fortunate to have him as a brother. She then asks if he cut his hair, noting how good it looks. Yi explains that he was stopped on the way by a military-obsessed old man. Seizing the moment, he walks over to some flowers and tells Zhang that he imagines she'll want to put those flowers out too, so he's happy to help her. She smiles and expresses her gratitude for his kindness. As they step outside, a convoy of police trucks rushes by, their sirens blaring. She remarks that she's noticed an increasing number of vehicles heading to the hospital lately, all seemingly belonging to explorers. Concerned, she turns to him and asks, "Is something happening?" The moment the protagonist hears the word hospital, he activates his power and leaps into action, channeling all his speed to reach it as quickly as possible. While still airborne, he spots a massive portal that is suddenly formed. Police officers are shouting for all barriers to be opened immediately. Yi is taken aback, his mind racing with confusion. What is an abyss portal doing here? He approaches the authorities, but one of the guards warns him to keep his distance, stating that the area is under lockdown. To the guard's astonishment, the protagonist completely disregards him and strides toward the entrance of the abyss. Just then, another officer arrives, bewildered. "What kind of joke is this?" he demands, glaring at the guard. "Why are you letting anyone through like that?" The guard responds, cautioning that his supervisor shouldn't be asking him such questions. After all, the man and his predecessors are not to be trifled with. Ignoring the warning, the protagonist strides into the portal, anger fueling his determination. He mutters to himself that his sister is counting on him, and this time, he won't let her down. Upon emerging on the other side, he realizes the gravity of the situation. The abyssification occurred because the hospital has been transported to another dimension, a space far more expansive than the previous one. He wonders if the same scene that unfolded at the mall is repeating itself. Ye scans the room and realizes it has already been cleared, likely the handiwork of the team that came before him. Spotting an empty bottle on the floor, he remarks to himself that those who arrived earlier must be doing quite well financially. After all, that bottle is certainly not something an average person could afford. The protagonist requests his skill to summon the effective magic bottle. In an instant, the bottle materializes before him, brimming with potential. The system chimes in, detailing its benefits. It restores 85% of his mana, alleviates fatigue, and reduces magic consumption by half for the next 30 seconds. He carefully stores the small bottle, reflecting on the challenges ahead. Even if he must confront the abyss alone in search of his sister, he knows the toll on his magic will be significant. Preparation is key, and he intends to be ready for whatever lies ahead. He continues walking until he reaches a fork in the path. Activating his exploration vision skill, he receives a hint from the system. Both routes lead to a point of no return. With a thoughtful sigh, he realizes he must choose a direction. Glancing down, he spots some recent markings on the ground likely left by the hunting team that ventured here before him. He assumes they're on a rescue mission, so he chooses a different path, hoping to increase his chances of finding his sister. Grabbing a torch, he peers into the darkness, muttering that he has no idea how long he'll be down there. In the worst-case scenario, he'll have to contend with the entire place. Frustration mounts as he urges himself onward, insisting he can't afford to waste time. After all, a normal person wouldn't last long in a place like this, and he needs to move quickly. Ye moves swiftly through the unfamiliar space, his footfalls muffled by the plush red carpet beneath him. The carpet feels new, a clear sign that he has ventured into uncharted territory. Glancing back, he realizes with a jolt that the path he came from has been consumed by darkness, forming an impenetrable barrier that blocks his way home. He spots an item nearby and picks it up, recognition flashing in his eyes. "I've seen this ability before," he murmurs to himself. "If I'm trapped in this labyrinth, I can use it to mark sections of the area on my map." The system announces that he has activated the Eye of Argos and prompts him to open the map. However, it quickly informs him that displaying the map outside of this area is impossible. It's no surprise, then, that others have resorted to using blades to mark their locations in this treacherous labyrinth. Clearly, the system's guidance is utterly ineffective, just one of the many harsh rules of the Abyss. He hears a noise behind him and, turning around, he sees something unusual materializing from thin air. A sense of unease washes over him, making him question whether this place is a trap. Yet, he quickly dismisses the thought. He hadn't heard any mechanisms whirring to life. Still, an unsettling silence hangs in the air, amplifying his suspicions. Suddenly, a monstrous figure began to materialize behind him, poised to strike. Sensing its presence, he swiftly dodged the attack with a quick movement. With determination, he countered, slicing the creature in half. But to his dismay, the system announced that the attack was ineffective, and the monster began to regenerate. A chilling thought crossed his mind. Was this creature immune to physical damage? The monster lets out a deafening roar, so powerful that it causes blood to seep from the protagonist's eyes, mouth, nose, and ears. The system chimes in, declaring that he is now afflicted with the status of deafness. Panic sets in as he realizes that without the ability to hear, his perception will be severely compromised. He reflects on how he completely underestimated the peril of the Abyss, recognizing that what he faces is a rule-type monster, a true embodiment of danger. He recalls a moment from 3 years ago. While sprawled on the ground gathering magic crystals, he notices something in the distance. As he squints to get a better look, he realizes it's just a cluster of statues. He chuckles to himself, admitting that he had been genuinely frightened, but reassures himself that there's nothing to fear. With a sigh of relief, he turns back to his task, resuming his collection of the shimmering crystals. The statues seem to come alive, their gaze fixed on him as they inch closer, but he's too engrossed in the crystals to notice. When he finally glances back, he's jolted to find the statues looming right beside him. Doubt creeps in as he wonders if he's hallucinating after all. They were perched atop that rock mound just moments ago. Suddenly, another collector appears at his side, shouting urgently that he can't afford to turn his back on the statues. "Don't blink," the collector warns. "They're monsters, wretched stone statues that weep!" He asks what that is, feeling a chill run down his spine at the mere mention of it. The man shouts again, insisting that he mustn't take his eyes off the statues and pleading with him to keep watching. He begins to explain that the monsters in that abyss adhere to certain rules, which makes sense. The higher the monster's level, the stronger the logic behind their behavior. The weeping stone statues before him are classified as S-rank creatures, but they typically don't attack awakened beings. However, there's a chilling rule. Once you lock eyes with them, their bodies turn to stone, freezing in place. But the moment you look away, they charge at you with a speed that could take down even the most seasoned awakened ones in an instant. The protagonist, feeling the weight of the situation, asks what they should do next. The man approaches him, urging him to follow his lead. He explains that they need to retreat slowly, step by step, out of the room without blinking. The two begin to walk backward, their eyes fixed on the statues, until they finally manage to exit the area. Suddenly, the protagonist trips over an unseen obstacle and tumbles to the ground, sending magic crystals scattering in every direction. Startled, they both look away just as the statues spring to life and charge at them. In a panic, the man sprints forward, yanks a lever, and swiftly seals the entrance to the room, narrowly escaping the impending danger. Shaken, the protagonist collapses to the ground, overwhelmed with relief. He turns to the man, expressing his gratitude, saying it's thanks to him that he made it out alive. The man chuckles, his laughter echoing in the tense air. "You got lucky this time," he replies. "If you had attacked a weeping stone statue like those other awakened ones, you wouldn't have just realized you couldn't deal any damage. You'd have been dead in the blink of an eye." The man continues to laugh, remarking that while they may be mere collectors with minimal combat skills, they possess valuable experience. Undeterred, the protagonist charges at the monster, confident in his magical abilities, believing they are just as formidable as those of the other awakened ones. He presses on, contemplating that if the creature before him has a rule of physical immunity, perhaps magic attacks could be its Achilles heel. He unleashes the great flame burst, but suddenly feels an unsettling heat radiating from his hand. Panic sets in as he quickly extinguishes the flames, exclaiming that it's far too hot. Pulling back, he wonders aloud if fire control is always this unpredictable. Blowing gently on his hand, he sighs in disappointment, lamenting that the fire attack is the only magical technique he has truly mastered. As the monster readies itself to strike, he recalls that he still has one card left to play. With a swift dodge, he declares that the ship's location remains a mystery, and he refuses to remain stagnant in this first room. Though the demonic spirit possesses physical immunity, its assaults are primarily physical in nature. The abomination, a twisted embodiment of rules, lunges at him once more. The protagonist deftly dodges, but the creature shows no mercy, relentlessly pressing the attack. He feels the pressure mounting, yet he remains resolute, confident that he can push this monster back. After evading a flurry of strikes, a realization dawns on him. He finally grasps the rules and mechanics at play. The demonic spirit only materializes when an attack is initiated. The scythe remained embedded, and with it, he not only lost the protective rules that rendered physical attacks ineffective, but also transformed those very attacks into his greatest vulnerability. Seizing an opening amid his opponent's assault, the protagonist swiftly closed the distance, unleashing a flurry of slashes that sent the monster vanishing into thin air. The scattered energy of the monster begins to coalesce into a single point, and suddenly, another creature materializes before the protagonist. He watches in awe, realizing that this is a second form. It's a fascinating development, but the pressure emanating from this new form is far more intense than the first. An ominous aura begins to envelop him, and he realizes that ever since he heard the first form scream, not only has his hearing faltered, but now his vision is also becoming impaired. Doubts creep in as he contemplates using his blood plan for salvation, but he quickly dismisses the thought. After all, he had just employed it to bait the first form's attack, creating an opportunity for his counterstrike. Moreover, his skill has a cooldown of at least 30 seconds, and his dwindling magical power won't sustain continuous summoning. The second form assaults him relentlessly, and he suddenly feels the sting of a slash across his shoulders. In that moment, he realizes he has no way to counterattack. His only hope is to dodge the fatal blows by sheer luck. It dawns on him that he's facing an assassin he cannot defeat, even with all his enhanced stats. He activates his carnivorous plant card, Regeneration. The system promptly notifies him that all wounds have been healed, including the unusual deafness. Realizing the importance of bolstering his health to survive a single blow, he resolves to strengthen himself. Meanwhile, the second form watches the unfolding events with surprise. The protagonist notes that the demonic spirit in its second form harbors a fear of luminous things. Even the faint glow of the healing magic causes it to retreat. Undeterred, Yi smiles and reignites the flames in his hands. The second form hesitates, sensing the rising heat. Yi intensifies the flames, enveloping his entire body in fire. Though he risks burning himself, the fierce blaze keeps the second form at bay. The system warns him that he's burning, but he only laughs, declaring that things are finally getting interesting. He charges toward the second form, which, terrified, flees from him as fast as it can. He continues his pursuit, taunting that the demonic spirit fears flames because they are its life force. Yet, beneath it all, he knows it's just an innocent soul that perished in a fire. Unfortunately, fire element abilities have been cursed, rendering them unusable. Unable to launch a fireball, he activates his spirit charge, declaring that he will become the fireball himself. With this newfound power, he ascends to his second form and unleashes a great flame explosion from his own body, resulting in a tremendous blast. The force hurls him away, while the evil spirit ignites in flames. The system confirms that he has successfully defeated the evil spirit, but the cost was steep. His health has plummeted to below 10%, and his arm is severely burned, rendering him unable to wield weapons or cast spells. Yi lets out a laugh, acknowledging the high price of his victory. Now he must bide his time until his regeneration skill finishes its cooldown. He gazes at the second form, shouting that it can't burn to ashes just yet. He still needs to recycle it. With determination, he activates his skill and commands it to recycle immediately. In an instant, he acquires a Soul Reaper artifact. This powerful tool allows him to summon a demonic spirit, enabling him to unleash a devastating wide-scale harvest with a scythe, dealing 5 times the base damage. If any target falls due to this ability, Despair Harvest activates instantly, restoring 5% of the user's health and mana. Should Despair Harvest trigger more than 5 times in a single moment, the user will enter an incorporeal state for 1 second. During this state, they become immune to physical attacks and obstacles, though their own attacks will deal no damage. If the user causes death, they will suffer backlash equal to the damage dealt. Artifacts cannot be equipped or swapped, as they are bound to the user's soul. The protagonist gazes at the card, noting that this time, the cards are different. It's the first time he's encountered a soul-bound artifact card. Yaz comments that the Soul Harvest Blade appears to have the ability to convert a deceased target into human health. When summoned amidst a throng of soldiers, the artifact possesses the power to decimate the entire group in a single strike. Yet, wielding such devastating force comes at a perilous cost. If the attack fails to eliminate the target, the user will suffer the backlash, potentially leading to their own demise. Timing is everything. It must be unleashed at precisely the right moment. The protagonist glances to the side and notices that the door, once locked, has now swung open. The system chimes in, announcing that the regeneration cooldown has finally ended. Without hesitation, he begins to heal, urging his sister to hold on just a little longer. He's on his way. Meanwhile, in another room, a horrifying scene unfolds. A butcher goes about his grim task, tossing something gruesome into a bucket. In the midst of this chaos, Xiaozhou rises, clutching a bottle tightly in her hand. She hurls the bottle into the distance, the clatter drawing the monster's attention. Seizing the opportunity, she scrambles out of the trash pile, but stumbles awkwardly to the ground. As she regains her composure, her eyes land on the doll her brother gifted her. Despite her exhaustion, she fights to reach for it, whispering fiercely, "I won't let them hurt you." Suddenly, the doll is crushed right before her eyes. As she looks up, the terrifying monster from earlier looms over her once again. Its deafening screams fill the air, paralyzing her with fear. In desperation, she calls out for her older brother, hoping for a glimmer of safety amidst the chaos. As the monster readies itself to strike, a figure suddenly emerges, slicing the creature cleanly in half. Xiaozhou stands in stunned silence, awed by the sheer power of the attack. The man before her is a formidable warrior swordsman known as Wu Ming. Still reeling from the display of strength, she breathlessly refers to him as a hunter, but he merely turns away, unfazed. She attempts to call out to him, but he continues walking, leaving her in a mix of admiration and confusion. She rushes forward, clinging to his legs, her voice a desperate plea as she begs Ming to take her with him. The warrior turns, his expression firm. "There are no more monsters here," he insists. "You need to hide. If you follow me, you will surely die." Xiaozhou's thoughts drift to her brother. She knows she must stay alive, if only to see him one last time, to honor the promise they made 7 years ago. Yi sat across from his sister's doctor, anxiety etched on his face. The doctor delivered the grim news. Her spinal nerves were severely damaged, and he feared she might never walk again. He emphasized the miracle that she could still move her upper body. With a heavy heart, Yi asked, "Does that mean she really won't be able to stand again?" The doctor's response was clear and unwavering. "That's correct. Spinal nerve damage is, unfortunately, theoretically irreversible." "At least theoretically," the doctor replies. Yi's curiosity is piqued, and he asks why the doctor uses the word theoretically. That single word ignites a spark of hope within him. Perhaps there is still a chance. Eagerly, he inquires about what needs to be done. The doctor takes a deep breath, his expression serious. "Theoretically, science can't do much," he admits. "But I've heard of cases where blind individuals regained their sight within the abyss." In recent worlds, Yi has discovered a potential way to heal his sister one that defies the limits of science. This mysterious power eludes any scientific explanation, and if his sister's condition was indeed caused by a monster from the abyss, then perhaps the solution lies within that very darkness. As he gazes at his hand, a flicker of determination ignites within him. If the cure resides in the abyss, then entering it might be the key to saving his sister. The doctor places a hand on his forehead, attempting to convey the gravity of the situation. Only researchers are allowed inside, he explains, and someone like you stepping in there would be nothing short of suicidal. He urges him to shift his focus from that perilous thought to the pressing issue at hand. You should be more concerned about your current situation. Even routine treatment at this hospital costs an arm and a leg at least 8,001 a day. Without a moment's hesitation, the protagonist bows deeply to the doctor, vowing to do his utmost to raise the necessary funds. He pleads with the doctor to look after his little sister. The doctor assures him that he will do everything in his power to keep her healthy and safe, but he stresses that the hospital bills must be paid on time. Yo nods, understanding the gravity of the situation, and promises to gather the full amount as quickly as he can before walking away. As he walked down the hallway, the nurses began to whisper among themselves. They speculated whether they were talking about that boy, the one whose parents had died that very day, leaving his sister disabled. He was the only one left. Their murmurs turned to expressions of pity, lamenting the sight of such a small child facing such overwhelming circumstances. With tears streaming down his face, he approached his sister's hospital room door, each step heavy with sorrow. Before entering, he forces a smile, wipes away his tears, and, as he opens the door, tries to appear as cheerful as possible, shouting, "I'm back." Xiaoju, concerned, glances at him and asks where he had been. He leaps onto her bed and excitedly explains that he was talking to the doctor with a bright smile. He tells her he's going to a place called the Abyss. His little sister, innocent and curious, asks what the Abyss is and if it's safe there. The protagonist maintains a warm smile, reassuring her that it's not dangerous. He just needs to stay behind the others. She listens quietly, absorbing his words. As he rises to leave, he pauses, almost forgetting something important. With a sudden turn, he reveals a teddy bear, its soft fur inviting comfort. "I won't be able to visit for a while," he says, his voice gentle. "So while I'm gone, let this teddy bear take care of you for me." Xiaoshu's worry deepens as she confesses, "You're my only family. I can't bear the thought of you putting yourself in danger again." She pleads with him, "Please, stay away from places filled with monsters." With a gentle smile, Ye approaches his sister. "I understand your concern, but there's no avoiding this," he reassures her. "I've found the job that pays exceptionally well. Just a little longer, and we'll have the means to treat your legs. Soon, you'll be able to walk again." Xiaoju declares that if her brother must venture into dangerous places, she'd rather remain in a wheelchair for the rest of her life. She refuses to let him face the monsters alone. With a determined look, she makes a pinky promise, and Yi hooks his pinky with hers, vowing not to put himself in harm's way. In the present, she clings tightly to the hunter's legs, insisting that if she stays in the abyss, her brother will inevitably find a way to join her. She can't bear the thought of him risking his life for her once more. That's why she can't afford to die here. She also can't bear the thought of her brother dying. Ming watches her intently, remarking that she seems quite stubborn. With a gentle yet firm motion, he lifts her into a wheelchair, adding that her determination is actually intriguing. However, he warns her that if a monster comes to attack, he won't be there to protect her. She successfully retrieves the teddy bear her brother had given her, relief washing over her as she notices her chair remains intact. The hunter turns to her, his expression cold. "You're not my employer," he states bluntly. "Whether you live or die is none of my concern." She meets his gaze, unfazed. "That's fine," she replies. "Just do your job. I'll watch from a distance and won't interfere." With a slight nod, he introduces himself. "I am Wu Ming, a warrior swordsman." Meanwhile, deep within the abyss, the protagonist walked thoughtfully, reflecting on his time as a scavenger. He had come across countless potions, most designed to heal wounds inflicted by monsters, with only a few exceptions. One of the fundamental rules of the abyss is that injury sustained before entering cannot be healed. If someone enters with existing burns and then suffers an attack from a monster, they will only heal back to their original state upon leaving. Any injuries acquired outside the abyss remain untouched within its depths. If it weren't for this cruel limitation, he would have already found a cure for his sister. Suddenly, he is taken aback by the sight of several bodies strewn across the ground. Looks like a fierce battle took place here, he muses, noting that the monsters must have been of a higher level than the hunters, which explains the carnage. As he scans the area, he notices a lack of nearby monsters, suggesting that someone might have survived. However, his surprise deepens when he glances to the side and spots a colossal figure gruesomely sliced in half. To his astonishment, his observation skill reveals no trace of human life emanating from the remains. Most of the victims were of the agile or intelligent type. He begins to wonder if that blow was truly delivered with brute strength alone. A smile spreads across his face as excitement bubbles within him. It seems that someone stronger than anyone else truly exists here. To be more specific, this individual is an overwhelmingly powerful presence. Ming continues walking, with Xiao Zhou trailing closely behind. Suddenly, he steps on a trap, causing her to gasp in fear. Lights flicker to life on the ceiling, striking the hunter's body and sending her into a panic as she screams. Yet, he stands unfazed, his wounds miraculously closing before her eyes. She hesitates, her voice trembling as she asks, "Are we really going to keep doing this? It hurts too much." Ming struggles to grasp her words. 4 years ago, deep within the ancient tomb of the Abyss, the boss-level king had been effortlessly defeating every hunter who dared to approach. Ming was among those hunters, determined to confront him. He recalls an old man berating him and his team, lamenting that he had paid a fortune for nothing. "You're mercenaries," the man had shouted. "You should be willing to do anything for money." The old man pointed at them, his voice booming with authority as he declared they should never forget that he could buy their lives twice over. Ming regarded him as a criminal, and without any legal support, he found himself joining private hunting parties as a mercenary. Among these reckless groups, there were those who seemed utterly indifferent to life and death. They accepted nearly suicidal missions, demanding double the pay for their perilous endeavors. The old man shouted that he would reward anyone who could slay the overlord with a staggering 100,000 points. He insisted that the victor would claim everything, as he couldn't bear to part with that treasure. Desperation washed over him, and within moments, he raised the stakes to 200,000 points. It was a scene reminiscent of gamblers at a casino, sword warriors risking it all for the promise of riches. The mercenaries began their negotiations, demanding a hefty sum of 250,000. The old man, resolute, agreed and promised that amount to anyone who could slay the creature lurking in the abyss. Suddenly, the overlord emerged, unleashing a bone-chilling roar as he summoned his minions. Undeterred, the old man shouted once more, reiterating his offer. They had to kill it for him. One of the warriors shouted, rallying his comrades to attack simultaneously. However, they were swiftly obliterated in mere milliseconds. Ming attempted to join the fray, but he took a direct hit and was sent sprawling through the air. The overlord then turned his gaze toward the old man, a chilling intensity in his eyes. Panic surged through him as he pleaded for salvation, shouting that they would only receive their payment if he survived, reminding them that he had essentially bought their lives. In that moment, Ming rose to his feet, channeling every ounce of his strength as he charged at the monster. Caught off guard, he landed a decisive blow. In an instant, the creature vanished, leaving behind a chest and a shimmering gem in its wake. The old man shoved the warrior aside, his voice booming with urgency as he demanded to open the chest immediately. Ming struggled to his feet, badly injured, and insisted that the reward was double. The old man chuckled, a mocking glint in his eyes. "You're practically dead already. What do you need money for? Planning to spend it in the afterlife?" With a triumphant laugh, he flung open the chest, reveling in the thought of newfound riches. "I didn't waste my coin on hidden abyss information for nothing." As he opened the box, a strange light burst forth, and he was taken aback to find it empty. "I worked so hard to get here," he shouted in disbelief. But then, something began to happen to him. His head started to swell, and he realized with dread that he was falling victim to the sand curse. The sword warrior pondered whether the box itself was cursed. Just then, he felt a trickle of sand leaking from his own eye, and a chilling thought crossed his mind. Had he been affected too? Before him lay the jewel of the Corpse King, its power resting solely in his hands. He grasped the immortal relic, a soul-bound artifact that would transform its bearer into an undead creature. While holy and healing spells would inflict devastating harm, ordinary attacks would leave the user unharmed. However, the price of this transformation was steep, the sacrifice of pain and all other emotions. Ming believed he had become someone who could not die. After sharing his thoughts with Xiaozhu, she asked if his blood was truly sand and what kind of curse he was under. He simply turned away, ignoring her questions. Frustrated, she shouted at him not to dismiss her like that. Meanwhile, chaos reigned elsewhere as countless monsters gathered, ready to charge. Yi began to stride toward them, taking down one opponent after another. He reflected on his earlier haste, realizing he hadn't allocated his points wisely. He had spread them evenly across the board. As a result, all his stats now exceeded 200. Yet, as he stood before the next room, uncertainty loomed. He had no clue what awaited him inside, and charging in without a plan could land him in a precarious situation. Though the Abyss monsters weren't particularly strong, the relentless battles were taking their toll. He pressed on, defeating every foe in his path without pause. With a swift leap, he surveyed the remaining monsters and unleashed Dagger Frenzy. A warning from the system flashed before him. His mana had dipped below 5%. A wave of concern washed over him without mana. He couldn't cast any spells or use his skills. One monster spotted a small opening and charged forward, but Yi was quick to react. "Looks like it's fists from here on out," he declared. With incredible strength, he crushed the monster's head in one blow. As he glanced back, he saw more monsters approaching. Frustration bubbled up inside him as he shouted, "It never ends!" After battling through 4 consecutive rooms, his body was exhausted, and his mana was barely at half. His supply of small mana potions was nearly depleted, leaving only the large ones he had discovered at the beginning of the Abyss. With determination, he charged toward the monsters, planning to save the larger potions for when the situation became truly desperate. He fought with raw power, defeating foes like a relentless beast. As he unleashed his artifact card, Soul Reaper, he reminded himself of its significant side effects. He wouldn't wield that scythe for just any encounter. If he confronted a beast on the verge of death, the Despair Harvest effect could trigger, restoring his life. The Reaper sliced through the monsters, annihilating them effortlessly, and the system announced that the Soul Reaper artifact had activated its effect. His life and mana were fully restored. Now he stood at 100% life and mana. With a sigh of relief, he realized he had managed to conserve his mana potions and minimize his reliance on super regeneration. The system also alerted him that cooldown times for skills increase with each use. As he walked, he accidentally stepped on something that made a noise. Glancing down, he spotted a pair of glasses and noticed someone crouching inside a barrel. He turned and called out, asking who was there. Suddenly, the barrel tipped over, and the person inside screamed, pleading for him to wait and not to attack, insisting that they were human too. A man crawled out, frantically asking if the protagonist had seen his glasses. He picked them up and handed them to him. The man introduced himself as Dr. Song King Anjan, a researcher. He explained that he wasn't entirely sure what had happened, but earlier, several monsters had appeared in his vicinity, the very same ones Yi had just defeated. Trembling with fear, he admitted that all he could think about was escaping. In his panic, he had stumbled into that strange room and had no choice but to hide in a barrel. He demanded to know if there were any other survivors. King Shan shook his head, insisting it was impossible. "This is a hospital," he explained. "If those with all their limbs intact couldn't survive, what chance do the sick or those missing parts have?" Fury surged within Ye as he seized the doctor by the collar. "How can you say such things about the sick or the injured?" he snapped. "If you truly are a doctor, you should know better than to speak like that." King Shan questioned why he should, explaining that he was a doctor, not a hero, and couldn't possibly fight those monsters. He asked if he understood. He emphasized that even in the act of rescuing others, one's own life must take precedence. If he were truly strong, he wouldn't have been hiding in a barrel. Then, with a hint of sarcasm, he asked if Yi had come to save him. If he was being paid for it, he really shouldn't be talking nonsense. Lionheart must have offered a substantial reward to get him out. Yi recalled that name and immediately thought of the Emperor. Just a few days ago, after defeating the Emperor, a small shield had dropped, granting him 150 points. Curious about the item, Yi had asked Zhou Tong what it was. Zhou Tong recognized it, saying he had seen it before and believed it to be the emblem of the Lionheart Hunter. Yi had mentioned that this was the group of super hunters, known for their absurdly high entry requirements that only the strongest could hope to meet. Now, back in the present, Yi turned away, dismissing the doctor entirely. Frustrated, King Shan shouted at him, insisting that since he had just come from that direction, the exit must be the other way. Ye countered, explaining that the doctor had come from the infirmary, but King Shan was baffled, asking how that was relevant to their situation. He remarked that Yi shouldn't waste his time trying to save those oddballs, as they were nothing but trouble and wouldn't be able to pay for a rescue. With a heavy heart, Yi replied that he was sorry but his sister was involved. Upon hearing this, the doctor understood that Yi wasn't there to save him and had no ties to Lionheart. Yu confirmed this, explaining that he merely collects trash and usually avoids situations like this. As he began to unleash his power, he added that when it came to someone like Qing Shan, he couldn't even be bothered to collect him. The sealed passage begins to creak open, and the protagonist steps forward. The doctor rushes after him, urgently warning that the area has transformed into a confusing labyrinth. If Yi retraces his steps, he risks encountering an absorption, and they could easily become lost. Despite the danger, the doctor offers his assistance, promising to guide Yi through the abyss in search of his sister. Yet Yi continues to walk in silence, lost in his thoughts. Qingshan steps forward, interpreting the silence as a sign of agreement. "Then follow me," he urges, gesturing down the path he has chosen. The doctor leads the way through the first portal, with Yi trailing closely behind. Curiosity piqued, Qingshan asks, "What group do you belong to?" The protagonist replies simply, "I work alone." The doctor is taken aback, wondering aloud who would dare to work alone in such perilous times. After all, anyone with skills is swiftly recruited by powerful factions like Tartarus, Lionheart, or Cloudtop, all of which offer hunters lucrative salaries. He proposes that once they escape, he could introduce Ye to some of these groups as a reward for his assistance. Irritation flickers in the protagonist's eyes as he glares at the doctor. "My sister's name is Ye Xiaoju," he corrects sharply. If he truly wants to guide and help, he should do so quietly. The mention of that name sends Qu Gingshan into a spiral of desperation. Memories flood back of a past conversation where he had inquired about the condition of two test subjects, both of whom were underage according to the documentation. A man had laughed, dismissing his concerns, and assured the doctor that the girls' families were powerless to intervene. One of them was Ye Xiaoju, who lived with her older brother. The man explained that her brother was a mercenary, risking his life in the abyss for money, and it was only a matter of time before he met his fate there. The other was Lin Shugu, whose father had just been released from prison and was barely scraping by. The doctor fixed his gaze on the man, curiosity piqued, and asked how he had managed to persuade them. The man replied with a mocking tone, questioning whether persuasion was truly necessary. He had merely asked if they wanted to become a burden to their families. Turning to Lin Shugu, he pointed out that her father was unemployed, struggling to afford her treatment, and had been visiting her less frequently. Perhaps, he suggested, she was already a burden to him. He pointed at Ye Xiaoju and reminded her how her brother constantly risked his life to pay for her treatment. "Don't you want him to be safe?" he asked. Without hesitation. Ye Xiaoju replied with a firm yes. Sensing their desperation, the man chuckled and proposed a new treatment that could potentially cure them both, freeing them from being a burden. "Are you interested in participating?" he asked, a glimmer of hope in his eyes. Lin Shugu eagerly volunteered to go first. Yi Xiaoshu followed suit, raising her hand and expressing her desire to stand on her own, no longer wanting to be a burden to her brother. The man placed two papers on the table, commending them as good children and assuring them that the agreement was ready for their signatures. Meanwhile, inside the lab, the man and the doctor observed the ongoing experiments. The man remarked on how effortlessly one could deceive people in such circumstances. Qingshan remarked that what was truly remarkable wasn't the trick itself, but rather that even something deemed worthless could hold value for humanity. He praised the doctor, calling him the best director, and emphasized how the research could empower job changers to surpass their limits and grow stronger, marking an extraordinary contribution to society. Excited by the prospect, Qingshan agreed wholeheartedly, declaring that each subject could be sold for billions, a truly significant contribution indeed. One of the other doctors in the room inquired if they could begin the experiments. The chief doctor nodded, giving the order to proceed. A physician stepped forward, injecting a syringe into the patient's bloodstream and announcing her as experiment number 1. But almost instantly, her body began to bleed and decompose within the chamber. Gasps of shock filled the room, and Qingshan's voice cut through the chaos, demanding to know what was happening. A woman involved in the project explained that the abyssal cells were rejecting the host. There were no energy variations coming from that incompetent vessel, indicating that the abyssal stem cell injection had failed. Qingshan surveyed the grotesque scene, dismissing it as merely a corpse. "It doesn't matter," he said. "We still have one more chance." Just then, the woman interrupted, her voice tense. "There's a major problem. Someone is causing trouble." Qingshan inquires about the identity of the person on the screen. The girl points, revealing that it's the father of the patient they just tested. Irritation flickers across Qingshan's face as he commands that the man be brought in immediately. One of the doctor's accomplices assures him that he will fetch the father personally. By the time the man arrives, the guards have already restrained him. He protests vehemently, demanding to know what's happening. "You can't treat a patient like this in a hospital," he exclaims, emphasizing that the director specifically ordered him to be brought in. As they make their way to the experiment room, Qin Shan introduces himself, revealing that he is the director of the hospital. He informs the anxious father that his daughter is present. The man glances around in confusion, searching for her. With a somber expression, the director gestures toward a tank and says, "She's inside." He continues, "Unfortunately, she agreed to this, but there have been complications." Qin Shan expresses his sorrow, acknowledging the tragedy of the situation, but reassures the man that compensation will be provided as per the contract his daughter signed. Witnessing this firsthand, the father is overwhelmed, tears streaming down his face. The director coldly informs him that he won't even be allowed to keep what little remains of his daughter's body, as the hospital requires it for research purposes. In a surge of grief and rage, the father loses control, landing a punch squarely on Qin Shan's face. He calls him a worm, his voice rising in desperation as he demands to know why such a horrific experiment could be permitted and where their humanity has gone. The director's voice boomed as he declared that the girl was nothing but a cripple, incapable of using her own body. He coldly asserted that, in this way, she contributed more to society than most. With a dismissive wave, he insisted that the compensation offered was more than sufficient, urging the father to be grateful for what his daughter had done, take the money, and simply disappear. But the father, consumed by despair, continued to sob uncontrollably. He cried out, his voice breaking, that his daughter was just a child, and allowing her to sign that contract felt like committing murder. He insists he doesn't want money. He wants his daughter alive and well. Qin Shan dismisses him as insolent and orders the guards to take him away. As they drag him out, the father shouts that he will send everyone there to hell, casting them all into the abyss to ensure no one escapes. Turning away, Qin Shan inquires about the progress of Ye Xiaoju's experiment. A man reports that no energy has been detected yet, emphasizing the need for more detailed observation. He then inquires if that girl's brother might also put on a show. Qin Shan sneers, dismissing the idea, claiming that even if he did, it would be nothing more than a trivial performance after all. He's just a girl's garbage collector. Back in the present, the protagonist notices the doctor's sudden silence at the mention of his sister's name. Curiosity piqued. He asks if, by any chance, they know each other. Qin Shan attempts to create some space, nervously laughing as he insists he's never heard that name, suggesting she might be behind the next door. Trembling with fear, he questions why this man, who was supposed to be just a trash collector, appears so formidable. Was he hallucinating when he witnessed him defeat the beast in the previous room? Qin Shan's desperation deepens as he contemplates the man's true strength. If he's as formidable as he fears, Qin Shan knows he might not make it out alive. A dark thought crosses his mind. Perhaps he could throw the girl into the monster's pit and escape alone. As they continue their journey, he begins to glance nervously around, anxiety gnawing at him. Yu notices his unease and asks, "What's wrong? Did the doctor forget the way?" Qin Shan quickly shakes his head, attempting to mask his fear. "No, it's not that," he replies. "I'm just worried about my sister. There were so many monsters in the hospital ward earlier, and I had no choice but to run." Yu remains silent, his gaze fixed on something ahead. The director, trembling with fear, continues to cry, convinced that he will be killed if the protagonist discovers that his sister is dead. In a desperate attempt to deflect blame, he considers pinning the tragedy on the abyssal monsters, hoping to evade full responsibility. Just then, the object of the protagonist's attention emits a sudden noise, breaking the tense atmosphere. In an instant, he understands the danger and yanks the doctor by the collar, pulling him out of harm's way just in time. This time, it isn't a monster, he declares firmly. Qin Shan, still trembling and bewildered, struggles to comprehend what just unfolded. Ming steps forward, a look of regret on his face. "I'm sorry," he says. "I thought you were a monster." His gaze shifts to the doctor. "Are you Director Qin Chen? I received a commission from Lionheart to rescue you." The protagonist pieces it all together and realizes that Ming is indeed there to save the doctor. However, Qin Shan, still reeling from the shock, shouts at Ming, demanding to know if he truly intends to rescue him, especially after nearly taking his life. Ye interjects, reflecting on how he should have seen it coming sooner. After all, that same sword had left marks near the entrance of the labyrinth. Even if an entire team had been wiped out, it hardly surprises him that someone as formidable as Ming could handle everything on his own. Ming steps forward, introducing himself as a double mercenary. "For the right price," he declares, "the lives of my companions mean nothing." The protagonist observes him closely, recalling the deranged double mercenaries he has encountered before, men who gamble with their lives in the abyss for a higher payout, often claiming the entire reward if their team falls. Meanwhile, the doctor interjects, urgently explaining that he is the one in need of rescue, pleading with Ming to take him instead. Yi seizes the doctor, his grip firm as he declares that he doesn't trust this man's intentions. After all, the sword at his side exudes a chilling aura of murderous intent. Qing Shan interjects, assuring Ming that he's not here to undermine anyone's mission. Yet, the director had instructed him to create a diversion, as his sister was just behind the mercenary. With a swift motion, Ming draws his sword and turns, revealing that he did, in fact, catch a glimpse of a little girl earlier. Upon hearing this, the protagonist is taken aback, demanding to know if he's telling the truth and where the girl is. The director's face pales with fear. If she's alive, he knows he's in deep trouble. Ming casually tosses a teddy bear to Yi, but the protagonist's gaze locks onto the object, panic rising within him. He urgently questions where the mercenary found it. With a heavy heart, Ming closes his eyes and replies that the girl was indeed adorable, but tragically she didn't make it. In that moment, Yi felt as if his soul was crumbling. "What did you just say?" he asked, his voice barely a whisper. The director, a flicker of relief crossing his face, thought to himself that if the girl was truly dead, then he was safe after all. The mercenary continued, his tone matter-of-fact. He had warned the girl that he wouldn't intervene if a monster attacked her, and her fate, whether she lived or died, was of no concern to him. Yet, he had made her a promise. If he ever encountered her brother, he would deliver a message. As Yi listens, he begins to tremble. Ming continues, recounting how the girl wished she could have waited at the hospital door for her brother, just to show him she was fine so he wouldn't risk his life trying to save her. Overwhelmed by rage, Yi loses control and charges forward, demanding to know why Ming stood by, fully aware of the danger she was in. Ming replies coldly that a mercenary's only duty is to complete the mission and collect the payment. Anything beyond that is not his concern. As he prepares for battle, he reflects on the curse he bears, which guarantees that anyone who follows him will perish, leaving him as the sole survivor each time. In a twisted sense, it's still her fault. Ming defends himself and counters Yi's relentless attacks, but Yi continues to press forward, shouting and demanding to know the whereabouts of his sister. The mercenary stands firm, offering a deal. If Ye hands over the director, he will reveal the way. The protagonist questions what will happen if he refuses. The director cuts in, reminding him that he's still there, listening to every word. Ming responds icily, declaring that if Yi refuses, he will show no mercy to anyone, sending them all to hell, even those he once fought alongside. With that, he launches another strike, but Yi deftly dodges, seizing the moment to disarm his opponent. He charges forward, demanding to know what Ming can do now that he's unarmed. Ming carefully observes Yi's movements before swiftly seizing both of his hands. With a flicker of energy, he activates a skill known as Disarm, rendering Yi's weapon useless for 8 crucial seconds. In one fluid motion, he delivers a sharp headbutt, sending Yi staggering back. Regaining his footing, Yi prepares to resume the fight, acknowledging that, for a brief moment, he believed the mercenary was limited to just that weapon. This unexpected turn of events has caught him off guard. Ming explains that in perilous situations, double mercenaries are often the first to be sacrificed, even against unknown monsters. Therefore, they must learn to wield their bodies as weapons when necessary. He adds with a hint of confidence that he hasn't even tapped into half of his strength yet. Gripping his sword once more, he points it at Yi and declares that now Yi stands no chance of victory. Ming readies himself to strike again with the emerald blade. Yu observes the weapon, noting its immense power, yet its size and weight render it slow. He realizes that as long as he can anticipate the attack and move before the strike lands, he can evade it. Ming presses on with his assault, but Yi narrowly dodges each blow, his movements fueled by sheer determination and adrenaline. Yu quickly realizes that his opponent is incredibly fast. Without hesitation, he summons his creatures. Ming, taken by surprise, finds himself ensnared by Yi's spiders. However, with sheer brute strength, he tears through the webs and charges at the creatures, declaring that Yi will never succeed if he relies on them to defeat him. Ming unleashes a devastating strike, shattering the ground before him. "If you think you can defeat me with such tricks, you're sorely mistaken," he declares confidently. But just then, Yi appears behind him. Launching forward like a missile, Ming catches a glimpse of him at the last moment and swiftly turns, raising his sword to block the punch. The impact is explosive, sending him hurtling backward. As he gazes at Yi, Ming acknowledges that if it weren't for the weight of his sword absorbing the force of that devastating blow, he would likely be in pieces by now. Observing the aura radiating from Yi's body, Ming begins to reconsider his initial assumptions, realizing that Yi may not be one of those level 0 incompetents after all. Their eyes meet, and Ming muses that the protagonist's true strength likely far exceeds what he has revealed so far. Yi retorts that his combat skills are nearly on par with the mercenaries. Anger bubbling within him, he declares he will only ask one more time, "Where is his sister?" Ming's mind drifts back to a moment with Ye Xiaoju, who had once boasted about her brother's strength. Curious, he had asked her who was stronger, her or brother. Ye Xiaoju had smiled and confidently declared that she had the best brother in the world. Despite being just a collector, he dedicated himself each day to growing stronger. She admired him deeply and dreamed of one day becoming like him. When Ming looked at her and questioned whether she truly believed her brother was strong, he pointed out that collectors were typically level 1, low-class jobs, often dismissed as lacking real strength. But she wouldn't accept that. With fierce determination, she shouted back that he was lying. She explained that whenever she gazed into her brother's determined eyes and saw his muscular arms, she recognized him as a true warrior. Ming had grown curious about the kind of person her brother truly was, promising that when the time was right, she would introduce them. Now, in the present, the mercenary turns to Yi and observes that the look in his eyes reveals someone who has faced countless life-and-death situations. The way he fights suggests he must be relying on his last potion at the peak of the battle. Ming studies Ye intently, noting his basic attributes. He can see his health bar and recognizes that Yi is classified as a double swordsman. However, Yi's HP is surprisingly low. With Ming's berserker bonus damage and a well-placed critical strike on a weak point, he could likely take Yi down in just 3 blows. Yet, as he evaluates the situation, Ming senses that Yi is unlike any other class changer he has faced before. Yi wears no armor, and aside from the sword in his hands, he carries nothing else. The mercenary lunges forward with all his might. Yi dedicates himself entirely to offense, embracing a fighting style that favors a full-body assault over defense. Ming makes the first move, but Yi deftly dodges and swiftly slips behind him. Yet this is precisely what Ming had anticipated from the very beginning. He spins around, his berserker mode fully engaged, laughter echoing as he readies his attack. Yu notices this and marvels at Ming's quick reflexes, but he swiftly activates his soul impulse skill. In a surge of speed, he counters just before Ming's strike can connect, moving faster than ever before. Yu lands a critical hit, followed by another lucky strike inflicting a grievous wound. However, he notices something odd. Ming isn't dodging, almost as if he welcomes the blows. Just then, Ming swiftly turns, and to Yi's astonishment, the wound on his neck heals instantly. Yi is left stunned, grappling with the bewildering turn of events. What is happening? Ming charges forward with all his might, but Yi counters using his collector's skill. Despite this, Ming, fueled by his berserker rage, seizes one of Yi's hands and channels all his strength into the other. Caught off guard, Yi is slammed into his own skill, resulting in a massive explosion. Yet, as the dust settles, Yi emerges unscathed. The mercenary reveals that his unique trait renders him immune to ordinary attacks. Yi, intrigued, asks if that means he's immortal. Ming responds that the abyss teems with entities far beyond human understanding professions, skills, attributes, equipment, curses, and even unique divine punishments that one must endure in the relentless pursuit of power. Despite the ever-present fear of death, people are irresistibly drawn to the perilous edge between life and death, reaching for treasures that were never meant for them, claiming them as their own, and refusing to relinquish them to anyone else. At that moment, the gods take notice of them, perhaps out of amusement, or simply to erase that person's future entirely. Ming bursts into laughter, declaring that even so, he can still attain the power he craves. As his body begins to decompose in a peculiar manner, he adds ominously that no one warned this individual that with eternity would come the loss of all their most cherished possessions. Yi grows increasingly confused, pondering whether he might not be immortal after all, but rather undead. The doctor confirms the rumors. The ancestors of abyssal monsters do indeed pass on their abilities to those who change professions. This undead trait is a formidable characteristic, granting endless regeneration as long as one's energy remains intact. Ming continuously decomposes, only to re-emerge unexpectedly, claiming that just before death he reached out to eternity and returned to life. Each time this occurs, people whisper that he has come back alone once more, seemingly cursed with bad luck. He always returns for missions by himself. Though there's no concrete evidence, as a double-sword mercenary, he knows that if all his companions perish, he gets to keep the entire commission for himself. It was difficult not to view him as a team killer. From that moment on, people began to steer clear of him, declaring that if he was part of a mission, they would sit it out. No one wanted to face death that day. Ming remarked that this was the price he paid for eternity. He had died, yet somehow he continued to live on forever. With a fierce glare directed at the protagonist, he charged once more, unleashing his killing intense skill. The ability activates when his life dips below 33%, doubling both his vulnerability to damage and his own damage output. Yi is taken aback, a wave of concern washing over him as he realizes the potential of this new ability. The thought of combining it with his curse feels absurdly overpowered. Yet, in that moment of uncertainty, he activates his Blood Nightmare skill, transforming his body into nothing more than an illusion of blood. He deftly dodges the strike and prepares for battle. The mercenary presses on, undeterred by the threat of injury or even death, while the protagonist defends himself, questioning whether there's truly no way to overcome this monstrous foe. Ming confidently proclaims that, when it comes to strength, his victory is the only logical outcome. Ye activates the divine artifact he had obtained earlier, summoning a Reaper. Ming observes the apparition and speculates that it must be a green-class glass artifact. He attempts to strike the Reaper, but his attack passes harmlessly through it. In response, the Reaper delivers a direct blow to him. This encounter leads Ming to realize that the Reaper's power isn't derived from a physical weapon, but rather from the effects of a skill. The protagonist reveals that whenever a target falls victim to this ability, it activates the Despair Harvest trait. This unique power not only allows for the slow regeneration of life and mana, but, since the mercenary's body is already dead, it triggers with every successful strike. The secret to the undead's immortality lies in their mana, which sustains them endlessly. In other words, for someone like Ming, who has become undead, the health bar is merely decorative. His true vitality lies in his mana, which remains undetectable. The mercenary remarks that Yi has finally caught on, proving he's not as foolish as Ming believed. Yi responds, "The abyss is filled with rules, and even the most perplexing puzzles have their solutions. A mighty warrior can still be a clumsy brute. A glass cannon may unleash devastating damage, but fall easily. Even a seemingly invincible body can harbor a hidden weakness." The protagonist observes that Ming doesn't wear armor. His self-sacrificial attack style lures enemies into believing they can trade blows with him. Yet, in reality, hand-to-hand combat isn't a path to victory. For Ming, it's a flaw he intentionally reveals. Ming concedes the truth in his words, acknowledging that survival in the abyss requires a knack for bending the rules to one's advantage. However, he cautions Yi that even he must have his vulnerabilities. Curious, Yi inquires about Ming's meaning. Ming elaborates, stating that among the 6 attributes, strength, agility, intelligence, constitution, willpower, and luck, there's likely one where Yi falls short. Yi, however, shakes his head and insists, "I'm different." He possesses an abundance of extra points, which he distributes evenly at each level, earning his class the title of Hexagonal Warrior. This time, the protagonist takes the initiative, aware that he must strike before Ming's wounds can regenerate if he hopes to conclude the battle swiftly. As Yi attacks, Ming blocks the blow but quickly realizes that Yi's strength, speed, and reaction time far exceed what is typical for warriors of their age. The protagonist shows no signs of restraint. Ye effortlessly dodges the counterattack, confidently declaring that he has mastered not only peculiar techniques and brute strength, but also the often overlooked talents that others dismiss. As he evades another strike, he swiftly counters with a powerful blow to Ming's back. Pulling away, he elaborates, "Physical attacks alone might not be enough to kill you, but the relentless drain on your will hinder your regeneration. Eventually, when your mana runs out, you will meet your end." Slower than before, Ming presses on with his attacks, but Yi swiftly counters, using his skill to shatter the mercenary's arm. Ming stares in disbelief at the mangled limb and questions Yi about his mana consumption. Yi responds confidently, asserting that, regardless, he still holds the upper hand. In a twist of irony, Ming echoes Yi's own words, reminding him that even the most complex puzzles have solutions. Perhaps, he muses, Yi's true weakness isn't in battle, but somewhere beyond it. Ye glances back and spots his sister's teddy bear lying on the ground, wondering when it had fallen. In that fleeting moment of distraction, he lowers his guard. Seizing the opportunity, Ming lunges forward, slamming Ye's head into the ground. With a cold determination, he declares that he shows no sympathy to anyone who tries to stop him, not even former teammates. He would send them to hell without a second thought, yet he acknowledges that Yi is different from everyone else. He still clings to the morals of the living. Even knowing that the person he's trying to protect is worthless, he continues to fight for them. Ming then poses a chilling question. How would Yi choose between the life of his sister and that of the director? At this, Yi's eyes widen, fixating on the word choose. That means his sister isn't dead. Ming releases him and asks when he ever claimed she was. He explains that the teddy bear was merely a symbol to convince Yi he knew her whereabouts. With a laugh, he walks away, adding that the girl isn't easy to kill, just like her brother. Yu, still bewildered, demands to know what he truly means by that. Hours earlier, in another room, the sounds of battle echoed fiercely. The mercenary battled one of the abyssal monsters, while two others held Ye Xiaoju captive. Tears streamed down her face as despair washed over her. She feared she would never see her brother again. She recalled the mercenary's harsh words. If a monster attacked, he wouldn't come to her aid. Since she hadn't hired him, her life held no value in his eyes. Her brother's joyful voice echoed in her mind, telling her he had found a well-paying job that would be enough to heal her legs. All she had to do was wait until she could stand again. Tears welled in her eyes as she grappled with the thought of being a burden, even to her own brother. Accepting her fate, she began to say her goodbyes, filled with apologies. Yet, just as despair threatened to consume her, an undeniable will to live surged within her. She pleaded with the heavens for strength, even if just for a fleeting moment. Whispering her desperate requests, she opened her eyes, and an unfamiliar energy enveloped her. The monsters recoiled in terror at the sight before them. She had awakened a new skill, Metamorphosis Master. In an instant, she transformed into a colossal, monstrous version of her teddy bear. With a single strike, she could crush the monsters as if they were mere insects. Meanwhile, the mercenary was locked in a fierce struggle against the leader, when he suddenly noticed a severed monster's head land beside him with a thud. As he turned, he noticed that Ye Xiaoshu had also transformed into a beast. He recalled how those subjected to abyssal cells often had a greater likelihood of awakening abilities, realizing she must be one of those unfortunate souls, just as another father had once warned him. Despite her monstrous form, she continued to cry, reaching out her hand to him. He remained on high alert, wary of a potential attack. After all, he had heard that those ensnared by the temptation of abyssal cells often lost their minds, transforming into raging monsters. Yet, even in her monstrous form, Ye Xiaoju spoke, inquiring about what had happened. She felt significantly taller than before, and more importantly, she could walk. It struck her as odd. Ming, taken aback, questioned whether she had truly retained her sanity and demanded to know her name. As she sat beside him, tears streaming down her face, she introduced herself as Ye Xiaoju. A wave of relief washed over him. She was still herself. He guided her to a reflective surface, and when she caught sight of her new form, fury erupted within her. "I've turned into a giant teddy bear," she shouted, her voice a mix of disbelief and anger. The mercenary, caught between sympathy and humor, remarked that he wasn't quite sure whether to congratulate her on this bizarre transformation. Ye Xiaoshu's desperation only deepened as she cried out, "I don't look human anymore. How can I face my brother like this?" Her shame was palpable, and she pleaded for guidance, asking how she could return to her normal self and what she should do next. Ming responds, her irritation evident. "You're really starting to get on my nerves. This ability is mine, so there's no way you could understand how I can transform or change back." Turning away, he shrugs. "If you don't want to travel with me anymore, that's fine. I'll continue my mission and search for that person, with or without you." With a sigh, she hands him a teddy bear. "If you could deliver this to my brother, I would be very grateful." She pleads with him to inform her brother that she might need some time to mentally prepare, as she's never felt this shocked before. The mercenary takes the teddy bear and assures her that if he encounters her brother, he will relay her message personally. Returning to the present, the mercenary admits that while he would likely still hold the advantage in their ongoing battle, he's genuinely curious to see the protagonist's true abilities. Despite their differences, there's no real reason for them to interfere in each other's lives. Suddenly, the director poses a surprising question. Is Ye Xiaoju really dead? The protagonist is taken aback, bewildered by the doctor's unexpected interest in his sister. Ming takes a deep breath and declares that the doctor standing behind Yi is the one responsible for the perilous situation his sister is currently in. It was his actions that led to the emergence of the abyss. Not long ago, the girl's father confided in Ming, revealing that this was the only plan he had left. He gripped the key tightly in his hand, explaining that by using it to open any portal, the full power of the abyss would surge through the laboratory. However, he emphasized the importance of ensuring a rescue team would come for Qing Shan, guaranteeing that he would remain trapped inside forever, body and soul. Consumed by rage, the father vowed to bring down that research facility and make him pay for the suffering he had inflicted on his daughter. He asked Ming if he understood the consequences he would face. The mercenary replied affirmatively. For him, nothing had changed. The doctor, overhearing their exchange, interjected, asking if they were discussing Lin Shuyan. He noted that they had already arranged a compensation plan for her and had dealt with her father. Qing Shan sneered, dismissing the girl as nothing more than useless trash, someone who spent beyond her means and knew nothing of maximizing profit. The protagonist's irritation flared as he questioned whether his sister had also been a victim. The frightened doctor quickly pleaded with him not to misunderstand, explaining that she had merely fallen into the abyss before he could intervene. Desperate to justify his actions, he insisted that even if she had been subjected to an experiment, it was ultimately her choice. If Yi was unhappy, he added, compensation could be arranged. Rising to his feet, he attempted to ease the tension, insisting it didn't matter whether she was alive or dead. Yi let out a contemptuous laugh before delivering a punch to the doctor's face, incredulous that he could speak so casually, as if a life could be exchanged for mere compensation. Qing Shan collapsed to the ground, bleeding and trembling, struggling to comprehend the gravity of the situation. He questioned why the protagonist would bother saving a cripple who couldn't even walk, claiming he only used his weapon to unlock her potential. He insisted it was a minor sacrifice for the sake of science, urging her to take pride in her role as a representative of all the awakened. But the protagonist lost control, consumed by rage. Activating his recycling ability, he seized the doctor and shouted that his sister was the sole survivor of their entire family. Qing Shan found himself grappling with a fear he had never known before. Desperate, he pleaded that he hadn't meant it, but the protagonist silenced him with a forceful slam into the ground. As he loomed over Qing Shan, he declared that he was so worthless, even hell wouldn't accept him. With a glance at Ming, Ye tossed the doctor aside, asserting that from this moment on, that scum was his problem to deal with. The mercenary, gripping the doctor's head with his regained arm, smiled ominously, declaring that they had finally reached an agreement. Meanwhile, the protagonist stepped through one of the portals, his voice steady as he asserted that all he cared about was ensuring his sister's safety. Nothing else mattered. Ming fixed his gaze on Qing Shan, reminding him that a mercenary's duty was to fulfill their contract, which meant the doctor was destined to die there, as it was also the wish of his client. Desperate, Qing Shan pleaded for details about the mission, promising to pay double and begging to know how much the old man had offered. Ming regarded him thoughtfully and replied, "A person only has one life. How could you possibly pay double for that?" The doctor, puzzled, asked for clarification. With a smile, Ming turned to the protagonist and declared, "Next time, we'll fight with everything we've got." As Ya stepped away, the doctor's screams echoed behind him. Crossing the portal, he was greeted by his sister, still in the form of a teddy bear. "Is that really you?" she asked, her voice filled with hope. Ye nodded, his heart heavy with regret. "I'm sorry for taking so long," he replied. Zhao Zhao trembled slightly, a mix of relief and concern in her eyes. "It's okay," she said softly. "I should be the one apologizing for always dragging you into trouble." Though she wished he wouldn't take risks, she confessed her desire for him to always be by her side. Tears streamed down her face as she recalled her brother's comforting words, assuring her that everything was fine, that there were no more monsters and she was safe. But Zhao Zhou shook his head, insisting her brother was mistaken. The truth was, a monster stood right before him, and he admitted that she had become that very monster. In her anguish, she revealed how she had always hidden behind him, pleading for his protection, while simultaneously loathing herself for being so dependent. She expressed that even if she couldn't be a heroine like him, she could at least stand without the chair and no longer be a burden. Apologizing once more for becoming something strange, she looked down, her eyes filled with uncertainty. Ye took a deep breath, approached her, and gently held her hand. "Those people may look human," he said softly, "but inside, they're no different from monsters. Remember, even if someone appears monstrous on the outside, they can still possess the heart of a delicate doll." Zhao Zhou was taken aback and asked if he was talking about her. Ye chuckled and affirmed, explaining that he faced monsters nearly every day and could confidently say she was not one of them. Then, noticing something out of the corner of his eye, he turned and remarked that his sister had grown quite strong. He inquired if it was her doing. Zhao Zhou stood up, brimming with excitement as she confirmed her victory. She explained that during her transformation, she had managed to defeat them all. Ye feigned surprise, raising an eyebrow as she asked, "Was it with a single punch? You must be incredibly strong." Relieved and filled with a sense of acceptance after her brother's kindness, the girl began to glow, transforming back into her human form. She collapsed onto the ground, bewildered, and asked what was happening and how she had returned to normal. Ye approached her gently and explained that spells required mana, and when it ran out, the effects faded, revealing the true self beneath. He reassured her that she was not a monster. She simply possessed a unique ability. As she transformed into her bear form, she reveled in the newfound freedom that came with the shapeshifter class. He smiled warmly, congratulating her on acquiring the Abyss's abilities, assuring her that she could now manage on her own. Xiaoju's eyes sparkled with excitement as she eagerly asked if that was truly the case, yearning to be like him. However, he gently placed her back in the wheelchair, shaking his head. "Not yet," he said firmly, unwilling to let her take that risk. Surprised by his response, she quickly shifted the conversation, inquiring if he had met anyone interesting during his time away. You asked who she was referring to, and with a playful grin, she attempted to mimic the mercenary's demeanor, claiming he resembled her brother. Laughing, she recalled how the man had expressed a desire to meet him, intrigued by their similarities. You raised an eyebrow, questioning her sincerity, but Xiaoju remained steadfast, echoing the mercenary's words. "He must be just as hard to kill as I am." The two approached the portal, and Ya remarked that he might not want to be friends with someone like that. The following day, he slept soundly until the shrill ring of his phone jolted him awake. He answered to a familiar voice, grumbling about not having seen him for 2 days since their job at the public market. The caller complained that the boss had mentioned Yao's decision to work solo with that blood guy, and questioned how he had the audacity to do so. Ye got up and apologized to his uncle, explaining that he was in desperate need of money and sought something with quicker returns. His uncle, concerned, asked if Ya was still collecting. Ya confirmed that he was indeed still a collector. The man raised his voice, expressing his worry about Ya's youth and inexperience. However, upon learning that Ya had found a new job, he felt a bit more at ease. Still, he cautioned Ya to be careful, reminding him that his sister depended on him. Ye replied that he understood and thanked him for his concern. Suddenly, the phone rang again, and a notification caught his attention. He had received a transfer of 2,400,000 from Zingram. With a wry smile, he remarked that he had expected nothing less from a noblewoman. She was always quick to act. As he opened the message, he noticed she had written that she sold everything under her own name and asked him not to forget to thank her. A smile spread across Ya's face as he reveled in the substantial amount he had received, realizing just how much he had relied on her name. With her reputation, no one would question the authenticity of the items. Just the night before, they had met in a secluded location. Ya had emptied his entire arsenal, leaving Zingran astonished. "Where have you been to gather so many valuable materials?" she inquired, her curiosity piqued. With a casual demeanor, he claimed he had merely ventured into the abyss to collect them. Zingran, not convinced, pressed him for the truth. Yet, he simply replied that he no longer had any need for high-class items, so he had gathered what he could. She laughed and teased him about still being a level 1 collector, calling it rather shameful. However, as she looked him over, she noticed he had grown a bit. Ye admitted that he had faced many challenges and had matured as a result. Zingran analyzed the situation and concluded that the collector profession was still new, not yet officially recognized at the Grand Profession Exchange Table. While leveling up was impossible for now, there was still potential for him to grow stronger. Ye joked about being just a guy picking up trash, but it made sense that he could grow stronger in that way. Jingran then suggested that he consider going to the World Committee to take the Hunter's Test, as he needed a legal justification for the items he had collected from the Abyss. Curious, Ye asked Jingran if obtaining the Hunter's certificate would allow him to enter the Abyss as an official hunter. Jingran confirmed that he had been sneaking in illegally until now, and if caught, he could face arrest. She emphasized that the test was designed to persuade the instructor, proving that even as a level 1, he deserved recognition as a hunter. With a warm smile, she expressed her genuine belief in his abilities and suggested that she would recommend him to ensure his success. Ye raised an eyebrow, skepticism evident on his face. "Is that really possible?" he questioned. Zingran, undeterred and confident, declared in front of everyone that they should credit her with discovering those items. Her bodyguard nodded in agreement, affirming her statement. With a hint of gratitude, Zingran continued, "Ya has helped me immensely, and because of that, I feel indebted to him." As Ya rose from the bed and began to walk, a thought crossed his mind. In truth, it was he who now owed her something. As he strolled through the room, he accidentally bumped into something. Glancing down, he discovered it was a delivery. Just then, his sister appeared, cheerfully announcing that, since he didn't even have a kitchen, the least she could do was buy him a meal box. "You woke up early," he remarked, raising an eyebrow. "Of course," Xiaozhou replied with a grin. "It's my first day back, and I didn't want to spend it just lying in bed." He sits at the table, begins to eat, and inquires about her leg. Xiaozhou explains that since the previous night, her body has been gradually changing, and now she can stand up from the chair. Ye nearly chokes, rushing over to her in disbelief. "You really evolved that much in just one night?" he asks. She sits back down, a hint of worry in her eyes. "I was afraid of turning into a huge bear and breaking the house," she admits, "so I focused the magic only on my legs." Ye scolds her gently, reminding her that there's no need to rush or push herself unnecessarily. Xiaozhou nods, assuring him that she understands and will be careful. She believes that soon she'll be able to stand on her own, emphasizing that she isn't overexerting herself. As Ya prepares to leave, he opens the door and reiterates that she shouldn't hurry. Noticing her brother heading out, Xiaozhou asks, "Where are you going?" He replies that he has something to take care of, but promises to return soon. Upset, she reminds him that it's the weekend. He simply responds that, unfortunately, work still calls, and closes the door behind him. Left alone, Xiaozhou can't shake the feeling that he might be meeting someone else, her mind racing with the possibility that it could even be his girlfriend. On the rooftop of a building, Ya watches a group assembled in front of another structure, all geared up and ready. An uneasy feeling washes over him as he wonders why this job is so fiercely competitive. Suddenly, someone approaches from behind and asks if he's there for the test and which hunter team he plans to join. Turning around, Ya is taken aback to find it's Zhou Tong, equally surprised to see him there. The two friends realize they hadn't made any plans. Zhou Tong looks at Ya, surprised. "Are you really going to take the hunter's test? I thought you didn't have the certificate." Ya nods, a hint of determination in his eyes. "I only just decided to go for it. I finally saved enough money, and the test isn't cheap." Curious, he then asks, "What about you? What are you doing here? You already have your certificate." As they walk side by side, Ye inquires about Zhou Tong's progress. Zhou Tong replies that he took Ye's advice and has been practicing hand-to-hand combat. However, despite his efforts, the certificate hasn't made a difference. The hunting group still see him as inexperienced and refuse to accept him. He knows he must prove himself as a capable fighter. With a smile, he wishes Ya good luck, adding that once he secures the certificate, everything will fall into place for him. He expresses his gratitude and hopes that it's true. Amidst the bustling crowd, people jostle for space, urging others to step aside. Suddenly, a well-dressed man emerges, grumbling about the inconvenience of waiting in line for the certificate. Two men part the throng, shouting to make way, proclaiming that everyone should recognize him as their boss who has awakened a divine job. They threaten that anyone who annoys him will lose their life. Ye hears this and feels a wave of confusion wash over him. What exactly is this divine job they're talking about? So far, the only one he knows of is Xingren, the divine knight. Not only does she possess incredible knightly abilities, but she can also wield ice magic, summon shields, and heal. Her evolution potential far surpasses that of other jobs, even among the S-class. With a determined thought, Ya decides he'll register right after that man. Zhou Tong, visibly annoyed, questions why that man struts around with his chin held high, as if he hasn't just stumbled into luck. True to form, the man stirs up trouble. He approaches one of the workers and demands the certificate without delay. Taking a deep breath, the worker asks which certificate he means. With an air of arrogance, the man replies, "I'm God's chosen, so it's obviously not a clerk's certificate. I'm after it's the all-in-one certificate." Murmurs ripple through the crowd, with some calling him crazy for demanding such a certificate. Yet a voice rises above the rest, suggesting that as the chosen one, it's only fitting he meets all the necessary requirements. His loyal followers chime in, proclaiming their boss's greatness while dismissing everyone else as worthless. Just then, a woman steps forward, her curiosity piqued. "Is he really that remarkable?" she inquires, her tone both skeptical and intrigued. The self-proclaimed chosen one trembles with excitement at the sight of her, exclaiming that he never imagined such a beautiful woman would take the exam. He eagerly invites her to join his team. Without hesitation, she firmly rejects him, declaring that she would never align herself with someone like him. The man stubbornly insists, urging her not to say such things. He boasts about being chosen, a skilled fighter, and even suggests they could spar in bed. Annoyed, the woman unleashes a tremendous explosion that sends him flying. He screams in agony as flames engulf him, prompting his friends to rush to his aid. Desperate, he cries out, demanding to know what just happened. "Everyone taking the test is a beginner. Where did you get that kind of power?" Fuming with anger, the woman declares that they have no idea who they're dealing with. Zhou Tong observes her, impressed by her fierce strength. The protagonist remarks that an instant explosion is not to be underestimated. Undeterred, the woman continues her taunts, branding the chosen one as trash and sneering that just by looking at his filthy face, it's clear he can't possibly be what he claims to be. The man, seething with rage, curses the woman for humiliating him in front of everyone, vowing that she would pay for it. Just then, he feels a hand on his shoulder. Furious, he spins around, prepared to snap at whoever dared to approach him, convinced they were courting disaster. But as he turns, he is taken aback by Yi's presence, radiating an aura reminiscent of a true demon. Yi's calm voice cuts through the tension, reminding him that examiners are watching and warning that if he continues to wield his abilities recklessly, he'll find himself in deep trouble. The man swallows hard, his heart racing as he struggles to comprehend the terrifying aura that Yi exuded. Cold sweat beads on his forehead. One of the examiners steps forward, sternly declaring that using abilities in public is strictly forbidden. Yi, sensing the tension, urges him to remain calm, noting that everyone seems on edge today. Meanwhile, a woman approaches the examiner, offering an apology and explaining that the man had been provoking her. The examiner issues a stern warning. If she breaks the rules again, she will be arrested on the spot. He then inquires about her profession and the certificate she seeks. She replies that she is a fire elementalist, applying for the magical damage dealer certificate. The examiner, still a bit flustered by the earlier confusion, retrieves a crystal and instructs her to place her hand on it. She concentrates, channeling her energy into the crystal. The examiner's eyes widen in surprise as he notes her abnormally high strength rating. He then explains that due to the rising issues in the abyss caused by unregistered hunters, security measures have been tightened. He asks her to accompany him. Feeling a mix of worry and irritation, she attempts to redo the test, maintaining a polite and calm demeanor as she insists there must have been some mistake. She places her hand on the crystal once more, this time with a steadier touch. The examiner, perplexed, remarks that the crystal is now responding normally. The woman bursts into laughter, celebrating her success as she announces that she has passed. Yu observes from a distance, muttering to himself about the strange transformation he's witnessed. She seems like a completely different person. Jotong, concerned, begins to voice his thoughts about the next candidate, but Ye cuts him off, urging for silence. The examiner declares that the joking has come to an end and inquires who will step up next. Zhou Tong confidently asserts that with Yi's strength, he is bound to pass the test. The protagonist raises his hand, declaring that he will go next, and strides up to the table. The examiner asks which certificate he is applying for, to which Yi replies that he seeks the full certificate. The examiner, taken aback, questions what his profession is, noting that only those chosen by the gods typically request such a certification. Yi reveals that he's a level 1 collector. Instantly, the awakened around him burst into laughter, mocking him and belittling his profession. Zhou Tong steps in to defend Ye, silencing the crowd and reminding them that if Ye wished, he could easily crush them with just one hand. Yu then turns to the examiner, stating that he only seeks a function suitable for his team to handle any situation. He asks, "Is that a problem?" The examiner concedes that technically it is possible, but then questions Yi about the requirements for the full certificate. Taken aback, Yi asks if there's really a test involved. The examiner shouts a confirmation, his voice echoing in the room. Meanwhile, a woman at the front watches with keen interest, pondering whether collector is a new profession. The examiner elaborates, explaining that all applicants must form a group to gather and venture into the abyss to complete various missions. However, by applying for the full certificate, Yi will have to tackle everything on his own. Even a mission deemed simple can become nearly impossible for just one person. That's why the examiner warns that Yi is digging his own grave. He glances at the board and asks if completing all the Abyss missions truly grants the certificate. The examiner replies that those missions are meant for seasoned hunters, and attempting them as a rookie is essentially a death wish. He tosses the crystal to Yi, remarking that with such arrogance he must either be incredibly confident or foolish. "Go ahead, touch it," he challenges. Yi takes hold of the crystal, but nothing occurs. The examiner, taken aback, concludes that Yu must simply be an idiot. The other awakened laugh derisively, taunting Zhou Tong that his friend is nothing more than a joke. They scoff, insisting that attempting to enter the abyss without magic is akin to courting death. Yi takes the key and asks if there's anything else he should know before entering. The people around him exchange glances, questioning whether he's truly going through with this, convinced he's being far too stubborn. The examiner warns him that if he's seeking death, they won't take responsibility. He explains that a device blocks teleportation, making the use of the key essential. Just then, Zhou Tong rushes up to Yi, expressing his heartfelt wish for him to return safely. The thug from earlier suddenly interrupts, demanding they wait as he rushes toward the portal. Furious that someone like Yi dares to challenge such a formidable dungeon, he insists on obtaining the same key, eager to take on the challenge himself. The examiner apologizes, clarifying that there's only one key available for each difficulty level, and if he wants that key, he'll have to wait for the next round. Undeterred, the man presses on, asking if he can join Yi on his quest. However, the protagonist firmly declines, refusing to team up. The examiner raises an eyebrow, questioning whether they're suggesting they enter together to compete. One of the guards chimes in, noting that while the rules prohibit forming groups, nothing prevents them from competing side by side. The examiner issues a stern warning, declaring that the contest will ultimately be determined by who emerges with the boss's reward. That, he asserts, will define the true winner. He emphasizes that any secret cooperation is out of the question, as the dungeon's difficulty escalates dramatically with more than one person. In that case, it becomes a nightmare scenario, which is why solo entries are the only option. With two people inside, the monsters become stronger and unexpected enchantments can arise. He emphasizes that while the company controls most of the abyss, unusual circumstances like this open the door to infinite possibilities. After laying it all out, he asks if they still wish to take on the dungeon together. Yi suspects the examiner is talking about elite monsters with unique enchantments. Some enhance health or attack, while others provide immunity to specific attacks or can only be defeated using particular methods things he has encountered before. The thug leader chuckles, boasting that he possesses the strongest items, making those dungeons a breeze for him. As Yi assesses the situation, he reluctantly acknowledges the man's point. It's evident he wields only high-class items that deliver formidable buffs. The equipment is undeniably well enchanted, allowing even a novice to significantly enhance their potential. This is the undeniable advantage of being a true pay-to-win hunter. Noticing Yi's silence, the examiner inquires about his thoughts. Yi responds nonchalantly, stating that he isn't concerned with any of that. All he desires is his certificate. Yet, beneath his calm exterior, he feels a thrill. If the dungeon has truly escalated to nightmare level and is home to rare monsters, he'll have a treasure trove of valuable corpses to collect. Jotong cautions him against tempting fate, reminding him that if he ventures into a chaotic dungeon where the boss room appears at random or one that nullifies magic, he won't be able to withstand those debuffs. Yi reassures him, insisting that the thug possesses excellent armor and they can leverage it if needed. The so-called God's Chosen turns to him with a smirk, reiterating that they are competitors. He adds coldly that if Yu falls inside, he won't lift a finger to help, or only one of them can pass the test. Yi tosses him the key, smirking as she says, "If you're so eager, why not open the door yourself? I trust the luck of a chosen one." The man snatches the key, laughter spilling from his lips as he declares that the protagonist has finally acknowledged his true place. He dashes toward the abyss, flinging open the entrance with a flourish, boasting, "Everyone calls me God's hand." Just then, the system chimes in, announcing that the abyss has escalated to nightmare level. The monster count surged by 300%, their health skyrocketed by 150%, and their damage output increased by 70%. The Nightmare Land effect took hold, amplifying the active monsters by another 300%. To make matters worse, all healing within the dungeon was slashed by 75%, and the effects of potions were significantly diminished. In the midst of this chaos, the Chosen One panicked, exclaiming, "What kind of debuffs are these?" Trembling, he laments that he prepared dozens of potions to conquer the dungeon, but now they're rendered useless. Yi watches him, realizing it's not just the potions that have lost their potency. All forms of healing have drastically diminished. His own abilities, like the man-eating plant overload and soul harvesting, would also fall short. The most alarming thought is the potential consequences of activating Berserker mode, which could inflict even greater damage and pose a genuine risk of death. He realizes that he must tread carefully. The Chosen One grumbles about having purchased the largest bag available solely for carrying potions, only to find himself setting them aside as he dons his armor. He dismisses the inconvenience, declaring it will be more than enough to crush any monster in their path. With a confident grin, he charges ahead, shouting that he'll be the first to face whatever lies ahead. Another system alert flashes on the screen. A new member has joined, escalating the difficulty to an entirely new level, a special nightmare level. Outside, the entrance shifts in color, and the system proclaims that this is now a legendary challenge, housing a legendary monster within the dungeon. There's no designated room for this beast, and defeating it promises legendary rewards. The examiner stands in stunned silence, then exclaims that what he's witnessing is a legendary mutation. He elaborates that even with a luck stat exceeding 300, the odds of this occurrence are a mere 0.01%. Curiosity piqued, he wonders just how much luck this individual possesses. Without missing a beat, he orders the guards to immediately alert the higher-ups and request reinforcements without delay. Meanwhile, the others, poised to begin their own challenges, freeze in front of their portals, their expressions a mix of shock and disbelief. Jotong stands before the easy-level portal, sword raised, reminding himself that time is of the essence. As he glances back at the entrance he just passed through, a wave of worry washes over him. He can only hope for his friend's safe return. Meanwhile, deep within the dungeon, the Chosen One continues to boast, exclaiming that as soon as they entered, they stumbled upon a massive house, almost as grand as his own 2,000-square-meter mansion. Before them stood two statues, silent and imposing. The fool continued to mutter, deriding the statues and insisting that his own front yard was far superior. With a calm demeanor, the protagonist interjected, explaining that they had entered the boss room. The self-proclaimed God's chosen maintained his haughty stance, incredulously asking what Ye meant, considering they had only just stepped into the abyss and were already confronting the boss room. The two statues spring to life, and the system announces their designation, Immortals. They possess lightning-fast attacks that can inflict permanent bleeding, coupled with immense strength. Ye braces himself for the impending battle, recognizing the obvious danger. Statues like these embody all four attributes of a nightmare-level dungeon, making them formidable foes. He quickly formulates a plan. He can summon his spiders to the front to draw their attention, then leverage his speed to strike from behind. The Knights of Purity are heavily armored in the front, but their true weakness lies in their exposed backs. This is why Yi can't activate his Berserker mode just yet. He needs to target their vulnerabilities directly. As he concentrates on summoning his spiders, a figure chosen by the gods suddenly interrupts, shattering his plan. The man charges forward, shouting that the statues must fall. He dismisses them as trash, making it clear he won't allow Ye to claim the boss reward. He leaps toward the statues, confidently declaring that he'll prove why he's known as the Crushing King. Ye watches, shaking his head, thinking that at this rate, that fool is already doomed. One statue reacts instantly, swinging with ferocity and slamming him into the ground with brutal force. Trembling in pain, he groans, "These statues hit way too hard. I thought they'd go easy on me since it's just the beginning." Ye takes note of his situation, realizing that the armor is somehow accumulating defensive strength. It's a miracle it withstood the impact without breaking. Suddenly, he senses a menacing presence behind him. Turning around, he sees the other statues springing to life, aiming directly for his back. He dodges just in time, but now the statue is locked onto him completely, shattering his initial strategy. He leaps to counterattack, but the statue anticipates his movement, striking even while he's airborne. Ye dodges with agility, but the statue accelerates, its blows becoming nearly impossible to evade. As he weaves through danger, the system's warning echoes in his mind. The Knights of Purity's attacks inflict permanent bleeding, meaning even the slightest cut could be fatal. Amidst the chaos of battle, the Chosen find themselves battered by falling rocks, dislodged by the fierce clash. He yells in protest, questioning why he's being struck when the statue is battling Ye. The protagonist retorts that the Knight of Purity doesn't care about that. If he wants to avoid getting hit, he should find a corner to hide in. Outraged, the man exclaims, "How dare Ye call me a burden? I just slipped." The statue alters its attack pattern, and the system announces Knight of Valor, immovable armored defense, destructive power. Yi quickly dodges, recognizing that this strike is meant to shatter defenses, particularly effective against heavily armored opponents. Sensing the imminent danger, he activates his spiritual dash, narrowly escaping once more. The Chosen stands tall and charges forward again, declaring that Ye is struggling too much, and that he'll finish this quickly. However, his attacks seem futile, as he insists on striking the statue head-on. Ye watches, noting that at least this guy is easing some of the pressure so he's not entirely useless. Yet, the real challenge looms larger. They're up against two bosses simultaneously, and it would take the full coordination of a hunting team to bring them down. The Chosen is struck once more and sent sprawling, groaning in pain. Ye observes closely, concluding that he truly is a tanker. After enduring two blows that could have felled anyone else, he still stands. Yet, this resilience only fuels the monster's rage. Suddenly, the statue unleashes a bizarre energy, casting a suffocating pressure over the area. The system chimes in, taunt ability activated. The target can only harm the provoker, and all homing spells are automatically redirected to it. Ye feels a wave of unease wash over him. This is a significant problem. He mutters to himself that they can't concentrate on just one enemy, especially since the other, even larger threat must also be addressed simultaneously. Just then, one of the statues lunges at him with full force. Ye swiftly dodges and counters, plunging his dagger into the statue's arm. But as soon as he strikes, a notification flashes before him. The armored defense reduced damage by an astonishing 95%. Ye couldn't believe it. A direct hit had done nothing. Frustration washed over him as he realized his weapon was ineffective. The Chosen continued to attack wildly, struggling to comprehend why these enemies were so different from the usual monsters of the abyss. Typically, any creature would fall after just 1 or 2 strikes. Suddenly, the second statue began to move, and a chill ran down Ye's spine. This was bad. He dodges and sprints toward the Chosen One, shouting in disbelief that he's poured all his skill points into defense without any offensive power. "How did you level up like that?" he demands. The man retorts that he has invested plenty into his skills, which have aided his progress. Just then, the statue seizes the opportunity and charges at them. Ye yells, calling him an idiot and warning him not to get distracted in the heat of battle. The Chosen One attempts to flee but stumbles over a stone, sliding to a halt near Ye. The protagonist shoots him a disdainful glare and points out that his agile fighting style is utterly incompatible with that cumbersome armor, which severely restricts his movements. The man retorts that no one had ever mentioned this to him, as he always relied on others to finish his battles. It becomes clear that Wu Sangxi, the heir to the conglomerate, has merely bought his way to the top, hiring others to do the heavy lifting for him. He may not know how to fight, but he relies on sheer defense, believing that as long as he survives, victory is within reach. The statue lunges once more, and in a split second, Ye shoves Wu Sangxi aside, narrowly saving him. With a stern look, he admonishes, "The abyss isn't a playground. It's a battleground where people shed blood and sweat to provide for their families." Determined, Ye takes off running, realizing that if slashes won't do the trick, he'll have to resort to a different approach: brute force. He gains momentum, leaps with astonishing speed, and delivers a powerful punch to the statue, nearly toppling it. With conviction, he declares, "This is the tactic of the poor empty hands." Wu Sangxi stands in disbelief, shouting that Ye has actually pushed back an armored creature with nothing but his bare hands, proving he can indeed wound those statues. The second statue lunges forward, but yet deftly dodges and counters with a powerful punch to its face. A notification flashes before him. Critical hit to weak point status effect applied. Even Ye is taken aback, pondering if luck played a role in this unexpected outcome. The system clarifies that critical hits on weak points can trigger status effects based on his luck attribute. Seizing the moment when their guard is down, the statue strikes with brutal precision, cleaving Ye in half. Wu Sangxi's heart races in panic, convinced the protagonist has been torn to shreds. But in a horrifying twist, the body transforms into a nightmarish spray of blood, and the real Ye emerges from behind, casually remarking that it's just another day in the life. Assessing the situation, he quickly realizes that the Chosen's damage output is far too low to keep the monster at bay, and as a tank, he knows he can't endure many more hits either. For Ye, this outcome was no surprise. He never expected Wu Sangxi to put in any real effort. Nevertheless, he realized he would have to take charge of the battle himself. As the two statues charged forward, Ye commanded Wu Sangxi to flee. Without hesitation, the man complied, retreating to a corner. With a deep breath, Ye reignited the fight, skillfully leaping and weaving through a barrage of simultaneous attacks. He gains momentum from the ceiling and strikes from behind, delivering a critical blow that nearly shatters one of the statues in a single hit. The second statue lunges at him, but Ye deftly evades, denying it any chance to retaliate. He patiently waits for an opening, then lands a powerful punch on its leg. Wu Sangxi watches in astonishment, realizing that Ye has skillfully avoided all the most protected areas, targeting only the weak points. His technique is sharper than any expert he has ever hired. Pointing at him, he questions how Ye, a novice, can fight with such skill. Ye responds that although he has just been classified as a novice, years spent on excavation teams and battling monsters to the brink have provided him with ample experience. This background allowed him to evolve once he gained his class. He explains that his enhanced physique amplifies all the senses he honed through blood and sweat, multiplying them 100-fold, as he has always faced death head-on. Wu Sangxi counters Ye's argument, suggesting that he's overcomplicating the situation. Wouldn't it be simpler to just use better gear? He asks. Ye replies, "Gear is merely a disposable tool, replaced at every level. My true and supreme equipment is my own body, which only grows stronger." In that instant, more statues emerged, and the system announced. Berserker mode activated. Attack speed greatly increased. Each strike empowers the next, and every physical damage received reflects an equivalent amount back to the attacker. Ye glared at the unfolding chaos and declared, "The only supreme equipment I possess is a body that never stops growing stronger." The protagonist's irritation deepens as they notice even more mechanical monsters closing in around them. To make matters worse, these creatures possess a damage reflection ability, causing melee attacks to bounce back and rendering close combat futile. With no choice but to adapt, they can only strike at the spikes from a distance. Just then, Wu Sang-si rushes over to Ye, a determined glint in his eye. "It's finally my time to shine," he declares, ready to take on the challenge. He warns the protagonist not to assume that, just because he wields dual swords, his skills are limited to blades alone. In addition to his swordsmanship, he is also a master of magic. A monster that can only be struck from a distance is the perfect opportunity for him to showcase his abilities. With determination, Wu Sang-si begins to gather energy in his hands, declaring that he can conjure something extraordinary: lightning arrows. As he boasts, Ye pays him no mind and charges ahead, unleashing a powerful fire spell that detonates spectacularly in the giant statue's face. Wu Sang-si watches in stunned silence as the statue crumbles before him. Ye quickly realizes that when the spike is active, resistance to all elements diminishes, allowing for easier critical hits. He presses on with his assault, unleashing another massive blast of flames that obliterates yet another statue, sending its head tumbling to Wu Sang-si's feet. Stunned by such raw power, Wu Sang-si shouts, questioning whether that was a level 3 fire spell cast without a single chant, just an instantaneous eruption of flames. His voice rises with suspicion as he demands to know if the protagonist is concealing something, insisting that physical classes shouldn't be capable of wielding elemental magic. Ye, however, continues to ignore him and swiftly moves on to the next enemy. The statue swings at him, but he deftly dodges. Suddenly, the system alerts him that the spikes have been activated, reflecting damage back at the statue, which begins to crumble under the assault. Wu Sang-si watches in awe, remarking that using the spikes as a counterattack was a technique he never anticipated. At that moment, another statue lunges at Ye, and panic sets in as he realizes his spiritual dash is still on cooldown. There's no time to evade. In a split second, he activates another card, summoning a shield with unwavering resolve to absorb the impending blow. The impact is catastrophic. The shield shatters instantly, and Ye is sent hurtling backward. As he recovers, he reflects on the knight's formidable attacks, which can pinpoint and exploit even the slightest weaknesses. This knight is stronger than any elite monster he has ever faced. If his attributes weren't so high, that single strike could have been fatal. The statue charges at him once more, its relentless assault accompanied by the ominous reminder that the knight's attack speed will only increase until it lands a hit. There will be no slowing down. He realizes that this is the Night Cult's tactic. The more you resist, the more certain the strike becomes. Gritting his teeth, he resolves to confront it directly, determined to prove that this truly deserves its reputation as a brutal hell-rank mechanism. Gripping his dagger tightly, he steels himself for battle, leaving Wu Sang-si bewildered. "Have you lost your mind?" he shouts, incredulous. "Are you really going to clash head-on with that thing?" If he wants to die, now is not the time. Yet Yi pays him no mind. Instead, he gathers fire and unleashes another explosion at the statue, provoking its fury even further. The statue swings at him, but he deftly dodges, shouting that he's not trying to end his life. Yi activates the Mongeo Sharingan, believing he needs to become faster and stronger. As he does, his recycling ability begins to manifest. Wu Sang-si watches in disbelief, struggling to comprehend how one person can wield so many skills. Meanwhile, the hands of the underworld grasp the statue, but the system warns that living beings cannot be recycled. In a fit of rage, the statue breaks free from the spectral grip. He seizes the moment and charges forward, activating his Carnage Berserker mode. In this state, he becomes an unstoppable force. His physical attacks cut through some of the enemy's defenses, but each strike takes a toll on his own life. Blood streams from his eyes as he rushes toward the statue, shouting that it's time to determine who is truly stronger. He lands a direct strike on the creature's eye. The system chimes in, announcing a critical hit and armor-breaking blow to its weak point. Fueled by determination, he continues his assault, shouting that he has enough time to obliterate this trash before his life runs out. Suddenly, a notification flashes. Only 20 seconds of life remain. Undeterred, he presses on, but the statue retaliates, slamming him to the ground with a bone-jarring impact. His instant self-heal activates, but to his dismay, it also restores the statue's health. Trembling on the ground, Yi realizes that his furious assault has only drained 70% of the monster's health. As the battle drags on, the boss's traits continue to stack, and if he doesn't finish this fight quickly, he'll be up against an even stronger foe, bolstered by more buffs. Gathering his resolve, he rises once more, unleashing even greater power. He knows that if he stops fighting now, it could mean his end. If he gives up, he'll die. If he hesitates, he'll meet the same fate. With a fierce determination, he unleashes the second stage of Berserker, wagering the remainder of his life. A colossal, murderous aura envelops the area as he roars that he won't let his efforts go to waste. He vows to make these 7 seconds count, preparing to unleash a strike so devastating that it will obliterate the statue in a single blow. The system chimes in, warning that the double life loss buff has reduced his time to just 7 seconds. The statue lunges to strike, but the protagonist effortlessly shatters its hand, continuing his advance with relentless determination. With a single, devastating blow, he obliterates the statue entirely. Wu Sang-chi, in shock, wonders if he truly witnessed the protagonist surpassing the boss in sheer physical strength, or if it was merely a figment of his imagination. As he strides forward, seemingly unfazed, Wu Sang-chi is left trembling, acknowledging the true monster in the room. For a fleeting moment, he had even entertained the thought of challenging that man. The system congratulates him on defeating the 2 Guardian Knights and announces that the portal trial is complete. With the Abyss difficulty debuff lifted, Yi's life drops to a precarious 10%, finally permitting him to use potions for recovery. Wasting no time, he downs potion after potion until he's fully healed, letting out a nervous laugh as he quips, "I almost died again." He gazes at the shattered remains of the statues, murmuring into the emptiness that it has been far too long since his last proper meal. A smile creeps across his face as he commands his skill to commence the feast, and the 2 monsters are swiftly consumed by the void. Wu Sang-chi, still reeling from the horrors he has witnessed, recognizes those same monstrous hands from before, helplessly watching as the knights' bodies are devoured. He believes the protagonist is genuinely consuming the boss's corpses. There's no doubt about it. This can only mean that those tentacles are tied to an extraordinarily bizarre class ability, one he has never encountered before. As he observes, a chill runs down his spine, dawning on him that the man before him is far more terrifying than the abyss itself. The system announces that recycling is complete and a new skill card has been acquired. Multiple blade strikes, which requires a sword-type weapon. This skill unleashes a rapid flurry of cuts in an instant, with the number of attacks increasing as proficiency grows. Each successful hit boosts the speed of the next strike, and with consecutive hits, the critical chance rises even higher. Yi remarks that this is the signature technique of the Sword of the Pure Knight, exactly what he anticipated from recycling. The system chimes in, announcing the acquisition of another card, Roar of Courage. This card requires the user to equip a shield and provokes target monsters, compelling them to attack. If the user is under a debuff, one of those debuffs is randomly transferred to one of the provoked enemies. The protagonist reflects on the shield-based skill, recognizing that its ability to transfer abnormal statuses makes it incredibly valuable. He decides to hold on to it for the time being. Meanwhile, Wu Sang-si is still shaken, recalling how those 2 giants were consumed in an instant. Aside from the bloodstains splattered across the battlefield, there is no evidence left of their existence. As he speaks, a radiant light begins to shimmer above his head. Startled, he glances up and instinctively retreats as a box tumbles to the ground. The system chimes in, announcing that an equipment item must be inserted, as the knight's souls will merge with it, offering a chance to forge a new piece of gear. Yi's eyes widen in recognition. This is the legendary Abyss Reward event, infamous for its incredibly low odds of happening. He remembers his former team leader mentioning that, after a complete Abyss room clear, a similar forged altar had appeared, signaling the beginning of a rare reward event. Wu Sang-chi approaches, confirming that this is indeed one of the rarest rewards the Abyss has to offer. Yu reflects on how the stacked difficulty modifiers have enhanced his chances, thanks to his exceptionally high luck attribute, transforming a low probability event into something almost certain. He grips his dagger with a faint smile, remarking that the harder one works, the more unexpected rewards can arise. He decides to test the ritual with that old starter dagger. Wu Sang-xie immediately scolds him, insisting he should use his best gear. "Do you at least own any purple-grade weapons or armor?" he asks. Yi replies, "The only weapon I can use right now is this starter one. I usually sell any equipment that requires a level higher than 1. Wu Shangxi stands in stunned silence, suddenly aware that he had overlooked a crucial detail. The protagonist is still only at level 1. This means he faced those formidable foes without any high-level equipment. With a determined resolve, he approaches the altar and offers the dagger, declaring that he has no other option. "I'll strengthen this weapon anyway," he asserts, his determination unwavering. The dagger begins to shimmer with enchantment, and the system chimes in with a notification. The chances of success depend on the luck attribute and the weapon's base level. Condition detected. Level 1.0. Weapon type, dagger. Estimated success rate, 200%. Ye's eyes widen in disbelief. How could it be possible to exceed 100%? Another notification pops up, asking if he wishes to execute the enchanted transformation command using the Knight's Soul. It informs him that the weapon type will change to a longsword. He confirms his choice. The system chimes in, announcing that the enchantment was successful and congratulating him on his weapon's upgrade to legendary grade. He gazes at his new weapon in awe until a notification pops up, revealing its name, Trash Sword. He chuckles, remarking that with such an impressive appearance and quality, it must be legendary despite the name. As the attribute screen materializes, he reads, Trash Sword, durability 50 out of 50, attack 30. It's a gleaming blade, yet utterly impractical. The realization hits him. This is incredibly disappointing. Its uniqueness lies in being a one-of-a-kind legendary trash item, requiring only level 1. Moments later, another sword materializes, the Trash Sword, with a durability of 50 out of 50 and an attack power of 30. This replica of the original is just as useless, but it too is a unique legendary trash item, also requiring level 1. Ye holds both swords and smiles, finding them surprisingly appealing. In fact, he quite likes them. Wu Shangxi stares in disbelief, questioning whether that truly qualifies as trash. He bursts into laughter, remarking on the absurdity of the stats, noting that even luck-based items can have their off days. The protagonist counters, explaining that while it may seem like trash to Wu, for someone who knows how to wield it, it could be just right. Still skeptical, Wu Shangxi asks if he has genuinely never encountered god-grade equipment. Yi remains silent, instead hurling one of the swords forward. With a simple gesture, he commands it to return. The void consumes the blade, only to place it back into his hand moments later. Smiling, Yi calmly poses a question. Aren't weapons that can be infinitely retrieved essentially god-grade equipment exclusive to him? Wu Shangxi is left utterly bewildered, pondering if Yi's true skill lies in using these seemingly worthless swords to grow stronger. He observes that the protagonist appears completely indifferent to the notion of god-grade and, half in disbelief, wonders if Yi might actually be the god of trash himself. The protagonist approaches the altar once more, commenting that even the altar of a master forger deserves to be regarded as precious residue worth preserving. With a subtle smile, he commands the void to reclaim it. In an instant, the altar vanishes, and the system chimes in to confirm that the recovery was successful. A new card materializes in his hand, Master Forger's Altar. Now, he can summon the altar at will. Yi bursts into celebration, thrilled that the reward event is now reusable. He eagerly anticipates enhancing his subpar swords as soon as he acquires new materials. With a grin, he adds that even if one fails or breaks, he can effortlessly recover it, using his skill what he considers the most overpowered aspect of those so-called trash swords. Chuckling, he remarks that he's grown weary of his old daggers and feels it's time to experiment with new weapons. Wu Shangxi watches in growing disbelief as the protagonist prepares to fight with two long swords simultaneously. He steps forward, attempting to caution him. Using two weapons you haven't mastered comes with significant drawbacks, he explains. Your attack speed will plummet, your accuracy will suffer, and the damage will be severely diminished. That's exactly why most players choose to specialize in a single combat style when changing classes. However, Yi believes that if he can truly master this technique and improve his proficiency, he might just have the chance to turn the tide of any battle. He opens the weapon panel, and the system displays a notification. Wielding two weapons reduces attack speed and accuracy by 50%. The system prompts him, asking if he wants to spend 10 BP points to evolve his dual-wield proficiency to grade D. Yi's eyes widen in surprise. He hadn't realized that he could use BP to accelerate his skill learning. It dawns on him that the 10 BP points required for this evolution reveal a crucial truth. The BP gained from trash equipment isn't just for repairs. It's also a powerful tool for enhancing proficiency. This revelation is an incredibly advantageous discovery, As he calculated his options, he realized he could allocate 10 points for a grade D, 20 for a C, 30 for a B, and 40 for an A. Taking a deep breath, he resolved to aim for the highest level, evolving everything at once. Wu Shangxi watched in astonishment as the system began displaying a flurry of notifications. Dual wielding has progressed from grade C to grade B, then to grade A, and finally to grade S. Yi beams with satisfaction, gripping both swords confidently as he declares that his beginner's practice in dual wielding will commence at proficiency. Wu Shangxi watches in disbelief, unable to comprehend what he's witnessing. As they continue their journey through the abyss, he calmly remarks that they've completed all the challenges in the room, so a new portal should appear any moment now. Wu Shangxi glances at him, letting out a weary sigh. "I've made my decision," he says, turning toward the exit. "I'm giving up on this run," he mutters under his breath. "If I had known it would be this hard, I never would have put in so much effort for such a high-difficulty abyss." He insists he still has plenty of money outside and doesn't need to put himself at risk here, where a single mistake could lead to death. As he turns to walk away, the ground begins to tremble and the system blares a red alert. Extreme danger warning, combat mode activated. Yi feels a chill run through his body, immediately sensing that something is terribly wrong with the energy spreading across the hall. As the realization dawns on him, he shouts urgently for Wu Shangxi to get out immediately, warning that it's far too dangerous. In a frantic attempt to save him, the protagonist lunges forward, but he's left lamenting that he's one step too late. One of Wu Shangxi's arms is caught by the mist, disintegrating in an instant. Yu observes the scene with a chilling detachment, contemplating whether this was all a carefully laid trap. Despite all of Wu Shangxi's formidable defenses, ones that even the Guardian Knights couldn't breach his barriers fell away like mere paper. He realizes that the portal's approval was merely an appetizer. The real challenge lay not with the two knights, but with whatever they had been fiercely protecting. Suddenly, the mist begins to shift, and a deafening roar reverberates through the chamber. A new portal materializes at the heart of the abyss, unleashing a wave of overwhelming energy. Yi braces for battle, deflecting the first wave of mist with a powerful strike. But as he steadies himself, he notices something stirring at the center. A colossal creature begins to materialize, and the system chimes in. Boss identified, Black Elven King Damaster. Attributes: gravity control, total immunity, lethal drain, anti-magic strike, fearsome hunt, tide prison. The air thickens with tension as the true challenge reveals itself. Wu Shangxi, in a state of panic, attempts to flee, but the Elf King senses his movement and charges forward with astonishing speed. Reacting instantly, he positions himself to intercept the attack. Confident in his S-rank proficiency in wielding two swords, he believes he can elevate his attack speed. With his dagger in hand, he prepares to unleash a furious combo, determined to draw the boss's attention away from Wu Shangxi. At the last moment, he manages to block the strike, saving Wu Shangxi's life and unleashing a flurry of blade strikes. He shouts for the monster to focus on him, but then the system displays a new message: ineffective attack. Target is in locked focus state. Damage can only be dealt by the current target. Yi's eyes widen in disbelief as the Elf King completely ignores him, continuing to pursue Wu Shangxi. Desperate, he attempts to intervene once more, but he quickly realizes the boss is poised to unleash a devastating attack, ready to slice its target in half. Meanwhile, outside, Wu Shangxi's two companions stationed at the entrance monitor the panel. One of them notes with concern that it appears one participant has perished, as only a single life signal remains. The chubby one chuckles, asking if he's referring to that overconfident newbie who entered alongside him. He shakes his head, laughing heartily as he remarks that it's no surprise the Abyss is intended for players level 30 and above, especially on legendary difficulty. For a level 1 beginner, surviving there by sheer luck is utterly impossible. He adds that at least the protagonist encountered an Abyss with a legendary creature, which gives his demise a certain significance. After all, when the HQ Hunter squad arrives, they'll take care of the creature. If God's chosen one manages to survive, they could demand a hefty rescue fee, especially since he appears to be quite wealthy. The other man chimes in, noting that only legendary creatures drop legendary runes, and everyone covets these treasures. They're essential for ordinary people to even enter that elite circle. No one would willingly part with such a prize. Meanwhile, deep within the Abyss, the system chimes in once more, announcing that the death drain has been activated. Damaster has just eliminated an opponent, and with that, his power has surged. The Elven King shifts his gaze, now locking onto the protagonist. A smile creeps onto Yes's face as he muses. I'm not sure if this is good or bad. Damaster's attention is finally on me, but now he's even stronger, making this fight all the more difficult. The protagonist turns to Wu Sang-shi, a hint of regret in his voice. I'm sorry, but I'll need to borrow your body for a while. The void starts to engulf his companion's body, and the system chimes in, announcing that he has acquired skills: two-handed sword slash, whirlwind slash, disarm, and meteor strike. He muses that skipping classes to learn dual swordsman techniques at S-rank proficiency should be more than enough to master them all. Steeling himself for battle, he urges the elf to move without delay. With astonishing speed, the boss catches the protagonist off guard. He attempts to defend himself, but his swords are easily repelled, and the strike transforms his body into a gruesome display of blood. Damaster is momentarily bewildered, struggling to comprehend the chaos around him, until he spots the protagonist above him, preparing a meteor strike. Yet, the elf dodges with effortless grace. The system alerts that the boss is immune to surprise attacks from targets it has already locked onto. The protagonist executes a whirlwind slash, but the boss deftly evades and counters. Frustrated, he mutters to himself that not even his clones can fool that monster's keen eyes. Damaster strikes once more, and instinctively defends himself, irritation bubbling beneath the surface. He can't shake the feeling that his diminished regeneration is taking a toll on his body. At this rate, evading death seems increasingly impossible. With a fierce focus, Damaster channels an immense force into his hand, summoning a gravitational vortex. Is caught in its pull, unable to escape, and is struck head-on, sent hurtling through the air. He rises to his feet, facing the boss, and realizes his regeneration has dwindled to a mere 10%. He knows he must buy time to recover. In an instant, Damaster vanishes, reappearing right beside him. He dodges the first strike, then another, attempting to retreat, but the boss conjures a gravitational vortex, pulling him back once more. He fights against the force, struggling to resist, yet he continues to be dragged in. Just then, the elf unleashes an anti-magic strike, disrupting the boss's casting. A warning flashes through the system. Super regeneration has been interrupted. Moments later, the chamber lies in ruins. Yaz's long swords are scattered across the ground as he struggles to rise. Coughing heavily, the system chimes in, reminding him that his super regeneration was interrupted. With only one hit point remaining, he realizes that a single blow could spell his end. Yet, despite the dire situation, he chuckles softly and reflects, no matter how well things seem to be going in battle, there's always a new lesson to learn. After all, this is the abyss of unpredictability. The protagonist expresses his gratitude to Damaster for imparting such a valuable lesson, then commands the void to summon his weapons. The long swords glide through the air, returning to Yaz's grasp as he charges forward with unwavering determination. He attempts to strike, but the boss deftly dodges his attack. A notification flashes on the screen announcing that meteor strike proficiency has increased. Damaster launches a counterattack, but Ye deftly evades, prompting the system to declare that emergency evasion proficiency has also risen. Undeterred, Ye presses forward, shouting that he will continue to grow and learn through every battle. His movements grow faster and more powerful, and he feels an unwavering trust in his body. Suddenly, another notification flashes before him. Whirlwind slash proficiency has increased. He continues his relentless assault, sensing his strength visibly surging. The Elf King, who once evaded his strikes with ease, now finds himself struggling to keep pace. With each swift strike, the protagonist's proficiency with his blades increases, and he successfully severs one of the enemy's horns. Yet, he knows he must push himself further, moving with even greater speed. Alarmed, the boss retaliates, but Ya is resolute, determined to become unbreakable. Meanwhile, the system chimes in, announcing that his two-handed sword parry proficiency has also improved. Ya's strikes finally connect with the boss, igniting a furious counterattack. The two clash with such intensity that their cracked swords can barely withstand the pressure. The protagonist is thrown back but manages to recover swiftly, emerging unscathed. He glances at his twin swords, noting that their durability can't keep up with the relentless pace of battle. But with a fierce shout, he declares it doesn't matter after all. They're just recoverable trash. Opening a void portal behind him, he confidently states that he has unlimited chances to restart. He tosses the worn swords into the portal and commands it to reforge them. In an instant, new blades materialize in his hands, gleaming and ready for action. He raises his weapons against the boss, unleashing a flurry of strikes that land with precision, causing Damaster's health to plummet. The elf collapses to his knees and Ye can't help but smile as the health bar finally appears. With unwavering determination, he declares that Damaster is now powerless and there's no reason to fear any longer. The system suddenly alerts them. The boss's fury has intensified, and a suffocating pressure begins to envelop the abyss. Meanwhile, in a different part of the abyss, Zhou Tong successfully completes his trial and prepares to leave with his team. One of his companions remarks, "Thanks to you, the final dispel spell was executed flawlessly. I never thought I'd see someone engage in melee combat while simultaneously casting spells." Zhou Tong smiles, acknowledging the fun they had, but he can't help but thank the group's strongest damage dealer. After all, she single-handedly accounted for 90% of the total damage. The woman, reveling in her triumph, boasts that the two of them are nothing but weak and unforgivable. Glancing to the side, she spots a crowd gathered in front of the Abyss boss gate and curiously asks, "What are they doing over there?" Another man approaches, inquiring about the situation. One of the hunters replies that the last confirmed life signal has just disappeared, and it seems no one has survived within the abyss. He emphasizes that this is a routine occurrence, not an accident. As long as they clear the abyss before nightfall and secure the drop from the legendary monster, everything should be fine. Another group of awakened arrives, asserting that they can handle the cleanup. Zhou Tong steps forward, his voice rising in urgency as he demands to know if there are truly no survivors. A guard attempts to block his path, but Zhou Tong pushes past him, pleading for them to at least make an effort to recover the bodies. The guard, clearly irritated, scoffs and retorts, "Why should I waste my time rescuing trash with no money?" On the other hand, if God's chosen one sends a rescue signal, it might just be worth it, especially considering the high-quality equipment he uses. He questions again why they would waste time saving someone who appears to have given up on life. Zhou Tong, filled with rage, snaps back, insisting that his boss is not worthless. If he promised to emerge from the abyss, then he will, because he always keeps his word. The leader instructs the newly awakened group to disregard the lunatic and, should they discover the two test subjects dead, to simply bury them on the spot. He emphasizes the importance of proceeding with caution. As the team begins to advance toward the portal, a voice suddenly echoes from within, declaring that there's no need to do any of that. Instantly, everyone freezes in their tracks. Yi steps out of the shadows, his clothes tattered and an intimidating aura radiating from him. He inquires if retrieving the items qualifies as completing the trial. Zhou Teng, overwhelmed with emotion, shouts that he always believed Ye would succeed. With a calm demeanor, Yi approaches, revealing that he secured the token, insisting it should count as a pass. The examiner, taken aback, exclaims that it's impossible for anyone to emerge from a legendary abyss unscathed. His eyes widen as he stares at the protagonist, incredulous. "Are you really a level 1 scavenger?" he asks, disbelief etched across his face. But when he catches sight of the golden stone in Yi's hand, his expression shifts to one of astonishment. "How did you acquire something like that?" he demands. Yi, unfazed, simply extends the rune toward him and replies, "Just take it. My mission is complete." With a trembling voice, the examiner reveals that the Golden Monarch Stone is a rare token, only appearing when legendary monsters are defeated. He hesitantly asks Yi if he truly killed one. Irritated by the implication of cheating, Yi retorts that he eliminated every last monster until the abyss was completely cleared. Not a single creature was left alive. The examiner stares at the rune in his hand, stunned, grappling with the impossibility of it all. He attempts to rationalize the situation, suggesting that perhaps the legendary monster was born in a weaker form. Yet, he ultimately concludes, horrified, that it was still a legendary creature. Enraged, the examiner bellows that it's impossible for a level 1 class changer to have defeated a legendary monster and lived to tell the tale. He insists there can be no other explanation than that Yi is a traitor, claiming he must have somehow stolen the victory from the true chosen of God. He accuses Yi directly, claiming that he must have eliminated the Chosen One in the abyss and taken the credit for himself, as all evidence suggests betrayal. Zhou Tong, losing his patience, retorts with indignation, demanding to know how the examiner could make such a vile accusation against someone who clearly survived to his own strength. The examiner steps forward, pointing at Yi, asserting that it's impossible for a mere scavenger to possess such power. He believes that Yi only survived until the end because of Wu Sangqi, and ultimately, he was betrayed. That's the only logical explanation, he concludes. Zhou Tong steps in front of his friend and counters. If the examiner truly believes that, then let's conduct an investigation. If the Chosen's body shows no signs of human wounds, you must drop the accusations. Yu interjects coldly, asserting that the examiner won't find Wu Sangqi's body. One of the men confirms his assertion, stating that scout reports indicate the abyss is entirely empty. Not even a monster carcass remains. The examiner, taken aback, attempts to refute this, suggesting it could be some sort of abyss bug, but Yi cuts him off again, declaring that if nothing is left, then there's no evidence against him. The examiner can say whatever he likes, dead or alive. Yi bears no responsibility for the other competitors. Moreover, it was the examiner himself who disregarded that rule, leaving Yi baffled by the talk of betrayal. With no counter-argument remaining, the man reluctantly concedes, though his displeasure is evident. Yu, maintaining his composure, inquires if he has passed the test. After a moment of hesitation, the examiner begrudgingly admits that, despite his reluctance, he must congratulate Yi. In that moment, Ye, mere level 1 scavenger, has earned the World Committee Hunter's certification with a full license, granting him the opportunity to join the main hunting groups. Struggling to maintain his composure, he comments that Yi must be pleased with the outcome. Just then, a female voice cuts through the tension. Singren steps forward, asserting that she sees no reason for Yi to be satisfied, as this is still far from the complete picture. The room falls silent, all eyes on the Liu family heiress. Whispers of awe and anxiety ripple through the crowd, each person marveling at the honor of her presence. The examiner, his eyes gleaming with nervous energy, rushes toward her and questions what she's doing in such a place, insisting it's not suitable for someone of her status. Jingren fixes him with a cold stare and asks if those who possess the golden unique stone are entitled to apply for an independent hunting group. He confirms that they are. With a determined expression, she declares that Yi doesn't need to join any group at all. As she approaches him, she asks, "Did you happen to mention my name when you arrived?" Ye shifts awkwardly, admitting with a hint of dejection that he hadn't, and in fact, he had completely forgotten. Singren lets out a sigh, her expression a mix of annoyance and amusement. "You really are an idiot," she says, shaking her head. Turning to the examiner, she fixes him with a sharp glare. The registration day for the World Committee's hunting groups is about to begin. Any class changer with a golden token can form a group. If this isn't sheer stupidity, then the examiner must be deliberately sabotaging the situation. The man attempts to justify his actions, claiming he isn't being unfair. He simply believes the golden token should go to someone stronger, insisting it would be a waste to give it to a mere scavenger. Chotong interjects, raising his voice in protest. Why would it be a waste for Yi to keep it? Are you really planning to take it by force? The awakened who had come to assist with the abyss cleanup began to turn against the examiner. They voiced their frustrations, declaring that the rules imposed by the supervisors were nothing more than a form of theft. The entire arrangement, they argued, had been flawed from the beginning. They lamented that if it weren't for the forced orders, they wouldn't have even shown up. Why, they questioned, should they work for someone like him while having their gear and belongings confiscated? The examiner shouts for silence, asserting that even if the protagonist were to keep the golden token, people would only assume he stole it. After all, everyone knows that to form a hunting group, a leader must possess at least rank B strength. He continues, pointing out that Yi's combat rating before entering the abyss was a mere D. The energy stone doesn't lie, he declares. If you dare present that before the committee elders, they'll laugh you out of the room. As he speaks, another examiner glances at the readings and notices something unusual. The stone is detecting massive fluctuations in attributes, he remarks, his brow furrowing. The first reading reached rank A, but the second surpassed it, and the third has already hit rank S. Suddenly, the meter begins to overload, its lights flickering wildly until, with a deafening bang, it explodes in their hands. The protagonist advances slowly, his glare fixed on the examiner, who retreats in fear, pleading for him not to come any closer. The other men stand bewildered, noting that no one has even touched the stone, yet the numbers continue to rise endlessly. Something is clearly amiss. Yu begins to release his aura, addressing the crowd. "You all treat me like trash, and I can understand why," he says, his voice steady. "But I've been hurt enough. I don't want to argue anymore." He's only here to collect his certificate and has no intention of causing trouble. The examiner, trembling, can't shake the feeling that this must be an illusion. Even outside the abyss, he senses a crushing pressure emanating from deep within Yi. Struggling to maintain his composure, he asks what Yi plans to do, cautioning that attacking examiners would require immense courage. The protagonist raises his hand, conjuring a gravitational vortex, and coldly states that he's merely reclaiming what is rightfully his. He directs the vortex toward the token, effortlessly retrieving it. The examiners, in a panic, insist that the device must have malfunctioned earlier, displaying false readings. They quickly decide to use a measuring crystal for confirmation, but when they see the results, they are left speechless, exclaiming that it's impossible. The crystal quivers ominously on the brink of explosion. Yi channels his power, his voice steady and commanding, as he declares that if they no longer question his worth, they can conclude the test right then and there. The pressure around him escalates dramatically, sending the examiner reeling backward as the crystal shatters in midair, its final reading having already soared past S rank. He turns and strides toward the exit, advising the examiners to reconsider their measuring methods before they embarrass themselves again. The chief examiner, still in shock, mutters in disbelief, questioning if Yi had concealed his true power, something that seemed utterly impossible to him. With a smile, Jingren steps forward and gives Yi a light slap on the back. "I knew you would pass the test with ease," she says. "If you had mentioned my name from the start, no one would have dared put you through all that trouble." The chief examiner is left puzzled, contemplating that if Yi truly has connections to the heiress of the loyal family, he might not be just the simple scavenger he claims to be. Jingren chimes in, noting that the supervisors would have treated Yi with more respect had they employed better equipment. Yi responds, questioning how he could possibly leverage her name, asserting that when it comes to persuasion, there's a certain satisfaction in making people believe through sheer force. She laughs and nods in agreement. Zhou Tong, relieved that the chaos has finally subsided, excitedly exclaims that the woman beside him must be the renowned Jingren, expressing his honor in meeting her. Yu interjects, explaining that Zhou Tong is his friend and is also there to take the test. Jingren studies him intently and asks if they've met before. With a smile, he replies affirmatively, recalling that he performed at her birthday party. "Do you remember?" he asks, a hint of nostalgia in his voice. Jingren gazes at him, a teasing smile playing on her lips. "Are you referring to that disastrous banquet ruined by that awful rap performance? Were you one of the performers?" Zhou Tong's eyes glisten with unshed tears at the memory, prompting her to swiftly change the subject. "Speaking of parties, we should celebrate Yi's new hunter certification." She suggests hosting the celebration at his place. Ye, taken aback, asks why it has to be at his house. Suddenly, a realization hits him, and he crouches down, embarrassment washing over him. His home is just a small, rented, ground-level apartment, and he can't shake the thought that someone as affluent as her would find his modest living room laughable. Meanwhile, Zhou Tong is lost in his own thoughts, brooding over her earlier comment about his lackluster performance, feeling utterly defeated. Jingren, sensing the unusual tension, inquires about what's bothering the protagonist. To shift the mood, she suggests that if the current idea isn't suitable, they could consider another location. The protagonist swiftly interrupts, assuring her that everything is perfectly fine. Yet, deep down, he knows he must keep the truth hidden from her. With a confident smile, he declares that there will undoubtedly be a fantastic venue and an incredible performance. Turning to his friend, he adds earnestly that he would love for him to join as well. Jingren notices Yi's stiffness, but chooses not to pry. Instead, she asks if they can reschedule for the following night. Yu agrees, assuring her it's fine. A satisfied smile spreads across her face as she remarks that now that he has passed the hunter certification, she can finally relax and look forward to tomorrow night. With a promise to bring some gifts, she departs, her smile lingering in the air. As soon as she leaves, Yi realizes he needs to find a way to change his appearance before the meeting. That evening, he returns home, only to be met by his sister, who immediately scolds him for claiming he was going on a date. He responds, somewhat defensively, that perhaps what just happened could be considered one. Observing his disheveled state, she glares at him indignantly and asks if that date was with goblins or ogres, because judging by his appearance, it must have taken place in some sort of abyss. Xiao Zhou's patience wears thin as she shouts that he lied again and put himself in a perilous situation. Ye attempts to soothe her, pointing out that the most important thing is that he's alive, and in one piece after all his limbs are still intact. But she counters, insisting he can't possibly claim to be fine with so many injuries and demands he go to the hospital immediately. Just then, the protagonist bursts through the bathroom door, rushing inside and declaring that he doesn't need medical attention. They're just scratches. He locks the door, shutting out his furious sister's shouts from the other side. As he turns on the shower, the water cascades down, mingling with the blood from his open wounds. His body bears the scars of a fierce battle against the Elf King. The hot water washes over him, but his health bar hovers perilously close to zero. Yu reflects on how fortunate he is that his sister remains unaware of his true condition, wounded, exhausted, and barely able to stand. The new and old injuries he sustained in the abyss had morphed into permanent damage that showed no signs of healing. Now, he feared it might take months to fully recover. As he opened the system, a memory surfaced after defeating the Elf King. He had received something unusual. Suddenly, a new message appeared on the screen: reincarnate. He remembers that, still within the abyss, 3 cards had materialized alongside a notification confirming his victory over the Elf King after he defeated the boss. A relieved smile spreads across his face as he reflects on his achievement, proudly acknowledging that he managed to slay the Elf King without taking a single hit. He then requests the Void to recycle the item, and a new message appears, revealing that he has received the gravitational vortex. Yi's grin widens, excitement bubbling within him as he realizes this is the Master's exclusive ability. He can hardly contain his joy, knowing he has struck gold this time. The system chimes in, notifying him that he has also gained 100 attribute points, bringing his total to an impressive 140. He instructs the system to distribute the points evenly, as he always did, but soon realizes something is off. The plus signs are grayed out after he allocates 512 points. He attempts to add more, but the system issues a warning. His attributes have reached their limit and cannot be increased further. Confused, he presses on, determined to understand, until a new message suddenly appears. The conditions for reincarnation have been met, and the option is now available. The message reveals that if he accepts, his level will reset to 0, initiating a second awakening. With this new beginning, the level cap will increase to 5, and his maximum attributes will grow proportionally. He realizes that for level 1 scavengers, whose attribute limit is capped at 512, the only way to break through this barrier is to return to level 0, relinquish everything, and undergo the awakening once more. Only then can they break through their limitations. Yo contemplates the risks of restarting his journey, but now that he feels safe, he realizes there's no reason to hesitate. This is the perfect moment to test the boundaries of reincarnation. The examiner's words echo in his mind cheater, traitor, trash insults he has endured throughout his life. With a resolute expression, water streaming down his face like rain, he murmurs that he has always fought to grow stronger, to provide his sister with a decent life and shield her from abuse. His goal remains distant, but he refuses to accept the limitations imposed by the system. With determination, he lifts his head and shouts that he will not be confined by any boundaries. He vows to overcome this obstacle and emerge even stronger than before. Meanwhile, outside, his sister, casually sipping juice, nearly chokes on the unexpected outburst echoing from the bathroom. Just then, a new message flashes before him. Reincarnation successful. Class reset. Growth scale elevated. Yi's body begins to regenerate at an astonishing rate. The pain fades away, and his wounds seal themselves. He watches in disbelief, murmuring that he can't comprehend how everything has been restored. As he examines himself, he realizes that all his scars have vanished completely. Just then, the bathroom door swings open with a crash. Shoujo storms in, fury etched on his face, demanding to know how Yi can claim he's unhurt when blood stains his clothes. Yi glances at his sister, and the moment she comprehends her mistake, a small explosion erupts. Startled, she instinctively covers her eyes. As the smoke dissipates, she finds herself transformed back into her teddy bear form. With a quivering voice, she admits that it seems she won't be able to change back anytime soon. Yi, now towering over her, offers a half-ironic congratulations, remarking that it looks like they'll have to move again. Sometime later, he arrives at the Shenfeng City Equipment Auction House, a renowned establishment famous for dealing in a wide array of items from the abyss. Here, rare materials, weapons, artifacts, and even monster fragments are meticulously handled. Before any item can be bought or sold, it must undergo a rigorous identification process. Outside these walls, the black market presents an alternative, but it comes with significantly higher risks. At the auction houses, the finest equipment was fiercely contested by elite hunters, nobles, and magnates from various backgrounds. As Yi strolled through the lobby, a guard approached him with an air of arrogance, declaring that unauthorized individuals were not allowed to roam there and demanding to know his purpose. Yi remained calm, responding that he was a collector, here to appraise some equipment for the auction. The guard regards him with disdain, letting out a mocking laugh. "You don't look like a collector at all. What's your ranking to have such audacity?" Yi replies, "I'm rank 1 for now." But inwardly, he muses that even if he held the maximum rank of 5, the guard's attitude would likely remain unchanged. The guard's frown deepens as he shoves Ye back, declaring, "This is a place for elites, frequented only by the wealthiest. Only top-tier equipment is worthy of being here. That's why he must eliminate useless individuals like Ye before they create a disturbance." Yo, unfazed, calmly retrieves a dagger from his bag and asks the guard to evaluate it before he speaks further. The guard, who also serves as an appraiser, regards him with disdain, questioning whether he's joking and insisting he has no time to waste on mere scrap. Yet, growing impatient, he relents, muttering that if this will finally make Ye leave, he'll go ahead with the analysis. He activates the appraisal, and the display reveals that the dagger holds no value. Satisfied, the guard lifts his chin and taunts Ye, asking if he heard the result. He suggests tossing the worthless item aside and even offers to help dispose of it to avoid a disposal fee. Yi remains silent. Instead, he simply releases the dagger, which plunges into the ground effortlessly, as if slicing through butter. The appraiser's eyes widen in disbelief. This blade was anything but ordinary. Crouching down for a closer look, he notices a peculiar energy radiating from the metal. With a newfound seriousness, he asks Yi to hold on for a moment, opting to reassess the weapon using a more advanced tool known as the appraisal glass. As he equips it, his perception sharpens, and a new reading begins to illuminate before his eyes. His eyes sparkled with excitement as he exclaimed that this was a unique piece of Void Rift, a singularly dangerous artifact. The blade was as dark as the abyss, with faint starlight shimmering through it, as if the void itself had taken form. Legend has it that an assassin once pursued a woman with a massive bounty on her head. When he finally cornered her, leaving her on the brink of death, she vanished like smoke, leaving behind only a dagger that pulsed with an otherworldly glow. Damage 42, Skill Void Rending. This ability creates a portal that allows the wielder to teleport within a 30-meter radius. It requires a level 3 proficiency. The shrewd man clutched the equipment tightly, exclaiming that he had nearly lost an incredibly rare and enhanced item. Just half an hour earlier, the protagonist had been tidying up the chaos, reflecting that his sister would need to stay in a hotel for a few days while he made himself comfortable in the landlord's basement for the night. Otherwise, his meager savings wouldn't stretch far enough to cover another mishap at home. The landlord's repair bill had set him back 2 million ween, leaving Ye with a mere 200 in his account. He opens the system, reminding himself that he must find a way to redeem the equipment he purchased. He needs money, urgently. Yet, he knows the market is saturated with high-quality gear, albeit not top-tier. Most workers purchase replicas to secure their jobs and seldom replace them. To the wealthy, such equipment is merely trash, difficult to sell, of little value, and inexpensive. Yet, he considers that if he gathers a few quality pieces, he might sell them for several 100,000 ween. As he scans the system, an icon for a forge catches his eye. Curiosity piqued, he quickly clicks on it, wondering if the Abyss facilities could be utilized outside their usual confines. A portal suddenly opens beside him, and as he hears the ominous sound, he looks up just in time to see a box plummeting toward him. With a swift dodge, he narrowly avoids the impact and stares in astonishment at the forge that has materialized before him. The forging altar appeared out of thin air, so close that it nearly grazed his face. Just then, the system chimes in with a warning message. An unidentified forge has appeared, unlocking the ability to enhance equipment. Low-quality gear can now be upgraded to a higher category. Reading this, he smiles, seizing his longsword. If I can improve equipment quality, he muses, then rare weapons can be elevated to precious, then epic, and finally legendary. From what he's heard, the value of equipment can increase more than tenfold with each upgrade level. He examines the stats of his hunter's long sword, a rare one-handed weapon. With this sword, he had vanquished countless beasts that threatened the village, but ultimately, both he and those creatures had met their end in a dragon's maw. The sword boasts a damage rating of 48, a level requirement of 17, and inflicts an additional 3% damage against beast-type monsters. With a sigh, he tosses the sword into the forge, muttering that it isn't first-rate worth only about 10,000 on the black market. Either way, it's time to move on. Since he can't use it, it's merely a piece of trash meant for practice. The system notifies him that 30 attribute points have been injected as the forging cost, prompting the protagonist to remark that at least that amount is double the weapon's value. However, the forge fails spectacularly, leaving him with nothing but scrap. He ponders whether the equipment's grade is simply too low and realizes he didn't inject enough attribute points. After all, the value of a truly worthy item begins at 100,000. Still brimming with confidence, albeit tinged with a hint of unease, he resolves to try again, reminding himself that the item is worth a staggering 100,000. Yet, the forge falters once more. Confounded by this unexpected failure, he crouches down in frustration, deep in thought. What could be going wrong? If the materials are sound, perhaps the flaw lies within the altar itself, or maybe there's some peculiar mechanism at play. The system relentlessly bombards him with notifications, insisting that the altar remains unidentified. It isn't until he spots a faint engraving on the upper part of the structure that he realizes something crucial. Activating his observer's eyes, he focuses on the forging altar, and in an instant, the system responds. Identification complete. The true appearance of the object is about to be unveiled. Before him, the forge shifts in color and form, revealing its new name, Scrap Forge. Alter, unique, waste reinforcement. The description clarifies that the success rate for reforging diminishes as the quality of the material increases. In other words, the more worthless the item, the greater the chance of success, though this also comes with an increased overall failure rate. The protagonist lets out a bitter laugh, remarking that this altar seems custom-made for trash, almost as if it were a curse from the god of refuse himself. After all, everything he has received from the very beginning has been nothing but useless rewards, from start to finish. In the dimly lit basement of his house, Mano gazes intently at the forge as it showcases a gleaming hammer. A notification flashes on the screen, reforging exclusive scraps. He notes that the success rate of reforging diminishes with the quality of the materials. The more worthless the item, the higher the chance of success. Conversely, the better the quality, the greater the risk of failure. Yes, observing the forge muses aloud that perhaps its true uniqueness lies in its ability to transform the most useless equipment into something extraordinary. In a world where only junk can be reforged, the protagonist decides to rid himself of the useless debris. He tosses in a discarded longsword, deemed worthless due to its battle-worn scars. This sword once lay silently on a desolate battlefield, surrounded by withered red flowers and echoes of forgotten memories. Required level 1. He lifts the hammer infused with his void magic, and as it strikes the sword, a message appears, announcing the successful reforging. The weapon transforms into a new creation, Eclipse. This unique longsword resembles the night sky, crafted from lost stars that emitted gentle glow in the darkness and cast a soft shadow in the light. With a damage rating of 422, it boasts a shadow enchantment, the ability to melt armor and elemental resistance. Required level 32. He couldn't believe he had managed to acquire a unique collector's equipment piece, the only one of its kind in the entire world, forged from nothing more than a scrap. This led him to conclude that the scrap forging altar must be a divine artifact. He felt incredibly fortunate to have stumbled upon such a treasure. With so much junk gear cluttering his inventory, it was as if he had discovered a money printing machine. With excitement coursing through him, he forges another scrap, creating a bow known as the Song of the Night. This extraordinary weapon is shaped like a magnificent harp, its string as soft as silk, capable of producing a haunting melody under the moonlight. When the young hunter draws the string, the music resonates like the whispers of the stars, awakening the very essence of nature's power. Damage 397, Strings of the Whispering Heart. This bow unleashes invisible magic arrows that inflict sonic damage, requiring a level of 29 to wield. Next, he reforges once more and acquires the mantra, a unique staff crafted from ancient tree roots, topped with a sturdy crystal. The wooden shaft is intricately engraved with the wisdom of the ancients and the prophecies of ogre ancestors. Legend has it that a two-headed ogre believed he could commune with nature by swinging the staff, though more often than not, he ended up striking his other head instead. Damage 400. Enchanted Strike. This weapon deals additional magic damage and boosts physical attacks. The greater the wielder's intelligence, the more devastating the impact. Required level 30. At last, another item has been forged. Thunder, a unique hammer crafted by the Abyss Dwarves, infused with the very essence of lightning. It can summon storms and vanish into the air like thunder itself. With a damage rating of 577 and a lightning enchantment that inflicts electric damage upon impact, it strikes with a remarkable speed bonus. Required level 41. After hours of relentless forging, the protagonist finally collapses onto a crate, utterly exhausted. He glances at the remnants of his efforts and sighs, noting that all his useless gear has been depleted, while the few items of value have been transformed into attribute points. Despite the challenges, he had managed to craft an impressive array of unique equipment. This achievement propelled him to Scavenger Level 1. Even without slaying monsters, he earned experience points simply through forging. In just a few hours, he conquered the initial stage, the most difficult hurdle on his path to becoming a true role holder. With a satisfied smile, he mused about how wonderful it all was. And now, the only task remaining was to discover how to convert all that equipment into cash, using his newly acquired hunter's license. In the present, the appraiser who once looked down on him now greets him with a newfound respect. They sit together on a couch, and the appraiser inquires about the origin of the equipment he previously analyzed. Yi responds, reiterating that he's just a collector, emphasizing that even at level 1, he can still acquire high-quality items. He believes claiming he forged them would only invite unnecessary complications. The appraiser remarks that there's nothing inherently wrong with collecting items. After all, collectors aren't categorized by levels, but by their taste. Yi's impressive collection is merely a testament to his own strength. With a knowing smile, the protagonist opens a small void portal, revealing more pieces. He adds that if the auction price is right, the appraiser could earn a handsome commission. He starts to spill the items onto the floor, and the man's eyes widen in disbelief. In a frenzy, he rushes off to inform the others to prepare the highest-tier VIP room and arrange for an immediate platinum VIP induction. Meanwhile, Yi makes his way to the VIP area, clutching the card, convinced that the platinum access is only valid for this registration. As he walks, he unexpectedly collides with a man who sneers, questioning what an idiot like him is doing in such a prestigious place. The protagonist quickly apologizes, admitting he wasn't paying attention. The man sizes him up, his gaze lingering on the protagonist's simple attire, clearly puzzled by how someone so plainly dressed could be in such an upscale environment. With a haughty tone, he demands to know how the protagonist dares to block his path and insists on the name of the hunting group he belongs to. Ye calmly responds that he is a free hunter. The man smirks, remarking that it's no surprise Yi looks like a beggar given his status as an independent hunter. He then presents his emblem, introducing himself as Lang Xiaofeng, a member of the A+ hunter group known as Tattoos, and adds with a flair, "They call me Mad Vlad Tattoos." Yi reflects that the Tattoos are notorious for being war maniacs, a group that exclusively recruits brutal berserkers and values nothing but raw strength. He knows this all too well, having cleaned up the battlefields they left behind on numerous occasions, some of which ended in disaster. This time, he decides it's wiser to avoid any unnecessary confrontation. Turning away, he begins to leave, offering another apology. Xiaofeng, however, is far from satisfied. Irritated, he draws his sword, pointing it directly at the protagonist. "Do you really think you can just apologize and walk away?" he sneers, calling him a bastard with a meaningless surname. "Look at your clothes. It's clear you snuck in here." Xiaofeng sneers, reminding him that this entrance is exclusive to members, specifically high-ranking officers of the hunting group. He declares that someone like the protagonist should stick to the line meant for scum. Ye calmly pushes the sword aside and responds, "This is under the jurisdiction of the World Guild. Anyone who draws a weapon here will find themselves in serious trouble." Xiaofeng, seething with rage, declares that Yi is incredibly fortunate. He scoffs, questioning whether Yi truly believes a worthless person like him has the right to walk the same path. In a fit of anger, he starts to create a scene, summoning the guards and demanding, as a senior member, that the protagonist be expelled and his identity thoroughly scrutinized. Meanwhile, the appraiser, observing the chaos from a distance, feels as if he's hit the jackpot until he nearly has a heart attack at the sight of the guards, attempting to forcibly remove the protagonist. He rushes over, demanding to know why Yi used the member's entrance when he should have entered through the platinum entrance. Xiaofeng grabs the protagonist by the collar, turning to the appraiser with a fierce glare. "Are you sure you have the right person?" he challenges. Irritated, the appraiser snaps at the guards to detain Xiaofeng. They shove him against the wall, but he continues to rant, insisting that a free hunter like Yi, with no backing from any hunting group, could never afford the exorbitant fee for platinum VIP access. The appraiser bows repeatedly, profusely apologizing for the incident, while Xiaofeng shouts, insisting that the guards keep their hands off him, as he is a senior member of Tattoos and deserves better treatment. One of the guards, unfazed by his outburst, coldly responds that this auction house operates under the direct jurisdiction of the World Guild. He warns Xiaofeng that if he continues to cause trouble, they will have no choice but to notify the supervisor and revoke his membership on the spot. The appraiser, eager to ease the tension, turns to Yi and suggests that if he wishes to explore the auction floor, he can enter from that side. However, there's a hint of concern in his voice, as he worries that the surroundings might be of a lower quality and lack the equipment Yi would find intriguing. Yu begins to walk away, glancing back with a smirk. "It's not just that my perception differs from others," he remarks. "Perhaps I'll uncover a treasure hidden among what everyone else dismisses as mere trash." The appraiser chuckles in agreement and leads him to another room, where a group of people has already gathered around a table. One of the men comments that he heard the auction house had released several exclusive items, which were quickly snatched up by the ultra-wealthy as soon as they hit the market, with starting prices beginning at a staggering 1 million. The most remarkable item, in his opinion, was a pair of boots sold to Yun Ding, fetching a staggering price in the tens of millions. The big-nosed man reacted with frustration, exclaiming that this news was anything but good. After months of searching for a single special item, he couldn't fathom how the auction house managed to acquire so many extraordinary pieces. The old man beside him remarks that he heard rumors of a collector who had come and sold his entire stock in one go. The big-nosed man continues to grumble, lamenting that in the presence of true professionals, people like them can only fight over the leftovers, as top hunters have the financial backing of their powerful groups. Yi watches from a distance, keenly observant, until the auctioneer announces that the Thunderhammer has been sold for 3,175,000 yuan, while the meteorite shield fetched 2810,000. Yi smiles with satisfaction, reassuring himself that the equipment was just as sought after as he had anticipated. He muses that if he ever finds himself short on funds in the future, all he needs to do is auction off a few of his creations. Moments later, a robust-looking announcer strides onto the stage, ready to unveil the rules of the blind auction. He explains that all Abyss equipment available for sale will be presented in an unidentified state, meaning bidders could end up with either high-quality treasures or low-quality duds. For this reason, returns or exchanges will not be accepted, and no one may refuse to pay the bid amount for any reason. As soon as he finishes his explanation, the blind auction begins. The first item presented is an unidentifiable ring with a starting bid of 500,000. Yi activates his observer's eye to analyze it further, and realizes that the first item typically serves as a warm-up piece. While the true treasures often reveal themselves later in the auction, the early lots can be deceptive traps. Noticing that no one is stepping forward, the protagonist decides to shake things up and places a bold bid of 1,000,000. This immediately irritates Xiaofeng, another participant in the auction. He scoffs at the protagonist, calling him an arrogant fool for pretending to be wealthy, insisting that the shabby ring isn't even worth half that price. The auctioneer raises an eyebrow, taken aback by the unexpectedly high bid. He scans the room, asking if anyone dares to top it. Whispers ripple through the surrounding tables as the other buyers exchange glances, realizing that the Platinum VIP has made his first move. The air thickens with intrigue. Clearly, anyone seated in that exclusive section must possess immense wealth. Gradually, the mood begins to shift, with some buyers contemplating the possibility that the ring might hold a hidden treasure within its depths. After all, anyone willing to pay 500,000 for a ring is unlikely to be swayed by its actual worth. Someone with platinum access would hardly make such a blunder. As the bidding intensifies, competitors eagerly raise their offers, pushing the price up to 1,400,000. Then, in a stunning move, Yi raises the bid to 2,500,000, leaving everyone in the room utterly astonished. The buyers murmur among themselves, acknowledging that this is an exceptionally high offer. If the Platinum VIP raises his hand again, it's clear that the ring must be an invaluable treasure. Xiaofeng, growing increasingly irritated, scoffs at the protagonist's attempts to show off. In a fit of frustration, he stands up, slams his hand on the table, and boldly declares a bid of 3,000, proclaiming it unbeatable and confident that at that price, the item will surely be his. Yi raises the stakes once more, offering 4,000. With a bank balance of 79,000, he feels confident in his bid. Meanwhile, Xiaofeng's anger intensifies, accusing Yi of mocking him yet again. One of Xiaofeng's companions attempts to intervene, noting that spending 4,000 on an unidentified ring is already outrageous. However, Xiaofeng dismisses him, insisting that the protagonist's past is crucial and that he had underestimated him before. If Yi desires the ring so intensely, it must be of exceptional quality, and that's precisely why he cannot allow anyone else to claim it. With determination, he shouts, raising the bid to 5,000. A nearby seller, taken aback, remarks that such a price is typically reserved for only the most exclusive gear. A mage at a nearby table chimes in, noting that spending so much on an unidentified ring could easily bankrupt a small hunting group. Xiaofeng strides up to Yi, jabbing a finger in his direction as he derisively mocks him for being a mere free hunter with a net worth of just a few million. He scoffs at the idea of someone like Ye daring to compete against a member of the Tattoos, a group backed by sponsors and wealth. Ye, however, remains silent, his expression unreadable. With a calm demeanor, he raises the bid to 10,000. The hall erupts into chaos, and Xiaofeng stands frozen, disbelief etched on his face. Did I hear that right? He stammers, incredulous. That can't be possible. How could a mere free hunter casually bid 10,000, a sum substantial enough to establish a mid-size hunting group? In a fit of desperation, he demands the auctioneer verify Yi's bank balance, accusing the protagonist of making false bids and disrupting the auction's order. He insists that even a Platinum VIP must adhere to the rules, threatening that if not, Yi should be expelled immediately. The auctioneer taps into the administration via communicator and after a brief pause, announces to the crowd that the 10,000 bid has been confirmed and is entirely valid. Gasps ripple through the audience as they grasp the reality. The Platinum VIP truly wields wealth beyond their reach, leaving them acutely aware that none can compete with such affluence. Xiao Feng, consumed by rage, vows never to allow himself to be humiliated in front of others. As tattoos, Xiao Feng of the A+ Hunter Group, a high-ranking representative of a major hunting organization, he cannot accept being bested by a mere free hunter. With a trembling voice, he slowly raises his paddle and bids 10,500,000. In response, Yi stands up, a smirk playing on his lips, and provocatively raises the bid to 100,000. Xiao Feng stumbles back, his mind struggling to grasp the words he just heard. The protagonist sinks into thought, contemplating that it hardly matters if he squanders all his money on a worthless item today. Tomorrow, he can effortlessly craft exclusive equipment of equal worth. He glances at Xiao Feng, a hint of challenge in his voice as he asks, "Is that really all you've got? Don't let a free hunter belittle you." The auctioneer calls out the current bid of 100,000 and begins the countdown. Xiao Feng watches in confusion, unable to comprehend how the protagonist can act with such unwavering confidence, placing a bid of 100,000 without a moment's hesitation. This boldness leads him to wonder if the ring truly is a super treasure, a rarity among rarities. He remembers Yi telling the appraiser that his perception sets him apart from others, suggesting he has a knack for uncovering treasures hidden within what most would dismiss as mere trash. With that thought, a surge of conviction washes over Xiao Feng. He realizes he is up against a true expert. The ring must be a remarkable treasure, one that could symbolize his entire hunting group. To him, it seems inconceivable that anyone would bid 100,000 without a compelling reason. Determined, he resolves to outbid them. As the auctioneer prepares to close the round, Xiao Feng suddenly shouts, 200,000! Gasps ripple through the room. Everyone is taken aback, convinced he has lost his mind. Even the most elite bidders rarely dare to risk such an outrageous sum. Fueled by arrogance, Xiao Feng turns to Ye, taunting him. "Are you really as rich as you claim? Go on, keep bidding. I'll show everyone who the true wealthy are." Ye takes a deep breath and calmly responds that he has been outbid, declaring that the treasure now belongs to Xiao Feng. The hunter bursts into laughter, mocking Yi for daring to compete with someone of higher status, insisting that Yi is unworthy of comparison. One of his companions, visibly distressed, protests that they were there to secure gear for their members. He laments that Xiao Feng just spent 200 million on a simple ring, unsure how he will explain this extravagant purchase to their leader. Xiao Feng urges him to calm down, assuring him that the item is indeed divine and that his judgment cannot be mistaken. The auctioneer then announces the results, congratulating Yao Feng of the Tattoo Hunting Group for winning the ring. From a distance, he observes the scene and reflects that unidentified equipment always holds the potential to become legendary, much like the forging altar he discovered. However, given that the legendary altar looked like a pile of junk, the ring Xiao Feng was holding could only be something equally unimpressive. Moments later, the identification appears: iron ring, common ornament, attack power +1. Yi thinks to himself that his observer's eyes haven't failed him. He had already expected this outcome. Xiao Feng, holding the ring aloft, shouts for it to transform into a divine item, daring the others to regret their decision to drop out of the bidding. Seconds stretch into an eternity, and still nothing happens. Sweat beads on his forehead, his eyes widen in horror, and despair grips him as he confronts the bitter truth. The ring is nothing more than a plain, ordinary iron band. Enraged, Xiao Feng's temper flares. He shouts, jabbing a finger at the protagonist, blaming that damned kid for driving him to madness. "I want my money back," he demands, his voice echoing with frustration. He turns to the auctioneer, forcing a smile as he claims he was merely joking about his bid of 200 million. He asks the auctioneer to consider it a mistake and inquires about their thoughts on the matter. The auctioneer, maintaining a professional demeanor, responds that according to the rules, Xiao Feng is an internal president of a prestigious hunting group. Once the transaction is finalized, they will officially notify the group within 24 hours and apply the appropriate fees. If Xiao Feng fails to pay the full amount, both he and the hunting group will face severe repercussions from the World Guild, including the possibility of disqualification or dissolution. The auctioneer underscores the gravity of the situation, warning that Xiao Feng could be charged with auction fraud and sentenced to a labor camp for waste collection. With a snap of his fingers, two security guards materialize, seizing Xiao Feng by the arms. In a chilling tone, the auctioneer announces that due to the substantial value of the offer, the auction house will send someone to escort him to the syndicate for the full payment. Desperate, Xiaofeng cries out for them to wait, but he is roughly pulled away, shouting that it's all the protagonist's fault. He curses him as a bastard, blaming him for ruining his life. The other buyers, including the man with the prominent nose, watched in awe. They murmured among themselves, expressing their disbelief at the scene before them. "It's terrifying," one whispered. "He annihilated an entire hunting group without spilling a single drop of blood. And the worst part, it seemed utterly meaningless to him." As the commotion subsides, the auctioneer steadies himself and declares that everything has been resolved. He invites the audience to turn their attention to the next item, a remarkable transformation necklace. With a flourish, he explains that while the necklace's power is active, the wearer becomes immune to all movement control effects, cannot be knocked back, and even gains the ability to self-heal. The protagonist watches intently, convinced that the necklace is the perfect gift for his sister, as if it were crafted just for her. With a slight smile, he raises his hand and confidently declares his bid. Nearby, a man with a prominent nose comments with curiosity. "Looks like Mr. Platinum is about to make his move again." His companion nods in agreement, adding, "He's using the same trick as before to fool the gullible." If even Xiaofeng, a top-tier hunter, had to shell out 200 million for that piece of junk, then no one in their right mind should compete with that kid. Both parties agree that anyone bold enough to raise the bid would be a complete fool. The auctioneer, sensing the tension in the room, grows increasingly irritated. Meanwhile, the buyers exchange whispers, speculating that Platinum might be a mercenary in league with the auction house. Trembling with frustration, the auctioneer calls out, asking if anyone dares to bid. Yet, silence reigns, as everyone is convinced it's an obvious scam only a fool would take the bait. He smirks slightly, feeling a sense of satisfaction as he murmurs to himself that being misunderstood can sometimes be a unique advantage. With no one else placing a bid, the auctioneer confirms the sale, congratulating the enigmatic Platinum VIP buyer for winning with a bid of just 1 UN. The other participants are left utterly bewildered, struggling to comprehend the unexpected turn of events. After all, Mr. Platinum had only paid one of them and walked away with an exclusive necklace, while the others stood by, dumbfounded and unresponsive. He checks his phone and sees the notification: auction revenue transfer received 180 million. A satisfied smile spreads across his face as he realizes he's finally made some real money. Now he can indulge in things of true value for himself. Sometime later, in a different part of the city, the protagonist steps into a real estate agency. His eyes set on a specific apartment. The saleswoman raises an eyebrow, taken aback by his request. "Are you referring to that building?" she asks, her tone a mix of surprise and intrigue. It's the crown jewel of Shenfeng City, the most luxurious property in the region. Situated on the top floor, it boasts a sprawling 1,000 square meters and offers a breathtaking panoramic view of the city's bustling commercial district. With a smile, she notes that the most luxurious properties are fiercely contested by the wealthiest individuals, with listing prices soaring around 100 million. Shifting to a more pragmatic tone, she suggests that instead of chasing something so out of reach, he might want to consider a more conventional 80 square meter apartment. After all, its 30-year financing plan would be far more manageable for the average person. "Yeah," raises his eyebrows, a hint of sarcasm in his voice as he asks if she really thinks he lacks the funds. He makes it clear that there's no need to search for another penthouse's set on buying this one. The saleswoman, flustered, attempts to explain that securing a 100 million loan is nearly impossible, as that property is reserved solely for the elite. But Yeah calmly interrupts her, declaring that he will pay the full 100 million in cash up front. The realtor stands frozen, utterly stunned. The protagonist calmly adds that he has just one request: everything must be ready before noon, as he intends to move in right away. Later, Zhou Tong and Xiao Zhou arrive at the new house. Zhou Tong, eyes wide with disbelief, asks, "What's going on? I didn't see you this morning, and now you're suddenly living in a mansion." Xiao Zhou, equally astonished, glances around and asks when they had the luxury of living in such a grand place. Curious about the nightly rate, Yo chuckles, remarking that the space is so vast that she needn't worry about breaking the ceiling, even if she transforms. His sister gasps, incredulous, and asks if he truly purchased the mansion for her. With a casual shrug, Yi confirms that yes, he bought it in her name, adding that if she happens to break anything, he'll simply buy another one. Zhou Tong stands in awe, remarking that the living room is so vast that even the echo of his own voice sends a shiver down his spine. Yi then guides his sister to the window, vowing that from that night onward, he will ensure she never suffers again. After indulging in a feast until they can eat no more, Zhou Tong collapses onto the sofa, too full to budge, while Xiazhou, equally stuffed, sprawls across the table like a Christmas turkey. Outside, the protagonist gazes at the view when Jingran approaches, noting that he seems different. Yi replies that he's merely evaluating the air and observing the horizon. He invites her to take a look as well, pointing out that even after purchasing the finest house in the best location, the air still feels polluted. Surprised, Jingran reminds him of all the effort he invested to change his life, asking if he shouldn't be happy now that he has achieved so much. She congratulates him once more on officially becoming a hunter. Yi smiles and expresses his gratitude. Jingran then reminds him of their plan to celebrate that night and playfully urges him to drop the serious expression. Holding up a necklace, she reveals it as her gift to him. Yi's eyes widen in surprise as he recognizes the stone. With a warm smile, Jingran explains that she had long wanted to return it to him, but this time, she wanted it to be a gift. She explains that she has treasured that crystal all these years, wearing it every time she ventured into the abyss. It serves as a reminder that there are still people in this world who reject the fate imposed upon them, who refuse to surrender, and who, even at great personal risk, continue to defy the impossible. This is why she believes the crystal brings good luck, aiding those who seek to escape, even the direst situations unscathed. Yi nods in agreement, acknowledging that survival in their harsh world often hinges on a stroke of luck. Jingran smiles, reminiscing about a time when he remarked that, rather than trying to persuade others with words, it was far more effective to inspire belief through strength. In that moment, she understood that emerging unscathed from danger is not merely a matter of luck. It's a testament to one's resilience. Yi responds with a faint smile, affirming his long-held belief that direct action speaks louder than persuasion. After all, it is only by standing strong before others that one can truly prove their worth without uttering a single word. Jingran nods in agreement, revealing that this is precisely what she admires most about him. Throughout her attempts to carve out a name for herself as a hunter, she has often found her achievements overshadowed by her family's reputation. People seem eager to attribute her success to connections rather than her own hard work. With a hint of vulnerability, she confesses her desire for respect based solely on her skills. One day, she hopes to stand proudly and share the same inspiring words as her older brothers and sisters. That's why she feels such deep gratitude toward him. From a financial perspective, that crystal holds no real value. Yet Yi's worth, much like the crystals, transcends monetary measures. She insists that it doesn't matter whether he lives in a mansion, a rented apartment, drives a luxury car, or rides a shared bike. Her affection for him remains unwavering because, at the core, the man she truly loves is still that same strong guy who once collected trash. Yu chuckles, remarking, getting rich overnight isn't as thrilling as it sounds. Even with fine wine and lavish buffets, I still crave the simplicity of street barbecues and a cold beer. His tone shifts to something more earnest as he continues, but the truth is, I need this money for a reason you once pointed out. He gazes at Jingran, remembering her words about how having more funds would allow him to form his own hunting group. Surprised, Jingran nods in agreement, acknowledging the truth in her words. Forming a hunting group demands significant resources and structure. With a determined smile, Yi declares that this is precisely his goal, to establish his own group and venture into the most perilous regions of the abyss. After all, as she pointed out, no one becomes truly strong in isolation. Gripping his totem tightly, he concludes with conviction, stating that if he cannot adapt to the rules of the game, then he must become the very law of that world. After their conversation, Yi heads downstairs to take out the trash, grumbling to himself about the inconvenience of living in a luxury condominium. Despite the lavish surroundings, the disposal system leaves much to be desired. He has to take the elevator down and trek nearly 100 meters just to reach the nearest bin. With a hint of sarcasm, he wonders aloud if wealthy people somehow manage to avoid producing garbage. As he tosses the bags into the bin, a man approaches, eyeing him with disdain. "Which apartment do you work for?" he demands, clearly unimpressed and convinced that Yi is not adhering to the building's rules. The man points out that there's a designated area for employees to dispose of trash and warns Yi against walking around with 30 bags. He adds that if someone were to see him, they might assume that ordinary, classless people reside in the condominium. Yi remains calm as he introduces himself, stating, "My name is Yi, and I'm not anyone's employee. I'm actually the new owner of one of the apartments." He extends his hand politely, but the man sneers, picking up a banana peel he had been holding and placing it in Yi's palm. In a place like this, it's absurd to think a real resident would take out their own trash, he scoffs. With a dismissive turn, he insists that Yi must be just a servant and orders him to clean up the area before disappearing from sight forever. Annoyed, Ye clenches his fist and a heavy pressure envelops the air. Gravity intensifies, yanking the man downwards. Startled, he screams in confusion, demanding to know what's happening. Ye, however, gazes at him coldly and declares, "That trash belongs to me. You better pick it up before I'm forced to make you." The man struggles to resist, but with a simple gesture, Yi slams him to the ground. Even in that vulnerable position, he continues to shout indignantly at what he perceives to be a mere servant, declaring the situation outrageous. Meanwhile, the system issues a warning. Target under gravitational pressure, raw strength applied, combat abilities restricted. Ye steadily increases the force, reminding the man that he had already instructed him to pick up the trash. In a moment of desperation, the man activates an ability, and a new message flashes before him. Target used titanic power. Strength increased tenfold. Effect, attempting to remove bodily restrictions. Fuming, he curses and shouts, questioning how Ye dares to speak to him in such a manner. Unfazed, Yi's expression remains neutral as he intensifies the gravity once more, triggering yet another system message. The attempt to remove his body control proves futile. A legendary class control ability has been detected. The man is slammed against the ground once again, disbelief etched across his face as he questions how someone so seemingly ordinary could wield such power. He looks down at him, her expression icy, and explains that the gravitational vortex is an ability derived from a legendary monster, inherently far superior to any technique taught in professional hunter academies. Describing it as a legendary class ability is no exaggeration. The man, blinded by pride, dismisses the protagonist as seemingly unimpressive, just a mere support specialist in his eyes. With a haughty smirk, he claims his defeat was merely due to being caught off guard by a copycat janitor. Yi's patience wears thin as he demands to know if the man truly understood his orders. With a menacing intensity, he insists again that he pick up the trash, the pressure mounting to an almost unbearable level. The man, overwhelmed, screams in defeat, reluctantly agreeing to comply. But before he can even gather himself, Yi violently hurls him into the trash cans, leaving him unconscious amidst the refuse. He turns away, remarking that even in a wealthy neighborhood, problems still linger. Just then, his phone rings. It's Yaoju, wondering where he is as the house is so vast she can't seem to find him. He replies that he just stepped out to take out the trash, but remembers he needs to return to their old house to handle something important. So, he's on his way there now. His sister asks if the landlord hasn't already repossessed the old place. He explains that he simply forgot some things there. The next morning, Yi finds himself at ease in the kitchen of the old house. He muses that just as an old stone gains value over time, so too does a house. The older it is, the more comforting it feels to live in. Suddenly, the landlord approaches, his expression serious. He regretfully informs Yi that, unfortunately, he can no longer rent the house to him, even if he could afford it, because the property no longer belongs to him. Someone purchased the entire lot, paying the equivalent of 50 years' rent up front. With a grin, Yi reveals that he is the buyer, and that piece of land now belongs to him. Meanwhile, inside the Parliament building of the World Association residence, two individuals are engaged in conversation. One inquires if Tattoos was indeed swindled out of 200 million by another bidder at the auction. The man in the hat responds, noting that Tattoos has shifted all responsibility onto Xiao Feng, alleging illegal bidding for personal gain. As a result, the group has completely absolved itself of any blame. The imposing figure notes that Tattoos is a support hunter group and they're not keen on any trouble at the moment. He inquires whether the man in the top hat has uncovered the identity of the other buyer. The man replies that this buyer once participated in the qualification exam and has since been promoted to a fully licensed hunter. According to the records, he maintained a close relationship with a now-defunct hunting group known as the Blood Oath. He adds that they analyzed the protagonist's magical fluctuations during the stone test and compared them to the magic traces left at the site of Caesar's death. The similarities were strikingly consistent. The big man gazes at the protagonist's photo, pondering whether he might be the bearer of a special profession. The man in the top hat responds, noting that a special profession not listed among the official jobs could potentially upend the entire class hierarchy, ushering in an unpredictable chaos into the very rules of the game they themselves have established. If the protagonist refuses to be bound by the rules, he will inevitably become their enemy. Yet, the big man urges calm, confidently asserting that the protagonist will adhere to the game they've devised. After all, they are the gods of this era, and the divine decree is clear. Everyone must play their assigned role to perfection. Meanwhile, outside, Yi gazes at the imposing structure before him. As he steps inside, he approaches the receptionist and presents a token, declaring his intention to form a hunting group. The woman raises an eyebrow, slightly taken aback. "Are you aware of the requirements?" she inquires, explaining that a one-time initial capital of 50 million must be paid to the World Guild, along with the necessary operational qualifications and a hunter's license. Each hunting group is restricted to exploring only the abyss areas designated by the World Guild, and all teams must adhere to the established rules. Yi responds confidently that funding is not an issue, as he can pay in cash. The receptionist notes that many new licensed hunters are waiting in the hall to register their teams, and suggests that if he needs members, he might want to check there. To form his group, he must recruit at least 5 members. Just then, a message flashes across the big screen. Home of the Scavengers. Members registered, 1 level, Class E. Current status, recruiting members for the team. Whispers ripple through the crowd as onlookers realize a new hunting group is being formed, and the hunting season is nearly at its end. Some scoff at the chosen name, deeming it too weak, and doubt anyone would join such a small initial team of just 1 person. However, others whisper among themselves, sensing that there might be more to it. The receptionist then informs Yi that, according to the system, his new team's designated business area falls under Class E, a sector dedicated to recycling low-level resources. This means his team is restricted from participating in any abyss hunting activities beyond what the rules allow, relegating them to a support role for the main groups. Yi feels a twinge of annoyance. After all this time, would he really be returning to the old task of collecting trash? Just then, the man he encountered the previous night appears, laughing and exclaiming that it's an incredible coincidence. The last time they crossed paths, Yi was simply taking out the trash. Now it seems it's his turn to face the same fate. The man confirms Yi's identity, asking if he is indeed Ye Qing. A twisted smile spreads across his face as he begins to act strangely, revealing his intentions. He declares that today, Yi will pay dearly for the humiliation of slapping him in the face during their last encounter. With hatred burning in his eyes, he expresses a desire to see the protagonist crawl in the dirt, wagging his tail and smiling as he does so. Whispers ripple through the crowd as they recognize the man. "That's F.A. Xiong," they murmur, the son of F.A. Tianlin, a powerful figure in the Senate. They've heard he recently established his own hunting group, aptly named Heart of the Hunt. Thanks to his father's influence, even though Heart of the Hunt isn't officially classified as an A-level group, they've gained access to some of the most lucrative abyss areas. It's no wonder that veteran groups are seething with envy. One observer notes that anyone who crosses F.A. Tianlin rarely meets a favorable end. Those unfortunate enough to offend him are often relegated to the worst jobs and struggle to find new members, leading to the belief that Yi's newly formed group will soon fall apart. Yi shoots a sharp glare at Xiang, his voice steady as he states that he's only there to recruit a few members for his team. He adds that their personal grudges are of no concern to him, and if they wish to settle them, they should do it elsewhere. Xiang, clearly irritated by the protagonist's casual demeanor, declares that he won't let this matter slide so easily. With an air of arrogance, he proposes a humiliating condition. If Yi kneels before him and vows to only recycle the trash left by Heart of the Hunt in the future, he will permit him to recruit members. Otherwise, Xiang ominously threatens to personally dismantle Yi's group by day's end. Yi meets Xiang's gaze, his expression unwavering as he declares that honesty is essential. "You're not even worth recycling," he states bluntly. The words ignite a fury within Xiang, who erupts, demanding to know how someone as worthless as Yi dares to act so arrogantly on his territory. Just as he prepares to strike, his companions intervene, gripping his arms tightly. "Hold on," they urge. "There are too many eyes on us. This isn't the time for rash actions." "Don't stress over that nonsense," they taunt. "We'll just sit back and enjoy the show when you can't recruit anyone." Just then, amid the commotion, Zhou Tong steps forward, calling out to the protagonist. "I heard Yi is forming a hunting group, and I rushed over as fast as I could to sign up. I want to join." One of Xing's friends recognizes him and bursts into laughter. "Look who it is! It's Zhou Tong! We were in the same group once. He's a bard who can't cast a single buff, totally useless." Yu turns to Zhou Tong, raising an eyebrow. Did you not pass the exam? A melee fighter who can control the rhythm of battle should be in high demand. Are you still having trouble finding a hunting group? Zhou Tong shifts uncomfortably, a hint of embarrassment creeping into his expression. Well, I used to be part of a private group, he admits, but my reputation isn't exactly stellar, so regular groups are hesitant to take me in. Despite everything, he declares that if Yi will have him, he's prepared to face any challenge and will do whatever it takes to protect his leader. Yi, surprised, asks if, after searching for so long, he still chooses him. Zhou Tong nods earnestly, explaining that after reading through various group recruitment posts, he realized Ye had crossed Fa Xiang. This revelation made it clear to him that Yi's career as a hunter was destined for hardship. Despite the legendary touch Yi displayed, which should have secured him at least a level B group ranking, the system shockingly classified him as level E. This could only be the handiwork of Fa Xiang. The protagonist smiles and remarks that even if their job is merely collecting garbage, it's still meaningful work. After all, whether a group is level E or level B, it doesn't change the value of their efforts. The truly perilous jobs that involve direct combat with monsters should be handled by those who consider themselves the main force. Meanwhile, the more manageable tasks can be left to those who follow behind, and that's perfectly acceptable. However, Zhou Tong interjects, questioning what benefit there is in merely recycling trash when all the valuable items are monopolized by the main groups. Still smiling, he responds that despite his sudden wealth, there are problems that money simply can't solve. The only universally acknowledged truth is the value of true strength. Just then, Xiang interjects with an air of arrogance, declaring that he doesn't need to hear anymore. All A-rank hunting groups, he boasts, understand perfectly what true power is. With a flourish, he introduces himself as Fa Xiang announces that he is recruiting only 10 new members, personally selecting the best of the best. He warns that anyone who doesn't measure up shouldn't even bother applying. Instantly, several seasoned hunters express their eagerness to join, extolling the prestige of the heart of the hunt. Zhou Tong, visibly annoyed, mutters under his breath that these men are merely trying to exploit Xiang's father's influence, as he manages all the groups in the area. He scoffs, noting that those nearing level 50 are simply trying to curry favor for their own gain. They're no amateurs, Xiang retorts, his tone sharp. At least they have some common sense, unlike certain trash who don't know their place. Just then, his attention shifts to the reception desk, where a young woman is inquiring about something. The receptionist smiles and explains, "This is Ye Ling, a newcomer. Many hunting groups regard her as a high-level hunter." Ye Ling looks intrigued. "Are there really only 2 groups for me to choose from?" The receptionist nods, adding, "Yes, you have the heart of the hunt and the newly formed home of the scavengers." Zhou Tong's eyes widen in shock as he recognizes her. It's the beautiful witch who passed the hunter evaluation, the specialist in instant explosive magic, he exclaims. He recalls their brief history, noting that Yi Ling was the one who dealt the majority of the damage during an abyss raid, making victory a breeze for their team. She's incredibly powerful, he emphasizes, turning to the protagonist. Do you think you could convince her to join us? Yi nods calmly, granting permission for Zhou Tong to proceed. With a surge of excitement, Zhou Tong straightens his clothes and encourages his new leader to relax as he attempts to impress her. However, before he can make his move, Xiang steps forward, a confident smile on his face. Addressing Ye Ling as "pretty lady," he expresses his disappointment at the limited options available, introducing himself as a member of Fa Fei. Xiang, the charismatic leader of the hunting group, exudes confidence as he leans in with a seductive smile. "I would love to have you on my team," he declares, his voice smooth and inviting. "The presence of a beautiful and powerful woman like you would elevate our prestige even further." Then, with a disdainful glance at Yi, he scoffs. The alternative, the home of the scavengers, is nothing but a pathetic choice. No sensible person would ever consider it. Zhou Tong watches the unfolding scene, his heart sinking as he realizes he's lost, having arrived second. Ling, unwavering, calmly states that her decision is already made. Irritated, Xiang interjects, questioning why she would choose to join the scavengers. "That man only has a 1-rank qualification," he scoffs. "You, a talented witch, really want to align yourself with a garbage-collecting group? Is this truly how you want to waste your potential?" Ling brushes Zhou Tong off entirely, striding over to the protagonist with a bright smile. "I really like your group's name," she says, her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. Zhou Tong attempts to remind her of their brief encounter, but his words fall on deaf ears. Ling's attention is solely on Yi as she pleads, "Please accept me into your hunting group." With the confident introduction, she adds, "I'm Yi Ling, a fire element sorceress." Yi returns her smile, taking her hand warmly. "The home of the scavengers welcomes anyone who wishes to join," he assures her, his voice steady and inviting. Zhou Tong attempts to introduce himself once more, but his efforts go unnoticed yet again. Meanwhile, Yi and Ling share a brief moment, holding hands until the tension in the air becomes palpable. To ease the awkwardness, the protagonist speaks up, suggesting they grab a bite to eat while they wait. Ling, however, avoids his gaze and replies that she isn't hungry. Undeterred, Yi turns to the receptionist and inquires if they can order food here. With a nod, she gestures toward the menu, confirming their options. Yi gasps at the steep prices, finding everything far too expensive. Meanwhile, Ling, who had insisted she wasn't hungry, orders one of everything on the menu. From a distance, Xiang watches in frustration, demanding to know what's happening and why that woman rejected his group. One of his companions attempts to soothe him, suggesting it might be a misunderstanding. Besides, they reason, their team doesn't need any more magic users, so her joining or not is of little consequence. Suddenly, another figure steps forward and instructs him to step aside. As everyone turns to look, they gasp in shock at him. Whispers ripple through the crowd as he walks with an unsettling calm. They murmur about the man who slaughtered his own teammates, known as Wu Ming, a name synonymous with misfortune and curses. They say that anyone who crosses paths with him is doomed to a tragic end. Ye watches him intently as Ming approaches. "I remember seeing you at the World Guild residence," Ming says, a hint of challenge in his voice. "We still have that fight pending." Ye smiles, a glint of mischief in his eyes. "Well, my new hunting group is recruiting, since you just happen to show up at this moment. I take it you're interested?" Ming settles into his seat and takes a piece of Ling's food, expressing his genuine interest. However, he hesitates, questioning whether the protagonist will truly accept him, given that the system labels him a cursed man. His very presence saps the luck of those around him, and the curse extends its reach to any nearby creature. As their conversation unfolds, one of Zhang's companions chimes in, noting that not only do tests become harder to pass near Ming, but even the equipment dropped by monsters after battles seems to be of inferior quality. He remarks that everyone knows Ming hasn't used any gear in years, likely because his luck is so abysmal that everything he receives is of terrible quality. Zhang nods in agreement, adding that no sane person would want to team up with someone like that. Curious, Yi asks if it's true that Ming's diminished luck makes the items he drops even worse. Ming, still nibbling on Ling's food, frowns and asks why Yi is so curious. Nevertheless, he confirms it's true, explaining that he survives by completing missions and collecting client commissions. As long as the reward is worthwhile, he has no qualms about the gear monsters drop good or bad. It all holds the same value for him. Just as he finishes, Yi interrupts, eyes sparkling with excitement, exclaiming that this is amazing. He steps forward and extends his hand to Ming, insisting that he needs him on the team. He argues that the worse the dropped gear, the better the outcome for the Final Four. With a grin, he suggests that Ming's terrible luck could ensure the lowest possible quality, which might ironically boost their chances of achieving the best infusion. Xiang erupts into loud laughter, calling Yi mad, and the others quickly join in, teasing him for his apparent desperation to recruit someone who brings misfortune to everyone. Zhang smirks, proudly embracing his title of scavenger, claiming he's now collecting even the most unwanted souls. Ming shoots him a frosty glare, declaring that Yi's team will be consumed by the abyss, destined to fade away like dust in the wind. However, he adds with a chilling certainty that Yi will meet his end at his own hands before that fate befalls them. Yi, unfazed, smiles and claps his hands together, retorting that, unfortunately for Ming, he'll be sorely disappointed. He has no intention of letting the abyss claim anyone. Ming lets out a grim laugh, expressing his desire to witness that for himself. Meanwhile, Xiang's group exchanges uneasy whispers, clearly disturbed by the implications. They can't help but acknowledge Ming's formidable reputation. After all, he is the only one to emerge alive every time his team was decimated in the abyss during their hunts. This has earned him the ominous title of the Cursed Man. To this day, every team he has joined carries a legacy of total annihilation. Zhang can't help but question Yi's judgment in recruiting such an oddball, calling him an idiot for attracting other fools and even gods of misfortune. No sane person would ever dare to join a team like that, he scoffs. Yet, Yi brushes off the comments, glancing at the list in his hand. He notes that his hunting group now has 3 new members, Ye Ling, Wu Ming, and Zhou Tong, with just one more recruit needed to meet the minimum requirement and officially secure the hunting group license. Time is of the essence. As the day begins to wane, they sit in the reception hall waiting for someone to arrive. Zhou Tong lets out a sigh, lamenting their apparent lack of popularity. Ling, ever calm and composed, interjects, "To be more precise, it's because of the 2 of you, Yu Ming and Yi, that our group's popularity is so low." At that moment, Shang strides over, laughter bubbling from his lips. "Do you remember what I said earlier?" He taunts, glancing at the clock. "The time limit is nearly up." With a smirk, he continues, "If you can't recruit enough members, your registration will be invalidated. And just to make things worse, I'll personally report you to the review team. They'll reject any new applications, citing personality defects, lack of qualifications, or failures in previous hunts." From that day forward, even if Ye were to obtain his hunter license, he would never be permitted to lead a group again. He concludes his speech with a smug grin, tauntingly asking Ye if he has any regrets. Ye, ever composed, responds that his hunting group already has the necessary number of members. Zhang frowns, mockingly counting them out loud. Zhu Tong, the weakling, Ling, the foolish woman, Ming, the unfortunate one, and Yi, the fool himself. "That's only 4, he exclaims, clearly frustrated by the discrepancy between 4 and 5. Yi merely smiles, calling him an idiot, insisting that there are, in fact, 5. Just then, a female voice chimes in from behind, apologizing for her tardiness. The woman approaches, visibly exhausted, and breathlessly reveals that she has just escaped from the abyss, nearly losing her life in the process. She points a finger at Yi, claiming that he is to blame for her ordeal, having warned her so abruptly without giving her time to prepare. A smile breaks across her face as she reassures him that, regardless of the circumstances, he can count on her for anything. The crowd around them falls into stunned silence as they recognize her. One of Xiong's team members gasps in disbelief, exclaiming that the Lu clan is one of the primary sponsors of the World Guild. Even Lu Xingran, the most unassuming member of the family, carries an immense weight of prestige. Zhang and Credulous exchange puzzled glances, questioning how someone like Lu Xingran could end up in such a mediocre group. They remark that a person of her lineage should have been recruited long ago by a top-tier hunting team. Just then, someone chimes in to clarify. Lu Xingran is considered a rebel within her own family, having turned down the Lu family's prestigious training program. As a result, she forfeited her access to the usual resources and support that come with her heritage. Despite the murmurs of disbelief, her choice to join Yi's group leaves everyone stunned, reinforcing just how formidable Yiqing truly is. Zhang, however, remains visibly irritated by the turn of events. He insists that the protagonist lacks genuine abilities, relying instead on a handful of unconventional tricks. He adds with a hint of frustration that if Yi hadn't made the first move the night before, he would likely be lying quietly in a hospital bed right now. He then calls his group to depart. One of the members remarks that the scavengers assigned by the guild haven't arrived yet and suggests they should wait a bit longer. However, Sean counters that the mission they are about to undertake is Class A, which only yields top-tier items. There's simply no trash for scavengers to collect. As everyone begins to leave, the receptionist congratulates the protagonist on successfully establishing the scavenger's home, informing him that there are now 5 registered members. The hunting group holds a Class E rank and is currently recognized as business approved. Led by Yiqing, its members include Wu Ming, Zhou Tong, Yi Ling, and Lu Xingran. From this point forward, the scavenger's base is open to accepting team commissions for Class E tasks. As the protagonist approaches the reception desk, he confidently states his intention to apply for a mission with Hunting Heart, seeking to venture into the Class A abyss and take full responsibility for all cleanup operations. Zhang erupts in anger, shouting that their team is merely a Class E hunting group. How could they possibly take on a Class A mission? The protagonist, however, remains calm, explaining that Class E is just a business classification. There are no restrictions on the abyss level a scavenger can enter. As long as there are open scavenger slots, they have every right to apply. The receptionist confirms that the application has been successful, granting the scavenger's home permission to join Hunting Heart's Abyss hunting mission. Zhong's anger flares as he accuses Yi of exploiting a loophole in the rules. Yi simply laughs, suggesting they set aside their prejudices and collaborate. After all, this is a Class A abyss, teeming with incredibly rich yields. Zhang erupts with insults, vowing that he will never work with Yi. He adds with a sneer that if Yi insists on collecting garbage, he'll ensure to leave a mountain of it for him to clean up. Unfazed, the protagonist smiles and replies that he will gladly follow Zhang's orders. Once the confrontation settles, Yi returns to his team, where Zhou Tong raises an eyebrow and asks if he's truly willing to become that guy's slave. Yi shakes his head, clarifying that he's merely securing scavenger status, which will allow them to participate in any level of Abyss missions without restrictions. Even with the most basic qualifications, they still have the opportunity to enter high-level abysses as auxiliary staff, which is a significant advantage. Zhou Tong is impressed, remarking that this is precisely why Yi is their leader. Yu elaborates, explaining that while the first phase of his plan involves acting as scavengers, their collaboration with Hunting Heart is purely coincidental. This mission holds the key to the Black Tower, the elusive Black Keystone. Gathering his team, Yi reveals that guild reports suggest a Black Tower key is concealed within a specific abyss hunting mission. He speculates that Hunting Heart must have received special privileges to land such a lucrative job. Ming chimes in, explaining that the Black Tower key serves as an entry pass to the Black Tower Challenge. In this challenge, participants are rewarded based on the number of floors they ascend, with prizes potent enough to lift curses, cure incurable diseases, and even resurrect those who perished in the abyss. Ling reveals that she is aware of numerous hunter groups that have scoured every abyss gate across the globe in search of a Black Tower key, yet only a select few have ever succeeded in finding one and entering the tower. Singrin interjects with a crucial point. Without exception, everyone who has ever obtained a key has become one of the world's most formidable beings, much like our older brothers and sisters. Zhou Tong interjects, exasperated. So apparently, everyone here knows what this Black Tower key is except me. Can it at least turn me into an instant superstar? The group responds in unison. Only true strength can achieve that. With a groan of disappointment, Zhou Tong mutters to himself, looks like I'll have to get stronger on my own if I want everyone to stop talking. The protagonist beams with excitement, declaring that an opportunity to obtain the key has presented itself right before them. With a stroke of luck, they might just find it before anyone else. Regardless, Hunting Heart will take the lead as the vanguard, clearing the way and allowing the others to search for the hidden chamber. As everyone turns their attention to him, Zingrin questions whether he had orchestrated everything from the start, including her unexpected arrival. He attempts to brush it off, insisting that it's not true. He genuinely believes that the scavenger's home would easily attract new members. However, given the current situation, he can only chalk it up to coincidence. Yet, despite his protests, no one seems convinced by his words. On the day of the mission, at the entrance to the abyss, Zhou Tong steps through the portal and is immediately awestruck. Is that really the sky inside the abyss? He marvels, his excitement palpable. This is incredible! I always imagined the abyss as a dark, closed-off dungeon. Yi smiles, nodding in understanding. Sometimes there are open-world abysses that defy the usual concepts of rooms or directional markers. These places are particularly perilous. If someone loses their way, they could become utterly lost within. Ming lets out a sigh, expressing his disdain for sand. The protagonist glances back and questions whether the two will truly continue wearing those outfits. Fully covered in sporting sunglasses, they respond that they must shield themselves from the sun, adding with a hint of seriousness that he should understand just how harsh sunlight can be on women. As the two groups press forward, Zhou Tong's excitement is palpable. He gazes at the endless desert, describing it as a golden dream shimmering in the distance, his spirit yearning to soar and chase the wind beneath the vast sky. In stark contrast, Xiang grumbles about the open terrain, lamenting the long trek required to locate their mission's target. One of his companions checks the report and informs the group that, according to the intel, an oasis fortress lies at the heart of this abyss. The leader furrows his brow, perplexed. Throughout their entire journey, they had seen no signs of vegetation or monsters, which was utterly baffling for a Class A abyss. The squire chimes in, sharing his unease. He had sensed something amiss, having spotted a flock of birds circling ominously overhead for quite a while, as if poised to strike. The archer, oblivious until now, suddenly looks up and gasps in horror. "Everyone, be on high alert!" he shouts. "Those aren't birds, they're harpies." The Hunting Heart group quickly assembles, their voices raised in urgency as they warn that in open areas, this type of monster holds a natural advantage, swooping down from the sky. The squire urges everyone to take cover behind him, but when he glances back, he sees the scavenger group still standing there, frozen in place. Frustration wells up inside him as he shouts, demanding to know why they haven't sought shelter. "Are you trying to get yourselves killed?" he exclaims, his voice laced with desperation. Ye questions what there is to fear, pointing out that harpy men, aside from snatching people and dropping them from great heights, don't inflict much damage otherwise. Shingrin responds, noting that if any member of the Hunting Heart gets caught, it merely reflects their poor positioning. The squire bristles at this, retorting that they are merely auxiliaries, and yet have the audacity to mock the main force. She emphasizes that the leader allowing them to collect scraps is already a significant favor, and demands to know who Shingrin thinks she is to be so arrogant. At that moment, the Harpies launched their assault, igniting a fierce battle between the main group and the monstrous foes. The archer is snatched up and carried into the sky, his desperate screams for help echoing through the chaos. The squire leaps into action, striving to reach him, but he realizes too late that he won't make it in time. Ling casts a quick glance and activates her instant explosion skill, obliterating the harpy midair and sending the archer crashing violently to the ground. She approaches calmly, standing before a stone as she gazes down at the trembling archer. With a hint of disappointment, she remarks that she had always believed the main force members were truly elite. Yet, it appears some were merely there to fill the ranks. The archer, visibly nervous and sweating, exclaims that it's her fault for distracting him before he could find a proper hiding spot. The protagonist shoots back, pointing out that he's not only terrible at positioning, but also a master at shifting blame for his own mistakes. He questions whether this is how the Hunting Heart main force typically conducts themselves on missions. Just then, the Harpies redirect their attention and charge toward the protagonist's group. The squire shouts a warning, urging everyone to be careful, but the archer, still rattled, brushes him off. "Stop worrying," he insists. "They asked for this. Let's see if their positioning is as good as they claim." Ye observes the approaching monsters with a calm demeanor. Suddenly, before anyone can grasp what's happening, the harpies plummet to the ground, lifeless. The squire's eyes widen in disbelief as he asks what just happened. The archer, trembling with uncertainty, questions whether the monster truly fell from a single strike. He dismisses the feat as mere luck, insisting that the protagonist merely struck the creature's weak point, something he believes he could have done as well. Just then, the injured harpy rises once more, lunging at the archer with renewed ferocity. In a moment of desperation, the archer cries out for help, but the protagonist swiftly steps in, delivering a decisive blow. Ye casts a cold glance at him, reminding him that harpies are highly sensitive to sound. "If you don't want to attract more of them and jeopardize our mission," he warns, "you'd better stay quiet and keep moving." The main group presses on, battling fiercely and taking down several harpies. However, the cacophony of spells and strikes attracts even more monsters. Frustration boiling over, Song turns back and demands to know who thought it wise to recruit that archer and warrior, calling them a perfect combination of uselessness. He declares that once the mission concludes, both must be expelled. Hunting Heart has no room for incompetence. Jotong gazes at the overwhelming swarm of monsters closing in and questions whether it's still safe to remain there. Ye replies that, given the archer's loud antics, it's likely the enemies were drawn to their location. Singrin adds that while these creatures aren't particularly strong, they have a tendency to target classes that rely heavily on vocalization, such as mages and bards who must chant their spells. Jotong's face drains of color as he realizes the implication. The monsters see him as a direct target. Zingring continues, explaining that such enemies can effortlessly breach the tank's defensive line, putting vulnerable professions at serious risk. Jotong swallows hard, vowing to remain completely silent. Just then, the harpies shift their course and begin to retreat. The group's mage chuckles, teasing that the harpies must be afraid of them. However, his amusement swiftly fades as the ground begins to tremble beneath their feet. Singrin, keenly assessing the situation, declares that the harpies didn't retreat out of fear. Rather, they sense something far more formidable drawing near. A deep rumble reverberates in the distance, followed by a swirling cloud of dust. Suddenly, dozens of massive creatures come charging forward, a horde of ogres. Shang quickly assesses the situation and shouts orders. Healers to the rear, tanks to the front alongside him to hold the line, while mages and archers prepare to unleash cover fire. Turning to Yi and the others, he boasts with arrogance, declaring himself a professional commander, skilled in leading over 20 men. This time, he vows to demonstrate to the scavenger team the true might of a main force. Without a moment's hesitation, he activates his skill and charges forward, delivering powerful strikes that smash through the first wave of ogres. His team follows closely behind, and a fierce battle erupts. Ye observes from a distance, noting that, based on their attack patterns, the ogres don't appear particularly strong. With that in mind, he confidently remarks that the Hunting Heart squad should be more than capable of holding them at bay. Ling inquires whether they're really going to sit out the fight. Jotong, visibly shaken, replies that there are too many opponents and expresses his desire to go home. The protagonist glances at them, reminding Jotong of his earlier ambition to grow stronger. He then adds that Zhang is putting on a grand display of strength, so they should let him have his moment. After all, their role is simply to clean up the aftermath. Without warning, one of the main group's members is hurled toward them, scrambling to his feet while screaming in panic. Just then, an explosion erupts behind him, claiming his life in an instant. Ye frowns, muttering that the fool must have done that on purpose. Zhang chuckles, glancing in their direction, and asks if they're still alive. With a commanding tone, he orders them to start collecting trash after all. That's why they're here. The items left behind are a complete disaster. The protagonist surveys the scene, noting that it's nothing but total junk, and realizes that Ming has significantly diminished their luck attribute. Chotong glances at the shield in his hand and remarks, "Hunting Heart is going to be furious about this. I've heard they only accept purple quality gear or higher, and these pieces are so subpar they barely even qualify as white quality." Everything around them was a dull gray, yet the protagonist's eyes sparkled with determination as he declared that their scavenging target was precisely those gray-quality items, for they held immense value to him. The main group began to grumble, frustrated that not a single blue or higher-quality item had dropped. They lamented their inability to land critical hits, declaring that everything was nothing but garbage. Zhang grumbles that none of the items are worth opening, and the mage nods in agreement, confirming that it's truly abnormal. In other words, neither they nor anyone else can inflict critical damage. Frustrated, the leader bellows that this is an incredibly unlucky day, lamenting that even his meticulously enchanted luck gear is failing him. Meanwhile, Ye observes from a distance, noting that the monster's main force doesn't appear to be attacking at full strength, which strikes him as odd. Zhangren observes that these monsters are meant to be intelligent beings. Upon discovering hunters encroaching on their territory, they should be attacking with unyielding ferocity. The protagonist reflects on his earlier encounter with the dark elf during his hunter exam, sensing that something has always felt amiss. He recalls that some monsters possess the ability to communicate in their own language. He points ahead, urging his group to notice a cluster of monsters conversing among themselves. Zhang commands his tanks to hold their position, while the healers work to restore their health. Suddenly, an attack strikes out of nowhere. The warrior manages to block it just in time, while the archer swiftly takes down the ogre. As the archer revels in his victory, a shadow looms ominously behind him. A small group of ogres launches a surprise attack. The archer shouts a warning for caution, but hidden monsters spring forth, restraining several members of the team. Panicking, he cries out that the enemies have breached the rear line, begging for help. The mage, sensing the urgency, warns the leader that the back line is in peril and suggests clearing a path for retreat. But Xiong, furious, roars back, calling the mage an idiot and ordering everyone to keep advancing. The mage hesitates, uncertain of their next move. The leader's response is chilling. They should reveal the scavenger's location to the monsters and draw them in, while the main force continues to engage the enemies at the front. Understanding the plan, the two trapped members quickly throw bombs toward the scavengers, instantly resetting the monster's aggression. The creatures fix their gaze on the protagonist group and begin to advance. Sensing the impending danger, Ming quickly warns everyone. Chotong speculates that these must be the monsters that breach the front line, but Ling shakes her head, observing that their movements seem too intentional, as if they're being deliberately guided. Jingwan beams with excitement, eager to unleash their true power after what feels like an eternity without a real fight since entering the abyss. However, the protagonist cuts in before she can finish, urging caution. He emphasizes the importance of conserving their magic and health points, insisting they should only join the battle if absolutely necessary. Ling, puzzled, inquires why they shouldn't resort to magic. Yi explains that the ogre group appears to be herding everyone into a trap, so it's wiser to let the main force test the waters first. As for the rear defense, he unsheathes his twin blades and confidently asserts that he alone will be enough to hold the line. Leaping down from the rock, he charges at the monsters. They attempt to ensnare him with a web, but he vanishes, reappearing behind them in an instant. With a single swift slash, he sends one ogre flying. He deftly dodges the attacks of another, cutting them down with ease. More monsters emerge, but Yi continues his relentless assault, showing no signs of slowing down. His speed is so incredible that the blades become nearly invisible. Ling stands frozen, speechless, while Xingren questions whether he has grown stronger over the past few days. Noting that his movements are now almost imperceptible, Yi continues his relentless assault, effortlessly cutting down every monster that dares to approach, leaving those at a distance trembling in fear of the true demon before them. As the ogres attempt to flee, he furrows his brow and questions their sudden retreat. The archer, observing the chaos, can't help but laugh, remarking that the scavengers must be having a tough time gathering the spoils. Another team member chimes in, joking that thanks to the ogre's sacrifice, the rest can now fight without worry. But just as the fleeing ogres seem to escape, they abruptly pivot back toward the main team. By the time the others grasp what's unfolding, it's already too late. The monsters surge forward, their chilling screams for help reverberating across the battlefield. Yu observes the chaos with a calm demeanor, remarking that he had anticipated this outcome. Unlike ordinary beasts, these creatures demonstrate a disturbing level of intelligence. They instinctively target the weaker prey and retreat when confronted with overwhelming strength. On the front line, the main warrior stands frozen in terror. Suddenly, a massive club emerges from the dust, crashing down and slamming him into the ground with a single, devastating blow. The others gasp in horror, questioning whether the main tank was truly taken out in one hit. Zhang, filled with rage, lashes out at the healers, demanding to know why they weren't monitoring the tank's health. One healer, desperate and flustered, retorts that there was simply no time to react. It all unfolded in a single, precise strike. A colossal silhouette loomed through the dust, revealing two ogres stacked atop one another. The main team stood frozen in place, and Zhang quickly understood that this high-tier ogre squad was far more formidable than the ones they had faced before, belonging to an entirely different level of difficulty. He calls out for his team to regroup and hold their formation. But as he turns, a chilling sight greets him. Their rear line is under siege. The invading ogres have cut through and surrounded them on all sides. Realization dawns on the protagonist this first wave was merely a distraction. Zhang unleashes his full power, furiously slashing through the nearby monsters. As he charges forward without a moment's hesitation, he halts before the ogre leader, laughter erupting from him as he taunts, "Who fears big monsters when they're nothing but trash in the face of my titanic strength?" Confident in his strength, he lunges forward, proclaiming that the beast will meet the same fate as its fallen kin. Their weapons clash in midair, but Xiong quickly realizes something is amiss. The giant ogre unleashes another skill, sending him hurtling away with overwhelming force. He rises, filled with fury, demanding to know if that cursed creature truly wields such power. But before he can gather his thoughts, the giant ogre charges, slamming into him with a devastating blow that sends him crashing through the rubble. Panic erupts among the remaining members as they scream for help, desperate to assist their fallen leader. The ogre lunges forward, and just as it does, another tank steps in, driving his spear ahead and shouting for everyone to protect Zhang. The main team quickly regroups around him, while the archer fires desperately, screaming for the monsters to fall. Yet, lurking in the shadows, the true enemy leader begins to chant its dark spell, unseen and unfazed by the chaos unfolding. The ogre, having taken an arrow to the forehead, suddenly jolts back to life and charges at the archer. Panic sets in as the archer wonders how this monstrous creature is still standing. Meanwhile, one of the women from the main group spots the twitching bodies of their fallen enemies and quickly shouts a warning. "Retreat, it's necromancy," she cries, urgency lacing her voice. Explosions and chaos erupt across the battlefield as the healer cries out in despair, lamenting that his healing powers can't keep pace with the relentless damage. Understanding that time is running out, Zhang swiftly commands his men to deploy a smokescreen, hoping to distract the ogre and facilitate their retreat. Meanwhile, from a distance, Yi observes the unfolding scene and recognizes the ominous spell at work, turning corpses into deadly bombs. He shouts urgently to his team, warning them to steer clear of any fallen bodies. Suddenly, a monstrous creature crawls up beside him, and he commands the void to recycle it. Spectral hands emerge, dragging the beast into the darkness, erasing it in an instant. In the blink of an eye, every other corpse on the battlefield is pulled in and absorbed as well. His teammates stare in disbelief, then erupt into cheers, while Ming watches, captivated by that extraordinary ability. Yi, clearly annoyed, declares that there's no time to explain. He orders everyone to clear away the remaining corpses to prevent the shaman from reanimating them. Though he had intended to analyze the loot later, he realizes he must recycle as many monsters as possible right now. Just then, Ixchong and his group charge toward them, shouting, "Trash scavengers!" They come to a halt in front of Ye, and with a smirk, Xiong offers them a chance, asking what Yi thinks of his generous proposal. The protagonist nods, indicating he's listening. Zhang smiles, his eyes gleaming with enthusiasm. Everyone wants a chance to shine, he says. So, I propose we include in the Class A mission report that we made an outstanding contribution by fighting alongside the Hunting Heart Squad. It could really boost the reputation of our, shall we say, less than stellar hunting group once we leave. His face, marked with cuts and scratches, reflects the intensity of their recent battle. With a sincere tone, he concludes, "This time, I genuinely invite you and your team to join us as a cooperative hunting group." However, Yi and his companions were far from enthusiastic about the offer. Just moments earlier, amidst the swirling smoke, the main group found themselves cornered and uncertain. Shang had warned that the monster would be a formidable opponent, but the mage interrupted him, insisting they didn't have to confront such a powerful foe directly. After all, the abyss was an open zone, ripe with possibilities. They could easily navigate around the battlefield, sidestepping direct confrontation as they moved toward their objective. Zhang questioned how that would work, pointing out that circling around would only invite the monsters to chase them from behind. The mage responded calmly, explaining that the leader had dismissed those incompetent fools from the very beginning. All they needed to do was lure the monsters toward them. It was a clever plan. The leader hesitated, curiosity piqued, as the mage pressed on, insisting that it was of no consequence if those nobodies perished. Their father's influence ensured that no one would dare hold them accountable. Enthralled by the prospect, Zhong had readily agreed. Now, back in the present, he turns to Yi's group, eager to hear their thoughts on his invitation. Zhou Tong mutters under his breath, "They just want to use us as cannon fodder and think we're fools." Ming observes that the main team was nearly wiped out despite their formidable strength, clearly indicating a trap. Meanwhile, Xingwen's excitement begins to bubble over. If there are powerful monsters to face, this is the perfect training opportunity. He urges Yi, insisting they can't let this chance slip away. Zhang chimes in, emphasizing that they'll treat Yi's team as a Class A hunting group and even promise an extra share of the final rewards for their efforts. Yi responds in agreement, but Zhou Tong nearly has a heart attack at the thought, shouting that they shouldn't accept. Meanwhile, Xingwan can hardly contain his excitement, exclaiming that it's an incredible decision. Zhang grins, clearly pleased, and remarks that this is excellent news. Yu has proven himself worthy of the partnership he chose, declaring that they will fight together as a symbol of their newfound friendship. The protagonist then requests a moment for a private meeting. Zhou Tong continues to voice his concerns, insisting that Xiang has been harboring ill intentions all along and has wanted to eliminate them from the very beginning. He questions Yi's decision to consider joining that group of fools. In response, Yi hands him an item, instructing him to keep the shield close and use it when the moment is most critical. Ling's eyes widen in astonishment as she recognizes the legendary class item before her. Zhou Tong stares in disbelief, realizing he's holding a legendary shield. "My entire savings wouldn't even cover its repair costs," he exclaims, his voice tinged with awe. Still captivated, Ling asks if she can take a closer look. Yi shrugs nonchalantly. "What's the point of repairing it? If it breaks, just toss it aside. I'll get you another one." The protagonist approaches Xingguan, inquiring if she possesses any medical skills as part of a knight's talents. She responds with a hint of uncertainty, admitting that while she might have some ability, her healing skills leave much to be desired, an essential talent for any knight. Yi grins, declaring that it's settled. She'll be the group's babysitter. This revelation frustrates Xingguan, who retorts that she has always ventured alone into the abysses, and certainly wasn't cut out for babysitting anyone. The protagonist reassures everyone that this time she won't be fighting. Instead, her mission is to protect the rear-line professionals, Ling and Zhou Tong, as the only one among them capable of changing classes. She possesses the unique ability to safeguard others, ensuring that everyone can escape the abyss unharmed. Zhou Tong confidently declares that he will entrust his life to her leadership, while Ling retorts with a hint of defiance, insisting that she's not as fragile as they might think. The protagonist gives his companion a reassuring pat on the shoulder, entrusting her with the care of the two. Xingwen nods in agreement, but mentions that she needs to search for her healing supplies first. After some coaxing, Ling manages to snatch the shield and quips that she's now a beloved melee fighter. Meanwhile, Zhou Tong, heartbroken over losing the shield, can't help but shed a few tears. Yi interjects, reminding everyone that since she casts fire spells from a distance, her priority should be to target monsters that get too close. This is crucial to prevent them from dying nearby, as the necromancer's corpse explosion mark can trigger a body to rise and explode 5 seconds after it falls. Keeping a safe distance is essential. Ling suggests that she could simply burn them until they turn to charcoal, ensuring they won't explode, even if they try. Yu glances at Ming, momentarily at a loss for words. Ming, sensing the tension, asks why Yi is looking at him, confidently asserting that he won't die, no matter what. Yu replies that Ming can do whatever he wants, but now they need to focus on the group's goal, which is quite straightforward. Eliminate every enemy without the Hunting Heart's assistance, Xiong declared, a spark of excitement in his eyes. We'll take care of the rear, while you just need to draw the Guardian's attention. But be careful of the little one riding the big guy. He can detonate the corpses. Despite Zhang's warning, Yi and his team paid him no mind, resolutely marching forward toward the approaching monsters. The leader of Hunting Heart scoffs at the newcomers, questioning their intelligence for arriving without any buffs or powers. He swiftly turns to his group, commanding them to leave at once. If they linger, he warns, they'll be the ones to bear the consequences when the protagonist's squad is inevitably wiped out, and the gold will once again fall into their laps. On the other side of the smoke, he calls out to the others, urging them to rush forward. Their charge triggers an explosion, but they are swiftly overwhelmed, falling one by one as the shaman continues to orchestrate the chaos. Frustrated by his inability to comprehend the monster's words, the protagonist commands the system to analyze the language, desperate for answers. A message flashes on the screen. If you succeeded in the intelligence test, you now understand the monster's language. The shaman, furious, berates the protagonist, calling them a fool. He declares that their clan has been chosen by the heavens to protect the valley where the emperor lies. Anyone who dares to trespass must face a gruesome fate death and a violent end in their own blood. With a wave of his hand, he begins to regain control over the monsters. Zhou Tong observes that this appears to be mind control, a high-level control spell. He concludes that the shaman must be the mastermind behind the entire squad. Once the shaman is eliminated, the remaining foes shouldn't pose much of a threat. As he explains this, a massive cleaver is brought onto the battlefield and handed to the towering ogre. The system alerts him that the ogre possesses health regeneration, slowly recovering its life points. Its massive form defies control techniques, rendering them ineffective. Zhou Tong, gripped by fear, realizes that with such immense health and thick armor coupled with the collector axe, a single strike could easily obliterate him. He urges his companions to halt their efforts and wait for the Hunting Heart squad to arrive for backup. But when he turns to look back, a scream escapes his lips as he witnesses their entire group being used as cannon fodder. Ming turns to the protagonist, asking what their next move should be. The protagonist warns that the undead shaman intends to create cannon fodder, not just to obstruct them, but also to serve as materials for corpse bombs, capable of inflicting damage even after death. Yi insists that he will take care of the decapitation, while Ming only needs to clear the area. However, as he explains, Ming disregards his words and charges forward, eager to confront the threat head-on. The protagonist shouts that he hasn't finished speaking, but then turns with a grin, his voice booming for all to hear as he commands his group to leave not a single one alive. Shangren swiftly draws her sword, declaring that she will hold the rear line. Meanwhile, Ling unleashes her flames, laughter bubbling from her as she promises to turn them all to ash. Ming is fully engaged in battle, while Zhou Tong cowers behind a rock, insisting he'll do his best. The others charge ahead, but Ming swiftly takes them down one by one. Just as he thinks he's cleared the area, another foe sneaks up from behind. In a flash, he slices it in half, casually declaring, "I'll handle the small ones." The protagonist bypasses the smaller monsters, zeroing in on the boss. They lock eyes, tension crackling in the air. Meanwhile, the other three stand back, watching the showdown unfold. Ling, clearly irritated, remarks that they could at least let a few monsters through so she could join the fray. Shangren chimes in, expressing her desire for some excitement as well, while Zhou Tong simply revels in the fact that he can sit back and do nothing. Suddenly, a noise behind him jolts him from his focus, and he realizes that more monsters have emerged. Without hesitation, he unleashes his chains, commanding them to writhe like snakes and ensnare his foes' fates. Drawing on the power of the underworld, he successfully binds them, letting out a triumphant cheer. "I didn't mess up this time," he exclaims, a grin spreading across his face. "Looks like my chanting skills are finally improving." Ling readies her attack, remarking that Zhou Tong isn't so bad this time. At least he's not being a burden. With a swift motion, she unleashes an instant explosion that nearly catches him off guard, shouting for him to dodge already. Irritated, Zhou Tong points at her, exasperated. "I was right next to the enemies. How did you not notice?" Ling shoots back that their boss had emphasized the need to eliminate opponents quickly because they could explode. Yet deep down, she thinks he deserves this for not letting her touch the shield earlier. Suddenly, another ogre bursts forth from the ground, prompting Jotong to scream in fear. Are they coming back? They look like moles, digging everywhere. Ling leaps off a rock, landing gracefully in front of the ogre. It seems they really love digging holes, he muses, then wonders aloud. I wonder if all those tunnels are connected. She unleashes her flames into the hole, igniting chaos from within, and confidently declares that everything is now taken care of. Jotong quips that it appears she's the real living bomb, not those monsters. With a smile, Jingren turns to them and praises their efforts, urging them to stay close behind her. She reassures them that she'll help fend off the monsters and can heal them if they get hurt. As she speaks, a few enemies creep up from behind. The two shout a warning for her to look out. With a playful snap of her fingers, Shingren laughs and declares, if they're frozen, they won't explode. In an instant, both monsters are encased in solid ice. The two watch in awe, marveling at her incredible strength. However, a hint of concern crosses Shingren's face as she turns to ask, but where's the protagonist? Ahead on the battlefield, Yi confronted the shaman. The giant ogre swings at him, but the protagonist effortlessly dodges, remarking that no matter how high the damage might rise, if it doesn't connect, it's still zero. Suddenly, other monsters emerge from the ground attempting to seize him. However, with the power of the void, Yi obliterates them in an instant, leaving even the shaman in disbelief. Fixing his glare on the shaman, Yi declares that all the trash he unleashed will now be returned to him. With that, he activates the recycling reversal. The corpses poised to explode are flung back at the shaman, resulting in a colossal detonation. Nearby, Xing hears the blast and bursts into laughter, remarking that the sound likely signifies the end for that wretched bunch. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, the giant ogre seizes the mutilated shaman who, having lost half his body in the explosion, weeps in utter despair. But suddenly the ogre devours him whole. Yu watches in shock, exclaiming that consuming comrades to grow stronger is a barbaric way to survive. In an instant, a massive surge of energy erupts from the ogre's body, unleashing a suffocating pressure that blankets the entire battlefield. Stunned, Yi realizes that it would be more accurate to say the shaman wasn't controlling the giant ogre, but rather limiting his power, as this is the ogre's true form. The system chimes in with a notification, skeleton form activated. Meanwhile, in the rear, all the smaller monsters advancing are completely incinerated. Shingren moves closer to Ling, gently applying healing touches that gradually restore her health. Ling's light burns fade almost instantly. Meanwhile, Jotong grapples with another ogre, fear creeping into his voice as he calls out for Ming, having lost sight of him. Panic sets in as he wonders if Ming might already be dead. From a distance, Ming observes the chaotic scene with a smirk. Need a hand? He taunts, casually strolling toward Jotong, a trail of defeated ogres left in his wake. Don't worry, the uncle you're looking for is very much alive. Furious, Jotong strides forward, demanding to know if Ming has any team spirit at all. He emphasizes that he's fighting a tough battle while Ming stands idly by. Ming calmly responds that he is helping by keeping his distance. With the curse Jotong bears, any blow he takes could be fatal. He then questions whether Miss Shingren's healing abilities would truly be enough to save them both. Shingren, on the verge of tears, confesses that she truly isn't suited for babysitting anyone. Ming, with a hint of amusement, clarifies that he only joined the hunting group to meet the minimum member requirement. However, he quickly reminds them that he is, after all, a professional mercenary. An ogre creeps up from behind, but Ming swiftly dispatches it with a single strike, remarking that every monster slain counts as progress. Meanwhile, Yi is locked in a fierce battle with the boss. He dodges each attack with remarkable precision, but as he lands, an unsettling sensation grips him. Glancing around, he senses that something is amiss. The sand beneath his feet feels oddly constrictive, hindering his movements and raising alarm bells in his mind. Yi observes as the boss launches a sudden attack. He realizes he must harness gravity to enhance his mobility, dodging the strike just in time. It dawns on him that such attacks can be easily evaded as long as he isn't tethered to the ground. Climbing onto a nearby rock, he resolves to take control of the fight and shift to the offensive. He deactivates frenzy mode and charges at the monster with full force. The boss swings to strike him, but he deftly dodges, severing one of the creature's arms. Yet, the relentless enemy continues its assault. Using gravity to his advantage, he propels himself toward the monster's head, landing a precise blow that, despite its accuracy, inflicts minimal damage. The monster pivots and unleashes another strike. Yu successfully defends himself, and the system chimes in with a notification of a perfect parry. However, it also warns him that the crushing blow from Ogurma cannot be entirely negated, meaning he will still endure 30% of the damage. In an instant, his long sword shatters, and the protagonist is violently hurled backward. He's caught in the prison debuff, which disables his emergency evasion and blocks all movement abilities. As he attempts to move, he realizes he's completely immobilized. Just as the boss draws near, in a moment of desperation, he activates his recycling ability, and the hands of the Void emerge to grip him. With a commanding voice, he instructs them to retreat, and the Void responds, pushing him away while gathering energy for the next move. Using his healing abilities to counteract the massive blood loss, Yi fights to regain control. The relentless monster charges at him, but he taps into his skills to maneuver. As he recycles his equipment, he swiftly recovers his weapons and turns to face the enemy head-on. With determination, he strikes at both of the boss's legs. The system chimes in, notifying him that while the attack dealt no direct damage, it successfully applied a slowing effect. Odma's movement and rotation speed falters. Seizing the opportunity, Yi leaps onto the monster, delivering another precise strike that reduces its health to 75%. The boss roars in agony, its fury ignited as it catches sight of Yi's satisfied smile. Yi remarks on the significant drop in the enemy's HP, suggesting that this might just be the perfect strategy to pursue. In response, the monster howls and unleashes a devastating burst of energy. The system announces the activation of Sandstomp mode. Yi is hurled through the air, landing hard near his teammates. He rises to his feet, acknowledging that this fight won't be as straightforward as he hoped. Chotong checks on him, asking if he's okay. Yi reassures him, saying it's nothing serious. Just then, the system issues another alert. Ogma has activated Supreme Recovery. The tendon cuts have healed, and the boss's health rapidly restores to 83%, then swiftly climbs back to 100%. Ye explains that this ability activates automatically whenever the boss goes more than 3 seconds without taking damage, fully replenishing its health. Ming remarks that Jiang made the right choice by retreating. After all, there's no need to fight to the death against a branch boss when they still have time to catch up with Hunting Heart. Yi insists that if he forfeits the reward from this boss, regret will keep him awake all night. After all, he's finally deciphered the monster's combat mechanics. Ming, puzzled, asks how they can possibly win when the enemy regenerates all its health in just 3 seconds without taking any damage. He acknowledges that, on his own, he lacks the strength to defeat it. However, he believes that with teamwork, victory is within their reach. He explains that Otwa doesn't adhere to the typical aggression mechanics. It only reacts to the last attacker. The strategy, then, is for the melee fighters to take turns striking continuously, keeping the boss under pressure and preventing it from activating its super recovery, all while ensuring a steady output of damage. Yi suggests that he and Xingran Ming will alternate their attacks to draw Ogma's attention, while Ling focuses on dealing damage during the intervals to halt its regeneration. As long as the gap between attacks doesn't exceed 3 seconds, they should be able to find a way to defeat it. Zhou Tong turns to Yi, inquiring about his role in this plan. Yi replies that his top priority is simply to stay alive. Zhou, having already observed Yi's unique ability to sense the enemy's hidden strengths, presses for a more concrete assessment of their chances of victory. Yi estimates their odds to be around 20%. Zhou appears dejected, contemplating whether it's worth risking death for such slim odds. He suggests they might consider joining the deserters from Hunting Heart instead. Ling steps forward, asserting that a 20% chance is surprisingly high. Ye emphasizes the gravity of their situation. They have only one shot. If the monster fully recovers its HP, they must retreat immediately. In that event, he vows to take the front line, holding Odma back to ensure everyone's safety, even if it means putting his own life on the line. Xingran begins to heal him, her voice steady as she declares her unwavering belief in him. She promises to give her all and never back down. Inspired, Zhou Tong responds with fervor, stating that if his older brother believes in him, then he too will stand firm and not run away. Ling chimes in, assuring them that she still has plenty of mana left, and they can rely on her. Meanwhile, Ming rolls his eyes, muttering that they're just a bunch of fools courting disaster. As he undergoes healing, he discovers that Xingran's spell can be harmoniously combined with his natural regeneration. Although the double bleeding effect poses a challenge, Xingran is delighted to assist him. Ye, however, emphasizes that her help goes beyond mere healing. Thanks to her spell, he can now confidently unleash his triple berserker mode without fear. Shocked, Xingran inquires about the meaning behind it. Ming clarifies that the berserker effect intensifies with each activation, but warns that the user risks death upon reaching the 3rd level. He acknowledges that this is the true gamble, but insists he must grow stronger. With their preparations complete, the group sets off to confront the boss. Ling arrives first, activating her flame form, which amplifies the power of all fire spells at the cost of her own health. She shouts that long-range firepower is her specialty and unleashes an immensely powerful fireball. The monster senses the impending attack, swiftly raises a wall of sand for protection, and retaliates. Charging ahead, Xingran declares that she'll guard the rear, obliterating nearly all of the incoming projectiles, while Zhou Tong deftly blocks the few fragments that slip through. Yu rushes forward, calling out to Xingran to reinforce the ground with her ice attribute as he prepares to relieve pressure on the backline. With a swift motion, she conjures an ice path, and he darts across it. The boss attempts to target him, but Ling's fireballs redirect its attention once more. With a playful laugh, she declares, "I've got plenty more where that came from." The monster takes a hit, and Yi seizes the opportunity to leap forward. Caught off guard, the enemy suddenly strikes. Frightened, she raises an ice wall to shield herself, but the force of the blow is overwhelming, causing the barrier to splinter. Xingran shouts for everyone to fall back, urgency lacing her voice. She knows the wall won't hold for long. The system indicates a shift in aggression, and Ming gently touches her shoulder, urging her to step aside. With a swift motion, he unleashes a strike so powerful that it shatters both her defenses and the monster's assault. "I've got your back," he assures her, his voice steady. "No problem at all. You can go ahead. You're faster." Xingran charges at the monster, which quickly notices her approach and attempts to strike. With a swift dodge, she evades its attack, allowing Yi to seize the moment and land a clean hit. The monster shifts its focus, turning its aggression toward him, but Xingran acts quickly, freezing the creature's arm in place. The system chimes in, indicating that the accumulated freeze value has now reached 15%. Yi instructs her to fall back, and Xingran begins to retreat, acknowledging the order. In a swift motion, Yi launches another strike and commands Ling to attack. Having been replenishing her mana, she confirms the command and unleashes a barrage of fireballs, resulting in a tremendous explosion. The monster retaliates, but Ling narrowly evades the attack at the last moment. Yi continues to slash relentlessly, steadily whittling down the boss's health and keeping it under control. Just then, Ming arrives and swiftly severs the monster's arm. He turns to him, gratitude shining in his eyes. "Thanks. Everything's perfect for now," he says. With a 2-second interval between attacks, we're preventing its regeneration. With that, victory seems inevitable. He shouts for everyone to continue their assault. Ming nods in agreement, ready to fight. Xingran declares that she'll further limit the monster's movements. Meanwhile, Ling downs another mana recovery elixir, channeling her energy into another fiery attack that erupts in a brilliant explosion of flames. Annoyed, she shouts at the monster to stop its incessant screaming, claiming the noise is unbearable. The system warns her that aggression has now transferred to her. In a fit of rage, Agma hurls its axe in her direction. Yu quickly commands Xingran to intervene, and she raises an ice wall. However, she soon realizes that it won't be enough to withstand the impending impact. In that moment, Zhou Tong recalls the entire plan in Ye's words. His role was to survive, and their chances of victory stood at a mere 20%. Without a second thought, he leaps in front of Ling, raising his shield to intercept the incoming attack. "The shield must hold," he shouts, determination fueling his voice. In that moment, Zhou Tong finds himself ensnared in his own memories. He recalls the time he yearned for wealth and the elusive dream of stardom, only to confront the painful truth he never felt worthy of it, always believing he was nothing but trash. He envisions himself standing before a microphone, remembering how, even when he attempted to sing, his tongue stumbled and his pitch faltered completely. As he grips the microphone, he senses another presence sharing it with him, one that radiates a different aura. He hears his own voice echoing back, dismissing him with the words, "You don't have the profile for that." Zhou lowers his gaze, a reluctant agreement forming within him. As his other self begins to fade, it delivers a final, haunting truth. He could never be a musician, nor even a supporting role, for anyone who steps onto the stage must know how to shine in the spotlight. The battlefield echoed with her question. Did he understand what a true spotlight moment really was? Zhou clutched the microphone tightly, recalling the phrase he had heard before that, "Those in the spotlight are the true stars and heroes of the story." Yet, he couldn't help but ponder what the spotlight truly reveals. Talent, dreams, courage, or merely an exaggerated shadow. He remembers a time when he believed that stepping onto the stage and gripping a microphone would summon the spotlight to him. Yet the harsh echoes of the past linger in his mind, voices telling him he was never meant for this, that he was nothing but trash. Anger wells up within Zhou as he admits he lacks the talent to captivate a crowd with just a single note. Still, he resolutely refuses to accept that fate. A beam of light suddenly appears before Joe, drawing him in. He strides toward it, declaring that he can no longer stand idly by, watching others bask in the spotlight while he feels unworthy to even approach. He yearns, just once, to step into the center of the stage and experience the brilliance for himself. But as he moves closer, dark thoughts begin to pull him back, whispering doubts that question his struggle. Why bother? They taunt. Garbage should stay among garbage. Joe battles with his own thoughts, insisting that even a fleeting moment is enough. He stretches out toward the light, proclaiming that it doesn't matter if he never becomes a rap star shining under the stage lights. On the battlefield, he can still be the true protagonist. For the first time, he steps out of the shadows and into the spotlight, declaring that he no longer cares about anything else. At the peak of his courage, he declares that this is his moment to shine, a moment that belongs solely to him. Though he successfully saves his companion, he suffers grave injuries and is flung away. Joe, witnessing the scene unfold, is consumed by rage. Channeling his fury, he unleashes a gravity vortex, seizing the axe and hurling it back at the boss with fierce determination. The monster attempts to evade, but it's struck and spirals into a frenzy. Joe activates his triple berserker mode, and the energy around him transforms, the air thickening with palpable pressure. He glares at his foe, declaring that he will crush its bones into dust. Meanwhile, Xingwan begins healing Zhou Tong. However, when she glances at Yi, she realizes that what encases him isn't crystal, it's glass, forged from sand melted at an unimaginable heat. Now she can truly see his strength. Yi charges at the monster, skillfully dodging its attacks. He catches one of its projectiles midair and shouts that he'll aim straight for the creature's face. With determination, he hurls the projectile, landing a direct hit on its forehead. Xingwan lets out a triumphant cheer, and Ming seizes the moment to slice off the enemy's remaining arm, reducing its health to 40%. With determination, Xingwan charges in, freezing the boss's lower body and bringing its HP down to 30%. Meanwhile, Ling unleashes a barrage of fireballs, chipping away at the health bar until it reaches a mere 20%. He drives his weapon into the monster's forehead, reducing its health to just 10%. Summoning all his remaining strength, he pierces straight through its skull. With a fierce determination, he creates another gravity vortex and unleashes it inside the creature's body, declaring, "It's time to be completely crushed." The vortex begins to act like a black hole, consuming the boss's body and expanding until it obliterates its upper half, erasing it entirely. Yi approaches Zhou Tong, concern etched on her face. "How are you holding up?" she asks. Xingwan interjects. "Thanks to the temporary invincibility from the small shield, I managed to survive, but her healing magic is weak. She's having a tough time keeping me alive." Yi trembles, guilt washing over him. More than anyone, he understands the harsh rules of survival in the abyss. He knows Zhou Tong should never put himself in such danger. Struggling to find his voice, Zhou calls Ye his brother, a faint smile breaking through the pain. He expresses his happiness at having been able to help, even if just for a fleeting moment, as he finally stood in the spotlight, if only for a few seconds. Yi falls silent, grappling with his thoughts. Finally, he issues a command. Everyone's mission is canceled. They must return Zhou Tong to the Abyss Gate immediately, while he takes care of the rest. Panic flashes across Xingwan's face as he protests, insisting that Yi can't go alone. In response, Yi steps back slightly and opens a portal to the void, a dark energy swirling as something begins to emerge from within. He views each battle as a dance on the edge of a blade, his heart pulsing to the rhythm of a war drum. Without an iron will and an unyielding spirit, he knows he could never withstand it all. Though he has grown stronger, he has also quietly lost something along the way. Suddenly, the system chimes in with a notification. He has obtained the Bone Flower Amulet. Yi remains intensely focused on his task, reflecting on the haunting thought that he has stared into the abyss, and the abyss has stared back in overwhelming darkness that seems to mock his own insignificance and helplessness. Memories flood his mind of Zhou Tong, tears streaming down his face as he apologized, expressing his regret for having tried so hard to reach the center of the stage, only to feel like a burden to everyone. In the end, he believed he had become the most useless of them all. In that moment, Yi found himself at a loss for words of encouragement. He questioned what was truly holding him back. Was it fear, doubt, or perhaps selfishness? He pondered whether he genuinely wanted to comfort his companion, to continue risking his life and plunge deeper into the abyss. Or was he simply afraid for his own safety, hiding behind a facade of concern? His ability signals that he's recycling Agma's corpse, prompting him to reflect on the cruelty of that world. The abyss shows no mercy, leaving no space for empty words. As the portal opens before him, Ye steps through and finds himself on a new battlefield, surrounded by the lifeless bodies of fallen monsters. He surveys the scene and notes that, although the Hunting Heart team has managed to avoid direct confrontation with Agma, they still stumbled upon scattered groups of creatures along their path. The absence of human bodies suggests their progress has been relatively smooth. As he scans the ground, the system detects a spent smoke bomb. Yi picks it up and observes that King's Canyon resembles a corridor. Anyone attempting to venture deeper will inevitably attract the attention of lurking creatures. He inspects the bomb and realizes that the group is still avoiding combat, indicating that Hunting Heart had been meticulously prepared from the very beginning. Their strategy relied solely on stealth to reach the final chamber and claim the reward without confronting any enemies. Activating the Eye of Observation, he suddenly spots a few monsters ahead. Yi notes that, unlike scavengers, ogre warriors are massive and slow, yet they possess enough offensive power to instantly eliminate fighters of the same level. Among them stands a high-level berserker ogre. With a fierce grip, he crushes a smoke bomb in his hand, declaring that, unlike the Hunting Heart, he has no intention of shying away from battle. He charges at the monsters, taunting them and drawing their full attention and aggression toward himself. The clash begins. Meanwhile, a little farther ahead, the Hunting Heart group arrives at a set of ancient ruins. Zhang, the leader, slams his fist against a stone door in frustration, turning to his companions with a fierce demand for answers. They have arrived at the end of the abyss, where the final treasure should lie hidden. Yet all that greets them is a cursed, sealed gate. The team's mage steps forward, his brow furrowed in concentration. The clue mentioned that we need the Guardian's amulet to open this passage, he explains. Zhang narrows his eyes, irritation bubbling beneath the surface. What amulet? And where is this so-called Guardian? We didn't encounter anyone on our way here. The mage explains that it's only natural they didn't acquire the item. After all, they had avoided combat the entire time. He continues, referencing the records that state the amulet should have been carried by the ogre patrolling the area. Zhang is taken aback, asking if he's referring to Agma, the very ogre they had asked another group to lure away. Now, to unlock the door, they would have to return and confront it. The mage takes a deep breath and nods in confirmation. Zhang then inquires about the remaining smoke bombs and how many they need for a safe return. The team responds with a grim shake of their heads. There are none left. They've used them all. The leader lets out a weary sigh, realizing the inevitable. It seems we have no choice, he says. We'll have to fight our way back. The mage snaps back, questioning if Xiang has lost his mind. Their team has already suffered the loss of several key members and lacks the strength to confront a boss. The main tank has long since fallen, and with the warlock and the DPS archer gone, only a frail healer and a weary squad remain. Anger boiling over, Xiang bellows that they are nothing but a bunch of useless failures, pondering whether their misfortune stems from that damned guy who lured Agma away. Suddenly, a voice cuts through the tension. Yi steps into view, his body marred with wounds, yet his gaze is unwavering. Calmly, he reveals that the amulet they seek is in his possession. Xiang, taken aback, demands to know how Yi is still alive. Yi responds, a hint of gratitude in his tone, that thanks to Zhang, he not only survived, but is thriving. Zhang, unable to resist, mocks him, pointing out that he seems to be the last one standing. He questions whether that survival came at the expense of abandoning his companions. Imagining the dire situation Yi's team must have faced, completely wiped out, the protagonist strides toward the door. He declares they shouldn't act hypocritically. Unlike Zhang, he didn't allow anyone to die needlessly and had ordered a retreat for their safety. He presses the amulet against the wall, opening the portal. As they step through, Zhang questions whether the amulet in his hand is merely a trophy from stealing it from the boss outside. The mage remarks that the legendary theft skill of the worker class enables the collection of materials from enemies without the need to kill them. Zhang sneers, pointing out that the protagonist's profession is scavenger. He adds that he could accept it if it were a legendary ability for gathering trash, but mockingly questions whether stealing counts as well. Yi, growing impatient, tells them to stop the nonsense and asserts that he took down the boss along with a few pesky monsters that were obstructing his path. Zhang grips him firmly by the shoulder, his voice rising in disbelief as he demands to know how he managed to defeat that creature when their entire team had failed. In response, the protagonist slams his fist against the wall, triggering a massive explosion that leaves everyone momentarily stunned. He then poses a question. Do they really want to test his strength? Impressed, Zhang finally acknowledges Yi's incredible abilities and asks if they can at least consider themselves on cooperative terms, noting that there are still enough of them alive to fill a few party slots. If the final chamber demands teamwork to solve a puzzle, they'll need to collaborate. The protagonist responds that Yong is free to do as he pleases. Shang points out that in the abyss, the strong, like Yi, call the shots. However, once they emerge, Yi will still rely on his influence to maneuver and elevate the hunting group's rank. He emphasizes that, in this place, they are practically equals. By tradition, the ultimate treasure of the abyss is divided equally among the team members. The Hunting Heart group consists of 5 members, while the Scavengers have only 1. The odds are heavily stacked at 5 to 1. Suddenly, one of them steps on a trap. Yi shouts for everyone to scatter, but the healer can't react in time and is instantly killed. The others are left horrified, and Ye grimly observes that the odds have now shifted to 4 to 1. Later, the Hunting Heart group collapses in exhaustion, relieved to believe they are finally safe. The terrifying traps behind them seem to have come to an end. However, the protagonist suddenly tenses as the system issues a warning. Countless traps lie ahead. He quips that apparently, these traps didn't require any money, and in a moment of impulsive defiance, he punches one of the pillars. Instantly, all the traps spring to life at once. The Hunting Heart group erupts into a frenzy as Yi declares his intention to take action. With a swift motion, he activates his Void ability, creating a protective shield that blocks the incoming arrows and dismantles all the traps in their path. You can move forward now, he assures them, his confidence radiating. Zhang, eyes wide with amazement, turns to Yi and asks, "Are all your attributes focused on strength?" Meanwhile, the mage, still reeling from the spectacle, stammers, "What kind of ability was that? I've never seen anything like it." As they walk, Xiang mutters in disbelief about the kind of monster that guy is, destroying all the traps with a single punch and still appearing completely unfazed. The mage shoots him a sharp look, urging him to be quiet, reminding him that they might need the protagonist's help again. Xiang glares back, his disdain evident in challenges. "What are you so afraid of? He's just one person, and we're 5. The mage corrects him, stating that there are 4 now. Just then, Xiang realizes that Yi has halted in his tracks. Concerned, he asks if something is wrong, but as he approaches, he freezes in awe at the sight before him, an immense chamber brimming with treasure. He rushes forward, exclaiming that he has never seen anything like this before. As he cradles some of the crystals in his hands, he marvels at their stunning purity. The mage chimes in, noting that with all this treasure, they'll never have to scavenge through trash again. The others cheer, realizing they finally struck it rich. Zhang takes charge, ordering everyone to empty their packs and gather as much as they can. "When we get out of here," he declares, "we'll be the center of attention." The protagonist senses that something is amiss. As he inspects one of the treasure piles, a peculiar detail catches his eye, and his expression shifts to one of shock. Suddenly, the system alerts him to the presence of a dragon. Yi exclaims that dragons are incredibly rare in the abyss, only documented in S-level worlds with fewer than 5 sightings recorded throughout history. Horns begin to emerge from the mound of gold, and a woman rises from the glittering treasure, her voice cutting through the silence. "Someone has disturbed my sleep," she declares. Shang is taken aback, realizing that the figure before him is a woman. She regards them with disdain, calling them inferior beings. "Remove your equipment, store it properly, and leave respectfully," she commands, her tone brooking no argument. "I'll pretend I never saw you," she adds, settling back down as if to return to her slumber. The group stands frozen, bewildered by the surreal turn of events. Zhang, still in disbelief, questions whether he truly heard a demonic beast speak in human language. Just then, the creature stirs once more, groggily remarking that she nearly drifted back to sleep. The group quickly interjects, pointing out that she actually had. With a hint of annoyance, she asks why they remain, adding that their presence is so greedy. It seems even the air they breathe carries the stench of corruption. Suddenly, she notices something and rises to her feet, fixing her gaze on Ye. "How dare you step into my domain dressed in those rags, dirtying my golden floor," she declares. With a hint of disdain, Shang adds, "You're merely a rare humanoid monster listed in the monster database. Aside from your beauty, it's only fitting that I slay you and display you as a trophy." The terrified mage pleads with his leader to heed the woman's warning, insisting she doesn't appear to be an ordinary creature and could very well be a formidable boss. Zhang retorts sharply, questioning what the mage is so afraid of. She's just a pretty monster guarding her treasure, he scoffs. With the four of us together, we have nothing to fear. Besides, I think her aggression is focused on the scavengers, which gives us the perfect opportunity for a sneak attack. Suddenly, the woman unleashes a devastating attack that sends the leader screaming in terror. However, just as the strike is about to land, she leaps forward, landing directly in front of the protagonist. Locking eyes with him, she asks, "Do you have any gold coins, crystals, or anything shiny to offer?" Confused, Zhang wonders aloud if that monster is merely a greedy ghost. Meanwhile, the woman spots something in Yi's pocket and, with a swift motion, reaches for the crystal. Yi instinctively clutches it tightly, shouting for her not to touch his belongings. The dragon woman smirks, calling it just a piece of trash, and teasingly questions why he treats it like a treasure. With a playful smile, she adds that he's truly adorable. Yi believes that, as a monster, she must have a weakness. After all, even a dragon can be defeated if its life core is exposed. He activates the Eye of Observation, but she senses his intent in an instant. With a swift motion, she tears out his eye. Holding the eyeball in her hand, she glares at him, declaring that he has defiled her with his probing technique. Now, she says, his eye will serve as an offering. She begins to eat the eye right in front of him. Consumed by rage, Yi activates Double Frenzy. After stabilizing, he evolves into Triple Frenzy, unleashing an overwhelming surge of energy. He charges at her with all his might, but the dragon woman effortlessly blocks his strike with just 2 fingers, flicking him away like a mere annoyance. Yi stands frozen, awestruck, realizing her power is beyond comprehension. She truly resembles a goddess. Zhang, equally shaken, concedes that she is far from the type of monster they could ever hope to log as a bounty. In a panic, he snatches one of his last smoke bombs and hurls it, shouting for everyone to grab whatever they can and flee. The smoke billows swiftly, intensifying the dragon woman's fury. Zhang shouts at the mage, demanding to know how he intends to move something so massive, urging everyone to act quickly. But as the haze thickens, the woman begins to transform. Suddenly, a devastating attack slices through the smoke, annihilating most of the group in an instant. Zhang, miraculously still alive, surveys the devastation around him in horror. He can't help but acknowledge the truth. His team had been nothing but a bunch of fools. "We should have just grabbed whatever we could carry and run for our lives," he mutters, trembling with fear. His eyes catch sight of a crystal glimmering on the ground, and he crawls toward it, whispering to himself that just that one would be enough. But then, the smoke in front of him begins to shift in an unsettling manner. A colossal shadow looms as the dragon emerges from the mist, its piercing gaze filled with disdain. "How dare you steal my secret treasure?" it demands, a hint of mockery in its voice. "You must be braver than you look." Zhang freezes in terror as the dragon shifts back into her humanoid form, a sly smile playing on her lips. "Isn't my secret treasure a bit too hot for you to handle?" she teases. Suddenly, the crystal in his hands erupts into flames, forcing him to drop it as he screams in agony. Yu attempts to strike her, but with a mere flick of her saliva, she melts his sword, dismissing it as pathetic. "A sneak attack is even more disgraceful than trash," she taunts, her voice dripping with disdain. She inquires if he needs a lesson in true regeneration, her voice laced with mocking amusement as she begins to heal him. With a flick of her wrist, she picks up a gold coin and sends it flying at Xiong, piercing his leg and sending him crashing to the ground. Turning to the protagonist, the dragoness continues, "Compared to the vermin who merely lick gold coins, I much prefer a wild dog capable of unearthing a crown from rotting flesh." Yi remains silent, sensing an unusual tension in the air that piques her curiosity. "What are you sniffing for?" she inquires. He responds that he's searching for the Black Tower key, one of the relics in her collection. Shocked, she seizes him, her eyes blazing with indignation. "How dare you covet my treasure? Remember, I am a dragon." With a calm demeanor, he replies, "If you hand over the Black Tower key, I promise to steer clear of the rest of your hoard." The woman scoffs, questioning why a proud dragon would concern herself with the request of a filthy stray dog. In response, Yi conjures a swirling vortex, declaring that there's a compelling reason she cannot refuse. With a fierce shout, she announces that the recycling has begun. Suddenly, hands emerge from the void, grasping the treasures and pulling them into the portal. The dragoness, in a frenzy, screams for him to stop, biting at the spectral hands that grip her. Her furious curses seem futile against their relentless hold. Ye chuckles darkly, taunting her that even if she manages to kill him, she cannot halt the void's insatiable hunger. Tears stream down her face as she curses him anew, but he only smirks, threatening that unless she submits, she will witness 10,000 years of treasures turn to worthless debris. He tosses one of the relics into the void, erasing it completely. The dragon roars in fury, calling him a despicable mutt, but Yi only laughs in response. The system chimes in, announcing that the permafrost crystal coffin has been successfully recovered. Desperate, she shouts for him, reminding him that it was a full moon gift, meant for her 1,352nd dragon descendant. The immortal fire seed is drawn toward the portal, and the system warns that the item has no recovery value. It flickers, already extinguished at the edge of the void. Spectral hands continue to drag ancient scrolls away, and she desperately reaches out to grab them, only to realize that sapphire-encrusted boxes are also being pulled in. With a scream, she pleads with him not to touch those, explaining that they contain her baby teeth and the lance whose banner she painstakingly wove from dragon scales shed over centuries. The dragoness falls to the floor, tears streaming down her face as she pleads for him to return everything. Yu observes her, then poses a question. Would she trade it all for the Black Tower key? He wagers that she wouldn't want to see the reverse scale of the first Snow Dragon King go to waste. In her desperation, the woman agrees, insisting she'll relinquish the key, dismissing it as nothing more than a foolish trinket. After sealing the deal, she guides him to another chamber, revealing that this is the dragon's treasury of knowledge. Dragons don't just hoard wealth, they gather wisdom too, she explains. As she opens the door, she adds with a hint of amusement, no one has set foot in here for 300 years. It really should have been cleaned at least a century ago. The room is shrouded in dust, but as the candles flicker to life, they unveil a vast library filled with ancient scrolls. Yi glances around, questioning the wisdom of lighting so many candles in such a place, his concern evident as he wonders if she isn't afraid they might ignite everything. The dragoness merely gestures for him to sit, but he stands his ground, refusing her command. With a sly smile, she lifts a peculiar object and reveals it to him, the Black Tower key he has been seeking. The key begins to glow and Yi hesitates, reaching out to grasp it, uncertainty clouding her mind. Suddenly, she smacks his hand away, stopping him from touching it. He glares at her, demanding to know what she thinks she's doing. With a cold stare, she replies that he won't take it as easily as he imagines, especially after devouring half of her treasures. She insists he should at least return a portion of what he's taken. Yi snaps back, reminding him that she was the one who called him a wild dog covered in trash. How does she expect him to return anything? With a sly smile, the dragoness reveals that her nose is incredibly sensitive. Despite his ragged appearance, she can detect a legendary scent wafting from deep within his pockets. She proposes a trade. If he hands over a divine-grade item, she'll give him the Black Tower key. And if he's quick about it, she might even throw in a little extra service. Yi calls her greedy, and for the first time, addresses her by name Novelist. He asks what would happen if he refuses her request. Novelist laughs, remarking that he truly is a wild dog. Yet, she knows all too well what he's capable of. Dropping 100 divine items shouldn't be a challenge for someone like him. With a feigned sigh of pity, she adds that if she could roam through the gates of other worlds like he does, she would never have to covet the little trinkets of others. Unfortunately, that freedom eludes her. With a resigned sigh, Yes opens a portal and gestures for her to take whatever she desires. Novelist's eyes light up, and soon a myriad of treasures begins to float through the air as she cheers with delight. The protagonist asks if she's satisfied now, holding one of the items. Novelist examines it with wonder, exclaiming that it's a divine artifact she's never encountered before. Yu approaches the table and rests his hand on the key. Suddenly, a surge of powerful energy erupts, triggering an alarm from the system. Curse of the Shadow of Death, it warns. All attributes are reduced to a mere 1 point, and his skills are disabled. A countdown begins. 5 days remain before an instant death effect will activate, striking once with lethal finality. Yi freezes, his body engulfed by the dark energy. Meanwhile, Novellis, still captivated by the treasures around her, glances at him with curiosity. Is that the same item the old man sealed in the magical vault? How did it end up in your hands? She chuckles, adding, Your talent for digging through trash is truly remarkable, wild mutt. Furious? Yi snaps back. All I wanted was the Black Tower key, not this cursed gift. Novelist shrugs, casually stating that she fulfilled her end of the bargain by giving him the item. Whether the box was clean or not is of no concern to her. Yi exhales sharply, acknowledging that he expected nothing less. After all, deals with dragons rarely end well. The dragoness smirks, taunting him with a saying, "Wild dogs that bite too quickly never savor the sweetness of honey." She clutches the divine item close, emphasizing that her special services are reserved for those children clever enough to bring her treasures. Enraged, Yi seizes her by the horns, shaking her violently as Novelist screams in panic, pleading with him to let go. She desperately explains that a dragon's horns are linked to the reverse scale nerve. Just then, Xiang bursts into the library, startled by the sound of books crashing to the floor and the chaos unfolding around him. In disbelief, he wonders if that junk scavenger has truly reduced an ancient dragon to a mere pile of scrolls. He grips Novelist by the horns, shaking her as he shouts, warning her not to attempt any more deception. He threatens that if she does, not only will she forfeit the 100 promised items, but he will reduce the entire library to ashes. The dragoness, kneeling and in tears, finally relents. She reveals that he must seek out a portal to another world, but within it lies the final code capable of rewriting the laws of death. Only that code can free him from his curse. "Yay!" he shouted, disbelief etched across his face. "You stupid dragon! Give me more details! Which gate? Where is it?" Novelist let out a weary sigh. "That's all I can tell you. The rest, you'll have to uncover on your own." His frustration boiled over. "You can't just dodge responsibility. You've placed the cruelest curse on me. How am I supposed to fight monsters with this hanging over my head?" Novelist bursts into laughter, declaring that ordinary dragons lack the power to dispel such a curse. But she isn't just any dragon, she's Novelist. With a smug grin, she boasts that for 500 divine items, she could help him partially suppress its effects. Yi's eyes widen in disbelief, and his aura flares with fury. He roars, threatening that if she continues her outrageous greed, he'll turn her treasure and library to ashes. Terrified, Novelist immediately bows, her forehead striking the floor in submission. "There are alternatives," she pleads, her voice trembling. "Payment plans can work for those I favor." She quickly adds, "I can lower the minimum price a bit. You can start by paying just 100 items now, owing the remaining 400 later." Yu trembles with rage, contemplating that she might as well rob him outright. With a fierce determination, she begins dumping equipment at her feet, shouting for him to take everything. Delighted, Novelist laughs gleefully and dives into the treasure pile, reveling in the sheer joy of it all. Meanwhile, Yi, seething with frustration, bitterly realizes she's been tricked by that dragon once again. She snaps at her to stop playing around. With a sly grin, Novelist retorts that he still owes her 400 divine items, so how could she possibly let him die so easily? Suddenly, Novelist opens her mouth and extracts something Ye's eye. With a swift motion, she hurls it toward him, declaring that she will take responsibility for that wild dog until the very end, for she is Novelist. The eye strikes true, seamlessly fusing back into his face. Rising with a regal presence, she proclaims, "I am still a dragon." Yi feels a sudden, sharp pain in his head and demands to know what she has done to him. But before he can grasp the situation, he collapses. When he regains consciousness, he finds himself in an unfamiliar place, fear gripping him as the system announces, "Obsidian Hall detected, materialized domain of the curse." Yi suddenly realizes that his vision and hands have returned to normal, but an oppressive energy begins to fill the air around him. A sword is embedded in the ground nearby, and as Yi raises his gaze, he is stunned to see a figure that looks exactly like him. The system chimes in, announcing, "Demonic manifestation detected." The demon, mirroring Ye's own voice, laughs mockingly and declares that lowly humans can never hope to defeat true demons. Confused, he contemplates whether breaking the curse means he must confront himself. The two lock eyes in silence until the system announces another update. Transcendent mode activated. All attributes increased by 30%. A sly grin spreads across the demon's face as he reveals that he possesses all of Ye's attributes and abilities. Within the curse's domain, his physical form is even more formidable. Yi's eyes widen in shock as he realizes his opponent isn't merely a copy, but a superior version of himself. The demon draws his sword, taunting Yi that he will soon understand just how insurmountable demons truly are. In an instant, the demon vanishes, reappearing before Yi with terrifying speed. Yi barely manages to react, dodging the strike by the narrowest of margins. He unsheathes his twin blades, and the battle commences. Each clash reverberates through the hall, causing the floor to tremble beneath their feet. Yet, the demon's strength is formidable. With every powerful strike, Yi is pushed back, increasingly aware that his opponent seems to anticipate his every move, always one step ahead. The demon unleashes his soul theft ability, and a chilling blue aura begins to seep from Yi's body. With a cruel smile, he declares that the balance of power has already shifted in his favor. He explains that each strike he delivers siphons away a piece of Yi's attributes, gradually tearing at his very soul. The more Yi fights, the weaker he becomes, inching closer to the moment when his essence is fully consumed, and the demon will rise as the true Yi. Gritting his teeth, Yi charges forward in silence. Their blades clash in a furious exchange, each strike resonating with intensity. Just as Yi spots an opening and prepares to counterattack, the demon simply exhales, and Yi's blade shatters into pieces. Alarms blare in his mind as the system issues a series of warnings. Attribute drain detected, progress halted, strength reduced, speed diminished. Endurance waning, he faces the relentless onslaught of the demon. He raises his shield to block the blows, channeling 20 attribute points to reforge his twin swords. Yet his efforts feel futile. The demon presses on, taunting him, claiming that Yi's desperate will to survive only makes his soul more enticing. With a brutal kick, the demon sends Yi sprawling to the ground. Undeterred, he charges forward, taunting that in his domain, effort is futile. Yi struggles to resist, but each clash forces him to reforge his sword, draining another 20 points. After countless attempts, the system delivers a grim warning: restoration failed. Insufficient materials. Yi recalls Nobalis's offer and the treasures he bestowed upon her, beginning to suspect that it was all part of a larger scheme. Seizing the moment, the demon strikes with a deep cut. The system announces that soul drain has activated, and the enemy begins to absorb Yi's essence, taunting her with the words, "Now you should understand. Before the rules of the abyss, all resistance is futile." The demon mocks Yi, taunting him that he must finally feel utterly powerless. Standing imposingly before him, the demon commands Yi to kneel and submit, promising to spare a mere trace of his existence after consuming him. Otherwise, he threatens to erase every memory and take Yi's place, using his body to escape the abyss. With chilling resolve, he vows to destroy Yi's entire family, harm his friends, and torture everyone he loves, all without a hint of remorse, because, in his twisted mind, he is not the real protagonist. As the next wave of darkness engulfs him, Yi reflects on his vows. He urges Shingren to escape the abyss alive. Memories flood back. The moment he saved Jotong, insisting he stop to ensure a long life, and the promise he made to his sister to protect her after their parents' tragic passing. As his soul begins to fade, Yi whispers a solemn promise. The demon smirks, clearly amused, and declares that he has changed his mind. He will preserve a fragment of Yi's consciousness, leaving one eye behind so you can witness everything that is about to unfold. Then, in a chilling imitation of Yi's voice, he continues, revealing that his mission was to break the curse. Instead, he only accelerated it, rendering himself useless before gods, demons, and the unknown a pitifully weak being. The demon grins with satisfaction, urging Yi to abandon everything and merge with him, to surrender all he holds dear and allow himself to be entirely replaced. Just then, a massive explosion erupts, shattering the tense moment. Just moments before, within the depths of Yi's consciousness, a similar conversation was taking place. The demon was demanding his surrender. In that instant, the spirit of Nivalis emerged within his soul, reminding him that he still owed her 400 divine artifacts. "How could I let you die now?" she implored, sensing that he truly had nothing left to lose. The demon lifts his sword for the final strike, roaring that he will finally replace Yi completely. But in a stunning twist, Yi seizes the blade with his bare hand, causing the demon to recoil in shock. "What just happened?" he demands, bewildered. Yi opens his eyes, now glowing with the power of the activated renegade, and calmly declares, "Your sword is my sword, and my sword is yours." Startled and bewildered, the demon shouts, demanding to know what the lunatic is rambling about. Yu boldly proclaims that his power is intertwined with the demon's, that they are one and the same. The demon, still confused, yells back, questioning why Yi is spouting such nonsense and, more importantly, how he is still alive. With a fierce roar, Yi declares that he will never submit to anyone, nor will he ever become the demon. No one can replace him. He alone is the true substitute. In that moment, Yi recalls Nivalis' words when she returned his eye, vowing to take responsibility for that wild dog until the very end. With conviction, he declares, "I am the dragon." An aura of power erupts from him, the essence of Nivalis radiating fiercely, causing the demon to retreat in fear. Suddenly, her draconic energy engulfs the entire area, and Yi unleashes the triple blood frenzy of the dragon. The demon trembles violently, engulfed in a fury that ignites the air around him. Yi steps forward, his voice rising above the chaos as he declares that it doesn't matter if his flesh and blood are torn apart, if his bones shatter, or if his organs turn to pulp. He will consume everything in his path. The demon, horrified, stammers in disbelief, questioning who the true demon really is, him or Yi. Yi seizes the enemy's sword, and the demon snarls, declaring that no one defies him in his own domain. He boasts that even if Yi has taken his weapon, he still holds all of Yi's power. With a fierce gesture, he hurls massive boulders toward him, but Yi has ascended to a new level. With a single swing, he obliterates everything in his path, striking the demon directly. At the last moment, the demon grins wickedly, dissolving into a nightmarish swirl of blood. He reappears behind Yi, taunting him to dodge point-blank fire before unleashing a massive explosion. Convinced the blast will be fatal, the demon laughs triumphantly, but as the flames dissipate, his expression contorts in disbelief. Yi remains unscathed, but panic surges in his voice as he screams, demanding to know why this wretched creature refuses to die. In a fit of rage, he unleashes even more power. He lifts two enormous stones, aiming to crush Yi beneath their weight. Yet with a swift motion, Yi shatters them effortlessly and charges forward, slashing at the demon once again. Desperate, the demon attempts to escape using the blood nightmare shift once more. But Yi moves with blinding speed, teleporting behind his opponent and delivering a fatal blow. Instantly, he activates recycling, commanding everything to be repurposed. The demon shouts for him to stay back, and Yi obliges. Suddenly, the aura surrounding his foe shifts, dark markings spread across his body, and his power surges dramatically. He admits he never expected Yi to hold his own against him, let alone regain stats within his own domain. It's truly remarkable. Suddenly, his form shifts, transforming into a knight clad in ominous black armor. Yi glances at his sword, muttering that weapons only hinder his offensive efficiency. With a chilling grin, he bites down on the blade, crushing it effortlessly between his teeth. The demon gasps, screaming as he realizes he's biting his own sword. Yi's power surges, and demonic markings spread across his face as he glares at his terrified foe. In an instant, he vanishes, only to reappear right in front of the demon, delivering a devastating upward strike that sends him flying. Before the demon can react, Yi delivers another powerful blow, sending him crashing to the ground. Without missing a beat, he launches a relentless assault. In a moment of desperation, the demon conjures chains to restrain him, and a warning flashes across the system. Dragon imprisonment formation detected. The sealed entity's power may be absorbed to strengthen the seal. Yi halts mid-attack, his gaze fixed on the chains binding him. "The more I fight, the harder it will be to break free," he declares, a fierce determination igniting within him. With a roar, he unleashes his full power, proclaiming, "I am not like those greedy, foolish dragons. I am Yi!" Channeling sheer brute strength, he shatters the chains, leaving the demon frozen in fear. With a triumphant smile, Yi declares himself the king and charges forward, unleashing a relentless barrage of blows that sends his enemy crashing to the ground. Yet, he doesn't relent. He continues to strike, each hit more ferocious than the last, until a massive explosion erupts, obliterating the surrounding floor. Cradling the demon's heart in his hands, Yi devours it, unleashing a powerful surge of energy that erupts in a massive shockwave. With a triumphant scream, he proclaims that all of the demon's power now belongs to him. Meanwhile, outside, Novalis is attending to Yi's unconscious form when she suddenly feels a violent energy radiating from him. A hint of disappointment crosses her face as she mutters to herself, "I expected this." The ritual had failed, and if that wild dog began transforming into a shadow demon, she would have no choice but to eliminate him on the spot. As the dark mark spread across his body, she lunged forward to strike. But Yi, still lying on the ground, caught the spear and rose to his feet. Stunned, Novalis took a step back, her eyes wide with disbelief. "Have you really come back from the dead?" she asked, her voice trembling with shock. Yi responds coldly, declaring that the ritual is complete and all the power has returned. Novalis, still skeptical, narrows her eyes and questions whether he truly came back. If so, she demands to know what the demon said, what price he paid for its possession, or if he has become the demon himself. With a smirk, she orders him to bark, challenging him to prove his true identity. Yi simply replies, I ate that thing. Novalis's eyes widen in shock as she leans forward, caught between horror and fascination. Did you really devour the demon? She asks, a curious gleam in her eyes, even drooling slightly. What did it taste like? Can something like that actually be eaten? Ye interrupts her, his tone firm. Aside from that, I've figured out all the tricks you've been trying to pull. Not a single word you say can be trusted. Surprised, Novalis observes him in silence as he continues, revealing that the ritual was never intended to break the curse. Her true plan was to free the shadow demon from the dragon's sealing formation, allowing it to possess his body before striking him down in his moment of vulnerability. Novalis exhales deeply, acknowledging that while what he said isn't entirely incorrect, it certainly doesn't capture the whole truth. She explains that the domain of the shadow demon manifests a resistance equal to the strength of the host's own body. Even she wouldn't be confident in defeating a transcendent version of herself. However, she acknowledges that Yi is different and unstable anomaly, a contradictory being with a unique constitution. It's precisely this that gives her hope. She believes he has a small chance of winning. After all, he is her favorite wild dog. Yet, she concedes that had he lost, she could have easily destroyed him afterward. She adds that while the demon is truly dead, the situation remains unchanged. The instant death curse is still active and inescapable. Shocked, Yi demands to know what she means. Didn't she say the final code could remove it? Novalis replies matter-of-factly that, given the time that has passed, there's no way he could have discovered that code. Furthermore, the final code necessitates a direct pact with the shadow demon. With the target of that pact now dead, breaking the curse is out of the question. She adds, almost pouting, that she feels just as lost in all of this. With the demon gone, her plan to escape the abyss is now impossible, and even the thought of it gives her a headache. Yi's patience begins to wane. His aura flickers, and his form shifts slightly, startling Novalis, who takes a step back and asks what's happening to him. With a fierce glare, Yi retorts, questioning whether anything would change if the shadow demon were still alive. Meanwhile, outside the abyss, two men wait in silence. The heavier-set one grumbles that they've been there for over 15 hours. Aside from a few scavenger guild members who emerged earlier, there's been no sign of anyone else. The thinner guard advises everyone to remain calm and vigilant. The leader of the Hunting Heart is none other than Elder F.A., Tianlin's son, and if anything were to happen to him, they would all be in serious trouble. Another guard grumbles, lamenting that it's always the inept ones who manage to slip away. He then questions whether anyone has actually seen a member of the Hunting Heart emerge. Suddenly, distant shouts echo through the air. Something is unfolding. Two figures emerge from the abyss. Yi strides out calmly, while Xiong stumbles behind him, barely clinging to life. The guards exhale in relief at the sight of Xiong alive. Yi states flatly that Xiong is now their problem. Just then, Songgring rushes toward Yi, her smile radiant as she exclaims that she knew he would find a way to turn a massacre into a payday. Yi, slightly embarrassed, apologizes, admitting that he insisted on doing things his own way. But at least there's some good news he got the key. Zhonggren's expression darkens. In a swift motion, she punches him in the stomach, and he collapses, unconscious. Shouting, she calls him an idiot, reminding him that his sister is still at home waiting for him. He doesn't need her to explain why he shouldn't take such reckless risks. He attempts to apologize once more, but his eyes flash a deep red. In that moment, time itself seems to freeze. A suffocating pressure erupts from the abyss, and Novalis materializes, a satisfied smile gracing her lips as she declares that she can finally breathe fresh air again. Meanwhile, Yi's true body lies still on the ground, while a clone stands defiantly, cautioning her against showing up at such a critical moment. Unfazed, she wrinkles her nose, commenting dismissively on the foul stench emanating from his trashy necklace. Spotting Zhonggren, she tilts her head and teasingly asks if she's the intimate partner the protagonist mentioned. Yi snaps back, ordering her to revert immediately, insisting he wants no trouble outside the abyss. However, Novalis refuses, explaining that at this moment, she exists only as an image within his left eye. Her true body remains buried beneath a mountain of gold coins, deep within the abyss. Just moments ago, she had witnessed Ye's complete transformation. Deeply impressed, she remarked that in that state, he might finally be able to wield the dragon seal and liberate her from that cursed place. But as soon as the transformation ended, Yi returned to his normal form, panting heavily. He explained that the transformation drained even more mana than several frenzy states combined. With a hint of concern, Novalis inquires about his current level. He raises a single finger, leaving her puzzled as she asks if that signifies 1,000, 10,000, a million, or even 100 million. Ye calmly replies that one finger means level 1. He's merely a first-level hunter, with a maximum of 5 levels, and he has only just reached the first. Outraged, Novalis exclaims that a level 1 shadow demon is absurdly weak. Unfazed, Yi declares that it doesn't matter how weak he is. He personally defeated a shadow demon. Novalis sighs, reminding him that regardless, he is now a second-generation shadow demon and should at least be able to carry part of her body. In response, Yi snaps back, demanding that she hand over the key, making it clear he has no intention of rescuing her from the abyss. He wants no future ties with her. Suddenly, Novalis steps closer, her tone soft yet unsettling. "Your eyes," she says. "They're dragon-sight pupils just like mine." She explains that their eyes are linked to her nerves, meaning their vision will now be intertwined. This bond, she warns, cannot be broken. It's known as the Dragon Eye Pact. Yu, bewildered, asks, "What the hell does that even mean?" Novalis lifts her own eye with a sly smile and says, "Since you've already invaded my privacy with that spying technique, you might as well activate it again and look directly into me." As their gazes lock, a clone begins to emerge from within the protagonist's eye, mirroring the same phenomenon in Novalis. She gazes at her clone in awe, remarking on how strikingly handsome he looks. With a hint of seriousness, she informs Yi that his observer eye has now been upgraded to the dragon's eye. This new ability allows him to perceive things differently, and if there's ever any confusion, she can interpret the information for him using her dragon knowledge. She adds with a playful smirk that no one can detect her except, of course, for the protagonist himself. She announces that, as a special opening offer, even a single question about a divine artifact will cost him 401 pieces. Yu, clearly annoyed, retorts that he doesn't owe her anything. Fast forward to the present, and Novelist bursts into laughter while the protagonist shields his eyes, declaring her nothing more than a shameless, greedy woman. Meanwhile, Shingren stands by, observing the entire scene unfold. The novelist bids farewell to the wild dog, her voice heavy with emotion as she prepares to leave. Shingren, who has been quietly watching, suddenly breaks down in tears. She clutches the protagonist, her voice trembling as she apologizes for being an incompetent knight who can't even defend the rear line. The protagonist, taken aback, tries to reassure her, insisting that he wasn't referring to her at all. After all, this situation is entirely his fault. He shouldn't have recklessly endangered anyone, especially when they still needed to grow stronger before facing even greater threats. Song turned to the guard stationed outside and asked his captain what had transpired within. "What did the team discover?" he inquired. "It looked like I opened the door to a treasure vault, and then a golden light erupted." A man interrupts, inquiring about the golden light and whether there are truly many treasures hidden within. Song quickly attempts to change the subject, insisting that the abyss is barren, filled only with golden sand and nothing else. The men exchange puzzled glances. Then the captain steps forward, his gaze fixed on the protagonist. "That's right," he says, a hint of recognition in his voice. "I remember you. Yeah, you really are quite strong." He pauses, his brow furrowing as he tries to recall the details of their encounter inside the vault. "But I can't quite remember everything that was said. Do you?" Ye recalls the conversation, stating that the treasure would be divided equally among them. One share for Hunting Heart, and another for the House of the Scavengers, 50% for each. Song bursts into laughter, confirming that this was indeed their agreement. Ye then nudges him to at least express some gratitude to the scavenger team, reminding him that, thanks to them, he can walk away with at least half of the spoils. The novelist reappears, emphasizing that to conceal the dragon's treasure within the abyss, the protagonist must keep her existence a secret. He then questions why he spared Sion's life. With a calm demeanor, he explains that having Sion alive is advantageous for his hunter group. The shadow demon possesses the unique ability to read and manipulate memories, allowing him to alter Sion's recollections. Moreover, he needs an eyewitness to provide misleading information, ensuring their plans remain intact. The novelist felt a twinge of frustration but quickly reassured herself. After all, if she hadn't sent out the signal for her treasure, everyone would have been lost in the endless crimson desert. Besides, her hiding place was shielded by a fierce sandstorm, making it nearly impossible for anyone to find her. Meanwhile, at the hospital, Ming sat anxiously in the waiting area, her eyes fixed on the ICU room where Zhou Tong lay unconscious. The atmosphere was heavy with worry until Ye and Xiang arrived, their presence offering a small measure of comfort amidst the uncertainty. Ling begins to explain the extent of his injuries, multiple bone fractures, internal organ damage, and the fact that Xiang's healing spell had only managed to slow the deterioration of his condition. This temporary reprieve allowed them to wait for an ambulance outside the abyss. However, he grimaces as he reveals that the wounds were contaminated by the abyss, making some critical damage nearly impossible to heal outside its depths. The protagonist, desperate for a solution, asks if they can take Ling back into the abyss to attempt healing him there. Ling takes a deep breath and explains that they are part of a hunter team, and members of that team do not possess special healing authority. The protagonist insists that money isn't an issue and that he can pay for their services. However, she replies that this is a matter of special regulation from the higher ranks of the World Guild. They are prohibited from entering the abyss alone and must wait for approval of their request. Following the hunt in the abyss, the Hunting Hard group was nearly wiped out, while everyone from the House of the Scavengers emerged unscathed. By sheer luck, they had avoided becoming targets of a special investigation. She continues, warning him that if he causes trouble again, but Ye interrupts her. He points out that injuries sustained outside the abyss can't be treated within it, while those suffered inside are notoriously difficult to heal outside. It's a bitter irony, and in light of that, he'll have to resort to another trick. With a flourish, he summons a potion that leaves Ling in awe. This is a super recovery potion, something she's only ever seen at the highest level auctions. However, she realizes with a frown that it's an abyss item, and if consumed outside its realm, it will offer no healing benefit. The protagonist reveals that the potion is of legendary grade, reinforced with dragon saliva, and capable of significantly enhancing one's physique for a limited time. He reflects on his initial intention to give it to his sister, but reassures himself that he can acquire more in the future. Ling, visibly impressed, turns to her captain and inquires about its origin. With a hint of humor, he replies, "It's a shame I found it in a pile of trash." Earlier, deep within Novalis' lair, the protagonist turned to her, expressing that he needed her assistance with something important before he departed. Curious, she inquired about the nature of his request. Holding a potion in his hand, Ye explained that he had heard the entire body of a dragon is a treasure in itself, and that many of the secret treasures in the vault are crafted from dragon materials. She nodded in agreement, acknowledging the truth of his words. He reveals that he has discovered a unique recipe hidden within the library's secret scrolls. Along with a bottle of a powerful healing potion as the solvent, it requires a single drop of dragon saliva as the key ingredient. She raises an eyebrow, puzzled, and asks if he means her drool, assuring him that's not an issue at all. She takes the potion and begins to gargle it, mixing her saliva with the liquid in her mouth. After a few moments, she spits it back into the bottle. Suddenly, the system chimes in, announcing that she has obtained Dragon Mouthwash, an enhanced version of the super healing potion. This accidental concoction not only boasts its intended effects, but also comes with unpredictable, chaotic side effects that remain untested. Only by drinking it will its properties be revealed, Novalis said, handing him the vial. It's ready, though I must admit, I wasted quite a bit of drool while I was sleeping. If you want, you can drink it right now. The protagonist raised an eyebrow, surprised. But according to the recipe, just a single drop of dragon saliva is enough. Returning to the present, he continued to watch his friend, contemplating the situation. He needed a stronger recovery effect, but uncertainty lingered in his mind. Would the unexpected side effects be harmful? Suddenly, Zhou Tong begins to twist in agony, declaring that he has already faced death once and is no longer afraid of it. Even if it means drinking poison to the last drop, he is resolute. Summoning the last of his strength, he rises to his feet, removing the breathing apparatus. He turns to his older brother, entrusting him with this final opportunity, expressing his desire to grow stronger and become someone who can stand on his own. They gather in the underground training field designated for transfers. The protagonist inquires about Zhou Tong's condition, to which Zhou Tong replies that it feels as though he has received a new body. The moment the potion took effect, all his old injuries began to heal. The protagonist watches closely, noting that in the Abyss world, constitution is the primary attribute that dictates physical resilience. If one's constitution is too low, the body becomes vulnerable to permanent injuries from damage. Zhou Tong emphasizes that even if a healer continuously restores someone's health points, the accumulated permanent damage over time can still diminish their maximum life force. This means that, despite ongoing healing, their body may ultimately become weaker in the long run. Yi acknowledges that Zhou Tong is partially correct, but there's more to the story. Zhou Tong, still puzzled, notes that his attributes have increased, which should indicate he's become stronger. The protagonist explains that while attribute growth signifies physical enhancement, the Abyss world demands more than just raw statistics in battle. It requires strategy and keen awareness as well. He summons his weapons, declaring that every high-level monster in the abyss possesses one or more mechanisms. If he cannot unravel the riddle of these mechanisms, relying solely on his attribute advantage will be futile. His arrogance, he knows, could lead to his demise, leaving no trace behind. He lunges forward to attack his partner, who, startled, quickly draws his sword. However, he finds himself unable to move and asks, bewildered, what the protagonist is doing. Ye calmly explains that he has suppressed his own attributes to a level just below his friend's, all thanks to a worthless ring. With a swift motion, he disarms Jotong, bringing the blades to a halt just inches from his throat. Attack me with all your strength, he commands, his voice steady. I want you to embrace the mentality of a killer. Jotong, bewildered, furrows his brow. What are you doing? You said you would teach me combat skills. Why do I need a killer mindset? Tension mounts between them as Yi declares that if Jotong truly doesn't wish to kill him, then it will be Zhou who meets his end. Jotong, bewildered, questions whether this is merely an illusion, for his brother now resembles a genuine demon. The protagonist, losing his patience, shouts for him to draw his sword. Fear flickers in Jotong's eyes, but he steels himself, muttering that he might have gained some strength after drinking the potion. With newfound resolve, he rushes to seize his weapon. The protagonist sprints after him, and just as Jotong grasps his sword, he glances back only to find his opponent already at his side. Ye shouts mid-attack, taunting that even if Zhou's agility meets the requirements, that fleeting moment of hesitation will cost him the perfect timing to strike. Jotong manages to defend himself, but a sinking realization dawns. Even if he reduces his strength to 1/20th, he still can't match his opponent, despite his recent gains in power. Catching up seems nearly impossible, no matter what he tries. Outraged, he begins to doubt his own strength. In a moment of bravery, he grips his sword, ready to attack. But with a swift movement, the protagonist disarms him, sending the sword flying and knocking him to the ground. Frightened, he cries out that he has lost, accepting defeat. Yet Yi refuses to accept this and commands him to pick up the sword once more. Jotong eagerly requests to drink the potion once more, willing to accept any side effects in exchange for greater strength. The protagonist, curious, asks why he desires this power so desperately. Jotong replies that he wants to avoid being ridiculed by others. Yi presses further, inquiring if there's another reason behind his ambition. With a spark of determination in his eyes, Jotong confesses that he dreams of one day standing at the center of the stage, becoming the true protagonist of his own story. Yu inquires if there's anything more Jotong wishes to share. Jotong expresses his desire to become an indomitable force, seeking the recognition of all. He questions whether such aspirations aren't sufficient. The protagonist warns him that an obsession with strength can transform a person into a monster. He recalls Caesar of the blood-red moons, who sacrificed everything for power only to plunge into the abyss. He expresses his concern, stating he doesn't want to see his friend meet the same fate. Jotong lowers his gaze, questioning what the protagonist truly means by becoming stronger. Crouching down, he places a reassuring hand on his companion's shoulder and replies, "It's about living a good life." Jotong is taken aback, questioning if the reason is truly that simple. The protagonist responds, explaining that, to live a fulfilling life, he doesn't need to be the best among the transfers. He emphasizes that there's no need to put himself in danger just to earn everyone's approval. He genuinely hopes his friend becomes stronger, but only so he can live well. He adds that he doesn't want the pursuit of strength to become an endless obsession. It's not about conquering the abyss. It's about ensuring he never loses himself within it. Yi raises a new potion, extending his hand toward Jotong. Surprised, Jotong contemplates the possibility that just one more sip could boost his attributes again. However, as he reaches for the bottle, he hesitates and ultimately decides against it. "I'm already strong enough," he declares, determination in his voice. "From here on out, I'll walk this path on my own." Drawing his sword, he calls for another round, knowing that even against a weakened version of his big brother, caution is essential. They must enter the abyss alive and return unscathed. Yu smiles, acknowledging the wisdom in those words. Meanwhile, the novelist gazes into the subspace, contemplating the gravity of the situation. It feels like a final declaration of life, as he realizes he has only 3 days left to live. His calculations reveal a mere 0.0017% chance of survival, or perhaps a bit more. He wonders if the effects of that potion have truly worn off. Just moments earlier, when Jotong had consumed the dragon mouthwash, he stood up, startling everyone around him. This potion, while lightly prepared, is notorious for its unpredictable side effects, which remain hidden until after consumption. As soon as he took a sip, a notification flashed before him, stating that the effect had been nullified. The protagonist couldn't help but wonder if he had just downed a bottle of water. Chotong suddenly began to cough, prompting Yi to worry and ask if he was all right. With a reassuring smile, Chotong replied that he was fine, claiming the potion had worked wonders and he felt great once more. The system indicated that he had consumed a bottle of an unknown potion, triggering the bard's anecdotal knowledge. As he examined the mysterious item, he gained 1 experience point. His progress bar, previously at 9999 surged to 100%, prompting a level up. Chotong celebrated, exclaiming that he was now ready to return. Meanwhile, the protagonist watched, relieved that the side effects weren't lethal poison or instant death, definitely a stroke of good luck. The novelist raises an eyebrow, questioning if the protagonist is mocking her by suggesting the mouthwash isn't clean. He quickly assures her that's not the case. She continues to observe, her confusion deepening. It was supposed to be ineffective, yet the potion appears to have worked remarkably well. Curiosity piqued, she wonders aloud if humanity possesses some unique recovery ability. The protagonist marvels at what she perceives as a miracle. After all, as a recluse dwelling among a dragon's treasure, how could she grasp the concept of a miracle meant for humans? With a curious smile, she turns to him and asks, "What is a miracle?" He returns her smile and replies, "You simply need to live with all your strength and will, and miracles will follow." Later, at the guild building, Ye arrives to find Zhou Feng waiting at the entrance. Zhou Feng's irritation flares as he calls Ye a bastard. Unfazed, Ye greets him with a smile, remarking that it's been a long time since they last met. Zhou Feng raises an eyebrow, questioning Ye's choice of words, noting that such a phrase is typically reserved for enemies about to clash. He emphasizes his surprise at seeing Ye at the World Guild, wondering if he has finally decided to seek a sponsor. Yu dismisses him, stating he's not interested and urging him to move aside. However, Zhou Feng stands firm, blocking the path. He insists they need to settle the score from their last encounter. With a sneer, he taunts the protagonist, reminding him of how he was tricked and robbed of 200 million for a worthless iron ring. Zhou Feng vows he will never forget that moment, as it turned him into a laughingstock within the entire guild. Yu points to the trash, remarking that if it was truly so shameful, he should have thrown it away. As more people gather, drawn by the commotion, the protagonist muses that Zhou Feng must have kept it just to torment him again, knowing how difficult it would be. Zhou Feng smirks, confirming the protagonist's suspicion, and then demands that he buy back the trash for a staggering 200 million. Yu insists he never coerced him into bidding and questions why he should bear the consequences, arguing that it goes against the rules. Zhou Feng counters, pointing out that while the protagonist may be referencing auction house rules, this isn't an auction house. He emphasizes that Ye lacks platinum VIP privileges here. As a member of Tattoos with numerous connections, Zhou Feng makes it clear, if he instructs the protagonist to waste money, he will do so without hesitation, and if he says to eat dirt, then he better be prepared to swallow it. Zhou Feng commands his men to seize all of the protagonist's equipment, insisting they won't stop until he returns the 200 million he stole. However, the man with the red mohawk interjects, informing his boss that the so-called trash is only clad in fifth-rate gear. He adds with a smirk that even if they strip him down to his underwear, it still won't amount to much. Zhou Feng raises an eyebrow, incredulous. How's it possible that you're wearing fifth-rate equipment when you're supposed to be a collector of first-class items? He scoffs. If this is all you've got, then it's even better. It means you really are a nobody. With a wave of his hand, he commands his men, take him to a back-alley clinic. He'll need to sell a kidney to recover the money he owes. Yi takes a deep breath, striving to stay calm. Suddenly, Novelist emerges from his eye, asking what she's up to. She responds with a smirk, pointing out that the guy was right, the ring is indeed a first-class item. Confused, the protagonist insists he evaluated it with his observer eye earlier and found it to be just an ordinary iron ring. Novelist laughs, explaining that her perspective has changed. As a true dragon, she can distinguish treasures from mere trash. She begins to chant an incantation, summoning the dormant spirit of the flame in her name. With fervor, she calls upon Galakrond to shatter the chains of the ninefold seal, offering crimson scales as proof and dragon blood as her guide. Her voice rises, urging the forgotten true name to emerge from the shadows, allowing the breath of the sealed dragon to ignite once more, heralding the release of its true essence. Blowing gently on the card, she commands him to pay attention, for this is the dragon's true form. The system reveals a stunning artifact, the Ring of the Flame Dragon's Breath, known as the Ashes of Annihilation. At first glance, it appears to be an iron ring, seemingly covered in rust. However, this is no ordinary piece of jewelry. It hails from the ancient Flame Dragon clan, a secret treasure forged over 1,000 years in the sacred flames by the clan's high priest. Legend has it that during the final days of the Crimson Flame era, the Flame Dragon clan faced an extraterrestrial fire that descended like a meteor. In a desperate bid to combat this threat, they compressed the entire breath of their last adult dragon into 3 rings, and this is one of them. Due to its overwhelmingly violent power, a 9-layered seal was placed upon it, causing its surface to decay until it resembled ordinary iron. Only those with exceptional discernment can perceive its true value. Ye, skeptical, dismisses this claim, prompting the novelist to laugh. A mortal's appraisal ability can only reveal superficial stats, he explains. But the dragon sight pupils are different. When the true name is released, they can see through the very soul of the equipment. She possesses the ability to see all the power that has been sealed away, forgotten, or even lost to the very items themselves. Meanwhile, Xiaofeng continues to act arrogantly, warning the protagonist not to test his patience, all while pretending to be generous. Without a moment's hesitation, Ye declares that he will pay 200 million, leaving Xiaofeng taken aback. Repeat that, he demands, clearly thinking he must have misheard. But the protagonist stands firm, confirming his offer and making the transfer without delay. Xiaofeng stares intently at the account on his phone, incredulous at how easy this seems. After completing the payment, the protagonist requests the ring. Xiaofeng's companions urge him to act quickly, reminding him that an idiot is willing to take that cursed item off his hands for 200 million. They question his hesitation, recalling how the ring had once brought him down. They emphasize that once he receives that money, his prestige in the guild will be restored, allowing him to walk with his head held high once more. Xiaofeng pauses for a moment, checking the numbers to ensure everything is correct. However, the protagonist urges him to hand over the item immediately. With a chuckle, Xiaofeng verifies the transfer and hands over the ring, confirming that it truly is worth 200 million. He smirks, calling the protagonist an even bigger fool than he had anticipated. Take that cursed thing already, he taunts, because something like that only belongs to trash. It's a perfect match. As Yi touches the item, the ring begins to transform before their eyes. Xiaofeng notices the change, remarking that it now resembles a first-class artifact. Ye bursts into laughter, declaring that the transformation is complete and asking if their deal is now finalized. However, Xiaofeng grabs his hand firmly, insisting that nothing is settled and demanding he return the ring immediately. His companions start to panic, insisting that this goes against the rules and that, as members of Tattoos, they cannot be so shameless. However, their leader dismisses their concerns, shouting at the protagonist to stop fooling around. He declares that the protagonist will not leave with either the money or the ring. Ye questions whether he is really stealing in broad daylight, acknowledging that Tattoo's infamous reputation is indeed well-deserved. In response, Xiaofeng unleashes his power, agreeing with Ye and declaring with a menacing glare that this is, without a doubt, a robbery. He readies himself for an attack, shouting that this is daylight robbery. Meanwhile, Novalis takes a seat, remarking that when humans succumb to greed, even the Dragon Clan feels a sense of shame. The protagonist takes a deep breath, remarking that some people simply refuse to listen to reason. With a swift motion, he sends Xiaofeng flying, declaring that all he wanted was a little peace and quiet in this world. Xiaofeng crashes to the ground, prompting his companions to shout in concern, asking if he's all right. The protagonist then turns his gaze to the two, inquiring whether they plan to take their boss away, or if they, too, wish to experience his strength. The two, clearly intimidated, quickly respond that they will indeed take their boss away. Suddenly, another figure steps forward, commenting that anyone who can effortlessly pull out 200 million and knock Xiaofeng down with a single blow is clearly extraordinary. He acknowledges the protagonist's well-deserved reputation as the leader of the Hunter House Guild. The other members gasp in surprise, questioning what their boss is doing there. The man, revealed to be the Guild Master of Tattoos, is none other than the Iron Fist Arbiter, Lei Yushan. He glances at the ring and adds, "That piece probably cost at least 500 million. He approaches the protagonist, smirking as he declares that a third-rate guild likely wouldn't earn even a fraction of that amount. However, he's willing to offer 500 million to buy the ring. Xiaofeng quickly interjects, reminding the boss that even the legendary grade Blood Moon ring has only fetched a maximum of 250 million on the black market. Yushan expresses his genuine appreciation for talent and extends an offer to the protagonist to join Tattoos. He writes a check for 600 million, adding that he'll throw in another 100 million to acquire the Hunter House Guild, a goal he's pursued for quite some time. Xiao Feng, visibly irritated, interrupts. He confronts Yushan, demanding to know if he truly intends to recruit someone like that. That kid has always been disrespectful to everyone in Tattoos, he exclaims, frustration boiling over. Have you forgotten how he harmed us all? Bringing him in will only expose the disgrace of every brother here. Yeah, interrupts, asserting his position as the leader of the Hunter House, not just a freelance hunter for hire. Yushan, dripping with disdain, retorts that the protagonist must feel uneasy about joining another guild due to his leadership status. He suggests that Yi should dissolve his so-called trash hunter guild immediately, claiming it would be the perfect opportunity to rid himself of the useless members who only hold him back. Ye's irritation begins to surface as he insists that those people are not merely trash to be discarded. When the guild was at its lowest, they chose to stand by Hunter House, forming a bond akin to family. Yushan, skeptical, challenges this notion of family. He points out that Tattoos boast the most elite squads, an extensive intelligence network, and exclusive directors in numerous A-rank abysses and beyond. He questions what Ye's so-called family can truly offer, emphasizing that he is only willing to provide them a place because he holds the protagonist in high regard. Yushan reiterates his desire for the protagonist to join Tattoos, making his intentions clear. Ye slams his foot into the ground, declaring that he believes Yushan is unworthy and that Tattoos is unworthy of any of them. Yushan is taken aback, incredulous as he asks, "Did you really just say that?" He can't believe someone would dare to refuse him like this. After all, an F-rank hunter guild lacks independent hunting qualifications and survives solely on the support of major guilds. Ye remarks that he seems to have forgotten something important. After all, even the leader of the lowest-ranked guild holds a position of authority, and there should be a fundamental level of respect between independent hunter guilds. He questions what gives Yushan the right to speak so dismissively to the leader of another guild. Yushan, however, lights up with excitement. "This is absolutely brilliant," he exclaims, clearly impressed. The elder was absolutely right. The protagonist is truly a tough nut to crack. He adds that he forgot to mention that Tianlin has already appointed him as the provisional leader of Hunting Heart. The old man is still consumed by grief over his son, and seems intent on placing all the blame on the Hunter House. The protagonist had better brace himself for a life of emptiness. Yushan then retracts his earlier offer, stating that, as the heads of Tattoos and the Hunter House, they can negotiate a brilliant and mutually beneficial deal. Ye inquires about what they could possibly discuss, and Yushan brings up the final festival, suggesting that the protagonist must have come to the guild hall for that reason. Ye turns to him, curious, and asks if he has any insider information. Yushan chuckles, revealing that it's not just about the festival. He explains that the ownership of the abandoned abyss belongs to Tattoos, which was sealed years ago due to an accident. Only Tattoos has the authority to reopen it for hunting. Yushan declares that he has laid his cards on the table, leaving it up to the protagonist to make his move. Later, at home, Xiaozhou looks at her brother in disbelief. "Did you really agree to that guy's terms?" she asks, her surprise evident. The protagonist responds, "The information is in his hands. I had no other choice." Xiaozhou narrows her eyes, realizing the implications. "So, this is just another joint hunting mission. But the Hunter House can only send 2 members. Who do you plan to take with you?" He takes a deep breath, contemplating the weight of the question. A haunted abyss, as he understands it, is primarily filled with undead creatures. His thoughts drift to Ming, but he quickly imagines Ming's response, claiming he himself is an undead creature. Ming would insist that the protagonist wants him to battle his own kind, asserting that, whether he believes it or not, he would turn on the protagonist just like the others. It's clear best to leave that guy out of the equation. Zhou Tong had once again fled for special training, determined to make the protagonist see him in a new light within a month. He turned down all guild missions, collapsing onto the sofa in frustration. "It seems I have no other options," he sighed. After all, Xingren wielded the power of ice as a knight, while Ling commanded fire as a mage. When it came to battling undead creatures conjured from magic, elemental damage was undeniably more effective than pure physical attacks. His sister gazes at him with a bemused expression and remarks that he seems to be thinking of 2 girls and only 1 man. "Looks like my brother really knows how to have fun," she teases. Ye, taken aback, asks what she means. "It's not like that at all. I just don't have anyone else to choose from." Xiaozhou raises an eyebrow and counters. "Whose fault is it that your guild is so empty? You don't even have the luxury of selecting members." She takes a deep breath and says that it would be wonderful if she could help him now. Yi reassures her not to worry and to take her time, reminding her that one day she will be even stronger than he is. Suddenly, his sister bursts out in irritation, demanding to know if he really plans to go on a mission alone with two girls. She transforms before him, declaring that she won't allow it. Novalis bursts into laughter, remarking that being human isn't easy at all. After all, how will he explain to his little sister that there's another woman living inside his left eye? Frustrated, the protagonist shouts at her to be quiet. Moments later, a group of friends strolls down the street when one of them spots Ling drinking alone in a dimly lit alley. Concerned, he asks if she doesn't find it too lonely to drink by herself. With a sharp glare, she retorts, "Screw off." Just then, a massive explosion rocks the area, sending flames shooting into the sky. The men scream in panic, shouting about the fire, yet they continue to hurl insults at her, oblivious to the chaos unfolding around them. Overwhelmed by rage, Ling shouts that all those worthless people can die and turn to ashes. But in an instant, she clutches her own hand, speaking softly to herself, pleading not to go through with it. Suddenly, another personality emerges, and she apologizes, explaining that her sister didn't mean those words, she's just anxious. With urgency, she begs the men to leave quickly. The frightened men whisper that she's lost her mind, but in an instant, her demeanor shifts. Anger flares within her as she declares that she will never allow those filthy hands to touch a single strand of her hair. With a smile that contrasts her fury, she asserts that this is her choice, reminding her sister that they have always been one. She vows that one day she will return her sister's body completely intact, no matter the cost. In a devastated section of the city, Wind Chaser Yue Jianbai, the leader of the Celestial Light Guild, confronts Undertaker Silvis, the head of Knight's Cry, the third guild in Shenfeng City. "Do you truly believe you can challenge us, the second place?" He questions, a hint of disdain in his voice. Silvis smirks, his eyes gleaming with mockery. "You can't even articulate your thoughts properly," he retorts. "Perhaps I should assist you. How about cutting out your own tongue?" This way, he could avoid embarrassing himself in front of his subordinates. One of the members of Celestial Light spots the twin blades hanging at Silvis's waist, recognizing them as relics from the legendary Phantom Fortress Abyss. With a hint of disbelief, he questions whether Knight's Cry truly conquered such a formidable place. Yuejian, manipulating his sword with a flourish, dismisses the notion as nonsense. He boldly declares that Celestial Light's R rank has long surpassed those so-called sewer rats, proclaiming that they now stand proudly as number 2. The crowd gasps in awe, whispering about the sword known as the Oath of Holy Judgment, a legendary high-tier divine weapon that deals sacred damage. Once, it fetched an astonishing $400 million at auction. They marvel at Yujin's entire equipment set, which must be worth over $1 billion. It's no surprise, really. Without the backing of a powerful family, he wouldn't even be in the running. Suddenly, a blast of smoke erupts nearby, prompting Yushan to remark that it's amusing to watch second-class hunter guilds squabble. Yet, he adds, that's all they will ever accomplish. They know their place and who truly holds the power. The two pause their argument as Yujin interjects, explaining that an abyss with an S-rank anomaly level demands the combined efforts of 4 hunter guilds, each limited to sending only 3 elite members. If it weren't for the World Guild's requirements, they wouldn't even be in line to participate. In any case, their guilds are second class. Silvis glances at him incredulous. "You can't just say that. Are you really suggesting we're here just to serve as decoration?" Yushan responds, "There's clearly a reason you were invited. After all, you applied to the Elders' Council to organize the joint hunt. The Abyss technology will transmit and record everyone's vitals and combat data in real time. That's why all guilds are being treated as observable species." Silvis questions whether they are truly being used as test subjects. Yuejian replies that he had anticipated this outcome. After all, such a generous offer seemed too good to be true. Yushan chimes in, wondering if their guilds have been stuck at A rank for far too long. He points out that if they successfully complete the hunt, they might finally gain special approval for S rank qualification from the city branch of the World Guild. Silvis trembles at the thought that for 3 long years, his guild has been stuck at A ranks, barred from high-level missions and the rare resources that come with them. Yuejian, too, feels the weight of their struggles, recalling the public humiliation they faced just last week at the hands of Cloudtop, the S-rank hunter guild. The image of that S-rank mission board in their guild hall haunts him, a constant reminder of opportunities forever out of reach. Silva states that if they can secure the S-rank qualification, his guild will agree to the terms. Yuagen responds, acknowledging that his guild also needs that qualification, but warns that if Tattoos dares to tamper with the data, he won't let it go unpunished. Yushan interjects, urging them to relax, reminding them that the name Tattoos carries significant weight. He adds that, aside from the two of them, there is also an esteemed guest present. As soon as the protagonist and his team arrive, curious onlookers can't help but question the nature of their curse. Their mismatched equipment and filthy clothes lead to whispers, with one remarking that he looks worse than the person who cleans the celestial toilets. Yet, despite their disheveled appearance, the crowd remembers that during their last mission, he was the only member of the entire A-rank team to return alive. Shang, their leader, had apparently lost his mind. One person in the group hesitated, wondering aloud about the team members, but was quickly silenced by another who snapped at him to be quiet. Xiao Feng broke the tension, his voice cutting through the air as he asked if this was indeed the infamous scavenger house. He had expected the protagonist to be too frightened to make an appearance. Sylvis, taking a deep breath, questioned whether they were truly scavengers, and if they really needed their help at all. Yuejan is visibly frustrated, questioning why a group of trash collectors is allowed to participate in an S-rank mission. He wonders aloud if the old men from the guild have taken the wrong medicine, deeming this situation incredibly unlucky. With a raised voice, he demands to know how those from Celestial Light could possibly be on the same team as these so-called trash pickers. In response, Xingran lowers her hood and calmly asks, "Is there a problem with that?" Upon recognizing her, Ye Jian's eyes widen in shock as he rushes toward her. "Is that really you? Lu Xingran from the Lu family?" he asks, disbelief etched on his face. "It's been ages since they last met." She smiles, confirming that it has indeed been a while, and teasingly adds that his stuttering problem seems as persistent as ever. In a flash, Ye Jian's anger ignites. "Don't you dare call me a stutterer if you want to keep breathing," he shouts, his voice echoing with fury. He begins hurling insults at her, declaring that he has no desire to argue with a rejected dog of the Lu family. After all, her older brother is leading the clan while she has been left to pick up the scraps. He finds it utterly hilarious. She snaps back, telling him to shut up. That path was her choice, and it's none of his business to dictate what she should or shouldn't do. With a fierce glare, she calls him nothing but a damn stutterer. Yuejin begins to tremble once more, his voice rising as he insists that he's already asked her not to call him a stutterer. He bitterly recalls how the Lu family had always sought to form a marriage alliance with them. It's a pity, he continues, that after losing someone as valuable as her parents must be deeply disappointed. He emphasizes that if she hadn't torn up their marriage contract back then, she would now be the center of attention, a child of destiny reaching for the stars. She flips him off, taunting him about whether he feels any regret, questioning what kind of worthless trash he believes himself to be. Silvas and his group join in, mocking him and declaring that stutterer is a fitting name. Consumed by rage, Eugen loses control, drawing his sword with a fierce shout, insisting that she clearly doesn't understand the consequences of her actions. How dare she humiliate him in front of his men? Now she needs to trust him. He declares that her blood will splatter over 3 meters right here and now. Yu steps in front of the impending attack and, with a swift motion, shatters the sword with his bare hand. The protagonist remarks that while it was a fine sword, the man who wielded it is nothing but worthless. Eugen trembles as he gazes at the remnants of his broken sword, his screams echoing with anguish as he cries out for his divine blade. "What have you done to my sacred oath blade?" he wails, desperation lacing his voice. Yi claims it was just a minor accident. Eugen, furious, grabs the protagonist by the collar, shouting that it was no accident at all. He demands to know if the protagonist understands the chaos he has unleashed and how he could dare to damage his prized weapon. Eugen emphasizes the immense power and status of the Yue family, making it clear that this is no trivial matter. Yuken intervenes, reminding Eugen that the protagonist has already explained it was an accident, and suggests that their meeting is hardly off to a good start. Eugen continues to shout, lamenting that his sword has vanished, leaving him unable to fight. He demands to know how they plan to compensate him for this loss. Turning to Yi, he acknowledges that he did indeed break the other man's weapon, so compensation seems reasonable. He then asks if the leader of the Scavenger House Guild agrees. The protagonist calmly responds that since they made the first move, he will provide compensation. Xingren interjects, insisting that this isn't right, as they were the ones attacked. However, Yi reassures him that it's all fine. The protagonist opens the void, revealing an array of impressive equipment. He turns to the guild leader of the Yu family, smirking as he challenges him to choose, insisting that any of these items far surpass the old sword he wields. Yujin stands there stunned and asks where he acquired all of this. Novelist, growing increasingly annoyed, interjects, questioning how he could so carelessly display the dragon's treasure to anyone. Yi, confused, asks what she's talking about, casually pointing out that this is simply his pocket. She concedes to his argument, but insists that his pocket is merely a fraction of the treasure that rightfully belongs to her. Everything he possesses, she claims, is hers. Yi retorts, urging her to stop acting as if she owns everything in his pocket. They had agreed that he would return the divine equipment he owes her, but he intends to do so on his own terms. The novelist steps forward, declaring that in her name, Galakrond, she will mark those items with a dragon's mark. She warns that anyone except for her who dares to steal from a dragon's property will face the terrifying wrath of the soul-devouring flame. She glances at the protagonist and informs him that he's on the exemption list. He shouts back, demanding that she stop making decisions for him. Ye Eugene stands there, stunned, remarking that, compared to the weapons around them, the one in his hand is nothing but scrap. The crowd watches in awe as the protagonist admits it's a complicated situation, so he decides to improvise. He explains that he possesses a unique perspective compared to most hunters. His specialty lies in evaluating the discarded and overlooked. With his extraordinary appraisal ability, he reveals the true worth of what others deem worthless. Xiaofeng pauses, urging him to wait. Were you serious at the auction? You weren't actually fooled by that ring, were you? The protagonist shrugs, dismissing his concerns. Don't overthink it. Curiosity piqued. They both wonder aloud where he acquired so much divine equipment. With a sly smile, he replies, that's a trade secret. No need to be so nosy. As their conversation unfolds, Zingrin tugs at his arm like an eager child. I want that one, she exclaims, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Eugen bursts into laughter, declaring this plan truly brilliant. He asks the protagonist if they grasp the significance of a steady supply of divine equipment for a high-level hunter guild. No matter the source of those items, a first-class guild like his must maintain control over the protagonist. Therefore, he insists he simply cannot allow someone with so many divine artifacts to ally with any other hunter guild. Yi raises an eyebrow, questioning whether Yushan's words are a compliment or a threat. Yushan smirks, suggesting it could be both. He explains that the people of Tatis are eager to pay a premium for all the divine equipment Yi possesses. However, his true request is for Yi to seriously consider the offer. Additionally, Yushan promises to find a way to guide Yi into the abyss he longs to explore. Yushan turns to Eugene, questioning whether he knows when to quit while he's ahead. Leader Yi is our honored guest, he reminds him, and it would be wise not to offend him or the members of the scavenger house. Confused, Eugen asks why Yushan has suddenly switched sides. After a moment of contemplation, he concedes, saying he'll let it go this time. Just to clarify, he adds with a hint of defiance, it's not because I'm testing the waters. He selects a weapon, declaring that one will suffice. Yushan then interjects, stating that with everything settled and the teams assembled, it's time to stop the chatter. According to intel, the Haunted Abyss possesses an affix that guarantees the drop of a divine item. They need to decide how to distribute the loot, and he has a proposal. Holding up a die, he suggests they adhere to the traditional loot distribution rule of the World Guild. They will roll, and whoever scores the highest wins. Silvez remarks that such behavior is typical of an old-school hunter guild, noting that even their distribution method is steeped in tradition. Eugen looks slightly puzzled by this observation, while Novalis watches intently. He explains that the destiny dice, though seemingly useless on their own, are actually a divine artifact imbued with the power of law. Once the dice come to a stop, their judgment becomes absolute. Not even her dragon seal can break the chains forged by the power of law within them. Ya asks what this law power is and what kind of ability it entails. She begins to explain that if it resides in a weapon, it creates 9 tiers of quality. At the base, you have rotten wood and common iron, while at the top, you'll find divine artifacts and rare treasures. This is why divine-grade gear exists alongside complete trash, each with its own range of quality. When it dwells within a person, it creates countless job classes, offering them a pathway to the heavens while simultaneously erecting an insurmountable wall. This is why those who ascend often gain powers that surpass mortal limits, yet their true potential remains constrained. However, if it infiltrates the body of a monster, it births calamity, allowing even an ant to devour a colossal dragon, while a demon king can tear open the very fabric of the void. This is the origin of legendary elite monsters, each adorned with numerous affixes. The Abyss, a realm of chaos, can transform into an inferno of eternal peril. The greater the danger, the higher the value of its treasures. This is why the Abyss grows increasingly treacherous. Within its depths, the likelihood of finding priceless artifacts rises. The 4 laws they have observed are merely the surface, for beneath them lies a deeper law of nothingness, one that governs the very causality of events within the Abyss. The protagonist, intrigued, inquires whether the law of causality can govern such phenomena. She reminds him of the events that unfolded when they triggered the traps in her treasury. If one's perception is keen, she explains, they can discern hidden mechanisms and evade them with grace. And if fortune smiles upon you, a triggered trap might just fail by chance. With extraordinary agility, one could even navigate through a hail of arrows unscathed. At every moment, fate is passing judgment, she observes with disappointment, revealing that the dice of destiny are, in truth, rigged. The protagonist is taken aback by this revelation. With a confident tone, she explains that only she can perceive the truth through the true release of her dragon eye. As she activates her sight, the system materializes, declaring that the outcome of this roll will always be lower than any result obtained through arrogance. The protagonist gazes at Yushan, pondering whether this is how he earned the title of Iron Fist Arbiter. Yet, he resolves that since he has accepted the destiny dice, he will leave judgment to them. This approach ensures fairness among all 4 hunter guilds, eliminating any possibility of the strong preying on the weak. As he completes his evolution, he realizes that this truly is a remarkable treasure. Yushan turns to the protagonist, seeking his expert opinion on the matter, eager to hear his evaluation given his extensive experience in treasure appraisal. With a hint of skepticism, the protagonist asks if Yushan is serious. He tosses a die into the air, catching it deftly. "I find it quite fair," he replies, "because that place used to be Ashtown, a suburb of Shenfeng City. Over a decade ago, it was a thriving city with a population exceeding 100,000. But then the Abyss emerged. When a portal tore through reality, it created a massive fissure with a 5-kilometer radius right at that spot. In the blink of an eye, the entire city and its 100,000 inhabitants vanished without a trace. A decade ago, the Tatis Hunter Guild was a mere shadow of its current self. When the first rescue wave pinpointed the source of the city's destruction, the guild leader swiftly assembled an elite squad of 12 to explore the restricted zone. As they stepped into the abyss, they were enveloped in a thick mist, with particles resembling ashes swirling around them, the unburned remnants of countless lives lost. Yet, the most chilling revelation was that the missing inhabitants of the city had not truly perished. Their souls were ensnared, twisted into vengeful spirits, forever wandering and wailing in the fog. Inhuman cries echoed relentlessly in the ears of the squad members, as if countless hands were clawing at their nerves. The original plan had been to advance toward the Abyss Core, but after covering only 3 kilometers, the leader ordered a retreat. The fog hung heavy in the air, rendering compasses useless and leaving even the most seasoned veterans disoriented. The squad of 12 was utterly lost. In a desperate bid for survival, they divided into 4 teams of 3, each venturing in a different direction. They agreed to leave Ash as a marker at their starting point and regroup every hour. However, one team, a trio consisting of Raven, Grey Falcon, and Lark, found themselves ambushed by an unknown monster lurking within the dense mist. Raven recalled the distant sound of bells echoing through the fog, a haunting melody that seemed to drift from another world. Suddenly, the shadow of a ruined Gothic cathedral materialized from the darkness. Its towering spire pierced the thick mist, while dark red vines twisted around the outer walls like blood vessels, drawn inward by an unseen force. At the altar, hovering above a massive, ancient grimoire, lay the gate key, an artifact crafted from 7 human finger bones fused together, pulsing with a sinister allure. As the trembling Raven reached for the key, the shadows behind the altar began to writhe, and an indescribable monstrous form slowly materialized. It had no defined shape, emerging as a grotesque mass composed of countless agonizing human remains, each one screaming in absolute silence. In that chilling moment, Raven felt as if the moon itself was whispering to him from outside the window. As the bells tolled once more, a chilling wave of howls echoed through the cathedral. His 2 companions fell to the ground, blood streaming from their eyes, ears, nose, and mouth, paralyzed by sheer terror. Raven seized the key and sprinted away, not daring to look back or check on his friends. He ran as if possessed, driven by a primal instinct to escape, until by sheer chance, he stumbled over the marker he had left behind. He waited for 6 long hours, but his companions never returned. Even more unsettling, the bone key in his hand began to heat up so intensely that he had to drop it. Like a living compass, its tip spun wildly across the ground before finally settling in one direction. With no other option, Raven had to follow where the key led him, and that was how he ultimately discovered the exit of the Abyss Gate. As Raven staggered out of the abyss, the fissure behind him trembled violently, as if something within was desperately trying to break free. Summoning the last of his strength, he fitted the bone key into the lock of the void itself. With a thunderous crash, the abyss gate slammed shut, plunging the area into an eerie silence. They sealed the remnants of that gate right then and there, and it has remained closed ever since. Yushan holds up the key in his hand, declaring it the only clue Raven left behind. With determination, they prepare to reopen the portal. As he begins to use the enigmatic skeleton key, a solemn aura envelops the area, and the Great Abyss, known as the Black Prison Mausoleum, creaks open. Yushan explains that the technology of the Abyss will transmit everyone's signals directly to their respective system interfaces. It also enables real-time position tracking and remote communication within the Abyss. After laying out these details, he says it's time to review everyone's roles once more. Sylv is puzzled, asks what roles he means. Given that his guild specializes in high-speed assault attacks and approach that has never failed, they all identify as assassins. Sylv firmly emphasizes that they will not be initiating any attacks under any circumstances. Eugen proudly declares that he is a sword master and introduces his 2 companions, a sword polisher and a sword guardian. Shingren raises an eyebrow, puzzled. I've never heard of a profession solely for polishing swords, or a sword guardian whose only job is to carry them. Are they even professionals? The protagonist chimes in. Well, it turns out one is an enchanter and the other is a bottomless backpacker, specializing in extra-large storage capacity, a rather rare profession. Yushan turns to Eugen, incredulous. Did you really bring 2 kids to such a perilous qualification trial? Eugen shrugs, a hint of amusement in his eyes. I'm the only one who needs to fight. They're just here to witness my elegant combat style. Their support roles are essentially optional. Yushan shakes his head in disbelief. So yay, you brought along nothing but spectators too? The protagonist introduces his companions, starting with Lu Xingran, an Aesir tribute knight. She serves as the team's primary frontline fighter, expertly managing crowd control and healing through her mastery of ice. Next is Yi Ling, a fire element witch, and the team's magic damage dealer, known for her fierce spells. As for himself, he is a versatile vanguard, capable of stepping into any role as the situation demands. Eugen raises an eyebrow, questioning why the protagonist considers himself versatile. It's awfully bold of you to think that way, he remarks, a hint of amusement in his voice. You shouldn't act so smug just because you managed to fix your broken sword. He leans back, crossing his arms. Besides, I have my own arsenal of weapons, and I assure you, my collection rivals yours. His subordinate chimes in, eager to impress. And just to ensure our leader is well prepared, I brought along 1,500 bottles of various potions. Eugen begins to argue with his subordinate about the excessive amount, insisting he doesn't need all of it. Meanwhile, Xiaofeng can't help but boast, declaring that their leader is Yushan, the infamous Black Knight, a formidable wolf shapeshifter. He adds that the girl by his side is a priestess of light, both of them regarded as top-tier fighters. The protagonist and his 2 companions exchange disdainful glances, which only serves to irritate Xiaofeng further. He demands to know what that look is supposed to mean, insisting that the protagonist shouldn't get too cocky just because he managed to land a punch from behind at the World Guild. Climbing to the top of a rock to escape the attention, he tries to downplay the moment, claiming he doesn't even know that guy. As he walks away, embarrassment creeping in, he shouts for everyone to hear that the power of a wolf shapeshifter doubles at night, and on a full moon, it doubles again, quadrupling its original strength. If they fought right now, they wouldn't last even a minute, Lang remarks, glancing at her leader. She questions whether those people can truly be trusted, given their inflated sense of superiority as an elite squad. The protagonist responds, this whole team is just an improvised operation, aside from Yushan, who is clearly holding back. I doubt any of them are as strong as they claim to be. Yushan begins to boast, declaring that regardless of anyone's opinions, his team holds the upper hand in this group. With unwavering confidence, he proclaims himself the commander of the Abyss Hunt. Silva steps forward, challenging the iron-fisted arbiter. Are you really going to act like a dictator before the hunt has even begun? He asks, holding a die in his hand. Why not let fate decide who leads? Yushan smiles and agrees, noting that their partnership rules are quite straightforward. The player who rolls the highest number becomes the captain and takes the lead, while everyone else must follow their command. Those who roll higher than the current captain will stand behind them, lining up in descending order based on their results. As soon as the dice are rolled, Yushan scores 16 points, while Sylv lands just 15. Yushan bursts into laughter, teasingly asking if anyone dares to object to his new role as captain. Meanwhile, Yejin sighs, lamenting his narrow defeat by a single point. Turning to the protagonist, he reveals that he only rolled 4 points, questioning whether he even understands the rules, as he now has to stand at the back of the line. With everything in place, they prepare to enter under Yushan's leadership. He announces that the forest is behind them, and it's time to move forward. As they step through the portal, Yushan clutches a magical item tightly in his hand. He stresses the importance of staying close together, warning that the fog will thicken as they go deeper. They must keep a close watch on their teammates' markers on the map. If anyone gets lost, he won't hesitate to leave behind what he considers dead weight. Suddenly, they detect unusual movements and realize enemies have emerged. Xiao Feng turns to the priestess, urging her to take action. She raises her staff, affirming her understanding, and invokes Holy Domain Expansion. The spell reveals all the undead creatures lurking nearby, continuously healing her allies. As the Holy Domain envelops the undead, they are instantly torn apart, leaving nothing but remnants in its wake. A short distance away, Yuejian wonders aloud why those cursed corpses are steering clear of the people ahead. His subordinate explains that a priest wielding a holy domain is precisely what undead creatures fear most, as it directly counters their very existence. Frustrated, Yuejian demands to know what his subordinate is waiting for, urging him to enchant his sword as well. The subordinate promptly begins the enchanting process. Yuejian spots an enemy advancing toward him. With a swift command, his weapon soars through the air, striking the monster down in an instant. A satisfied smile spreads across his face as he reflects on the power of enchantment. He then orders his sword to incinerate all foes in its path. As it takes flight, it unleashes radiant beams of holy light, obliterating the monsters before him. Sills gazes at the approaching monsters and instructs his team to activate the Shadow Mantle. Wait for an opening, then strike, he commands. The monsters advance relentlessly, their attacks aimed at the team. Suddenly, Silva's body transforms into shadow, fading into the darkness. They ascend to the rooftop of a nearby building, surveying the chaos below. A smile creeps across Silva's face as he contemplates the scene, hoping that those left behind will serve as mere fodder for the demons. Suddenly, he notices something. The protagonist stands before a group of menacing monsters. Yuejian is baffled. How is he managing to confront these demons without any enchantments, magic, or even equipment? His companion speculates that the protagonist must possess some kind of exorcism artifact. After all, for a vendor of used equipment, having a few hidden treasures wouldn't be too surprising. Yue gazes at the trembling monsters, noting their refusal to attack. I've dealt with so much trash like this that even low-level undead are intimidated by my scent, he remarks confidently. Shengren, observing the situation, assures him that these creatures are weak and poses no real threat, suggesting that Yue can let them approach. However, Yal shakes his head, countering. While their combat power may be low, there's no guarantee they won't inflict a fatal status effect upon death. If the enemy isn't moving, we shouldn't act recklessly either. The fighters remark that the clothing worn by the monsters eerily resembles that of the residents consumed by the abyss. Suddenly, all the monsters burst into flames, but the fire extinguishes just as quickly as it ignited. Ling, visibly irritated, exclaims that something is obstructing her monoflow. Meanwhile, Yushuan gazes toward the horizon, sensing an approaching presence as the fog continues to thicken around them. Yuejian is taken aback when he hears the defeated monster utter a word. Confused, he wonders if it truly spoke. The creature, now fading, echoes his thoughts, questioning what Yuejian just said. Shocked by its unexpected response, he quickly regains his composure and unleashes a powerful attack, obliterating the remnants of the monster's body. His subordinate asks what faded means, but soon the other monsters echo the same question. Suddenly, an overwhelming surge of energy gathers in the center of the horde, and an even larger monster begins to emerge. Yue realizes that someone is manipulating the degenerates from behind the fog. The larger monster barks out commands as the smaller ones close in, but the protagonist locks eyes on his target, a smile creeping across his face. For creatures of this caliber, he thinks, he doesn't even need to unleash his full power. With that, he dashes toward the boss, weaving through the lesser monsters in his path. He strikes them down, but to his surprise, they refuse to fall. The novelist explains that death holds no power over filth of such magnitude. Undead beings are terrifying entities that sustain their existence through mana. They instinctively feed on the mana within advanced beings, converting it into their own life force. Consequently, the more abundant an advanced being's mana, the more irresistible they become to the undead. Upon receiving this revelation, he quickly realizes that Ling is the only mana user present. He spins around, shouting for her not to use her mana. Desperate, she attempts to harness mana convergence, but soon discovers that her energy is being rapidly drained. In a panic, she cries out that she can no longer control it. The mana within her begins to surge toward the monsters, flowing directly into the boss's gaping mouth. He quickly realizes the source of the threat and commands all the smaller monsters to converge on her. In response, Zingrin unleashes her ice magic, freezing Ling's hand to prevent her from using any new abilities. With a swift motion, she constructs an ice apparatus to isolate Ling. "This isn't a damage spell," Zingrin explains, her voice steady. "It's meant to help you calm down." Ling protests, warning that this will put her in danger too, but Zingrin remains unfazed. With determination, she draws her sword and conjures an ice shield, declaring that knights are meant to protect their allies, even if it makes them a target for the enemy. As the monsters smash through the ice barrier and rush toward her, she swiftly retaliates, freezing every foe that breaches her defenses. Despite her efforts to fend them off with her shield, the relentless tide of monsters continues to advance. Suddenly, a massive explosion erupts beside her, drawing even more attention from the creatures. She gazes ahead, despairing. There's no end to them. Just then, Ling readies for an attack and shouts for her to move aside. With a determined smile, Zingrin replies, "I understand." The fire mage begins to weave her spells, unleashing infernal flames that incinerate everything in their path. Yet, the relentless monsters continue their advance. Undeterred by the searing heat, Zingrin stands firm, shouting defiantly for the creatures to come at her with all they've got. Just then, one of the charging monsters is unexpectedly yanked back, leaving her momentarily stunned. The protagonist charges through the flames, closing in on the monsters. Activating the gravitational convertix, he yanks the creatures away, declaring he won't let them near his allies. With fierce determination, he continues to draw them toward himself, allowing the void to consume the monsters in a cataclysmic explosion. As he is thrown aside by the blast, he notices that the monster's body has transformed entirely. It was as if the attack had been crushed, yet it continued to regenerate. Suddenly, a projectile shot toward them, but the protagonist effortlessly halted it with just 2 fingers. Yuejian stepped forward, a mocking smile on his face. "My apologies," he said, feigning sincerity. "It seems the fog has caused a bit of confusion for my sword Kanishite struggles to distinguish friend from foe." He chuckled, adding, "But surely a magnificent person like guild leader Yi won't mind a small mistake like this." The protagonist hurls his sword, striking a nearby monster and splattering blood at Yuejian's feet. Yuejian recoils, screaming in disgust. "This is revolting," he exclaims. "Celestial Light is a hunting guild known for its elegance, not like you, a mere trash picker." He turns to Yi, demanding, "Clean that sword, it's covered in blood." The protagonist questions whether he truly cares about something so trivial within the depths of an abyss. Yuejian, feeling a wave of nausea, responds that this very attitude highlights their fundamental differences. He isn't even willing to grasp the hilt of his own sword. As he prepares to put on a show, a monstrous figure creeps up behind them. With determination, Yuejian unleashes his powers, declaring that the essence of Sword Kanisha resides within him, allowing him to eliminate enemies from 1,000 kilometers away while remaining utterly pristine. He summons countless swords, effortlessly slaying the monsters surrounding them. In the end, he remarks, a sword is merely a tool one that gets dirty and is therefore unworthy of touching its master's skin. The protagonist is taken aback, having believed that swordsmen were meant to cherish their blades. Yuejian continues to dispatch the monsters with ease, dismissing Ye's naivety. He explains that for a sword to lose its purity is akin to losing its status. Just as a warrior loses his honor, or a woman her chastity, it is precisely because he holds a deep love for these servants that he must maintain a clear distance between master and servant. The master sets the rules, the sword enforces them. The master remains pure, while the sword bears the burden of filth. He stands before them as the master of swords, effortlessly dispatching everything in his path. However, Xingwen senses something amiss. The monsters are reviving at an alarming rate within the fog. It becomes clear that this mist is not just an ordinary phenomenon. It's likely a source of magical energy, nourishing their regeneration. Meanwhile, Yafeng and his team continue their relentless battle, taking down monsters in their vicinity. Yue Jan urges the group not to linger, as the border of the great necropolis lies just ahead. Glancing around, he realizes Silvez is missing and asks where he could have gone. The priestess replies that he has been absent since the start and wonders if it's possible he was left behind. Frustration wells up in Yujian as he mutters, "That guy really is useless. He can't even handle something this simple. What a third-rate fool." Suddenly, one of the subordinates rushes in, desperately pleading for help. He begs them not to abandon their guild leader, who is in dire trouble and needs their support. Yue Jian merely turns away, laughing dismissively, insisting that they have no obligation to intervene. However, the protagonist steps forward, resolute, declaring that they must act. Xiaofeng pushes himself into the center of the escalating argument, demanding to know what the protagonist means by that and how he dares to challenge the captain's orders. The protagonist emphasizes that this is a collective operation, and as captain, it is Yujian's responsibility to look after every member of the team. In response, Yueyan asserts his authority, declaring that he will issue an order as captain. He commands the Scavengers faction to support Silvas and asks for their thoughts on this decision. Irritated, Xingren interjects, questioning why Yu Chen is giving orders to their guild leader. Yue Jian turns away, dismissing the idea of wasting energy to save someone in such a dire place. "If you want to go, then go," he says, his tone indifferent. "But remember, you chose to use the dice of fate to determine command before entering the abyss." As they prepare to leave, Yu Jian glances back at the protagonist. "If you truly want to save him, then do it. I won't stop you." Yu declares that since it was Yushan who raised the issue, he will step in to save him. However, he feels no sympathy for Silvis. He's merely fulfilling his duty as a captain and reminds Yushan not to forget that. Yuejan acknowledges Ye's bravery but insists he can't let him face this challenge alone. With all eyes on their guild, he resolves to join the fight as well. Yushan's irritation grows as he declares he'll give the two of them no more than 5 minutes. The monsters in the Great Necropolis are multiplying rapidly, and soon they'll have to defend their position at the border, which will inevitably draw a horde of creatures. Xingren insists she wants to join them, but the protagonist firmly tells her to stay with Ling and wait for Yujian. He instructs his 2 subordinates to stay put. Xingren cautions them to be careful, and just then, the protagonist activates the Dragon Vision Eye. With its power, he can clearly see the monsters lurking ahead. He warns Yejin to steer clear of any confrontation. Now is not the time to engage in battle. As long as they move quietly and avoid drawing attention, the low-level monsters should keep their distance, ensuring a smooth passage. Yuejian is taken aback as he discovers the protagonist's ability to see through the fog, his perception so keen that it surpasses what any ordinary person could hope to achieve. With a determined thought, he activates the 4-square formation, convinced that staying close to this remarkable individual will help him avoid a multitude of issues. Meanwhile, Yi grumbles, pointing out that Yuejian's loud demeanor is bound to attract trouble wherever he goes. Yuejian responds that this is merely his will. The two press on, distancing themselves from the horde of monsters. As they navigate through the cemetery, Yuejian notices that the fog shrouding the area has lifted. Surprisingly, the center of such a vast graveyard, which should have been the thickest with mist, feels relatively clear. A wave of relief washes over him as he realizes the monsters can't follow them here. The protagonist calls out, urging his companion to hurry. There's a body cut in half just ahead. A little further up, atop a small hill, a knight stands, fixated on the two of them. Yuejian remarks on their luck in stumbling upon a boss, but Silvais quickly interjects, insisting they must retreat immediately. One more step, he warns, and they'd be on a one-way ticket to the afterlife. Yuejian starts to mock the situation, but Silvez quickly covers his mouth, urging him to be quiet. He warns that if Yujian is seeking death, he shouldn't drag others down with him. The protagonist finds this reaction odd and questions why they don't just go around. He also wonders why Silves is standing there, seemingly waiting for his own demise. Silves replies, "Do you really think anyone enjoys being stuck in a place like this?" He gestures behind him, explaining that once someone crosses that cursed wall, there is no turning back. The protagonist realizes that it serves as a lord's barrier. Sills continues, noting that when a boss-level monster emerges, it creates an area akin to a room, and typically, defeating the boss causes the barrier to vanish. He confirms it's true, admitting that he had truly wanted to kill the boss. However, the creature had decimated his entire group with a single blow. That's why he was crouched there, hiding and waiting for the boss's alert status to fade. It was still on high alert, and he hoped that, with time, it would cease its watchful gaze. Just then, the boss suddenly turned its head to the side. Yuejian charges forward without hesitation, launching an attack and questioning how Sylvus could be so cowardly as to wait for the boss to calm down. The other two stand frozen, taken aback by his audacity as he activates his energy swords. With conviction, Yuejian proclaims that a true strong person knows no fear. He then unleashes his assault, declaring that the sword returns to the heavens. A massive explosion engulfs the area as his strikes find their mark, shaking the ground with their power. Yuejian touches down, fully convinced that the battle is over. He boldly declares that he has unleashed the impenetrable wall of 10,000 blades, a technique no one could possibly withstand. To his astonishment, the boss emerges unscathed, advancing toward him with an ominous determination. Yuejian narrowly dodges the first strike, but he is left reeling from the sheer brute force of the monster. He attempts a counterattack, but his strikes remain utterly ineffective. Suddenly, a system message appears, revealing that brutal attacks against all targets gain armor penetration, effectively bypassing physical defenses. The protagonist realizes that not even a tank could withstand a second strike from a Hell Knight. Meanwhile, Yuejian watches in disbelief as his swords are completely shattered. Consumed by rage at the futility of his attacks, he channels every ounce of energy within him and shouts at the monster, vowing to reduce it to dust. The boss, unfazed, declares itself the enemy of the living, ominously stating that they will all be buried here. Just then, the system chimes in once more, ethereal fire. All attacks now gain the burning effect of ethereal fire. The monster lunges forward once more, and Yuejian readies himself for battle. As the two clash, the protagonist senses something amiss and urgently shouts for his companion to dodge. But before Yuejian can react, the beast is suddenly right in front of him. Maintaining his pride, Yuejian declares that a swordmaster must never retreat. To do so would invite ridicule from all. At that very moment, an explosion erupted. Yo stepped forward, raising his shield to absorb the blast, telling Yuejian he was trying to get himself killed. Yuejian, however, grumbled that the protagonist had stolen all the attention once again. Yi took a breath and explained that the Hell Knight's demonic flame strike was a unique fire-based attack, boasting double the destructive power against armor. If Yuejian truly values his swords, he should consider retreating. However, he remains arrogant, questioning how the protagonist dares to speak to him in such a manner. Just then, the system announces that the Ashen Ring's dragon flame breath has been activated. The ring glows with an intense light, unleashing a powerful wave of fire that sends the Hell Knight flying. Yuejian, taken aback, asks what just happened. Meanwhile, the system announces that the breath was absorbed and the enemy's hellfire has been appropriated. Yi, now in control of the infernal flames, declares that this is the power of a divine artifact, valued at over 200 million. With a triumphant grin, he revels in the realization that all that strength now belongs to him. The infernal warrior, consumed by rage, summons a horde of monsters. Yuejian and Sylvus tremble in fear, but the protagonist charges ahead, obliterating everything in his path. With a powerful punch, he strikes the infernal warrior, declaring that as long as the ethereal fire burns bright, its regeneration abilities will be rendered useless. As other monsters rush to attack him, he deftly dodges their strikes, unleashing the power of the infernal flames to incinerate any foe that dares to come too close. However, one of the creatures manages to sink its teeth into him, trapping him in its jaws. Yet, the heat radiating from him is so intense that the creature's head explodes in a fiery burst. Flames begin to engulf the entire area, and Sylvus, astonished, wonders aloud if the boss's ability has been stolen, as this is the first time he has witnessed such a spectacle. Yuejian, unwilling to concede defeat, declares that he had already diminished much of the enemy's strength before the protagonist even arrived. The infernal flames consume everything in their path, leaving only the infernal warrior standing, who attempts another attack. Yuejian effortlessly dodges and counters, triggering another massive explosion. Yet, the infernal warrior, now imbued with fire immunity and amplification reflection, stands resolute, like an unyielding mountain. The protagonist is taken aback by the sudden change. As attacks come hurtling toward him, he deftly dodges, harnessing his gravitational power to lift stones and hurl them at his foe. He quickly realizes that while the Hell Knight boasts formidable elemental resistance, its physical defenses are surprisingly weak. He notes that when the creature shifts its elemental shell, there's a fleeting moment of stiffness, his perfect opportunity to strike and deal real damage. Ye readies himself once more, hurling a barrage of stones to obscure his opponent's line of sight. With his incredible speed, he closes in from behind and delivers a strike so powerful that it cleaves the infernal warrior in two, ending its menace for good. Job's done, he declares, leaving the other two in stunned disbelief at the abrupt conclusion. As they draw closer to the equipment left behind by the monster, Sylve chuckles, revealing that he had anticipated this moment. Surviving a disaster always brings 3 blessings, he quips. Yue Jian, however, isn't amused. He steps forward, asserting his claim. Get out of the way. I found the monster first, and according to the rules, at least half of the loot should be mine. His frustration bubbles over as he adds, and can you believe that certain idiot stayed outside the monster's range the entire time, avoiding the fight, yet still has the nerve to ask for items? Yue Jian firmly asserts that if he hadn't confronted the boss's ultimate attack head-on, none of them would be standing here today. He adds that breaking 3 long swords gave the others a chance to survive, and such precision comes at a cost. The high-quality swords scattered on the ground should more than compensate for his losses. The rest, he suggests, can be considered a charitable donation. The protagonist, unimpressed, retorts that to him. That pile of weapons is nothing but trash. If they want it, they can take it all. Wounded in pride, Yue Jian questions if the protagonist is suggesting they are mere scavengers. Sylve, unfazed, replies that he doesn't care about the names of those things. If they don't want them, then everything is fair game for him. As the protagonist turns to walk away, a thought strikes him. Remembering the importance of recycling, he activates his void ability, absorbing the remains of the infernal warrior. As the process commences, the system alerts that fusing the infernal flame with the forge will boost the success rate by 30%, reduce material consumption by 20%, and add the infernal attribute, granting attacks a chance to trigger a soul burn effect. Ye is taken aback by this information, while the novelist remarks on the protagonist's extraordinary luck, noting that he even managed to extract the rare ethereal flame from within the monster's body. The odds of that happening are 1 in a million. He then asks you if she remembers the affix he took from the knight with the ashen ring against the undead. Even a hint of ethereal flame sends them into eternal burning agony and completely strips them of their ability to resurrect. This ethereal affix can also merge with elements like electricity and fire, creating the fearsome, ethereal blaze, something that undead creatures dread above all else. You burst into laughter, declaring that it sounds fantastic and readily accepting the offer. Sylve gazes at him, incredulous, questioning whether his eyes are deceiving him. Did the protagonist secretly acquire a rare item and keep it to himself? Yue Jian joins in the laughter, teasing Yue and calling him foolish for thinking he could have found a rare artifact all on his own. Sylve, growing serious, warns him not to play dumb. He witnessed the flames erupting from Yue, and the only artifact dropped by the Hell Knight was undoubtedly the one the protagonist had picked up. Yue Jian nods in agreement, but questions Yue's assumption that he can claim all the equipment simply because he dealt the final blows. He reminds Ye that, according to their agreement, the scavenger faction holds fewer rights than the other guilds. Yue's irritation begins to surface as he defends himself, insisting that he risked his life entering the fog to save them, and now they dare to label him a thief. He bursts into laughter, unleashing his flames as he declares they were at least correct about one thing. The fire engulfs the area, startling the two, while he stands wrapped in a dark aura, resembling a demon. I've truly obtained something incredible, he proclaims, a wicked grin spreading across his face. The two begin to scream, overwhelmed by the heat, questioning if the fire itself is alive. Yue dissipates his power, the aura surrounding him fading away. What I possess is something neither of you can wield, so it rightfully belongs to me, he declares, his voice steady. Do you understand? Sylve, visibly shaken by the display of power, quickly replies, that's fine by me. I have no desire for that cursed flame that burns its own user for free. Yi interjects, urgency in his tone. We need to regroup with the main force as soon as possible. Yue Jian observes the scene, reflecting on how fortunate it is that they held back. Yi's corruption runs deep, tainting him to his very core. The higher he ascends, the more devastating his fall will be, and soon enough, everyone will witness it. Meanwhile, elsewhere, the group remains in waiting, unaware of the storm brewing ahead. Xiao Feng approaches the chief, concern etched on his face. Everyone has been gone for quite a while. Do you think something might have happened? The chief reassures him. As long as our protagonist is around, nothing will go wrong. Just then, they spot the group returning, and he steps forward, a triumphant smile on his face. You were brilliant out there, he praises himself, a hint of pride in his voice. I worked hard this time, and even if I hadn't intervened, I know I would have saved everyone anyway. Yi turns to Silves, his voice firm. Don't disappoint me again. Silva sighs, grumbling about his misfortune. I must be cursed by that trash picker. As the group gathers, their eyes are drawn to the peak of a small mountain. Xiaofeng squints, pointing. Is that the cathedral the chief mentioned? Ye nods, a serious expression on his face. Yes, that's it. The final ritual awaits us there. As they draw closer to the incomplete cathedral, a heavy silence envelops the air. Yuxuan declares that this is the resting place of the supreme artifact, one that possesses the power to purify all curses and reverse any anomalies. The protagonist takes in the scene, and suddenly the bone book materializes before them. Silvis scans the surroundings and spots 11 desiccated skeletons, their presence suggesting they have lain undisturbed for centuries. He turns to the captain, bewildered, and asks, "What does this mean? Did you really bring us to an empty cathedral?" Yuxuan begins to act strangely, a dark aura radiating from his body. Yi watches intently, realizing too late that the only survivor of the elite 12-man squad, the Raven, is none other than Yuxuan himself. Yuejian, taken aback, asks what he means, while others start to question whether the hunt was merely a facade and the sacrifice all too real. In his true form, Yuxuan glances back, a chilling smile on his lips, and says, "This is wonderful." The Raven reveals that the hunt has always been his ritual, designed to collect souls and complete the ceremony. However, he still requires 9 fresh souls. Yuejin, trembling with fear, listens as the Raven continues, explaining that once he sacrifices these final 9 in the ultimate ritual, everything will be fully charged. With the artifact in hand, he will ascend as the Lich King. Silvis, filled with dread, declares the plan is doomed to fail. With only 8 people left among the 3 hunting groups, he questions whether the Raven has forgotten that they lost a hunter. He firmly insists that the scheme is unworkable and suggests they simply act as if nothing has happened. Sylvie urges the Raven to seek out another hunting group to deceive, insisting that they would never betray him. Yuxuan scoffs, finding the situation truly pathetic. They lost a member the moment they entered, a turn of events he never anticipated. What astonishes him even more is that despite their group of only 8, there are still 9 souls present. It's as if the scales of fate have balanced at the perfect moment. He turns to Ling, seeking confirmation, but she remains silent. Xinglan furrows his brow, questioning what the fire mage means. With a calm nod, she confirms his suspicions, explaining that this body serves as a shared vessel for her and her younger sister, Ling Yi. Realization dawns on Jingwan as he reflects on their previous battles, where he sensed the mage's presence, shifting between 2 distinct personas. Ling, lost in thought, recalls the moment she followed the commander deep into the abyss to partake in the final festival. The Raven gazes at the protagonist, asserting that all of his companions harbor shameful secrets. Ling, however, counters with conviction. She explains that her only desire was to harness the power of the final festival to separate the 2 souls and return the body intact to her sister. She never intended to monopolize it. If the final festival can purify all of the abyss's curses, then surely hers deserves to be included as well. Yu believes that 2 souls trapped in the same body are a fitting prize for a demon. The Raven bursts into laughter, mocking the idea that the final ritual could be wasted on what he considers worthless. He declares that everyone present is merely fuel to ignite the ceremony. As Xiaofeng and the priestess begin to unleash a peculiar energy, Yuezhen questions whether this is shadow power and impossibility, given that the girl is undeniably a holy priestess. She laughs, declaring herself a vessel of both light and shadow, a divinely chosen priestess who graces the world only once every century. Silves, growing irritated, points out that despite the presence of 3 hunting groups, they are still outnumbered with only 3 people. The priestess chuckles once more, confidently asserting that she alone can take them all on. She unleashes her shadow power in an attack, but the protagonist effortlessly nullifies it, leaving her in shock. Yi's irritation mounts as he demands to know how they dare treat his companions as mere fuel. The Raven retorts, questioning the protagonist's self-image as a hero. He scoffs, declaring that they are nothing more than arrogant ants, incapable of making even the slightest impact against the impending flood. To him, their souls are merely playthings for demons. Just as it happened to Ling's sister, he questions whether she genuinely believed that pathetic group of ineffectual hunters could make a difference. He dismisses them as mere candles on an altar, destined to extinguish without leaving even ashes behind. With a cold command, he orders them to submit and serve as sustenance for the final festival, for that is the only worth they hold. Yushan informs the priestess and Xiaofeng that Sylvez and Yujian are under their care, while he will take on the protagonist himself. Yi, now thoroughly irritated, shouts that if that's the case, there's no reason to hold back. The groups rally together, declaring that they should not be underestimated as they prepare to counterattack. Yi disregards everything around him, charging at the Raven with overwhelming speed as it attempts to strike. In an instant, the enemy's sword shatters and horror grips the onlookers when, in the blink of an eye, Yushan's head is sent flying, landing on the ground with a sickening thud. The protagonist stands frozen, staring in disbelief at the gruesome sight before him. Yushan struggles to find his voice, expressing disbelief that he couldn't even perceive Yi's movements. He insists that even if Ye is stronger, he should have allowed the others to witness the disparity, as that defeat was utterly absurd. With a chilling aura of killing intent, Yi turns to the group and asks if anyone else wants to challenge him. The priestess and Xiaofeng freeze in place, their eyes wide with fear. Xiaofeng finally speaks up, acknowledging that their boss is dead and that continuing to fight is pointless. He concludes that surrendering is the most sensible choice. He glances at Juejian and remarks that to activate the final festival, they would need many more corpses, implying that they might all perish just to become mere numbers. However, Yi strides forward, insisting that there's no need for further deaths. If it's the demon himself, they can use the festival directly. Juejian furrows his brow, puzzled, trying to grasp what Yi means by the demon himself. Yu begins to transform, declaring that he has already defeated the demon. Terrified, Xingwen asks when this happened. Yo explains that he defeated the demon by accident, but in doing so, he was struck by the world's most violent curse. Now, he has only 1 minute left to live. Soon, the rules of the curse will erase him entirely, and only the power of the final festival can save him. Xingwen's eyes brim with tears as she pleads with him, insisting that if he uses the final festival to save himself, everything they fought for will be lost. Yi smiles softly and turns north, his demeanor calm as he apologizes. He admits that was indeed the original plan, but fate rarely adheres to the script. If he could rewrite anyone's destiny, it would be Ling's. Ling, taken aback by his words, erupts in disbelief, shouting at her leader, "What kind of foolishness is this? That was our only chance. Why waste it on someone as insignificant as her?" Determined, Yes declares that she has never truly lived for herself. Ever since the day she was forced to share a body with her sister, every battle she fought was for her. She believes she has already done enough. From now on, everyone must live well, face the abyss, and emerge alive. In a moment of desperation, Xingren breaks down, crying and screaming that she won't allow him to do something so cruel. Yeah, clutches the book tightly, his voice heavy with regret. "I'm sorry," he says, "but this time I must break my promise." He pauses, the weight of his decision settling in. "There's only one thing I ask, with the memories I leave behind. Please take care of my sister. She's the one I trust the most." With a deep breath, he begins the invocation. In the name of Yi Ling's curse, he declares, the demon rises. As the void envelops him, his body vanishes, leaving only his voice resonating through the cathedral. He urges Ling to go and experience the world she deserves, a world of freedom. Later, at dusk in a cemetery, the protagonist group gathers to reflect. They lament his selfishness, noting that he chose to escape first, all to shield the scavenger faction from becoming a target of the World Guild. Thanks to their efforts, the Scavenger's House easily achieved rank D. They laid flowers on the grave, a somber tribute to their fallen comrade. Xingren gazed at the tombstone, reflecting on Yi's death. She recalled how, the moment his body fell, it vanished entirely, as if the abyss had swallowed him whole. "He deceived everyone," she murmured, "except for me." Ming, puzzled, asked for clarification. Xingren, clutching the crystal that had once connected them, asserted, "You was never trash. The day of the king's return will surely come. When he returns, she knows he will come to all of them." She believes this with all her heart. And with that, our story comes to an end. For now, if you enjoyed the recap, please leave a like and subscribe to support the channel. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the next recap.